Xia Qianqian has traversed through time, finding herself in the guise of an unfortunate infant born into a family of misfortune. Her father, deceived, has led the company to bankruptcy. Her mother has been defiled and dismembered, and all three brothers face grim fates. Fortunately, it appears that her family can hear her thoughts, thus commencing a life of relentless competition. Her father promptly imprisoned the swindler and revitalized the company, while her mother severed ties with undesirable relatives, becoming an object of envy in high society. Her eldest brother inherited the family business, elevating it to new heights. Her second brother emerged as a luminary in academia, and her youngest brother became a leading figure in the gaming industry. The entire family dotes upon Xia Qianqian, showering her with affection. Even the deranged antagonist of the narrative, who shows no regard for human life, becomes enamored with her. Although merely a young boy, his gaze towards Xia Qianqian is laden with possessiveness. Xia Qianqian, you belong solely to me. Chapter 1. The gift of prophecy. Xia Qianqian has traversed time. Imagine a distinguished IT prodigy and a master of traditional Chinese medicine, finding herself in a novel titled Deeply in Love, where she has become a mere supporting character, destined for demise. More accurately, her entire family is doomed to be mere pawns. To her dismay, she has arrived at the most calamitous moment for the Xia family. It will not be long before they face ruin, and they will all meet their ends in various tragic and melodramatic fashions, resulting in a fate of desolation and despair. Xia Qianqian burst into tears. What a powerful voice! A stern-looking middle-aged man chuckled as he gently stroked the infant in the crib, brimming with delight. How could this be the same man who is so commanding in the company? This man, who has been smiling foolishly since he laid eyes on her, is her father. Beside him stand her three brothers. Xia Yu, Xia Jing, Xia Chun, this is your sister. You must protect her well from now on, understood? Xia Chenghua instructed his sons. Xia Qianqian's wails grew louder. What is wrong with my daughter? Wasn't she fine just a moment ago? Xia Chenghua anxiously cradled his precious daughter. Fine. How could it be fine? Tomorrow our family is going bankrupt. The atmosphere in the delivery room grew tense. Where did that voice come from? Xia Chenghua suddenly recalled something, looking down at the infant in disbelief. He remained oblivious to his family's changing expressions. The Xia family possesses substantial funds, yet recently has been heavily investing in real estate. To care for his wife, he entrusted company management to subordinates, allowing others to seize the opportunity. A voice echoed again. Xia Chenghua became increasingly convinced that he had heard his daughter's thoughts. He often traveled for work and had heard many strange tales. He quickly accepted this bizarre occurrence. However, he was more concerned about what his daughter had mentioned. Indeed, ever since his wife became pregnant, he had delegated many responsibilities to his subordinates to ensure her well-being. Furthermore, he trusted his good friend Lu Jianmin to handle business negotiations. Dad, should I go check on the company? The eldest son, Xia Yu, expressed concern. No need, Xia Chenghua dismissed. Just inform Uncle Lu to keep an eye on things, no need to worry. He and Lu Jianmin shared an unbreakable bond. How can you not worry? Lu Jianmin asked you for that 50 million investment, but he actually lost it gambling and embezzled funds. He is waiting for your money to cover his losses. If you assist him, that ingrate will seize the opportunity to transfer Xia's funds, and you will have nowhere to cry when the time comes. Xia Qianqian was frantic. Unfortunately, as an infant, she soon grew weary after her efforts and fell asleep clutching the corner of her blanket. Xia Chenghua's expression darkened. He first contacted the bank, then dialed his assistant. Suspend the disbursement of the 50 million investment to Ronghui. Understood, the assistant replied, but President Lu is quite anxious regarding this matter. Do I need his approval to make decisions? Xia Chenghua's tone was frigid. He had never realized how well Lu Jianmin maneuvered within his company. The assistant fell silent. Xia Chenghua ended the call. Shortly thereafter, media outlets broke the news of Ronghui's financial mismanagement and unpaid employee wages. Meanwhile, his good friend Lu Jianmin appeared on television, weeping and apologizing to employees. Xia Chenghua gasped. Thankfully, his precious daughter had foresight, allowing him to avert such a significant risk. Chapter 2. Violation? Never surrender. Quick, bring me the box from my study. Xia Chenghua excitedly patted Xia Yu on the shoulder. Xia Yu nodded and hurried away, soon returning with a sandalwood box. Xia Qianqian opened the box to reveal a magnificent set of imperial green jade jewelry, worth millions, but more importantly, it held significant meaning. "Isn't this the betrothal gift from grandfather to grandmother?" Xia Jing exclaimed, somewhat surprised. This was indeed the family heirloom of the Xia clan. "I intend to gift this set to my sister." Xia Qianqian beamed as he gently kissed the small hand of the slumbering Xia Qianqian. Just then, Xia Qianqian awoke, gazing at the treasures in the box, and then at her father, who seemed to be grinning foolishly. She thought, "Wait, did I just gain millions?" "Qianqian, you're spoiling this girl too much," a weak voice interjected. Xia Qianqian was cradled in warm arms, and her eyes fell upon a woman of gentle demeanor, adorned with a postpartum cap that did not diminish her beauty. Her long, delicate brows and the pallor of her face, a result of recent childbirth, only enhanced her charm. This was her mother, Lu Wen. "Darling, I am your mother." Lu Wen pinched the baby's tiny fingers, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Wah, mommy is so gentle." Xia Qianqian's heart melted, having lost her parents at a young age. In this life, she not only has a seemingly bumbling father, but also such a tender mother. However, oh, my beautiful mother. After the Xia family goes bankrupt, she will be imprisoned by Lu Jianmin, who not only violates her purity, but also cruelly ends her life and dismembers her. Xia Qianqian felt a deep sense of dread. Lu Wen's hand trembled. Did she just hear her daughter's voice? The horrifying fate her daughter described sent shivers down her spine. Qianqian, Lu Wen's voice quivered. Has Lu Jianmin been taken for investigation? Xia Qianqian, having heard his daughter's thoughts, trembled with rage. "Do not fear, my dear, since his actions have been exposed, they shall not be resolved so easily." The thought of his daughter's foreboding words left him restless. He kissed Lu Wen's forehead and stepped out of the hospital room. Lu Jianmin had plotted against his wealth, coveted his wife, and caused his family's ruin. With that in mind, he would not let this slide. Xia Qianqian had no doubt about his daughter's thoughts and directly dialed his assistant. "Gather evidence of Lu Jianmin harassing female employees, accepting bribes, and tax evasion, and deliver it to the police." Soon, the assistant had everything in order, and the police initiated a swift investigation. Lu Jianmin has been implicated in further crimes. If these are confirmed, he may find it exceedingly difficult to get out. The family finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It is indeed good to have him imprisoned, but previously, my father trusted Lu Jianmin too much. He had entrusted the elderly care project in the Eastern District to him, but Lu Jianmin had been cutting corners, resulting in substandard construction that led to the collapse of the facility and even fatalities. Calculating the time, it seems that will happen in just a few days." Xia Qianqian could not feel any joy. The old man possesses many admirable qualities, yet he places an excessive emphasis on brotherhood. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Lu Jianmin the opportunity to exploit the situation. Upon hearing Xia Qianqian's heartfelt thoughts, Xia Qianqian could no longer remain. Should the nursing home project encounter problems resulting in casualties, he too would be prepared to face imprisonment. "Wife, please rest well. Xia Chun, Xia Jing, take good care of your mother and sister. Xia Yu, come with me." Xia Qianqian hurriedly made his way to the site with Xia Yu, leaving his two brothers to watch over their mother and sister. Before long, Xia Qianqian and Xia Yu arrived at the construction site of the nursing home project. The site was bustling with activity, and in the distance, a two-story building had already taken shape. Xia Qianqian was the first to exit the vehicle, not even pausing to don a hard hat, as he rushed towards the building. "Xia Zong, what brings you here?" The workers were taken aback, pausing their tasks. Wasn't the site supposed to be managed by designated personnel? Why had the president come himself? "Quickly evacuate. Move. Xia Qianqian waved his hands frantically, grabbing one worker and pushing him towards the exit. With so many individuals present, if something were to collapse, mere financial compensation would not suffice. The workers were bewildered. However, upon hearing their boss's command, they hurriedly gathered their belongings and fled the building. Xia Yu followed suit, guiding people to safety. 15 minutes later, everyone had exited the construction site. With a sudden crack, a fissure appeared in the building. The crack rapidly widened, one after another. Xia Qianqian's expression shifted dramatically. In the next moment, the newly constructed outline of the building collapsed in an instant, sending dust billowing into the air and causing the workers to cough violently. Witnessing this scene, the workers were left dumbfounded. Had Xia Qianqian not appeared at that moment, they would have been buried beneath the rubble. Chapter 3. This must not get out. Is everyone all right? The foreman counted the heads, relieved to find all present. He trembled with fear, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Xia Zong, if it weren't for you today, they would have all met their end at that site. There were over 100 workers. Xia Qianqian was equally shaken. After years of navigating the tumultuous business world, he had never encountered such a terrifying situation. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he found himself believing his daughter's words more than ever. Thank goodness everyone is safe, he instructed Xiaoyu. Ensure the workers are settled, there will be no work today. Provide them with some benefits as well. Xiaoyu nodded immediately and went to handle the arrangements. Xia Qianqian turned to the foreman. Lao Zhou, we have worked together for quite some time now. Today's incident must not be leaked. Xia Qianqian's tone was grave. He truly regretted considering Lu Jianmin a close ally, as Lu had repeatedly sought to undermine him. Had it not been for his daughter, he would have already been imprisoned. Lao Zhou nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Xia Zong, this matter will not be disclosed. Only then did Xia Qianqian feel reassured and sought out trustworthy individuals to monitor the site. Investigate all suppliers involved in this project. Anyone with ties to Lu Jianmin must have their contracts terminated and be blacklisted. Xia Qianqian issued his orders decisively. Xia Zong, his confidant, hesitated. Terminating contracts unilaterally would incur significant losses. Should any issues arise, we will rebid the project. No one is allowed to compromise safety or quality. Money is not an issue regardless of the cost. We must adhere to the rules. Xia Qianqian spoke with conviction. Understood. Upon hearing Xia Qianqian's words, the workers felt a sense of relief. The situation was swiftly managed. Once home, Xia Qianqian eagerly sought out his precious daughter, even taking the time for a quick shower. Daddy hug. Xia Qianqian embraced the freshly fed Xia Qianqian, affectionately rubbing his chin against her cheek. The poor little face was tickled by his touch. The tiny infant's attempts to resist were akin to a kitten's playful swipes. Wife, look at our darling daughter, she's even reaching for my face. Xia Qianqian beamed with pride. His demeanor was more jubilant than when he secured billion-dollar projects, leaving his 3 brothers both amused and exasperated. Xia Qianqian thought to herself, what is it like to have such a clingy father? She was beginning to understand. She couldn't fathom how this personality had led him to become the president of a publicly traded company. Xia Qianqian ignored his daughter's displeasure, determined to indulge her every whim. After all, she was the little lucky star of the Xia family, that he now firmly believed that his precious child possessed the gift of foresight. Qianqian, we still haven't named her. Seeing her husband so joyous, Luwen felt a wave of sweetness wash over her. Initially, her family opposed her marriage to the penniless Xia Qianqian, but thankfully, they had persevered through hardships. Now that they had welcomed their daughter, their lives felt complete. Indeed, Xia Qianqian replied earnestly. We must choose a good name. He pondered for a moment, gazing intently at the infant in her crib. How about Xia Shui, Snow? She had just experienced hail. Whatever you say, Luwen smiled gently. I am Xia Qianqian, and I do not wish to be called Xia Shui. The little infant pouted and blew a bubble of saliva. The couple exchanged glances, and in unison, they changed their minds. Shallow streams flow clear and pure, let us name her Qianqian, wishing her a life as pure and clear as a stream. Then Xia Qianqian is. Luwen tenderly caressed Xia Qianqian's face. Thus, the name Xia Qianqian was born. Chapter 4. Surprise Inspection. The following morning, Xia Qianqian woke and glanced at the peacefully sleeping Xia Qianqian in his wife's embrace, gently caressing her face. Heading to the office? Luwen blinked awake, still groggy. Her pregnancy had not made her appear bloated, rather. It radiated a maternal glow that rendered her even more enchanting and gentle. With his beloved wife and cherished daughter in his arms, Xia Qianqian was reluctant to leave for work. Perhaps I should stay home today and spend more time with you and our daughter? Before Luwen could respond, a small voice chimed in. Daddy, you should hurry to the office. Lu Jianmin has already reported the project's substandard work, and the relevant departments are coming for a surprise inspection. Xia Qianqian looked down. The little bundle in Lu Wen's arms had woken up and was now staring at him intently. Mommy needs her rest, you can go about your business, but please don't disturb her. Xia Qianqian's heart sank. Lu Jianmin truly was unscrupulous. He proceeded to the office and remained there all day without stepping outside. In the afternoon, the police came knocking. Mr. Xia, the lead officer, with a stern expression, presented a warrant for investigation. Someone has reported that your company is involved in constructing illegal buildings, and there is video evidence of the collapse from yesterday. We require your cooperation for the investigation. Xia Qianqian responded politely and respectfully. Of course, no problem. He called for his assistant. Seal all documents related to the nursing home project and cooperate with the police investigation. The nursing home incident had attracted considerable media attention. Once the video was released online, it garnered significant interest. The police, aware of the gravity of the situation, conducted their investigation with professionalism and efficiency. The results revealed that the root of all issues lay with Lu Jianmin, of which Xia Qianqian had been completely unaware. Furthermore, after the incident, Xia Qianqian had swiftly addressed several non-compliant partners, ensuring the project was executed in a lawful and standardized manner. After being taken away for several days, Xia Qianqian has now been released. At the entrance of the police station, Xia Qianqian earnestly announced to the media, for the first 3 years after the establishment of the nursing home, we will unconditionally donate the entire revenue of those 3 years to care for empty nest elderly. The media was astonished. The revenue from 3 years of the nursing home is certainly no trivial sum. On the same day, the police clarified the situation regarding the building collapse on their official Weibo account. Simultaneously, the media reported on Xia Qianqian's willingness to use 3 years of revenue to care for the empty nest elderly. The Xia group swiftly ascended to trending status overnight, and the brand's reputation improved significantly. The previously rampant criticisms against the Xia family were soon overshadowed by praises. Additionally, the nursing home received a wave of promotion. Finally, this matter came to a close, and Xia Qianqian felt a profound sense of relief. Lu, when needed to rest during her postpartum period, each day was filled with either recuperation or recovery tasks. As a doting father, Xia Qianqian found it hard to part with his daughter. Thus, just a few days after Xia Qianqian's birth, she was taken to the company by her father, the president. "Dad, is this really okay? Qianqian is still so young," Xia Yu expressed his concerns. His sister had just been born, and now she was expected to accompany their father to work from 9 to 5? Very good, exceedingly good. In nearly suffocating from staying at home all day, Xia Qianqian quietly grumbled to herself. Initially, Xia Qianqian felt a bit uneasy, but upon hearing this, he became even more resolute. It's perfectly fine. Qianqian enjoys lively surroundings. He picked up a rattle to amuse Xia Qianqian. On the desk of the esteemed president, there were surprisingly numerous baby toys. Just then, the assistant entered to report on work matters and was momentarily taken aback by the sight. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Xia, you're too kind. I have been with the Xia group for 10 years, and it is my honor to alleviate your burdens," said the elegantly smiling man with gold-rimmed glasses. Zhou Wenrong. Chapter 5. Climbing into bed? Instead, Xia Qianqian's heart raced as she stared wide-eyed at the middle-aged man seated at her desk. A sharp roar echoed in her mind. "What the hell, Zhou Wenrong? That despicable scoundrel. Father, you have been deceived by this man. He colludes with Lu Jianmin to transfer assets, and not only that. He engages in workplace bullying, using his position to intimidate the newly arrived intern girls." Xia Qianqian was deeply troubled. What kind of people surrounded her father? Xia Qianqian's expression darkened. "Zhou Wenrong was such a person." "Xia Zong?" Seeing that Xia Qianqian remained silent, Zhou Wenrong called out. As the words settled, the previously gentle Xia turned coldly towards him. Zhou Wenrong broke into a cold sweat, wondering why he was being looked at in such a way. Could he have been discovered? Impossible. He had been Xia Qianqian's trusted aide for many years, and Xia Qianqian had never doubted him. "It's fine." Xia Qianqian concealed his coldness and smiled warmly. "You may leave now." Zhou Wenrong felt something was amiss, but could not pinpoint it, so he left. Once he was gone, Xia Qianqian instructed someone to investigate Zhou Wenrong. The findings were shocking, revealing numerous explosive details. The seemingly gentle Zhou Wenrong turned out to be a pervert who secretly harassed and abused girls. Many female employees had suffered his predatory grasp. Furthermore, the girl who had jumped from a building 3 years ago was also connected to him. In the afternoon, Xia Qianqian summoned Zhou Wenrong again, slamming a stack of documents onto his head. "You have been with the company for 10 years, and I have treated you well." Xia Qianqian remained seated in his office chair, cradling his newborn daughter, yet his gaze towards Zhou Wenrong was icy. Biting the hand that feeds you, harassing subordinates. Zhou Wenrong, you have some nerve. Papers fell from the file. Zhou Wenrong picked them up, his face turning ashen. These documents revealed discrepancies in his financial dealings with suppliers over the years. Xia Qianqian had never suspected him, even when Lu Jianmin went to prison. He had not considered Zhou Wenrong. I have already contacted the police. This bribe of several million is enough to keep you in prison for 10 years. Xiazong, I was wrong. Zhou Wenrong pleaded, tears streaming down his face. To prevent him from disturbing his sister, Xia Yu simply pulled him away and handed him over to the police. After dealing with Zhou Wenrong, Xia Qianqian took Xia Qianqian on a tour of the company, initiating his good person mode. With his precious daughter's assistance, he cleared out quite a few pests. Xia Qianqian's mood was exceptionally good, and Xia Qianqian felt content. As long as her father's company was secure, it proved they were moving further away from the path of being cannon fodder. In the kitchen, a woman in a dress wiped her hands and smiled at Xia Qianqian. She bore a resemblance to Lu Wen. This woman was Lu Ru, Lu Wen's younger sister. You've come. Xia Qianqian nodded politely and carried Xia Qianqian to the bedroom. Lu Ru watched Xia Qianqian's tall figure retreat, her eyes filled with admiration. She glanced at the calluses on her hands, furious, and ripped off her apron, tossing it onto the table. In the bedroom, Qianqian, do you miss mommy? Xia Qianqian appeared listless, her eyelids drooping with worry. What is wrong with this girl? Did you tire her out today? Lu Wen feigned anger. Do not speak carelessly. Lu Wen shot him a glare. Aru is worried I would be bored alone at home, and specially offered to take care of me. She's my sister. You must not bully her. Foolish mommy, Xia Qianqian protested. She is no good person. She only covets daddy and pretends to care for you, so she can climb into daddy's bed and replace you. What? Chapter 6. The sister-in-law's covetousness. Lu Wen was struck by lightning. Xia Qianqian was also bewildered. His sister-in-law coveted him? However, was his daughter too mature, understanding such things? Soon, she will slip something into daddy's meal. Once mommy falls asleep tonight, she will seize the opportunity to climb into bed. She is nothing but a scheming green tea. Xia Qianqian gritted her teeth. If it were not for her, daddy would not be at odds with mommy. In the book, her scheming had prevented mommy from seeing daddy before she passed away. Wife, I'm fine. Lu Wen forced a smile. She knew well that Xia Qianqian's foresight was never unfounded. Lu Wen grasped Xia Qianqian's hand tightly, her frail demeanor resolute. If anyone threatened her family, she would not forgive them, regardless of who they were. In the kitchen, Lu Ru opened the lid of the soup pot. The chicken soup bubbled. She cautiously took out a packet of powder from her bosom. This was a potent aphrodisiac she had purchased at a high price. With this, it did not matter who Xia Qianqian was. She would have him under her control. Imagining her rise to prominence after tonight, Lu Ru trembled with excitement. Once tonight passed, she would become the mistress of the Xia family. What are you doing? A cold voice suddenly echoed from behind. Lu Ru's hand trembled, and the powder spilled onto the countertop. Brother-in-law, sister, I am making soup. Making soup? Lu Wen was heartbroken. She clearly saw Lu Ru attempting to sprinkle the powder into the chicken soup. This was her sister, whom she had cared for since childhood, and yet she wished to do such a thing to her. Lu Wen's face turned blank as she approached Lu Ru and slapped her hard across the face. With a resounding smack, Lu Ru's face turned away. She covered her cheek, incredulous. You hit me? That is exactly what I did. Lu Wen's eyes were filled with disappointment and anger. After all these years, have I not given you enough money? What vile thoughts do you harbor in your heart? Thinking I am unaware of your intentions? Get out of my sight. You are no longer welcome at the Xia family home. She was indeed foolish. Out of consideration for their sisterly bond, she had indulged Lu Ru's every unreasonable demand: gold, silver, jewelry, and even transfers of money. Yet Lu Ru wanted to steal her man. Had it not been for her wonderful daughter, she could not fathom what might have occurred tonight. She expelled her, vowing that if this person ever approached the Xia family again, she would ensure they were driven away. Xia Qianqian had lost his temper as well and ordered the servants to throw Lu Ru out. How dare you? Lu Ru seized her pretense, shouting, Do not forget you are a member of the Lu family. If it were not for our parents, you would not be living such a good life today. Enough. Xia Qianqian coldly interrupted her madness, glancing at the servants. They promptly stepped forward, seizing Lu Ru's arms and escorting her outside. Her shouts and curses could still be heard from afar, making Lu Wen weep uncontrollably. Do not cry. You have just given birth. Crying too much is not good for your eyes. Xia Qianqian, filled with concern, wrapped his arms around his wife's shoulders to comfort her. However, Lu Wen could not stop, overwhelmed with sadness. Eventually, Xia Qianqian had no choice but to bring Xia Qianqian over. Upon seeing her daughter, Lu Wen's tears turned to laughter. Why should she be upset over such a treacherous family? She had even given them money and jewelry. She was simply foolish. Lu Wen pulled open the drawer of her vanity and took out the property deed she had just obtained, waving it in front of Xia Qianqian. Qianqian, this is a house mommy bought for you. Do you like it? Xia Qianqian's eyes sparkled. This was the taste of wealth. I like it, mommy. I also love pearl necklaces, diamond rings, and jade bangles. The little money-loving Xia Qianqian's enthusiasm made Lu Wen laugh through her tears. Anything you desire, mommy will give you. She kissed Xia Qianqian's forehead, the last remnants of her sorrow finally soothed. Chapter 7. The Reckless Madwoman at Dinner. Without Lu Ru, the family enjoyed a delightful meal. Xia Chun, though only a few years old, had already learned to care for his sister. After a while, he would check if his little sister in the cradle had woken up, fearing she might be bored. After dinner, since the arrival of his precious younger sister, Baba has postponed all social engagements, leaving the responsibility to him. At merely 23 years of age, Xiaoyu finds himself bearing the weight of the entire family. He consumed alcohol, wary of the scent overwhelming his sister, and could only steal a distant glance at her before handing the invitation to Xia Qianqian. The invitation from the Fu family requests your presence at a charity gala 3 days hence. Shall I still help you decline, as usual? Since the incident at the nursing home, the Xia family has become renowned in the charitable sector, and such events have proliferated. Xiaoyu assumed that Xia Qianqian would decline, as the occasion seemed dreadfully mundane. To his surprise, of course, I shall go. I'm ever so curious about this world of opulence and indulgence, exclaimed the inquisitive Xia Qianqian upon waking. Why not attend? Xia Qianqian, ever obliging, accepted the invitation, lifting Xia Qianqian into his arms. Eager to showcase his daughter to those who often mocked him for having 3 sons, the pride he exuded was almost unbearable. Thus, 3 days later, Xia Qianqian accompanied her family to the charity gala. After being introduced like a prized possession, Xia Qianqian finally noticed that his beloved daughter appeared ready to retch, and, in a moment of compassion, passed her to Xiaoyu. Take your sister for a stroll. It is stifling here. We must not suffocate my precious daughter. The organizers seemed utterly oblivious, failing to consider the needs of children, Xia Qianqian lamented. Xiaoyu found the situation absurd. Whose charity gala requires special consideration for the feelings of children. Though he thought this, his actions were resolute. He carefully cradled Xia Qianqian and turned towards the garden. He remembered a wall adorned with exquisite roses there, and thought to show it to Xia Qianqian. Brother, let us hasten. I require fresh air. Xia Qianqian silently protested. She regretted her choice. This place was far from entertaining, even more tedious than a seminar. Xiaoyu, amused, quickened his pace. Just as they rounded a corner, laughter erupted nearby. Fuing, kneel and lick my shoes, and I shall spare you. What say you? In your dreams, you'll pay for this. Beat him, Fuing, the most ruthless and cold-hearted antagonist in the novel. Upon hearing this name, Xia Qianqian felt invigorated. Brother, we must save that child. He is destined to be the most formidable villain, and if we do not forge a connection with him now, our fate may be sealed. In the story, Fuing was a reckless individual, indifferent to the consequences of his actions, which had brought calamity upon the Xia family. A shiver ran down Xia Qianqian's spine as she thought, we must ensure Fuing remains unharmed. Hearing his sister's anxious voice, Xiaoyu did not hesitate. He carried her towards the sound. What is happening here, young Master Fu? A child, barely 10, lay battered and bruised, blood trickling from his lips. Xiaoyu's gaze flickered. This child, though so young, bore grievous injuries in silence, his expression starkly apathetic. It's none of your business. Just scram. The indignant boy demanded Xiaoyu to leave. Xiaoyu chuckled. I could leave, but wouldn't young Master Fu be displeased to learn of such a ruckus in his household? He gestured towards the injured Fuing. Fu Yuan's expression darkened as he shot a fierce glare at Fu Qing. Consider yourself fortunate. Today, I shall let you off. But if you dare to disregard the rules again, I shall have my father expel you. You wretched bastard. The group of unruly children departed. Xia Yu frowned and knelt beside Fu Qing. Are you all right? Fu Qing struggled to rise, glaring defiantly at Xia Yu. Such bravado amused Xia Yu, prompting laughter. Fu Qing's face was taut, blood still seeping from his forehead. You are bleeding. Allow me to tend to it. Xia Yu produced a clean handkerchief and pressed it against Fu Qing's forehead. As Fu Qing prepared to resist, a voice whispered in his ear, "Foolish Fu Qing. Let my brother assist you. Otherwise, you shall embarrass yourself at the banquet, and we cannot allow your wicked brother's scheme to succeed." Fu Qing froze in his movements. Had he imagined that voice? Yet it felt so real, as if emanating from the very infant before him. Chapter 8. Infidelity? Seizing the moment while Fu Qing was dazed, Xia Yu swiftly cleaned the blood and grime from his forehead and face. Xia Qianqian remained lost in thought. Your brother has orchestrated a scheme to insult you and your mother, arranging for a man to enter your mother's room to falsely implicate them in an affair. Moreover, he intends to lure guests to catch them in the act, solidifying your mother's disgrace, which is why your father has grown to despise both you and her. In the narrative, Fu Qing's father had never accepted him, and the scandal had only exacerbated his father's neglect, relegating Fu Qing to a status lower than that of a dog within the Fu household. At this realization, Fu Qing clenched his fists in fury. How could the Fu family sink to such depths? Are you not going to check? Xia Yu inquired with concern. Xia Qianqian urged him as well. Fu Qing pressed his pale lips together, forcefully pushing Xia Yu's hand away, casting a deep gaze at Xia Qianqian before fleeing. Regardless of the truth, he must eliminate even the slightest possibility. Fu Qing dashed to the kitchen, where he spotted a familiar slender figure. Relief washed over him as he approached and called out, "Mother." I did not. Fearing for her son as standing in the Fu family, Feng Ro swallowed her sorrow. Though she could endure her own suffering, she could not allow it to affect her son. "Mother, what troubles you? I crave osmanthus cake. Could you prepare some for me?" Feng Ro chuckled through her tears, affectionately ruffling her son's hair. "Very well. Rest for now. I shall bring it to you shortly." "Yes." He exited the kitchen and approached a woman dressed provocatively, whispering a few words. Her eyes lit up. Did the young master truly say that? Indeed, he mentioned that it would be inconvenient with so many guests today and instructed you to wait for him in the room at the end of the second-floor corridor. Understood. The woman was Fu Yuan's nominal girlfriend, eager to seize the opportunity to announce their relationship publicly, not questioning the veracity of Fu Qing's words as she sashayed away. A smile crept across Fu Qing's dark eyes as he eagerly anticipated the ensuing drama. Entering the banquet hall through the back door, he found the festivities in full swing. Suddenly, Fu Yuan rushed down from upstairs, panic-stricken. "Father," he shouted, pointing frantically towards the second floor. "I think I just saw a man enter Aunt Feng's room." The banquet hall fell into stunned silence. Gossip about the Fu family was rampant, but no one expected such scandalous news to surface at such a significant event. This gala had certainly proven to be worthwhile. "Mr. Fu, could it be that a thief has invaded your home? Perhaps you should investigate for peace of mind," someone jeered. "Indeed, father, do check." Fu Yuan, reveling in the spectacle, cast a triumphant glance at Fu Qing, his eyes glinting with provocation. Fu Shun, aged and stern, remained inscrutable. Yet after hearing those words, his jaw tightened, and his gaze darkened as he glared fiercely at Fu Qing before leading the guests upstairs. With a heart full of trepidation, he reached the end of the second-floor corridor, where unmistakable sounds of a compromising nature echoed from within. Upon hearing the sound, Fu Shun's countenance darkened further, almost as if ink could drip from it. Enraged, he kicked the door open with fervor. Inside, an indecent scene unfolded before his eyes. Two bodies entwined in a lascivious embrace. Witnessing the spectacle, Fu Yuan nearly burst into laughter. He had been anticipating how Fu Qing, this insolent boy, would meet his doom. However, to his astonishment, in the blink of an eye, Fu Yuan's smile froze on his face, for the woman in the room was not Feng Ro. The woman on the bed turned her head, revealing herself as Fu Yuan's girlfriend. Fu Yuan had brought this woman to numerous gatherings, and everyone present was aware of the nature of their relationship. "Is this the man you claimed entered Aunt Fong's room?" Fu Shun enunciated the name Aunt Fong with palpable weight. Fu Yuan recognized that his father was teetering on the brink of fury. He rushed to the bedside, seizing the woman. Her cheeks flushed unnaturally, her gaze glazed over, unmistakably a sign of having been drugged. Fu Yuan attempted to call her name, but she could only emit fragmented moans, the indescribable sounds piercing Fu Shun's ears, deepening the shadows on his face. Turning his back to the crowd, Fu Yuan shot a fierce glare at the man on the bed. The man, aware of his wrongdoing, dared not utter a word. Fu Shun, unwilling to prolong this farce, gestured subtly, and someone promptly approached to escort the woman away. "Explain yourself," Fu Shen demanded, fixing his gaze upon Fu Yuan. His expression was calm, yet to Fu Yuan, it exuded an overwhelming pressure. Locking eyes with the man on the bed, Fu Yuan's mind raced. "Dad, my girlfriend is innocent." Seeing that he could not extract any information from Fu Yuan, Fu Shun turned his attention to the man. "Speak. Who are you here to find?" Fu Yuan directed a warning glare at the man. "I was here to find Fong Ro. I don't know why that woman was here." "You're looking for Fong Ro? Do you have any proof?" Upon hearing this, the man hastily wrapped himself in a bedsheet. He got off the bed and retrieved a jade pendant from his discarded trousers. "Since you know Fong Ro, you must be aware of this jade pendant." The man handed the pendant to Fu Shun. Fu Shun's brows immediately furrowed. He was intimately familiar with this jade pendant. It was the only item left to Fong Ro by her parents before their passing, the sole precious possession she had. Therefore, Fong Ro cherished this pendant dearly and would rarely part with it. Its presence in a man's possession implied an undeniable connection between him and Fong Ro. However, having navigated the business world for years, Fu Shun was inherently suspicious and would not easily believe the man's words. He surveyed the crowd. They had witnessed enough entertainment for the evening. After all, tonight was the Fu family's domain. "Bring that woman back," Fu Shun instructed an assistant nearby. "Why are you here?" he inquired, casting a disapproving glance at the woman. At this moment, she appeared significantly improved, likely having been given some antidote after being taken away. Fu Yuan's girlfriend, though she had heard of Fu Shun's authority, could not restrain her fear upon facing him directly and began to weep. "It's not my fault. Fu Qing said Fu Yuan was waiting for me in this room on the second floor. So I came." Fu Yuan's girlfriend dared not utter a single falsehood, laying everything bare. Previously, Fu Shun had not allowed Fu Qing to stay. Who would have known that as soon as he descended the stairs, an assistant approached him, saying, "Second young master, the master wishes to see you upstairs." Watching this unfold from a distance, Xia Qianqian felt her heart tighten. This is disastrous. The man in that room was instructed by Fu Yuan to steal Fong Ro's jade pendant. Now, calling Fu Qing upstairs means that Fong Ro will likely bear the blame for this. That despicable Fu Qing. In order to frame Fong Ro, he even sought out a hacker to plant a virus that would create the illusion of a malfunctioning surveillance system. Moreover, Fu Yuan is quite confident in his maneuvering, having left the chat logs with that man intact on his phone. As Fu Qing followed the assistant upstairs, he hesitated, but before he could speak, a resounding slap struck his face. "You wretched child, are you trying to bring further disgrace upon our family with your actions?" Fu Shun struggled to contain his voice, yet his fury was unmistakable. Fu Qing stood expressionless, staring at the man who was legally his father. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Fu Qing coldly stated, "It wasn't me. Someone is trying to frame my mother." "Oh." At Fu Qing's words, Fu Shun surprisingly let out a laugh. "Do tell. Who is attempting to frame Fong Ro?" Meeting Fu Shun's inscrutable gaze, Fu Qing recalled the thoughts he had overheard from the little girl downstairs. He resolved to take a gamble. "It's simple. Father, if you unlock my brother's phone, the truth will be revealed." Fu Qing spoke with unwavering conviction. Though Fu Shun believed that even if Fu Yuan was behind this, he would not be foolish enough to leave incriminating evidence, Fu Shun, inexplicably swayed by Fu Qing's confidence, gestured for the assistant to retrieve Fu Yuan's phone. Fu Yuan's expression changed dramatically. He never expected his usually submissive brother to confront him this time. Worse still, he had indeed failed to delete the incriminating records. The phone was handed to Fu Shun, Fu unlocked it and began to scrutinize Fu Yuan's text messages. The more he read, the darker his expression became. Finally, he dialed the number associated with Fu Yuan. On the floor, the man's phone buzzed with an incoming call notification. Fu Yuan collapsed onto the ground. Is there any other evidence? Fu Shun hurled Fu Yuan's phone to the ground with such force that it shattered into pieces. The surveillance. The cameras in the corridor must have captured my brother with that man. If you don't believe it, come see for yourself. Then let us go and see. Fu Shun disregarded Fu Yuan, who was frozen in shock, and looked at Fu Qing with curiosity. He had never realized that his younger son possessed such determination and capability. Fu Shun signaled for the assistant to lead the way. The three swiftly made their way to the Fu family surveillance room. I apologize, Mr. Fu, but the surveillance on the second floor is down. Due to the presence of guests, we could not call in maintenance. The security personnel in the monitoring room, taken aback by Fu Shun's unexpected arrival, stood up abruptly, apologizing profusely. The surveillance is down? Fu Qing, what do you plan to do now? Fu Shun fixed his gaze on Fu Yuan. Though Fu Yuan maintained a facade of calm, turmoil brewed within him. Who was that little girl? Could she foresee the future? Ignoring the security personnel, he walked straight towards the central control console in the monitoring room. Before anyone could react, Fu Yuan had already bent down and crawled under the control panel. As expected, just as the girl had described, at the most inconspicuous wiring point behind the control panel, a brand new disc was inserted into the interface. Holding the disc, Fu Yuan crawled out from beneath the control panel. What do you see now? Fu Shun inquired of the security guard in the control room. The guard, not daring to delay, hurriedly resumed checks on the second floor surveillance. After a moment, he spoke, his voice laced with disbelief. The second floor surveillance has resumed. Fu Shun turned to look at Fu Qing. Covered in dust, only his bright eyes shone with intensity. At that moment, the owner of those eyes quietly gazed at his father. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Fu Shun's eyes. Go. Check if that man was brought in by Fu Yuan. The assistant received the command and promptly set off to investigate. You did well, Fu Shun said, ruffling Fu Qing's hair. Though the gesture seemed affectionate, the emotions in Fu Shun's eyes remained obscured. He stood up, refrained from further communication with Fu Qing, and turned to leave. Silently, Fu Qing followed closely behind the assistant. The journey back felt considerably longer than the way there. Fu Qing couldn't help but recall the girl he had just encountered. That girl was extraordinary. If he could win her over, life with his mother in the Fu household would no longer be so painful. He must possess her. In an instant, an uncharacteristic possessiveness appeared on Fu Qing's youthful face. Fleeting as it was, he stood at the door of Feng Rou's room, listening to Fu Yuan's cries of pain and pleas for mercy. Fu Qing closed his eyes, savoring the moment. With his father's strength, Fu Yuan must be in considerable pain now, far exceeding the torment Fu Qing had endured when cornered and beaten. After Fu Shun spoke, he kicked Fu Yuan to the ground. Straightening his suit, he took a deep breath, concealing his vicious expression. Turning the doorknob, Fu Shun stepped outside. Not surprised to see Fu Qing still standing at the door, he merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before heading towards the stairs. Once Fu Shun had completely descended, Fu Qing wiped the dust from his face. He twisted the doorknob and entered Feng Rou's room. Fu Yuan was venting his frustrations with punches and kicks aimed at the man. Suddenly, a sound from the doorway startled him, causing him to stop and whirl around. Fear and apprehension evident in his eyes. Seeing Fu Yuan's expression, Fu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Upon realizing Fu Qing had entered, Fu Yuan's fury intensified. Haven't you been beaten enough? How dare you come in? He exclaimed, rising angrily and striding towards Fu Qing. Unfazed, Fu Qing stepped forward, a smile on his face. You can certainly try. Father just mentioned not to keep the guests waiting. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fu Yuan halted his aggressive movements. I came in to tell you that even a cornered rabbit will bite. Don't think I'm easy to bully. If you dare to harm my mother again, I won't hesitate to fight back. Fu Qing stated calmly, his expression devoid of excess emotion, a smile even gracing his lips. Yet to Fu Shun, Fu Qing's demeanor resembled that of a madman feigning tranquility, instilling more dread than he had previously felt. As Fu Qing spoke, he offered a polite smile. After Fu Qing left, Fu Yuan realized he had been overly tense, his muscles taut. Now that he relaxed, he felt a dull ache throughout his body. In his search, he scoured the entire banquet hall, but found no trace of Xia Qianqian and Xia Yu. After the banquet concluded, Fuing sought out the list of attendees from that day. After thorough investigation, he finally identified the Xia family as fitting his requirements. Xia family. Fuing murmured to himself. That girl was still too young. To gain her assistance, he would need to start with her brother. Recollecting the young man who had once saved him, a plan began to take shape in Fuing's mind. That evening, Fuing recounted the morning's events to his mother, Feng Rou, who felt the situation was perilous. He attributed the warning from Xia Qianqian to Xia Yu. After much persuasion, he convinced Feng Rou to pay a visit to express their gratitude. As a dutiful son, he understood how to effectively persuade his mother. Eventually, after their conversation, Feng Rou decided to take Fuing to visit the next day. That night, Fuing tossed and turned in bed. The thought of seeing that girl again filled him with hope for the future. His dreams were filled with memories of their encounter that afternoon. She was like a beam of light in his dark life. The following day, Fuing awoke early, donned the most expensive suit from his wardrobe, meticulously styled his hair, and even rinsed his mouth several times after breakfast before stepping out with Feng Rou. Standing before the grand entrance of the Xia residence, Fuing suddenly felt a wave of nervousness. Soon, the door was opened by the butler. "Young Master Fu, Madam Fu, please." The butler led the way as Fuing and Feng Rou entered the luxurious Xia home. Before long, Xia Qianqian, Lu Wen, and the three young masters of the Xia family appeared before Fuing and Feng Rou. However, Fuing's gaze was solely fixed on Xia Qianqian, cradled in Lu Wen's arms. With poise, Fuing greeted everyone in the Xia family. Afterward, Feng Rou presented the prepared gifts. "Thanks to your child's assistance yesterday, I narrowly escaped a calamity. This humble token, I hope Mr. Xia and Mrs. Xia will not take offense." Feng Rou, who had little money to begin with, hesitated to use too much of Fuing's assets. The gifts, consisting of a beautifully packaged fruit basket and a small silver bracelet for infants, felt meager compared to the Xia family status. However, Xia Qianqian and Lu Wen appeared unconcerned, inviting Feng Rou and Fuing to take a seat. Observing Xia Qianqian still nestled in Lu Wen's embrace, Fuing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had come specifically for Xia Qianqian and had no desire to engage in trivial conversations with others. Just as he pondered how to extricate himself from the situation, a maid accidentally spilled water on Feng Rou. Apologizing profusely, the maid led Feng Rou to a guest room to change. "Wow, I didn't expect to see Fuing again today. I hope Mommy and Daddy can build a good relationship with him. In the future, he will be a significant presence." Once Feng Rou had left, the guests suddenly heard Xia Qianqian's thoughts. Lu Wen and Xia Qianqian exchanged glances, instinctively turning their attention to Fuing, who was fixated on Xia Qianqian. Noticing Fuing's interest, Lu Wen tentatively inquired, "Does young Master Fu have a fondness for this young lady?" Fuing nodded. Without hesitation, Xia Qianqian declared, "Since we adults are chatting, it would be dull for you both to sit here. Why don't Fuing take Qianqian for a stroll in the garden?" This suggestion was precisely what Fuing had hoped for. The butler guided Fuing and Xia Qianqian through the gardens. As they strolled, Fuing's mind lingered on Xia Qianqian's earlier remark about a significant future. "Isn't that Louis? What is she doing in my house?" Fuing was at a loss when he suddenly heard Xia Qianqian's voice once more. Looking up, he was met by the sight of Lu Yi, the girl Feng Rou had been sponsoring. Before she had a moment to ponder, Xia Qianqian, a newborn infant, could not possibly recognize Lu Yi. Yet, Lu Yi had already dashed over to Fuing, greeting him with a radiant smile. "What brings you here?" Xia Qianqian, cradled in Fuing's arms, could distinctly observe the slight upturn of the boy's lips. "I came with my mother." It was evident that, in contrast to others, he treated this girl, named Lu Yi, with a certain tenderness. "I'm also here to find Sister Feng. I hope I'm not interrupting you." As she spoke, Lu Yi bashfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "There's no need for us to be so formal." "Hey, no way. Fuing, wake up. This girl is not to be trusted." Xia Qianqian's voice echoed again. "Don't let this top-tier green tea fool you." Chapter 14. Unwavering in the face of deception, Fuing was taken aback. Xia Qianqian's words were far too sophisticated for a mere infant to utter. However, Given the events of the previous day, Fuing had no choice but to place his trust in her words. He immediately focused intently, fearing he might miss what Xia Qianqian had to say next. Do not be deceived by this young lady's courteous demeanor in front of you and Feng Rou. Beneath that innocent facade lies a desire to get closer to your father through Feng Rou. You must not be fooled. Fuing's heart raced. If what Xia Qianqian said was true, although he could not fathom the mechanics behind it, he chose to believe. Taking a few steps back, he created distance between himself and Lu Yi. Did your mother send you here? Feng Yi was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Fuing's sudden inquiry. No. I came to find her for an urgent matter. Fuing's expression darkened immediately. Lu Yi was left utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why Fuing's attitude had shifted so drastically. Noticing Lu Yi's stillness, Fuing repeated his question. The butler interjected, reminding them that the young lady was still quite young and should not stay out for too long. Not bad at all. Truly deserving of the title of future great one, unwavering in the face of deception. Let us give Fuing a round of applause. Upon hearing Xia Qianqian's inner thoughts, Fuing couldn't help but smile. Time flew by. Upon returning to the Fu residence, Fuing unexpectedly followed Feng Rou into her room. Mom, please do not get too close to Lu Yi. I feel her intentions are not pure. This statement from Fuing was rather abrupt. Feng Rou frowned. Do not be absurd. Ahem, Lu Yi is practically your half-sister. Fuing helped Feng Rou sit at the edge of the bed, observing her slender profile. With a sigh, he reflected on Feng Rou's character, knowing full well that without evidence, no matter how much he argued, she would remain unconvinced. Choosing silence, Fuing turned to leave. If he could not find proof, he would set a trap, allowing Lu Yi to expose herself. At that point, Feng Rou would have no choice but to believe. A plan began to take shape in Fuing's mind. The following morning, Fuing expressed his apologies to Feng Rou regarding Lu Yi. He suggested inviting Lu Yi to visit the Fu household. This way, your kindness can be showcased to father, he said nonchalantly. As expected, Feng Rou wavered at the mention of Fu Shan. Yet, do you think your father would consider it appropriate to invite a stranger into our home? Fuing shook his head with conviction. You are now the mistress of the Fu household. Father does not appreciate overly timid individuals. This is also an opportunity for him to understand you better. With his gentle persuasion, Feng Rou soon acquiesced. Very well, let us set it for this Saturday. Your father happens to be free then, and Lu Yi's school is closed on Saturdays as well. Great. Fuing feigned an innocent demeanor. Chapter 15. The fragrance of tea. Fuing wore an expression of naive anticipation, eagerly awaiting Lu Yi's arrival. Soon, Saturday arrived. When Lu Yi received Feng Rou's invitation, she was nearly elated to the point of flight. After so long of planning, she had finally found a way to connect with Fu Shan, who would now be presented to her by Feng Rou. The mere thought of being introduced to Fu Shan sent her heart racing. Having meticulously perfected her makeup and donned a carefully chosen dress, Lu Yi descended the stairs and boarded the private car arranged by Feng Rou, heading towards the Fu residence. The usually demure Feng Rou, who seldom engaged in conversation, suddenly expressed her desire to introduce her friend. Fu Shan, displaying courtesy, descended early from his room, well before lunch, to sit on the sofa with Feng Rou, awaiting Lu Yi's arrival. Fuing sat on a single sofa, fixated on the wall clock, silently counting down the moments. Feng Rou, you have raised a fine son, he thought, recalling how his previous performance at the banquet had earned Fu Shan's renewed respect. Upon hearing this, Feng Rou was taken aback. Thank you for the compliment, old master. The three engaged in light chatter. Fu Shan estimated that Lu Yi should be arriving shortly and concocted a casual excuse to excuse Feng Rou. Mom, the kitchen's Aunt Wu just mentioned that the osmanthus cake seems off. You might want to check on it. Feng Rou immediately became anxious, knowing that both Fu Shan and Fuing enjoyed her osmanthus cake. Today was a rare opportunity for the three of them to dine together, and she did not wish for the most crucial dish to go awry. Old master, shall I go take a look? Feng Rou cautiously inquired, closely observing Fu Shan's expression. Only when he nodded nonchalantly did she hurry to the kitchen. Dad, I need to use the restroom. Once Feng Rou left, Fuing also sought an excuse to slip away. However, he did not truly depart. Instead, he concealed himself in the corridor between the kitchen and the living room. This position allowed him to witness everything occurring in the living room while remaining unseen. Fuing's timing was impeccable. Less than 2 minutes after he left, the butler ushered Lu Yi through the door. Upon entering the living room, Lu Yi's gaze was immediately drawn to Fu Shun, who was seated on the sofa. Casually surveying her surroundings, she realized that Fu Shun was the only person present in the expansive room. Taking a deep breath, she thought, "This is a stroke of luck." Lu Yi beamed her most enchanting smile and approached Fu Shun. "Hello, Mr. Fu. I have long admired your name. I am Fong Ro's friend, Lu Yi." Fu Shun glanced at Lu Yi with a detached demeanor. "Hello. Welcome." His tone was distinctly aloof. Yet, Lu Yi remained unfazed. "Mr. Fu, I often hear Fong Ro speak of you. In fact, even before I met Fong Ro, I had a chance encounter with you. I wonder if you remember me?" This statement piqued Fu Shun's interest. "Oh, we have met. Where?" Lu Yi smiled sweetly, elegantly settling beside Fu Shun. As the conversation flowed, she picked up the water cup in front of him. "Mr. Fu, I am a bit thirsty. I hope you don't mind." Chapter 16. Climbing into your bed, Fu Shun, seemingly indifferent, neither accepted nor declined, instead fixing his deep-set gaze upon Lu Yi. She took a sip from the cup, leaving a trace of lipstick on its rim. Handing the cup back to Fu Shun, she asked, "Mr. Fu, are you not thirsty?" With her large, innocent eyes, she appeared to embody the image of a pure, lovely university student, oblivious to the current situation. "Miss Lu, what exactly are you trying to achieve?" Gazed at Lu Yi and inquired with a hint of indifference. "I wish to ascend to Mr. Fu's bed. Might Mr. Fu be inclined to grant me this opportunity?" Lu Yi leaned closer to Fu Shun's face, softly whispering in his ear. The alluring scent of tea emanated from Lu Yi as she stood before Fu Shun, unaware that every moment had been meticulously recorded by Fuing, who was discreetly hiding in the corridor. In the living room, Lu Yi and Fu Shun found themselves in a tense stalemate. Fuing, having obtained the evidence he sought, suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Mom, Sister Lu Yi has arrived." At this, Fu Shun promptly stood up, distancing himself from Lu Yi and adjusting his attire. "Miss Lu, I hope you can conduct yourself with propriety." At that moment, Fong Ro entered the room, carrying a plate of osmanthus cake from the kitchen. She placed it on the table and greeted Fu Shun with a gentle smile. "Master, I apologize for the wait. This is the friend I mentioned to you." However, before Fong Ro could finish her sentence, Fu Shun interrupted. "No need for introductions. I have some matters to attend to and will not join you for the meal." Fong Ro's smile faltered, and she hesitated, unsure of what to say to retain him. Meanwhile, Lu Yi dined leisurely, while Fong Ro's appetite waned. Her brow furrowed throughout the meal. The originally planned gathering was abruptly concluded. Fuing observed as Fong Ro apologized to Lu Yi, "I am sorry, sister. Today I have not been the most gracious host. However, my sister is unwell. Do come again, and I shall ensure you are well taken care of." Seeing the concerned expression on Lu Yi's face, Fong Ro feigned comforting words. Fuing, unable to contain his disdain, scoffed audibly. Fong Ro shot him an annoyed glance, but, mindful of their guest, she first signaled the butler to escort Lu Yi out. Once Lu Yi had departed, Fong Ro turned to Fuing, her voice stern. "Is this your idea of politeness?" Fuing's demeanor was icy. "Mother, I have warned you to keep your distance from this woman." Fong Ro, incensed, coughed in frustration. "What has become of you?" Before she could finish, Fuing thrust his phone towards her, revealing a video. As the familiar voice of Lu Yi echoed from the screen, Fong Ro's disbelief deepened, witnessing every word and gesture captured in its entirety. How could she be this kind of person? Fuing observed as his mother's expression shifted from shock to disappointment, then to sorrow. Sighing, he embraced Fong Ro. "Mother, it will be all right. Trust me. I will grow stronger and protect you." Chapter 17. A preconceived car accident following this incident. Fong Ro and Lu Yi's relationship was irreparably damaged. After these events, Fuing became increasingly convinced of Xia Qianqian's words, seeking opportunities to visit the Xia household again. One day, as usual, Xia Qianqian took Xia Qianqian to the company. While waiting at a traffic light, they were suddenly rear-ended. "Let's check it out." Xia Qianqian was first concerned, was to ensure Xia Qianqian was unharmed. After confirming she was all right, he glared at the driver. How could you rear-end us after waiting at a red light for so long? The traffic light turned green, and the drivers behind them began honking. Uncertain of the situation, Xia Qianqian decided to exit the vehicle. As he stepped out from the right side, he noticed the back left door of the rear vehicle opening. A stranger leaned in, hastily reaching towards Xia Qianqian. Xia Qianqian's heart skipped a beat as he rushed to pull Xia Qianqian into his arms. "What are you doing?" he bellowed. The man, startled, fled. At this moment, Xia Qianqian realized the truth. The collision was a ruse, a deliberate act to halt their car, divert their attention, and create an opportunity to abduct Xia Qianqian. He shouted to the driver, "Stop him. That car is filled with human traffickers." "Wait, that trafficker looks somewhat familiar," Xia Qianqian's thoughts echoed. "I remember now. Aren't they the same group that attempted to abduct Fuing's cousin? Dad, hurry and catch them. They have my big cousin." These scoundrels dared to attempt to abduct his beloved daughter. Xia Qianqian had no intention of letting them escape, especially upon realizing their connection to the Fu family. Given his stature, his hired driver was more than just a mere chauffeur. "There are people I need in that car. Do not let them get away." The trafficker's vehicle was surrounded by others, leaving them nowhere to flee. One trafficker exited the car, attempting to escape on foot, only to be swiftly subdued by a bodyguard. The last remaining trafficker, panicked, tried to lock the car doors, but the bodyguard outpaced him, yanking the door open and dragging him out. "Spare me. Please spare me." The trafficker pleaded, but the bodyguard ignored him, delivering a swift blow that rendered him unconscious. Soon, the police arrived at the scene. In the trunk of the car, they discovered a bound child. As the trunk opened, Xia Qianqian heard Xia Qianqian's thoughts. Chapter 18. A closer bond as a prominent figure in the city. The police expressed confidence in Xia Qianqian. After a brief inquiry and confirming the boy was indeed from the Fu family, they handed him over to Xia Qianqian. Through simple communication in the car, Xia Qianqian learned the boy's name was Fuing. The moment Fuing uttered his name, Xia Qianqian distinctly felt Xia Qianqian relax in his arms. "We got the right one. It's Fuing." As Fuing noticed Xia Qianqian's unwavering gaze upon him, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. "Uncle, is this your daughter?" Xia Qianqian nodded. Fuing continued, "May I hold her?" The instant the trunk opened, his first sight was of Xia Qianqian curiously looking at him, invoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. While Xia Qianqian hesitated, Xia Qianqian's excitement bubbled forth. "Let him hold me. He is an important figure closely tied to future Fuing. It's always beneficial to build a good relationship from a young age." Hearing his daughter's thoughts, Xia Qianqian reluctantly placed Xia Qianqian into Fuing's arms. As Fuing held Xia Qianqian, he studied her intently. Xia Qianqian extended her tiny hand, grasping Fuing's fingers in a gesture of friendliness. This action left Fuing momentarily speechless, frozen in place. "Qianqian seems to like you." Xia Qianqian, noticing Fuing's nervous demeanor, hurried to explain. Fuing finally relaxed. "So your name is Xia Qianqian," he murmured as Xia Qianqian beamed at him. Seeing the smile on the little girl's face made Fuing involuntarily chuckle. At the Fu estate, both Fu Shun and Fuing were astonished by Xia Qianqian's unexpected visit. It was only when they spotted Fuing hiding behind Xia Qianqian, cradling Xia Qianqian, that Fu Shun comprehended the situation. After expressing gratitude, he gestured for Fuing to escort the guests to the living room. He swiftly dialed his brother's number. While Fuing's expression was far from pleasant, observing the intimate interactions between Fuing and Xia Qianqian, Fuing felt an inexplicable discontent brewing within him. He extended his hand, wishing to embrace his long-lost cousin, only to have Fuing abruptly evade him. Clinging tightly to the infant Xia Qianqian, Fuing gazed at Fuing with a hint of trepidation. Noticing Fuing's emotional shift, Xia Qianqian reached out her tiny hand to gently caress Fuing's face. Fuing, feeling a bit embarrassed, managed to smile in Fuing's direction, yet his heart was filled with turmoil. It was he who had known Xia Qianqian first. How was it that she now seemed closer to Fuing? Unable to contain herself, Xia Qianqian candidly remarked on Fuing's impassive demeanor. Upon hearing her thoughts, Fuing's countenance darkened further. They had only just met, and Xia Qianqian had already aligned herself completely with Fuing. Uncle Xia, I also wish to hold Xia Qianqian. Fuing inhaled deeply, donning an innocent smile as he blinked his large, dark eyes imploringly at Xia Qianqian. Before Xia Qianqian could respond, Fuing interjected, "No." Chapter 19. Jealousy for her. Fuing's smile froze on his face. "What did you say?" He slowly turned to Fuing, his eyes icy. "You can't hold her." "I want to hold her." Fuing was startled by Fuing's expression, but stubbornly maintained his position in a quiet voice. The atmosphere between the two brothers was fraught with tension. Fuing clenched his fists, his brows furrowed, his terrifying gaze suggesting that his fists might soon make contact with Fuing's face. Suddenly, Xia Qianqian's voice pierced through to Fuing. What is Fuing doing? She wondered, perplexed. This boy had seemed fine moments ago. What had prompted this sudden change? Could it be that Fuing is feeling jealous? What could he possibly be envious of concerning a mere infant? Fuing was taken aback. Jealousy? Was his displeasure truly born of envy? Impossible. Xia Qianqian was simply a unique infant. He was merely concerned that Xia Qianqian's closeness to Fuing might disrupt his future plans. It had to be that. Fuing reassured himself. Though his expression grew somewhat stiff and the grip on his fists gradually loosened. "Then you can hold her." Fuing averted his gaze, feigning indifference as he distanced himself from Fuing and settled onto the sofa. Soon, Fuing's parents arrived at the Fu residence. Upon seeing their son unharmed, Fuing's mother rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. Fuing instinctively took a step back. "Mom, you might crush the baby." It was then that the woman noticed the infant nestled in Fuing's arms. "Litme, Fuing appeared busy de Fuyan." Fuing clutched the blanket enveloping Xia Qianqian tightly, glancing between his mother and the infant. After much inner turmoil, he bit his lip and reluctantly handed Xia Qianqian to Fuing. The woman could no longer restrain herself, embracing Fuing tightly and weeping openly. Fuing, however, kept his gaze fixed on Xia Qianqian in Fuing's arms, inhaling the faint scent of milk from the infant. Instantly, Fuing's irritation evaporated. Noticing Fuing's unwavering gaze on Xia Qianqian, Fuing sought refuge in a corner where Fuing could not see and devoted himself to amusing the infant. "Xiazong, our families shall be friends from now on. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask." Fushun grasped Xia Qianqian's hand firmly. It had been a long time since Fuing had been abducted, yet no clues had surfaced. Fushun's family wept daily due to this ordeal, without asking for any favors in return. The Fu family was immensely grateful. Xia Qianqian was also quite pleased. The Fu family was a prominent presence in the city, and forming a relationship with such a powerful clan would undoubtedly benefit the Xia family. Observing the exchange between Xia Qianqian and Fushun, Xia Qianqian sighed in relief internally. "Wonderful. The Xia family has gained another ally. I will continue to strive. I believe the Xia family can alter its fate." Hearing his daughter's thoughts, Xia Qianqian's smile widened. The Xia family would surely be safe. For his daughter's sake, he would alter the Xia family's destiny. Chapter 20. Betrayal. Once again, Xia Qianqian was troubled of late. It had been a long while since he had taken Xia Qianqian to the company. Recently, several projects had encountered a series of issues. Xia Qianqian was overwhelmed with stress. However, this was not the primary reason for his decision to keep Xia Qianqian away from the company. An employee had committed suicide within his firm. The atmosphere was rife with rumors and whispers directed at him. Xia Qianqian was aware that his daughter could comprehend adult conversations, and he wished to shield her from the unpleasant remarks. In truth, the employee's suicide should not have been directly linked to Xia Qianqian as the employer. Yet, the employee had left behind a letter accusing Xia Qianqian of mistreating staff, claiming that his death was connected to the relentless pressure he had faced from Xia Qianqian. Public opinion surged against him. The narrative within the company began to shift dramatically. Xia Qianqian found himself in a position where he could not articulate his grievances. He had engaged in public relations efforts, held press conferences, and issued clarifying statements, yet none proved effective. He diligently sought evidence to clear his name, but it appeared futile. The company's stock began to decline, and many previously secured collaborations were canceled due to public pressure. Xia Qianqian had managed to keep everything under wraps. Meanwhile, Lu Wen, who had been recuperating at home, remained oblivious to these developments. For several consecutive days, she noticed her husband leaving early and returning late, his face betraying an unmistakable frown. "Dear, please tell me the truth. Is there a problem at the company?" she asked gently, concern etched on her face as she held Xia Qianqian. Xia Qianqian could no longer contain himself and laid bare all that had transpired. The sound of their conversation soon roused the slumbering Xia Qianqian. Listening intently, she quickly grasped the situation. "I truly cannot fathom why he would defame me. What have I done to inspire such animosity? Would he rather sacrifice his own life than allow me to thrive?" Xia Qianqian lamented in frustration, tugging at his hair. "He does not despise you, Daddy. He is being coerced." Xia Qianqian's thoughts resonated unexpectedly. The couple exchanged a glance, instinctively turning their attention to Xia Qianqian. In the dim light, she remained unaware, continuing to voice her thoughts. "Daddy, everything about you is admirable. It's just your judgment of character that falters." This employee was already suffering from cancer and was near death. Daddy's dear brother, Zheng Yin, must have discovered this and, using his family as leverage, coerced the employee into this charade. Xia Qianqian was taken aback, unable to believe that once again he had been betrayed by a trusted friend. "Actually, it's quite simple. All you need to do is to control Zheng Yin first, then find the victim's family. Offer them proper consolation and a solemn commitment. Soon, you will uncover evidence of Zheng Yan's malice." Xia Qianqian was elated, wasting no time in taking action. Immediately, he took out his mobile phone and dialed the secretary. "Where is Zheng Yin? Tell him to come see me at once." Chapter 21. 2 women. At the moment he received the call from his secretary, Zheng Yin was at a bar, dancing exuberantly with a beautiful woman. With just a glance at the caller ID, he abruptly ended the call, not answering the phone. The woman beside him casually caught sight of the words "Boss S. Secretary" on the screen and feigned concern, inquiring, "Is everything all right?" "Soon. I shall be the owner of this company. When do I have to answer the secretary's call?" Zheng Yin laughed heartily, raising his glass. "Ignore it. Let us have another drink." "Xia Zong, Zheng Yin is not answering his phone." Xia Qianqian was sneered. "You've changed, Zheng Yin. In the past, you would answer at the first ring. Now, it seems you've calculated that your position is in jeopardy to the point of ignoring work calls, having arranged everything." The following morning, Xia Qianqian visited the family of the deceased employee according to the address provided by the secretary. The household was occupied only by the elderly mother and a newlywed wife. Upon seeing Xia Qianqian, both displayed palpable hostility. Yet, upon noticing the burly driver standing behind him, they begrudgingly invited him inside. "Your son is already dead. What more do you wish to extract from us?" The mother of the employee spoke harshly, turning her head away in disdain. Xia Qianqian was taken aback by the question. What did they mean by wanting something from them? He had never even met the employee before his death, let alone desired anything from him. The employee's wife maintained a somewhat better demeanor, yet remained silent, engrossed in her own affairs. Seeing that the two were unwilling to engage, Xia Qianqian boldly plopped onto the sofa. "Ladies, let us converse. I believe there may be a misunderstanding between us." As they continued to remain silent, he pressed on. "I have come primarily to offer condolences to the family of the employee. Although this incident does not directly involve me, he was still part of the company, and I wish to provide whatever assistance I can to his family." Upon hearing this, the two women finally reacted. "What do you mean it doesn't involve you?" The employee's mother turned to Xia Qianqian, glaring fiercely. "What are you implying? Are you offering compensation?" The employee's wife paused her actions, casting a puzzled glance at him. Xia Qianqian finally felt a sense of relief. If they were willing to communicate, there was a chance to uncover the truth. Eventually, through an exchange of information, he pieced together a rough narrative. Just as Xia Qianqian had mentioned, the employee had been suffering from cancer and had little time left. His family was already in dire financial straits due to medical expenses. One day, the employee left a suicide note and took his own life. However, the contents of the note left for his family differed significantly from the one he had left at the company. In the company's note, the employee vehemently accused Xia Qianqian, firmly stating that he was directly responsible for his death. In the letter to his family, besides mentioning Xia Qianqian, the employee also referred to another company member, Zheng Yin. Chapter 22. Crisis averted. The letter left at home indicated that Zheng Yin would provide the family with a sum of money after his suicide, sufficient to compensate for the years of medical expenses and sacrifices made for him. Moreover, the note cautioned them against inquiring about Zheng Yin, insisting that they remember his death was undeniably connected to Xia Qianqian. After reading the other letter, Xia Qianqian was now fully convinced that Zheng Yin was indeed orchestrating this behind the scenes. "So, have you received that money?" he inquired. The two women were momentarily taken aback. Then, the employee's wife shook her head. "Not yet. It's been nearly half a month since his passing. Do you honestly think we will still receive that money?" The two exchanged glances, silently agreeing to remain quiet. "I will investigate this matter thoroughly. As for the money, I will provide it as compensation for the employee's family. I only have one request. Please hand over that letter to me." Xia Qianqian spoke with a serious tone. After some discussion, the two women began to realize that something was amiss. Observing the bank card in Xia Qianqian's hand, the employee's mother sighed heavily. "Take it." This was directed toward her daughter-in-law. "I will give you the letter. I hope you can uncover the true murderer of my son." After speaking, the elderly woman turned and entered the room. The employee's wife accepted the bank card and escorted Xia Qianqian to the door. Once outside the deceased employee's home, Xia Qianqian immediately set out to investigate the matter. With the assistance of the other letter, and in cooperation with the police, they quickly located the chat records between Zheng Yin and the deceased employee in Zheng Yin's email. The truth emerged. Just as Xia Qianqian had stated, Zheng Yin had employed intimidation and inducement against the employee, who was already gravely ill. He claimed that if the employee did not assist him in achieving his goals, he would find a way to harm his family. Conversely, should the employee comply, his family would receive a substantial sum of money after his death. Yet, it was evident that this so-called sum was merely an illusion that Zheng Yin had painted for the deceased. Upon learning the truth, the family of the deceased became utterly distraught. At the same time, they were moved by the fact that Xia Qianqian, upon discovering the truth, did not lash out at them. Instead, he provided them with a sum sufficient to ensure their financial security for the remainder of their lives. The two women emerged to testify, affirming that prior to this incident, the employee had never once complained about Xia Qianqian at home. Rather, he would often express his gratitude for having such a fortunate employer. With irrefutable evidence, Zheng Yin was promptly incarcerated. Once this matter was exposed, public opinion shifted dramatically in favor of Xia Qianqian. In an instant, he was inundated with praise. In the days that followed, Xia Qianqian felt an immense sense of joy. Not only had he successfully resolved the corporate crisis, but he could also return to work alongside Xia Qianqian to facilitate bringing Xia Qianqian to the office. Xia Qianqian even placed a pale pink baby cradle in his office, which clashed with the overall decor. He had done so simply because Xia Qianqian had remarked that it looked rather nice while they were shopping. At that moment, Xia Qianqian gazed at the slumbering Xia Qianqian in the cradle, his face beaming with happiness. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Chapter 23. A sudden visit. Upon hearing the knocking, Xia Qianqian's expression instantly soured. He had explicitly instructed that during this time, anyone with matters to discuss should contact him via WeChat. No one was permitted to enter. Who was the oblivious individual that dared to come and knock? What if they woke his precious daughter? Who would take responsibility? The knocking continued. Xia Qianqian had no choice but to hastily approach the door, pull it open, and step outside. Just as he was about to scold the intruder, he was taken aback to discover it was Fuing. The harsh words caught in his throat, and Xia Qianqian exerted great effort to adjust his expression. "What brings you here?" "My mother asked me to visit Xia's family, to see Qianqian. I went to the villa, but Aunt Lu said Qianqian was not home and instructed me to find you at the company," Fuing explained. Xia Qianqian was puzzled as to why Lu would send Fuing to the company without informing him. After a moment's thought, he realized that in order to avoid disturbing Xia Qianqian's sleep, he had set his phone to silent mode. It was likely that Lu had called him, but he hadn't heard it. "Qianqian is sleeping," Xia Qianqian clarified. Fuing nodded and immediately apologized. "I wasn't aware." "My apologies, uncle. I should have knocked just now." Despite the fact that Xia Qianqian was quite irate moments ago, he found himself unable to express his frustration any longer. "Why not take a seat inside for a while? Once Xia Qianqian wakes up, you two can play together," he suggested. opening the door to his office and gesturing for Fuing to enter. Thus, where only Xia Qianqian had previously stood beside Xia Qianqian's cradle with a beaming smile, now both he and Fuing stood, one on each side, adorned with equally warm expressions. When Xia Qianqian awoke, she was startled to find two enlarged male faces hovering above her cradle. Oh my goodness, what are these two doing? They nearly scared me to death. Her thoughts echoed clearly in the minds of both men. Xia Qianqian scooped her up, casting a mildly reproachful glance at Fuing. You mustn't do this again. You frightened Xia Qianqian. Fuing chuckled helplessly and nodded in agreement. It's not just Fuing, you know. Father, you look quite frightening too. Xia Qianqian's voice chimed in again. Fuing stifled his laughter. Eager to shift the topic, he merely exchanged pleasantries, recalling that when the incident had occurred, FSHN had promptly inquired if Xia Qianqian required assistance, which had been politely declined. Thank you for your concern, but the matter has already been resolved, Xia Qianqian replied with a nod. Fuing, curious, asked, Uncle Xi, how did you discover that Xia Qianqian was problematic? It was well known within the industry that Xia Qianqian had a solid relationship with Xia Qianqian, and the incident had been executed with remarkable precision. A mysterious smile graced Xia Qianqian's lips as he replied, a secret, one that cannot be divulged. It's simply because my father is clever. But once I grow a little older, I'll find a way to give him hints so that this matter can be resolved more swiftly. Xia Qianqian's voice echoed once more. A sense of pride involuntarily surfaced on Xia Qianqian's face. Fuing observed attentively, a bold hypothesis blossoming in his mind. Perhaps he was not the only one capable of hearing Xia Qianqian's thoughts. Chapter 24, A Journey Together. Witnessing the expression on Xia Qianqian's face, Fuing's speculation deepened. It was not merely that she was aware. She seemed to have foreseen the events before they unfolded. After all, she had mentioned a reminder. Coupled with Xia Qianqian's earlier mention of secrecy and the inexplicable pride that had emerged on his face, Fuing felt that there was at least a 90% chance that Xia Qianqian had discerned the connection between Xia Qianqian and the incident, and had thought to communicate directly with the victim's family because he had heard Xia Qianqian's thoughts after the fact, just as he had experienced at the banquet when he heard her thoughts, stealing a discreet glance at Xia Qianqian and the little girl in his arms. Fuing felt an increased admiration for Xia Qianqian. The ability to foresee the future may very well have been an innate gift. Yet, her remarkable skill lay in devising solutions without raising suspicions among others. Observing the father and daughter in their jovial interaction, Fuing chose not to intrude further. Uncle Xi, seeing that you are both well, I shall take my leave. Noticing the young boy's understanding demeanor, Xia Qianqian felt a twinge of guilt. This young lad had traveled from the F family to the Xi family, and then to Xi's company, only to almost receive a reprimand from him. And now he was opting to leave shortly after. Well, it's for the best. There isn't too much fun to be had at the company anyway, he chuckled, attempting to reassure himself. So, next time you find yourself free, do let me know in advance, and I shall arrange for a car to come fetch you to play with Xia Qianqian. He endeavored to maintain a friendly demeanor. Fuing was quite pleased with this arrangement, nodding eagerly as he quickly bid farewell, leaving the office for the father and daughter. A week later, every day, it's either accompanying father to the company or lounging around at home, being carried. I'm becoming utterly bored. I want to go out. Early in the morning, the entire Xi family was greeted by Xia Qianqian's fervent protests. Observing her visibly displeased expression, the family decided to grant the three Xi brothers a day off to take Xia Qianqian out for some fresh air. Recalling his earlier commitment to Fuing, Xia Qianqian tentatively dialed the F family. Upon hearing that it was Xia Qianqian calling, FSHN promptly agreed, declining the offer for a car to be sent. No need for trouble. I'll have my driver take this little one over shortly. The three Xi brothers were somewhat discontent upon learning that Fuing would be accompanying them, as it meant sharing their little princess with another. However, as it was their father's decision, Xia Qianqian did not voice her dissent, and they reluctantly acquiesced. Fuing did not keep the Xi brothers waiting long. Shortly after Li Wn had dressed Xia Qianqian like a little princess, the F family's car arrived at the Xi residence. Fuing entered, politely greeting Li Wn and the three Xi brothers before turning to gaze at Xia Qianqian, now transformed into a little princess. How odd. Why does he keep staring at me? Am I too adorable? She mused internally. Chapter 25, A Quintet. Initially, this day was meant solely for the three Xi brothers to enjoy Xia Qianqian's company. Now, with Fuing intruding without hesitation, his unwavering gaze fixated on her, Xi was the first to express his displeasure. Stepping forward, he placed himself between Fuing and his brother Xi Jiang, who was holding Xia Qianqian. Young Master F, is there anything else you need to prepare? We are ready to depart. Had it not been for his sister's previous admonition to avoid provoking Fuing, Xi would not have shown him any courtesy. Noticing Xi's discontent, Fuing quickly nodded. I have nothing else to prepare. I am ready to leave now. Xi signaled for Xi Qianqian to proceed ahead and gestured for Fuing to follow. Only when Fuing's gaze shifted away from Xia Qianqian did Xi's expression relax slightly. Father, we are heading out. Please take good care of our sister. Xi had observed Fuing's demeanor towards him. The other two younger brothers also wore less than cheerful expressions after Fuing's arrival, though they did not particularly like him. They resolved to avoid conflict for the sake of Xia Qianqian. The three Xi brothers had previously conspired to take her to the park, where they could enjoy the scenery, bask in the sun, and breathe fresh air. Fuing had no objections. The group soon arrived at the park that the three Xi brothers had meticulously chosen. After disembarking, Xi retrieved the stroller from the trunk, while Xi Jiang carefully placed Xia Qianqian into it. Despite their differences with Fuing, the brothers displayed a commendable level of coordination, with Xi pushing the stroller while the others flanked him and Xia Qianqian. Initially, they strolled through the park joyfully, occasionally hearing Xia Qianqian's cheerful thoughts. Though there was no verbal exchange among them, content smiles adorned their faces. However, everything changed when Xia Qianqian spotted the playground at the park's center filled with children. Wow, there seem to be so many little friends over there. I want to play too. Xi, upon hearing her thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle. The little girl was so small that none of the equipment was suitable for her. Yet, among the four boys present, none could refuse Xia Qianqian's request. Xia pushed the stroller, and together they headed towards the children's play area. Many little ones were frolicking around. Wow, there's a sand pit. It would be wonderful to build a castle. Xia Qianqian exclaimed excitedly, her small hands waving joyfully as she gazed at the sand pit. Fuing was unaware that the three Xia brothers could hear Xia Qianqian's heartfelt wishes, just as she thought of wanting a sandcastle. Fuing stepped forward and said to Xia, Brother, why don't we build a castle for Qianqian? The three Xia brothers exchanged puzzled glances. Was this mere coincidence? Just as Xia Qianqian wished for a sandcastle, this boy from the Fu family suggested it. Although confused, they recognized that Fuing's proposal perfectly matched Xia Qianqian's desires. Xia nodded in agreement. All right, Xia-chun, you go help young Master Fu. Xia-chun was reluctant to collaborate with Fuing. Yet upon seeing Xia Qianqian's radiant smile from the stroller, he acquiesced. Chapter 26. No one can harm her. Xia-chun and Fuing worked swiftly. To be precise, Fuing was the one moving rapidly, while Xia-chun merely assisted. Before long, a rough yet discernibly castle-shaped mound of sand appeared before everyone. Wow, not bad. Xia pushed Xia Qianqian closer to the sandpit for a better view. Although it's a bit crude, it's impressive that two boys could create such a castle. Upon hearing the praise, both Xia-chun and Fuing couldn't contain their grins. Meanwhile, Xia and Xia Jing felt a twinge of regret, wishing they had rushed to shape the sandcastle themselves. The four stood in contemplation when suddenly, a handful of sand was flung towards Xia Qianqian's stroller. Fuing, closest to Xia Qianqian, immediately lunged forward, shielding the stroller with his body. Xiao's heart raced in fright. Although it was just a handful of sand, for such a small infant as Xia Qianqian, the consequences could be dire if the sand got in her eyes or accidentally inhaled. Xia handed the stroller's handle to Xia Jing and approached a small boy who held his hand aloft. sand still trickling between his fingers. "Where are your parents?" Xia demanded, looking down at the boy. "What I said to you?" The boy showed no remorse, defiantly gazing up at Xia. "Call your parents." Xia struggled to suppress the impulse to reprimand the boy, his expression darkening. As they faced off, a sudden cry from Xia Qianqian broke the tension. "Young Master Fu!" Xia shouted. Fu Qing's expression turned fierce as he seized the boy's collar. "Apologize," he bellowed. Xia wanted to intervene, but hesitated at the sight of Fu Qing's intensity. Just then, the boy rushed at Fu Qing, throwing punches and kicks. "Let go of my friend. Let him go." Unlike Xia, Fu Qing was not one to hold back. He swiftly kicked the boy down, scoffing. "Let go of your friend? Your friend was about to hit my sister with a stone. Had I not intervened, my sister would have suffered from that blow." The boy, trembling in fear, shouted, "This sandpit belongs to us. Nobody can play here without our permission." Fu Qing's anger surged further at those words as he raised his hand. Xia finally reacted, though his own fury simmered. "Calm down. You can't reason with such brats. Let's find their parents." Fu Qing struggled against Xiao's grip, but the sound of Xia Qianqian's cries snapped him back to reality. Xia Jing quickly scooped Xia Qianqian into his arms, comforting her. "Don't cry, little sister, I'm here." Fu Qing's wild demeanor gradually subsided, and he nodded at Xia. "I apologize for my outburst." Xia understood, and, after releasing Fu Qing, promptly called Xia Qianqian. Chapter 27. Bratty kid Xia briefly explained the situation at the park to Xia Qianqian. Before he could finish, Xia Qianqian hung up. Shortly after, he and Luwen arrived in view. Luwen, with unwavering focus, approached Xia Jing. By then, Xia Qianqian had ceased her crying and, feeling a bit embarrassed upon seeing Luwen, turned her head away. She herself was unsure why she had cried out of the blue, especially since she hadn't been particularly frightened. Perhaps it was the influence of her still-developing infant body. "Thank goodness, but Fu Qing got hurt protecting me. We must find that rascal." Luwen sighed in relief upon seeing Xia Qianqian was well. She took Xia Qianqian from Xia Jing's arms, her expression turning serious as she looked at Xia, only to notice the blood trickling down Fu Qing's head. Luwen's expression shifted from serious to anxious. The youngest son of the Fu family had been invited by Xia Qianqian. Now that he had been injured, the implications were entirely different. Xia Qianqian noticed Fu Qing's injury as well, his face growing solemn. Xia hastily explained the events leading up to the incident. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation as the eldest son, Xia Qian and he each restrained one of the boys who were trying to escape. Upon learning the details, Xia Qianqian and Luwen were incensed. Yet, they recognized that adults getting involved with such young children could complicate matters further. "Where are your parents? This matter could escalate significantly. If you do not take us to your parents, we may have to consider calling the police." The mere mention of the police sent a flicker of fear across the boys' faces. After a moment of hesitation, they began to walk in a certain direction. In a nearby, upscale community, the group encountered the parents of the two boys. The families were neighbors and were currently gathered in one home, loudly playing mahjong. Upon hearing the doorbell, a woman cursed as she opened the door. Seeing Xia Qianqian and his entourage, with her child and the neighbor's child surrounded in the middle, she immediately began to shout, "What are you doing? What do you want with my child?" Her outburst drew the attention of the adults inside, who quickly surrounded the scene, all chattering in outrage. After much effort, Xia Qianqian finally managed to explain the situation to the adults. He had hoped for at least an apology upon revealing the truth, but the leading woman merely scoffed at him and asked, "Are you done?" Xia Qianqian was taken aback, but nodded. It was merely a minor dispute among children. There is no need for such a commotion. The woman, dismissively pulling out several hundred yuan, shoved it into Xia Qianqian's hands. "Here, this is for the child's medical expenses. Now go about your business." At such an advanced age, one would think they would know better than to treat children in this manner. With that, he pulled the two children into the house, slamming the door shut behind him. Xia Qianqian was utterly taken aback by this turn of events, while Luwen stood nearby, frowning. How could there be such irresponsible parents? Holding the few hundred yuan in his hand, Xia Qianqian felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Yet in that moment, he found himself powerless against the two little boys. Chapter 28. Reconciliation. When Xia Qianqian rang the doorbell again, no one answered. He looked at the blood that had congealed on Fu Qing's face feeling helpless. He took Fuing to the hospital and explained the day's events to Fushan, who expressed his understanding. This was the child's choice. It was not their responsibility. Moreover, the boy was sturdy and would be fine with a little bump. Should anything happen to the precious child, however, that would indeed be a serious matter. Xia Qianqian interrupted Fushan's words, thanking him profusely. He then reassured Fuing that he was welcome to visit Xia Qianqian at their home whenever he wished. At the Xia household, the three brothers were in low spirits. Xia Qianqian had been frightened earlier and was soon comforted to sleep by Lu Wan. However, the three brothers could not find rest. They gathered in Xia Yu's room to discuss the events of the day. They were all somewhat dissatisfied with Xia Qianqian's handling of the situation, but had to admit that, given the circumstances, his approach was the most rational and least likely to exacerbate matters. They fell into silence until Xia Qianqian suddenly spoke up. In fact, I think Fuing was quite impressive today, at least among those present. He was the only one who responded in kind. As the youngest among the Xia brothers, Xia Qianqian, who was of a similar age to Fuing, felt his own performance paled in comparison to his two older brothers. After all, adults cannot resort to violence. Yet he was merely a child himself. Xia Yu's phone buzzed with a text notification. Upon opening it, he found a message from an unknown number. Who is it? Seeing the surprise on Xia Yu's face, Xia Jing could not help but inquire. It's Fuing. He claims to have a good method for avenging Xia Qianqian and wants to know if we are interested. Xia Yu glanced at his two brothers. The three exchanged glances, each uncertain. Finally, Xia Jing suggested, why don't we first ask him what his plan is? If it seems feasible, we can agree later. This proposal was unanimously approved. Xia Yu connected the call and switched to speaker mode. After hearing Fuing's plan, the three brothers huddled around the phone in silence. Fuing waited a moment, but there was no response from the other end. That's fine. If you're unwilling to collaborate with me, I can go alone, he stated, preparing to hang up. However, Xia Yu stopped him. We three brothers cannot all be present. Instead, let us know what resources you need, and Xia Qianqian will cooperate with you. How does that sound? Both Xia Yu and Xia Jing were of age now, and should they participate in Fuing's scheme, it could backfire. Fine, no problem, Fuing readily agreed. Then we shall meet at the Xia residence at 9 in the morning. No failure to appear. After agreeing on the time, Xia Yu ended the call, and the three brothers felt a surge of excitement, completely shedding their earlier gloom. The young master of the Fu family certainly has something to offer. Xia Qianqian murmured. This morning, it seems we were overly presumptuous. Chapter 29. The scheme the following morning, both Xia Yu and Xia Jing coincidentally requested a day off from Xia Qianqian. He found it peculiar, and, when asked for their reasons, they fumbled and distracted him with vague explanations. Observing Xia Qianqian sneakily darting out the door, Xia Qianqian suspected these boys were up to no good. However, recalling the events of the previous day, he had an inkling of their intentions. Fine, go ahead. I'll grant you both a day off, but be careful. Xia Qianqian was acutely aware that this was not the right approach. Yet the thought of his precious daughter nearly being harmed by a rock filled him with rage. She was his only jewel. Since he could not act directly, it wouldn't hurt for the Xia brothers to handle it for him. Outside the Xia residence, Xia Qianqian was already seated in a Fu family vehicle, departing with Fuing. Soon, they discovered the workplace of the two boys' parents. It was the Lu Corporation. Xia Yu gazed at the address sent by a friend on his phone. Lu? I've never heard of these parents. What on earth are they flaunting? Xia Jing questioned. Perplexed. Why not have our father confront the Lu representatives and have him dismiss these four individuals? Xia Yu shook his head. That's not enough. Simply firing them would be too lenient. Xia Jing nodded, somewhat understanding. Meanwhile, Xia Qianqian received the address sent by Xia Yu and displayed it to Fuing. What should we do now? Fuing input the address into the map. The car halted in front of a school near the Lu Corporation. What is the plan? Aren't we supposed to find them at their workplace? Xia Qianqian asked, confused. We certainly cannot show our faces. That would invite scrutiny. Fuing winked mischievously at Xia Qianqian, stepping out of the vehicle with an air of mystery. At the school gate, next to the small shop, it was noon, and students from the middle school poured out of the building. Fuing stood confidently at the entrance, hands in his pockets, wearing a pair of oversized sunglasses, boldly displaying several boxes of the latest full-set Gundam models that were all the rage among the students. His ostentatious demeanor quickly drew the attention of many middle schoolers. Some gazed at him with envy, while others feigned indifference. Once enough students were gathered, Fuing removed his sunglasses, waved his hand, and called out, "Is there anyone who wants a complete set of Gundam models?" The crowd exchanged glances. Finally, someone spoke up. "So what? Are you just going to give them to us?" With one person speaking, the others began to chatter. "Surely he isn't just showing off? There is no such thing as a free gift." Fuing observed the lively discussions, remaining silent as he calmly regarded them. Once the chatter began to die down, he surveyed the crowd. "Of course, they're not free. However, if you help me with one task, each of you will receive a set upon completion. How can we be sure you won't cheat us? What if we help you and you deny us later?" A voice in the crowd raised a doubt. "You have no way of knowing," Fuing replied coldly, directing his gaze at the student who had just spoken. "Without assisting me, you can't afford a complete set. But if you help me, you'll have at least a 50% chance of obtaining it." The noise from the crowd ceased. Everyone found Fuing's logic compelling. Yet the pride of youth prevented them from admitting it. "I only need 8 people. Discuss amongst yourselves." After Fuing's declaration, the crowd, which had only just quieted down, erupted into discussions again. This time, however, they were eager to assist Fuing. He selected several seemingly astute students and led them into the Fu family vehicle. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the Lucier group. A group of middle school students, clutching promotional flyers, disembarked and dispersed in various directions. Surrounding the Lucier group, they diligently distributed flyers to urban professionals. It wasn't until every last flyer was handed out that the students gradually departed, having successfully acquired a complete set of Gundam models. The following day, as Xia Qianqian was preparing to leave the house, the butler approached him with news. "Mr. Xia, there are 2 couples outside specifically asking for you." Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian immediately surmised their identities. It was evident that these 4 individuals had come so early in the morning due to the events instigated by the Xia family's 3 brothers the previous day. Suppressing a wave of satisfaction within, he maintained a facade of calm, for in the presence of outsiders, he still had to embody the role of a refined and cultured father. "Let them in," he instructed. Once inside the Xia residence's courtyard, the 2 couples glanced around, marveling at the Xia family's substantial wealth, yet their anger only intensified. How could the Xia family be so affluent, yet still seek to trouble us? Navigating through the grand garden, the couples finally laid eyes on Xia Qianqian, leisurely seated on the living room sofa with one leg crossed, sipping coffee. "Mr. Xia," a familiar female voice called out. The woman speaking was the same one who had answered the door and handed him money 2 days prior. Xia Qianqian, cradled in Lu Wen's arms on the 2nd floor, naturally noticed the commotion below. "Those 2 look shifty. They definitely aren't good people. Father, be cautious." Hearing her beloved daughter's silent warning, Lu Wen tightened her embrace around Xia Qianqian. "Do not fear, dear. Your father and mother are here." "Ah, we meet again." Xia Qianqian greeted with a perfectly polite smile. The more composed he appeared, the more infuriated the 4 became. One of the men could no longer restrain himself and queried, "Mr. Xia, do you not have anything to say to us? Shouldn't you apologize?" Another man quickly erupted in fury. "Why should I apologize?" Xia Qianqian set down his coffee and rose to his feet. "Was it not your child who distributed flyers around our company? The flyers were filled with slander against us. The company stated that we tarnished its image and summarily dismissed us. Even people from neighboring companies are aware of this. Now we can't even find jobs." The 4 of them spoke in turns, their expressions animated as they recounted the events. "It is merely childish mischief. Why must you all make such a fuss?" Xia Qianqian replied, returning their words to them with a smile. "Aren't you all adults? Shouldn't you show a bit of consideration for the children?" Chapter 31. Integrating into her family, the 2 couples were utterly taken aback. Those phrases sounded remarkably familiar. "So you bear no responsibility for this?" Children are a reflection of the adults who raise them. Ignoring the protest from the man beside her, the woman stepped forward, shouting at Xia Qianqian. At last, a different expression graced Xia Qianqian's face. "So you do understand that principle." Realizing her misstep, the woman belatedly became aware of her faux pas. It was too late. "Butler, show them out. I have nothing further to discuss with these individuals." Despite their attempts to resist, the butler and security alerted to the commotion, escorted them out. The living room door was firmly shut. "Come out," Xia Qianqian commanded. Startled, the three Xia brothers emerged from their hidden corner, unaware of when their father had discovered their presence. They exchanged glances, preparing to apologize, but Xia Qianqian spoke first. "Well done." Those four simple words ignited a sense of warmth within the Xia brothers. "What? Well done." There's no scolding, only praise? They looked up in disbelief. Only when they saw Xia Qianqian's expression did they realize he was indeed not upset. Xia Yu cautiously inquired, "Father, you truly aren't angry?" Xia Qianqian shook his head. "This is the essence of family. Your mother and I have taught you to be well-mannered, not to endure bullying when our family is wronged." The three brothers erupted in cheers. After a brief celebration, Xia Qianqian suddenly interjected, "Father, the real hero of this incident isn't us. It's—" As Xia Qianqian spoke, the other two brothers began to feel a bit embarrassed. Xia Qianqian was interest-piqued. "Who is it?" After several inquiries, Xia Qianqian finally revealed the name. "It's Fuing." Xia Qianqian wasn't overly surprised. On the day of the incident, there had only been a few key players involved. Excluding the Xia brothers, there was only Fuing left. What astonished him was that his sons had managed to alter their perception of Fuing in such a short span of time. "Have you considered that he might have acted out of self-interest?" After all, he was injured, Xia Qianqian tentatively asked. To his astonishment, all three boys began to defend Fuing in unison. He definitely wasn't thinking of himself. After getting hurt, he didn't even check his wound. He was too busy catching that child who threw the stone. When he was with us the other day, his attention never left Qianqian's side. Had he not been so vigilant and focused on her, how could he have blocked that stone? They all spoke excitedly. Only when they noticed a knowing smile on Xia Qianqian's face did they fall silent. "We have no reason to harbor hostility towards those who protect our family, do we?" Xia Qianqian smiled at his children. They exchanged glances, and ultimately, they nodded resolutely. "From now on, Fuing will be our good friend. Yes, his problems are our problems. We welcome him to the Xia family anytime." Chapter 32. Then after this incident, the Xia family fully embraced Fuing. Xia Qianqian observed this transformation with delight. "This is wonderful. With such a strong bond with our family, the Xia family should be safe, right?" Her thoughts were overheard by Fuing, who immediately became alert. "What do you mean? Is someone planning to target the Xia family?" Moreover, in the future Xia Qianqian foresaw, Fuing seemed destined to become an extraordinary individual, possessing the power to alter the Xia family's seemingly doomed fate. From that point onward, Fuing worked even harder, fearing that his abilities would fall short of what Xia Qianqian envisioned. Not only that, but he also frequented the Xia residence, anxious not to miss any updates about Xia Qianqian. Over time, Fuing began to resemble a member of the Xia family more and more. Xia Qianqian watched as the Xia family's fortunes improved. Unconsciously, she began to imagine the project she would suggest to Xia Qianqian if she could speak. Little did she know, her musings were being heard by Fuing and the Xia family. Utilizing this information, Fuing managed to shift Fu Shun's attitude towards him significantly. Meanwhile, Xia Qianqian capitalized on these insights, investing in several projects that yielded substantial profits. Fu Shan began to develop a deeper interest in collaborating with the Xia family. After all, this son he had initially dismissed was now capable of articulating impressive viewpoints after frequent interactions with the Xia family. Recently, a new project had emerged at the Fu family that perfectly aligned with the Xia family's development trajectory. After reviewing the project proposal, Fu Shan's first thought for a potential partner was Xia Qianqian. The two individuals engaged in a conversation, and soon they established the terms of their collaboration. On that day, Xia Yu and Xia Jing were dispatched to inspect the project in partnership with the Fu family. Meanwhile, Xia Qianqian was to attend a crucial meeting alongside Fu Shan. Xia Qian, the president of the student council, was preoccupied with the school's anniversary celebrations and could not spare the time. Consequently, the household was left with only Lu Wen and Xia Qianqian. Xia Qianqian, restless in her crib, yearned to play outside with other children, expressing her desire for adventure. Since she was unable to indulge in such activities, she had lost her appetite and struggled to sleep since morning. Lu Wen, worried throughout the morning, initially thought Xia Qianqian was unwell. It was only after hearing the child's heartfelt thoughts that she sighed in relief, realizing the child was merely longing for play. However, with her brothers occupied, entrusting Xia Qianqian to others made Lu uneasy. After much contemplation, she decided to reach out to Fuing. At that moment, Fuing was at home, hosting his long-missed brother, Fuyin. Fushan insisted on fostering brotherly relations and supporting one another, which compelled Fuyin to visit the Fu residence, leaving Fuing alone with him. Upon receiving the call, Fuing's spirits lifted instantly, and he readily agreed, stating he would head to the Xia residence shortly. After hanging up, he glanced at Fuyin and, seizing the opportunity, proposed, "Hey kid, how about I go to the Xia residence to play with Xia Qianqian? Are you coming along?" Upon hearing the name Xia Qianqian, Fuyin, who had previously worn a blank expression, suddenly appeared invigorated, leaping from the sofa. "Fuing, you truly are the best brother," Fuyin exclaimed, embracing Fuing before promptly heading towards the door. Observing Fuyin's retreating figure, Fuing felt somewhat speechless. The boy showed no attempt to conceal his excitement. When the idea of visiting Xia Qianqian was mentioned, he seemed as if he could soar into the sky. Fuing suddenly regretted his suggestion. Had he known, he would have concocted a different excuse to send Fuyin away. He could have merely faced Fu Shan's reprimand. As he pondered this, Fuing recalled Xia Qianqian's past remarks about him becoming a remarkable person. Very well then, he would take Fuyin along, considering it a means to leave a favorable impression on Fu Shan. "Brother, are we not leaving yet?" Fuyin interrupted Fuing esitofts. Hearing Fuyin refer to him as brother for the first time sparked a mix of emotions in Fuing, particularly since it stemmed from his agreement to accompany Fuyin to see Xia Qianqian. His previously steady mindset began to waver once again. At the Xia residence, Fuing and Fuyin played with Xia Qianqian for a while. Soon, both Fuing and Lu once again heard Xia Qianqian's thoughts. "It's so boring at home. I want to go out to play. Even Daddy's company isn't as dull as this." Since the last incident at the park where Xia Qianqian nearly suffered an injury from a mischievous child, she had not been outside in ages. If she were not allowed to venture out soon, she would go mad from boredom. Luwen, feeling helpless, conceded, as Xia Qianqian often took Xia Qianqian to the company. And, given the high security level at the Xia firm, she proposed, "Why don't you two take Qianqian to the company and wait for her father to finish work?" Fuing's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. Fuyin had no objections either. For him, being with Xia Qianqian was all that mattered, regardless of the location. Thus, the two boys, along with Xia Qianqian, took Fu's private vehicle to the Xia family's company. The sight of the two young masters from the Fu family accompanied by Xia Qianqian, the heiress of the Xia family, allowed them to bypass any obstacles as they entered through the exclusive passageway designated for the Xia general manager. To prevent Xia Qianqian from feeling bored, Fuing, carrying her, led Fuyin as they explored the company, taking the executive elevator through several floors. After wandering for 5 or 6 levels, Xia Qianqian began to feel drowsy, her eyelids growing heavy, as the elevator doors opened with a ding, just as Fuing was about to step out with Xia Qianqian. A man's voice resonated from outside the elevator. "I will inform you of the base price once the money is deposited." Fuing, puzzled, gestured for Fuyin to be silent and cautiously exited the elevator with Xia Qianqian. The three of them stealthily crouched in a corner of the elevator shaft, eavesdropping on the man's conversation. "I told you, I can share the low price for collaboration, but I must first see the money in my account." Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian jolted awake, her sleepiness vanishing. This person is suspicious. The Xia family would not typically collaborate with the Fu family. However, in the original narrative, there exists a character who jeopardizes a crucial collaboration for the Xia family. Fuing, alerted by Xia Qianqian's thoughts, quickly retrieved his phone and activated the recording function. "All right, I have received a text from the bank. The base price is..." The man's voice then revealed a series of numbers. Fuing's pupils dilated in shock. He recognized those figures. He had overheard them during a previous discussion between Xia Qianqian and Fu Shan regarding their business dealings. If this low price were to be leaked, both the Xia and Fu families would lose their competitive edge in the collaboration. This is disastrous. Is there anyone who can intervene? If this man succeeds, Not only will the Fu and Xia families suffer immense losses, but he will continue to wreak havoc. Xia Qianqian's thoughts conveyed a sense of urgency. Mind your own affairs. I only need to find a way to shift all the blame onto Xia Qianqian. This way, not only will the collaboration between the two families collapse, but I can also remain in the Fu family's company. Listening to the man's voice, Fuing was consumed with fury. He had initially assumed the traitor was from the Xia family, only to discover that the infiltrator was from his own family. The man seemed to have ended the call, chuckling softly as his footsteps faded away. After much deliberation, Fuing reluctantly placed Xia Qianqian into Fu Yan's arms. Take good care of her. Even if you get hurt, you must ensure she remains unharmed. Understood? Fuing looked into Fu Yan's eyes, lowering his voice to impart his serious warning. Fu Yan nodded earnestly. Fuing reiterated his instructions. Though Fu Yan was puzzled by the sudden gravity of Fuing's words, he understood that keeping Xia Qianqian safe was paramount and vowed to comply. Go now, Fuing urged, patting Fu Yan on the shoulder as he observed him carefully holding Xia Qianqian, rushing to the elevator and pressing the button for the ascent. Only then did Fuing turn away. As he hurried a few steps, Fuing spotted the man's silhouette in the distance. Slowing his pace, he trailed behind the man. As they walked, Fuing was alarmed to see the man enter the conference room. This was problematic. Fuing furrowed his brow. If the individual were a lower-ranking employee, it might have been manageable. However, now, he was within the conference room. How could Fuing ensure he did not disrupt Fu Shen's meeting while simultaneously convincing Fu Shen that this man was an infiltrator from the family company? At the corner near the conference room entrance, Fuing fell into deep contemplation. He possessed the recording of the man. If only he could successfully deliver the recording into the meeting room, he could persuade Fu Shen. Yet, if he recklessly barged into the conference room, Fu Shen not only refused to listen to him, but also ruthlessly expelled him under the pretext of disrupting order. As he gazed at the wall clock, the minute hand ticked away steadily. Fuing was anxious, pacing back and forth. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the small room adjacent to the conference hall. Typically, such large conference rooms are accompanied by a small office that connects to them through a door. If this small office is not assigned for personnel, it is generally used as a control room for the large screen in the conference hall. Fuing took a deep breath and approached the small room. With his right hand on the doorknob and his left hand clenched into a fist, he fervently prayed in his heart. It must not be an office. It must be a control room. With a click, he turned the doorknob. The door to the small room slowly opened before him. Chapter 35. His recording, Fuing resisted the urge to close his eyes, intently watching as the door to the small room opened gradually. Darkness enveloped the small room. Finally, once the door was fully ajar, the hallway light illuminated the interior. Fuing blinked, and after a few seconds, his eyes adjusted to the dim light within. A smile slowly crept onto his lips. Fortune was on his side. This small room was indeed the control room for the large conference hall. He knew very well that today's meeting content did not require the large screen. Fuing stepped into the small room, turned on the lights, and swiftly approached the control panel. He powered on the main computer. Inside the conference hall, discussions about the final price were fervent, with no one noticing the man sitting at the end of the room, casually playing with his fingers, a disdainful smile on his face. Naturally, no one noticed that the large screen, which had previously been dark, was now gradually illuminating. I have received the bank's text message. The base price is... The executives in the conference room were embroiled in a heated debate over the final bid, nearly on the verge of leaping from their seats to engage in a brawl. Suddenly, a familiar voice emanated from the conference hall speakers, causing everyone to pause in surprise. The expression of the man at the end of the room shifted dramatically. As the speakers relayed a series of numbers that everyone present was all too familiar with, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. If only he could find a way to shift all the blame onto Xia Qianqian, not only would the collaboration between the two families be rendered void, but he could also continue his stay at the Fu family's company. The recording ended there. The conference room fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The man's face had turned completely pale. All he wanted was to escape, but running now would only confirm his status as the mole. He felt his calves tightening with tension. Not knowing what to do, he could only follow everyone's gaze toward Fu Shen, who occupied one of the main seats. Fu Shan's expression was dark enough to draw ink. All those privy to the business's base price were executives of the Fu Group. In other words, the mole was sitting in this conference room with them. I remember that no staff were arranged for the control room today, said Xia Qianqian's secretary weakly. Only then did everyone realize the implication. No personnel were assigned to the control room. Fu Shan abruptly stood up and strode toward the door, connecting the large conference hall to the small room. He twisted the doorknob. The control room was brightly lit, and a small figure stood at the control panel. Just as Fu Shan was about to speak, Fu Qing calmly stated, "Dad, I know who the mole is." Fu Shan looked at Fu Qing, his heart surging with tumultuous emotions, yet he merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Come in and identify him." Fu Qing walked beside Fu Shan, following him into the conference room. Upon seeing Fu Qing behind Fu Shan, the man could no longer contain himself. He leaped from his seat and bolted toward the conference room's exit. Chapter 36. Distinguished guest. Fu Qing observed the panicked man with a sly, fox-like smile curling at his lips. He no longer needed to identify anyone. The man's actions had already revealed everything. How could Xia Qianqian allow this infiltrator to escape from the Xia family company? With a single phone call, the elevators on that floor were sealed off, and security personnel stood guard at the emergency exit. It wasn't long before the man was apprehended. Thankfully, they had acted swiftly, although some losses had already occurred. This commotion ensured that the meeting could not proceed as planned. Fu Shan conferred with Xia Qianqian and decided to resolve the matter before rescheduling the discussion on the bid for another day. That evening, at the Fu residence, Fu Shan regarded Fu Qing with newfound respect for his actions that day. His youngest son, whom he had always underestimated, had recently continued to surprise him, particularly with this unexpected turn of events. Had Fu Qing not uncovered the mole and exposed him so cleverly, the losses faced by the Fu Group and the Xia Group today would have been immeasurable. As Fu Shan pondered Fu Qing's recent performance, he compared it with that of his eldest son, Fu Yuan. After a moment, he instructed the butler to summon Fu Qing, who had already gone to bed, to the study. Following that night, Fu Shan's intention to cultivate Fu Qing became widely known. Soon, this news reached Fu Yuan's ears. Fu Qing is merely the bastard born of that wretched woman. Why should he receive our father's support? Fu Yuan seethed with rage. After venting his anger and destroying everything he could reach, Fu Yuan finally calmed down somewhat. Since his father was determined to support Fu Qing, he would ensure that Fu Qing would forever lose the qualification for such favoritism in their father's eyes. Just wait. Soon, you will understand who truly deserves to be the heir of the Fu family. Fu Yuan howled at the sky, his expression revealing madness. A week later, the Fu family hosted another banquet. The Xia family, being the closest ally of the Fu family, was naturally among the invitees. Rumor had it that the guest the Fu family was inviting this time was quite distinguished. Lu Wen, cradling Xia Qianqian, along with Xia Qianqian, helped select a little dress for Xia Qianqian for this banquet, which was organized specifically to entertain this esteemed guest. Upon hearing her husband's words, Lu Wen became curious. Who is this person? Do we know them? Xia Qianqian shook his head. I'm not sure either. When I asked Fu Shan that day, he was mysteriously evasive and wouldn't tell me who it was. And then, Lu Wen's curiosity piqued further. He said if we could cultivate a relationship with this person, the Xia family would surely prosper in the future. Xia Qianqian recounted Fu Shan's words verbatim. Xia Qianqian yawned, somewhat doubting whether her memory had failed her. Lu Wen and Xia Qianqian exchanged glances, realizing their precious daughter seemed to know some inside information. But who cares? There will definitely be fun to be had at the banquet. Come on, Daddy and Mommy, let us go. I can hardly wait. Hearing their daughter's eager voice, smiles unconsciously spread across Lu Wen and Xia Qianqian's faces. Chapter 37. Each with their own agenda. Fu Shan had spent an entire week meticulously overseeing Fu Qing, noting down every preference and background detail of the distinguished guest they were inviting. Fu Qing understood that this was Fu Shan presenting him to the public, a formal ceremony to establish him as Fu Shan's legitimate heir. The esteemed guest, if Fu Qing's intuition serves him right, is not merely paving the way for the Fu family. He is also forging connections for himself. Therefore, at this evening's banquet, he must ensure that everything proceeds flawlessly. He mentally rehearses the crucial information he has memorized throughout the week. It is not until the butler knocks on the door, reminding him that the banquet is about to commence, that Fuing opens the door and descends the staircase. Guests begin to arrive in succession. In the crowd, Fuing quickly spots the Xia family, observing Xia Qianqian, who is curiously looking around in Lu Wen's embrace. A gentle smile unconsciously graces Fuing's lips as he admires her endearing curiosity. He cannot help but wonder what thoughts might be swirling in Xia Qianqian's mind at this moment. However, he is acutely aware that he has a more pressing task at hand. Only by becoming sufficiently formidable can he better protect Xia Qianqian and safeguard the Xia family. Adopting a polite and amiable demeanor, he skillfully exchanges pleasantries with every guest who passes by. In a corner, Fu Yuan watches Fuing. Clad in the bespoke suit tailored by a renowned designer that Fu Shun had specially commissioned for him, with a growing sense of jealousy. Laugh while you can. Fu Yuan clenches his fists, his face darkening as he eventually departs from his unnoticed corner. On the other side of the banquet hall, the Xia family is gathered together, observing as Xia Qianqian suckles from her bottle, taking measured sips of milk. They appear somewhat out of place compared to the other guests. Yet the amicable relationship between the Fu and Xia families is no secret in the industry. Consequently, no disapproving glances or murmurs arise within the hall. In fact, as guests pass by the Xia family, they deliberately slow their pace, wishing not to disturb this heartwarming scene. Why haven't we seen that little son of the Fu family today? Lu Wen inquires, taking the bottle from Xia Qianqian's hands after the girl burps. Today's gathering is clearly orchestrated by that old fox, Fu Shun, with the intention of favoring young Fuing, Xia Qianqian explains. Most likely, we won't see him at all today. Although the relationship between the Xia brothers and Fuing has improved significantly, allowing them to consider one another friends. The news of Fuing's absence from vying for Xia Qianqian's attention elicits uncontrollable smiles of satisfaction among the three brothers. Oh my 3 brothers. Do try to restrain those infatuated expressions. We are in the banquet hall. Xia Qianqian's inner monologue rings out. The 3 brothers momentarily freeze and turn their gazes toward her, only to see Xia Qianqian covering her eyes with her tiny hands, mimicking a desire to avert her gaze. They hastily compose themselves, glancing at Xia Qianqian and Lu Wen, whose efforts to stifle laughter do not go unnoticed. Feeling a tad embarrassed, the brothers feign busyness as they head towards Fuing. Chapter 38. The female tycoon. The 3 Xia brothers share a tacit understanding. Since Fuing is unable to see Xia Qianqian tonight, their duty as his good friends is to offer him some consolation, or perhaps show off. Fuing, tonight is of great significance for you. Dear best. Elder brother Xia Yu beams warmly as he pats Fuing on the shoulder. Indeed, Fuing, you need not worry. Qianqian is here. We will hold her and cheer for you from the sidelines, Xia Jing states seriously, although the twinkle in his eyes does not escape Fuing's notice. Go for it, brother, Xia Qian expresses sincerely. Yet, Fuing, having suffered a blow to his spirits, can only manage a glum expression. Waving his hand dismissively, he urges them to leave him be. If you 3 are so idle, why not come help me serve some plates? Also, my mad brother will be attending the banquet today, so keep an eye on Xia Qianqian. Fuing's second statement is delivered with utmost seriousness. It was Xia Yu and Xia Qianqian who helped him escape from Fu Yuan last time, and since then, Fu Yuan standing in Fu Shun's eyes has plummeted, while Fuing has swiftly risen to become the favored son of the Fu family. Fuing knows all too well how resentful Fu Yuan can be. Having faced Fu Yuan directly, Xia Yu knows Fuing speaks the truth. He simply nods and offers his thanks. Before long, the banquet officially commences. As the butler introduces the much-anticipated esteemed guest, she gracefully ascends the stage at the front of the hall. Xia Qianqian squints against the stage lights, focusing on the woman. When she finally stands center stage, he covers his mouth in disbelief, nearly exclaiming in astonishment. Fuing has indeed invited the wealthiest woman in the province. This woman, having reached her current age, has experienced nothing but triumph. It is said that she hails from a family that has never known want and exhibited remarkable business acumen from a young age. This talent became fully evident when she inherited her parents' company upon reaching adulthood. Within 3 short years, she ascended to the position of the city's wealthiest individual. Subsequently, after the birth of her beloved son, she dedicated herself to ensuring a prosperous future for him, ultimately attaining the status of provincial tycoon. However, this formidable woman possesses but one vulnerability: her precious son. Xia Qianqian understands that since Fu Shun has discreetly alerted him, it implies that a substantial opportunity awaits him tonight. A piece of the proverbial cake kept aside for Fu Qing. Naturally, he will not allow his sons to overshadow Fu Qing. Upon recognizing the esteemed guest, he leans in to whisper instructions to his 3 sons. Soon, Fu Qing will seek out the son of this tycoon, keep a close watch on him, and assist him in making a good impression. It is essential for Fu Qing to cultivate a friendship with her son. As for you 3, simply ensure that her son remembers you. If you can become friends, that would be splendid. However, remember this: today is the Fu family's domain. None of you are permitted to upstage him. Chapter 39. Winning his affection. Xia Qianqian's insights are evidently well known to Fu Qing, who is fully aware of the tycoon's son's height, appearance, preferences, pet peeves, and even his tastes. Fu Qing listens intently to the tycoon's speech, nodding in agreement from time to time. Positioned prominently at the front, he stands beside Fu Qing, quickly catching the tycoon's attention. After her speech concludes, Fu Shan takes the stage to officially announce the commencement of the banquet. Shortly thereafter, the tycoon approaches Fu Shun and Fu Qing with her son in tow. "This is my son, Lin Shun. He's quite the handsome lad." Fu Shen immediately responds, "This is my son, Fu Qing." After exchanging pleasantries, Fu Qing's thorough preparation over the past week allows him to quickly win Lin Shun's favor. "Mom, it's so boring here," Lin Shun complains after only a few exchanges. It is evident that this tycoon dotes on her only son. Lin Shun shows no qualms about his sentiments. "I want to go play outside with Fu Qing," he insists, furrowing his brows. "All right, you can go play with him outside. Just be sure to stay safe, sweetheart." The female tycoon smiled indulgently as she reached out to ruffle Lin Shun's hair. She did not bother to seek the opinions of Fu Shun or Fu Qing, as if, in her eyes, no one else mattered but Lin Shun. Fu Shun exchanged a knowing glance with Fu Qing, who understood immediately. Even though Lin Shun was eagerly tugging at his arm, urging him to leave, Fu Qing still politely bid farewell to the female tycoon and Fu Shun, wishing them a pleasant time. "Auntie, father, we shall meet again shortly." Observing Lin Shun's lively figure and the composed demeanor of Fu Qing, the female tycoon displayed a satisfied expression. Fu Shun noticed this and raised his glass, taking a sip to conceal the smug smile playing at the corners of his lips. Everything was unfolding just as he had planned, as long as there were no missteps from Fu Qing's side. The lucrative deal the female tycoon held tightly would rightfully belong to the Fu family. Meanwhile, the Xia family appeared to be casually indulging in food and drink while entertaining the children. In reality, they, including Xia Qianqian, were closely monitoring the interactions between the female tycoon and Lin Shun. With Xia Qianqian's arrival, the plot had taken an unexpected turn. Some events occurred prematurely, while others that were supposed to happen did not. Xia Qianqian vaguely recalled that the female tycoon and her son were pivotal to the storyline. However, none of the current happenings aligned with what she had read in the book. She was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse, so she remained vigilant, focusing intently on the female tycoon and Lin Shun. As Lin Shun led Fu Qing out of the banquet hall, Xia Qianqian immediately issued orders. "Quickly follow them. Remember what I just told you." The 3 brothers nodded and trailed behind Lin Shun and Fu Qing. The 2 groups exited the banquet hall, one following the other. A sense of foreboding lingered in the air as Xia Yu held Xia Qianqian in his arms, noting her furrowed brow and anxious expression. He quickly patted her back in comfort, his eyes filled with concern. If it were possible, he wished for his sister to remain oblivious to these matters, sparing her the burden of worry. Chapter 40. Falling into the water, the Xia brothers heard Xia Qianqian's silent plea and hurried their pace. By the time they stepped outside, Fu Qing and Lin Shun had already vanished. "What should we do, elder brother?" Xia Qian looked around, realizing that despite the garden being brightly lit, not a single soul could be seen. "We must find him. This Lin Shun is crucial, although I cannot foresee how events will unfold. I am certain he holds the key to the Xia family's future. Xia Qianqian, cradled in Xia Yu's arms, was nearly frantic. When would she be able to speak? Fortunately, her brothers understood her distress and quickly dispersed to search, promising to contact each other shortly. The three brothers scattered in different directions, hoping for success. I hope my memory is mistaken. May tonight be a peaceful night. Xia Qianqian clutched Xia Yu's collar tightly, her small face etched with worry. Near the artificial lake, Lin Shan exclaimed, "Look, this is the garden reflection I told you about. Isn't it beautiful? I was lying." Fuing's expression combined innocence, excitement, and pride, appearing utterly genuine. Even if Feng Rou were present, she would likely not discern the truth. Fuing eagerly watched Lin Shan, counting down quietly in his mind. He was portraying the favored persona of the young master Lin Shan, and with his acting prowess, he was confident that Lin Shan would undoubtedly be captivated. The so-called artificial lake and the garden reflection were the fruits of a week's meticulous research by both Fuing and Fu Shan, tailored to Lin Shan's preferences. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Lin Shan nodded vigorously. "It's stunning. I've never seen such a beautiful reflection. Fuing, your family's garden truly captivates my heart." Lin Shan, filled with excitement, reveled in the moment. Due to his mother's status, he typically had few friends around him. Even those who sought to befriend him were merely after the benefits that came with his mother's influence. Though he could not ascertain Fuing's sincerity, Lin Shan felt that even if it were feigned, the effort and authenticity put forth were commendable. Basking in the garden's fresh air, Lin Shan made a secret decision. Tonight, he would cast aside all concerns and treat Fuing as a genuine friend, determined to enjoy himself to the fullest. The two settled by the artificial lake, engaging in lively discussions about the future. Fuing accompanied Lin Shan through various topics, past, present, and future. Just as he felt the moment was ripe to broach the pivotal topic regarding the project in the female tycoon's possession, an unexpected occurrence took place. A shadow suddenly lunged at Lin Shan from behind. Fuing attempted to intervene, but was a moment too late. "Fuing, help!" Lin Shan screamed, and with a resounding splash, he fell into the artificial lake. Fuing, watching Lin Shan struggle in the water, was utterly taken aback. The lake had been constructed with considerable depth to ensure a perfect reflection, and Fuing, unfortunately, did not know how to swim. "Fuing, let us see how you will explain this to your father," came Fu Yuan's voice, laced with mockery. Chapter 41. The Villain Grinding His Teeth. Fuing saw Lin Shan on the verge of sinking and steeled himself to leap into the water to save him. When Lin Shan noticed Fuing diving in, he clung to him, believing he had found a lifeline. Unfortunately, Fuing was completely untrained in swimming. His jump was a desperate act. He could not simply stand by and watch Lin Shan drown, for he was the apple of the female tycoon's eye. To mitigate the fallout from this incident, he had no choice but to jump in. Fu Yuan watched the two struggle in the water with a sinister smile. Having known all along that Fuing could not swim, which was why he orchestrated the entire scenario. Xia Yu, Xia Jing, and Xia Chun searched diligently throughout the garden, illuminated by countless lights, but after a thorough sweep, they found themselves near the artificial lake. The garden was not expansive, and they had explored every hidden nook. Only the central area remained unsearched. "Help! Help!" Lin Shan shouted, pressing down on Fuing's shoulder, desperately calling for aid. The Xia brothers heard the commotion and rushed toward the sound. Despite Fuing's inability to swim and his struggle for breath, he remained surprisingly calm, holding his breath and kicking wildly. Lin Shan's grip slipped from Fuing's hand, and he sank underwater, swallowing mouthfuls of lake water, losing consciousness. Just as Fuing managed to surface, he saw Lin Shan's eyes closed, sinking downwards, and he quickly reached out to grab him. With a splash, two figures leapt from the lake's edge. Xia Yu and Xia Chun, upon seeing someone drowning, jumped in without hesitation. Xia Jing, holding Xia Qianqian, anxiously watched from the side. How could this happen? Why did he suddenly drown? No, I need to think this through. Within minutes, Xia Yu and Xia Chun successfully pulled Fuing and Lin Shan from the water. Lin Shan lay unconscious on the ground, unaware of his fate, while Fuing, still conscious but in poor condition, struggled to keep his eyes open, teetering on the brink of collapse. He had endured a lack of oxygen for too long while trying to hold onto the sinking Lin Shun. As Fu Yuan observed the rescue, he turned away with a detached expression. Fu Yuan is truly wicked. How could he push someone who cannot swim into the water? What if they drown? He is nothing but a villain, constantly scheming to harm others. No one else would dare to act in such a manner. It's Fu Yuan. He pushed the person in and now seeks to defame them. What a disaster. How can we explain this? Everyone was in a state of panic when they suddenly recalled Xia Qianqian's thoughts, realizing that Lin Shun's identity was indeed extraordinary, and he was currently unconscious, necessitating an explanation. Those who were coherent understood that Fu Yuan was responsible for this incident, yet there was no evidence. Lin Shun was already gone, and with him still in a coma, they were utterly powerless. Fuing was in disarray as Lin Shun had accompanied him, and now the situation had escalated to this point, leaving him at a loss for words. We must contact the hospital immediately. Lin Shun is in a coma and needs to be taken there first. Xia Yu responded promptly. Hurry, contact the hospital. My phone is waterlogged, so someone must make the call. Just as Fuing realized this and attempted to carry Lin Shun to the hospital, he was confronted by Lin Shun and the female tycoon. Chapter 42. Heaven help us. The sudden appearance of these two individuals startled everyone. How could they have appeared here so unexpectedly? Upon seeing them, Xia Qianqian's anger flared, and she couldn't help but feel furious within. It must be Fu Yuan. He did this deliberately, luring them here to ensure they encountered this situation. Xia Qianqian's furious thoughts echoed among the group. Lin Shun and the female tycoon were engaged in conversation when they noticed the drenched individuals, especially Lin Shun, who lay unconscious. Enraged, they approached. Fu Yuan, who had just left, reappeared behind Fu Shun and the female tycoon. Father, quickly find a doctor. Lin Shun has drowned and fainted. Fuing rushed forward, seeking assistance. However, Fu Yuan was also advancing. Father, we must take Lin Shun to see a doctor. Just moments ago, Fuing struck him. Fu Yuan's accusation incited the female tycoon's ire. Lin Shun was her beloved son, her treasure, and in such a short time, he had fallen into this state. How could she not be furious? Fu Shun was acutely aware of the severe ramifications of this incident, his expression equally filled with rage. Fu Yuan immediately seized Lin Shun from Fuing's grasp and dashed outside, declaring, I will take him to the hospital first. After only a few steps, the security personnel from the garden rushed over, promptly taking Lin Shun to the hospital for treatment. The female tycoon, furious, questioned how her precious son could have been reduced to this state in such a brief moment away from her. It was Fuing and Lin Shun who had quarreled, and they ended up fighting in the garden, resulting in Lin Shun being kicked into the lake. Before Fuing could respond, Fu Yuan was already running and casting blame. No, I did not. Fuing immediately countered, but the hostile gazes of the female tycoon and Fu Shun were directed at him. You lie. The security in the garden must have witnessed everything. Given the commotion in the garden, the security personnel had all rushed over. Fu Shun's inquiry made several guards shrink back. Yes, it was Fuing who fought with someone and accidentally kicked them into the lake. I was on the opposite side of the lake, and by the time I ran over, it was too late. Upon hearing this, Fu Shun struck Fuing with a resounding slap, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. The three brothers from the Xia family dared not speak, as this was evidently the other party's territory. Please, dear brothers, do not speak at this moment. Any attempts to assist could backfire. If the female tycoon perceives that the Xia brothers are covering for Fuing, the Xia family will also suffer. Heaven help us. If we provoke the female tycoon, the Xia family could be implicated as well. Xia Qianqian's thoughts swiftly deterred the Xia brothers, who were filled with indignation but could do nothing but watch. Fuing also heard Xia Qianqian's thoughts and did not reproach them for their silence during this critical moment. If anything were to happen to Lin Shun, you would regret it. You, a mere child, are so malicious to dare harm my son. The Fu family has indeed raised a fine son. The female tycoon was seething with anger, hurling accusations at Fu's family. Rest assured, the Fu family will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Bring Fuing away. Chapter 43. Perhaps there is a turn of events Fu Yuan watched with satisfaction as Fuing was escorted away by security, secretly reveling in his triumph over Fuing. Although the Xia brothers were present, They remained silent, appearing disheveled, with one even holding a baby. The female tycoon set aside her grievances against the Fu family and glanced at the Xia brothers, who dared not lift their heads, her eyes betraying no emotion. Without uttering a word, she turned and departed. Xia Qianqian was cradled in Xia Qianqian's arms, who wore a fatherly expression. Father is indeed partial to my sister. He has never treated us this way. You three rascals can never compare to Qianqian. Xia Qianguo rolled his eyes at Xia Yu, settling onto the sofa with Xia Qianqian. Father, I haven't seen Fuing lately. Where has he gone? Xia Yu casually inquired, leaning closer to Xia Qianqian and gingerly poking her chubby, round face. Fuing has been placed under house arrest. I heard they're planning to expel him from the Fu family. Xia Qianqian's brow furrowed slightly, his tone somber. Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian became anxious. This is not right. How could this happen? If he is expelled from the Fu family, the subsequent events will certainly change. Could it be that my actions triggered a chain reaction? If that is the case, I will have no way of knowing what will happen next. Poor Fuing. He has done nothing wrong. He has been wronged. Can we visit him? I am so worried something might happen to him. Xia Qianqian's thoughts resonated with the others. Xia Yu felt a pang of jealousy, realizing his sister was more concerned about Fuing than herself, stirring his envy. Xia Qianguo pondered for a moment. Given the circumstances surrounding the Fu family, it is hard to believe that there isn't some underlying issue, but Fuing is indeed unfortunate. As I cannot intervene directly, it might be better for the three boys to take my obedient daughter to see him, alleviating her worries. You three, when you have the time, take Qianqian to visit the Fu family. Xia Qianguo understood well that his three sons had a good rapport with Fuing, and perhaps their visit could lead to a change in the situation. That same day, the Xia brothers took Xia Qianqian to visit the Fu family. Due to Xia Qianguo's relatively good relationship with Fu Shan, they faced no difficulties. In a small room, the Xia brothers met the imprisoned Fuing. What brings you here? Fuing was somewhat surprised. We came to see you, of course. We heard you were locked away, and we were quite worried about you. Xia Yu sat beside Fuing, holding Xia Qianqian. I'm fine. It's just that Lin Shun is still in the hospital, and I'm unsure of his condition. Speaking of this matter reminded Xia Qianqian. We should go to the hospital. Perhaps we can find a breakthrough by speaking with Lin Shun, as he is the key witness. Upon hearing Xia Qianqian's thoughts, everyone perked up. Shall we visit Lin Shun at the hospital? Yes. We should go see Lin Shun. He certainly would not lie about this matter. Xia Yu proposed, with one brother nodding in agreement and the other affirming. Chapter 44. A gamble, all right. Let us go to the hospital to see Lin Shun. I owe him an apology for not protecting him properly. Fuing resolutely made his decision. But how can you leave when you're under house arrest? This is not difficult at all, rest assured. I have a plan. A few individuals quietly left the Fu residence and headed straight to the hospital where Lin Shun was admitted. Nurse, there's a boy who drowned named Lin Shun. Which room is he in? Xia Yu inquired. The nurse, noticing the group of well-dressed children, promptly provided the room number. As they searched for the room, Fu Yuan happened to see them approaching and swiftly ducked into the corridor. With a quick thought, he immediately called Fu Shan. Dad, Fuing has come to the hospital, and he seems quite aggressive. Is he here to take revenge on Lin Shun? As soon as Fu Yuan's voice faded, the line went dead. Fu Shan, filled with fury, rushed to the hospital. He had been contemplating how to deal with Fuing, not expecting him to harbor such a vengeful spirit. The group of children was nearing the ward when Xia Jing suddenly halted. Brother, help me out here. The three Xia brothers followed Xia Jing to the side. Fuing stood waiting at the door, and just minutes later, Fu Shan arrived in a hurry, spotting Fuing still loitering at the entrance. Without warning, he slapped Fuing across the face. Who allowed you to come here and act recklessly? As Fu Shan's words left his mouth, Fuing turned his head, his eyes filled with indifference. Uncle Fu, you are here too. Upon seeing the three sons of the Xia family, accompanied by Xia Qianqian, Fu Shan's brow furrowed. We just want to change our sister's diaper. Is there a problem? Xia Yu, holding Xia Qianqian, spoke timidly, fully aware that they had witnessed the earlier incident. Fu Shan realized he had misjudged Fuing, yet he felt no remorse for his actions. Fuing had defied orders and deserved punishment. Is there such a parent? They strike without understanding the whole situation. My heart aches for Fuing. He is so pitiful, having such an unreliable father. With a father like this, it's no wonder he might turn into a villain in the future. It's clearly not Fuing's fault, yet he is the one being struck. He is the adult, yet refuses to acknowledge his mistakes. Hearing the thoughts of Xia Qianqian, Fuing resolved to take a gamble. For the sake of Xia Qianqian's concern, he would strive to stay. Father, I admit my mistake. I was just worried about Lin Shun and wanted to apologize. Fuing's tone was sincere, prompting the three Xia brothers to chime in. Uncle Fu, please let us see Lin Shun. We are all very worried about him. Yes, we are all concerned. Fuing only wanted to apologize to Lin Shun. That's why we came. I can vouch for him. Otherwise, we wouldn't have brought our sister to the hospital. The children pleaded, and with Fuing's genuine demeanor, Fu Shun's expression softened considerably. Father, I'm truly worried about Lin Shun. I heard he is stabilized, but hasn't awakened. Perhaps if we talk to him, he might awaken. Let's see him. Fuing earnestly urged again, and finally, Fu Shun calmed down and nodded. Go ahead. Be careful. This is a one-time allowance. As he spoke of this being a one-time allowance, Fu Shun's demeanor appeared considerably more relaxed. The three Xia brothers assumed that Fu Shun would not pursue responsibility for Fuing any further. Only Fuing understood that this was merely a superficial attitude. In reality, Fu Shun allowed them to enter the ward because he thought, given Fuing's insistence, he might indeed have a method to awaken Lin Shun. However, Fu Shun held no faith in Fuing's assertion that conversing with Lin Shun would lead to his awakening. Similarly, Xia Qianqian was also well acquainted with the dynamics between the father and son. Upon entering the ward, the four boys, especially Fuing, began to feign observation of Lin Shun on the hospital bed, occasionally speaking to him about trivial matters. In truth, they were covertly buying time for Xia Qianqian. Xia Qianqian clutched Xia Yu's collar, striving to sit upright for a better view of Lin Shun. After several attempts, her infant body proved uncooperative. Couldn't my elder brother hold me upright? How can I see anything like this? Xia Qianqian's lament echoed. The other three instinctively glanced at Xia Yu, who awkwardly acknowledged her voice. I was just worried about her comfort, he muttered, yet his hands shifted to adjust his hold. Xia Qianqian, suddenly lifted upright, began to scrutinize Lin Shun's condition. The scene was nearly identical to the descriptions in the novel. Xia Qianqian recalled that while Lin Shun had not fallen into a coma for the same reason in the story, his symptoms were remarkably similar. There were no external injuries, nor internal ones. All indicators appeared normal, yet he remained unresponsive. Just as Xia Qianqian pondered the original plot, Fuing blurted out, Dad, Lin Shun has been seeing Western doctors all along, right? Fu Shun furrowed his brow. Indeed. What are you implying? Fuing nodded. Perhaps we should try traditional Chinese medicine. It may yield unexpected results. Are you joking, Fuing? Fu Shun was about to respond when Fu Yuan interjected sarcastically. Given his condition, how can we even consider traditional Chinese medicine? Are we to inject him with herbal medicines directly into his arteries? Fuing disregarded Fu Yuan's mockery, focusing instead on Fu Shun's expression. What I mean by traditional Chinese medicine is that we could find someone to perform acupuncture on Lin Shun. Please, brother, it's the 21st century. Surely you don't still believe in such fraudulent practices as acupuncture? Fu Yuan sneered again. Do not create further complications. If this backfires, it will be a miracle if our family doesn't turn into enemies with that wealthy woman. Fuing noted Fu Shen esse continued furrowed brow. Although Fu Shun's face had shown signs of displeasure after Fu Yuan's remarks, he remained silent. Fuing understood that Fu Shun wanted him to resolve this matter independently. If he succeeded, the credit would belong to both of them. If he failed, the blame would rest solely on him. As Fu Yuan continued his relentless taunts, Fuing made a silent vow. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Fu Yuan. Hey, Fu Yuan, dare to make a bet with me? Fu Yuan was taken aback, then displayed great interest. You want to bet with me? On what? Locking eyes with Fu Yuan, Fuing stated emphatically, let us wager that acupuncture will be beneficial for Lin Shun. Ah, Fuing is quite clever. How do you think of that? Truly worthy of being the future villain. Xia Qianqian, unaware that Fuing could hear her thoughts, couldn't help but praise him. Fuing looked affectionately at Xia Qianqian, amused that she remained oblivious to the fact that he had borrowed her idea. Seeing Fuing lost in thought, Fu Yuan sneered. All right then, what are the stakes? If I win, you will give me 5% of Fu Corporation's shares. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Shen agreed. And if you lose? If I lose, I will voluntarily relinquish the inheritance rights of the Fu family. The moment these words left her lips, everyone present was rendered speechless. Xia Qianqian's anxious thoughts reached Fuing's ears. However, Fuing held a greater belief in Xia Qianqian than she did in herself. Fu Yuan felt elated in his heart, fearing that Fuing might change his mind. In the next moment, he directly reminded Fu Shen in front of everyone, "Dad, did you hear that? This is what Fuing said himself. So many witnesses are here." Fu Shen cast a meaningful glance at Fuing, remaining silent. "I will not go back on my word." Fuing looked at Xia Qianqian. With his little lucky star by his side, he was certain he would not lose. Although Xia Qianqian knew he would not understand her thoughts, she felt uneasy with his constant gaze upon her. What if he lost? She could not shake the feeling that it would be her fault. Upon hearing Xia Qianqian's concern for him, a fond smile appeared on Fuing's face. Wonderful. The wager was settled. Fu Shen promptly contacted a highly esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Despite the commotion, he did not dare to take the matter of finding a doctor lightly. Soon, the Fu family's driver brought the renowned old physician, known for his miraculous acupuncture skills, to the hospital. The old physician first took Lin Shun's pulse and reached the same conclusion as Xia Qianqian. The young man was suffering from pent-up emotions, obstructing the flow of qi and blood through his meridians, leading to his unconscious state. As long as acupuncture was performed to relieve the blockage, he would recover. Hearing this, Fuing's smile broadened. He knew Xia Qianqian would not be mistaken. "Please proceed with the acupuncture." Fuing respectfully gestured to the old physician. Meanwhile, Fu Yuan's attitude contrasted sharply with Fuing's. Just a quack. How can he be called a miraculous doctor? Dad, please don't let them deceive you. Chapter 47. Awakening. Fu Shen's displeasure was evident on his face. After all, this old physician had been brought in through considerable connections and at a hefty price. Is Fu Yuan a fool? He insulted 3 people with a single remark and is still so pleased with himself. Does he even think he is worthy to compete with Fuing? Xia Qianqian frowned and stuck out her tongue towards Fu Yuan. The 3 brothers from the Xia family were utterly enchanted by Xia Qianqian's adorable demeanor, forgetting all about Lin Shun and the physician. They eagerly doted on their lovely sister. It was only when Xia Qianqian pouted in dissatisfaction that the 3 stopped. Fuing, suppressing his laughter, felt a delightful itch in his heart at the thought of Xia Qianqian's recent outburst. Watching the Xia brothers shower her with affection, he could hardly contain his jealousy. The old physician began his acupuncture. Minutes ticked away, yet Lin Shun remained unresponsive, lying lifelessly in bed. Fu Yuan mocked once more. "You two, one a young fraud, the other an old fraud, have teamed up to deceive us? It has been ages, and there is not a hint of response. I wonder how long you can keep this charade up." Fu Shen could no longer tolerate it and quietly reprimanded. "Enough. If you continue, I will have you thrown out." Fu Yuan finally fell silent, his disdain only growing. After a considerable time, the old physician let out a long sigh. Carefully, he removed the needles from Lin Shun. The young man, still lying in bed, showed no signs of waking. Suddenly, Fu Yuan erupted into a fit of laughter. "This fellow is so noisy. Can someone please escort him out? My ears are aching from his incessant chatter." Xia Qianqian complained. The 3 brothers from the Xia family and Fuing immediately directed unfriendly glances at Fu Yuan upon hearing her mention her discomfort. Fu Yuan, who had been idly scrolling through his phone in the corner, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he found Fuing glaring at him with a menacing gaze. The intensity of that stare nearly compelled Fu Yuan to flee the scene. What is he losing his mind over? If he lost the bet, he cannot blame me. Fu Yuan muttered under his breath, evading Fuing's gaze. Just then, a strange sound echoed through the hospital room. Everyone paused in confusion, only to realize that it was Lin Shun who had made the noise. Accompanied by a violent cough, Lin Shun opened his eyes. Upon awakening, his first sight was Fuing, whose eyes were filled with concern. In the corner, Fu Yuan was taken aback. his earlier smugness vanishing, replaced by anxiety and fear. Fortunately, at that moment, everyone's attention was focused on Lin Shun, and no one noticed Fu Yuan's shift in emotions. He tucked away his phone and cautiously attempted to slip out of the room, hoping to avoid drawing anyone's attention. "You scared us to death." Fu Qing's words were sincere, bringing tears to Lin Shun's eyes. Fu Shan observed the two, realizing the truth of the situation was far from what Fu Yuan had claimed. He looked at Lin Shun with a face full of affection and kindness. Chapter 48. Unfilial Son. Having just awakened, Lin Shun was still weak and gasping for breath, unable to immediately reveal the truth. Xia Qianqian, nestled in Xia Yu's embrace, let out a sigh of relief. As long as he was awake, the truth would soon come to light. Everyone focused on Lin Shun, except for Xia Qianqian, who noticed Fu Yuan stealthily making his way towards the door. His movements and expression clearly indicated he intended to sneak away while everyone's attention was diverted. What does Fu Yuan intend to do? Surely, he does not plan to escape in front of all these people. Upon hearing Xia Qianqian's words, Fu Qing reacted first, rising to call out sharply, "Fu Yuan, what are you doing?" Fu Yuan had intended to slip away unnoticed, to evade this predicament and devise another plan later. However, Fu Qing's sudden shout startled everyone. "What are you shouting for? Young Master Lin has just awakened. Do you want to scare him to death?" Fu Shan's gaze darted between his two sons, then turned to the frail Lin Shun, unable to suppress his rebuke towards both. "Enough. You all leave. I need to speak with young Master Lin alone." Fu Qing complied with a nod, smirking at Fu Yuan with a cold smile. The group gradually exited the hospital room, leaving Fu Yuan as the last to depart. Casting a guilty glance at the better-than Lin Shun, "Don't just stand there. Hurry and notify the female tycoon. Lin Shun has awakened. Only in front of her can we expose Fu Yuan and bring him to ruin." Xia Qianqian's words snapped everyone into action, and Fu Qing immediately took charge. Lin Shun was the apple of the female tycoon's eye, and once she learned the truth, she would not easily let Fu Yuan off the hook, even if Fu Shan wished to shield his son. Xia Qianqian calculated the time, tugging at Xia Yu's collar. "I hope my brothers can stall Fu Qing for a moment." The brothers frowned, anxiously pacing. In contrast, Fu Yuan appeared much calmer. After all, he was the future heir of the Fu family, and his father would surely protect him. "Oh, how could my clever brother not think of using me to confront Fu Yuan?" Xia Yu paused momentarily, but the more quick-witted Xia Chan immediately scooped up Xia Qianqian and made his way towards Fu Yuan, colliding with his shoulder. Xia Chan glared fiercely at Fu Yuan, adopting the role of the wronged. "Why did you make my sister cry?" The other two brothers gradually approached, their faces dark, ready to hold Fu Yuan accountable. Although the eldest, Xia Yu, understood that his sister was only pretending to cry, he still felt a pang of discomfort. He firmly grasped Fu Yuan's collar, demanding, "Apologize to my sister. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." Surrounded by the three brothers, and with Xia Qianqian's piercing voice in his ears, Fu Yuan's expression darkened considerably. "She wants to cry. What does that have to do with me? I have been standing here," and before Fu Yuan could finish his words, he was abruptly shoved by Xia Yu. "Anyone who dares to bully my sister must pay the price." Meanwhile, Xia Qianqian cried earnestly while stealing glances at her handsome elder brother. To have been transported into such a family is indeed a stroke of fortune for her. As the two continued their debate, the door to the hospital room swung open, revealing Fu Shan, his face darkened, glaring fiercely at Fu Yuan. "Unfilial son, come in here." Chapter 49. The performance begins. Fu Yuan shuddered, and Xia Qianqian's cries finally ceased. On the other side of the corridor, Fu Qing and the female tycoon hastened towards them. "Father, you still haven't come in? Apologize to young Master Lin." Upon hearing this, Fu Yuan sensed a shift in the situation. He pushed Xia Yu aside, stepped into the hospital room, and fell to his knees before Lin Shun, sobbing profusely. "Young Master Lin, I was momentarily bewitched. I truly did not mean to push you into the river. Please forgive me. I am willing to do anything you ask." Fu Shun's gaze flickered, but before he could intervene on Fu Yuan's behalf, a cold sneer echoed from the door. "So it was you. How dare you harm my son?" The female tycoon, in her sharp high heels, raised her hand and slapped Fu Yuan. Fu Shun could only watch in silence, not daring to utter a word. Xia Qianqian craned her neck to watch the spectacle, eager to munch on some seeds. Why is my brother's hand raised so high? It's blocking my view. Xiaoyu chuckled nervously and stepped aside. I didn't realize our Qianqian was such a righteous little girl. But next time, let's not worry the brothers, shall we? Xia Qianqian was taken aback. What did Xiaoyu mean by that? Could he truly read her thoughts? Indeed, Qianqian, seeing Fu Yuan make you cry. I truly wish to give him a beating to relieve my own resentment. Xia Qianqian had grown accustomed to the indulgence of her brothers. It seemed that Xiaoyu's earlier remarks were merely coincidental. I'm fine. My brothers are clever. It is acceptable for me to make a slight sacrifice occasionally. Now, let us not speak any further. The real show has only just begun. The group fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the hospital room. Lin Shun coughed a couple of times, and the female tycoon's eyes turned red with concern. Ah Shun, I had wrongly accused Fu Qing. Focus on your recovery. Rest assured, I will not let Fu Yuan off the hook. Her voice, though soft, resonated throughout the room. Fu Yuan covered his face, pleadingly looking at his father. Father, save me. I truly was momentarily bewitched. I promise I will never dare again. Before Fu Shun could respond, the female tycoon turned her sharp gaze upon Fu Yuan. You wish for another chance? You speak so lightly of being bewitched, yet you nearly caused my son's demise. And Fu Qing, he's your brother. Yet you framed him. Fu Shun, if your family does not address such a son promptly, I fear the Fu family's future glory is at stake. Her words dripped with warnings and threats, draining the color from Fu Yuan's face. Fu Shun remained silent, internally weighing his options. Fu Yuan's numerous foolish actions had turned him into a laughingstock within the family. The female tycoon was not in a hurry, glancing at Fu Qing, who had been quiet throughout. You are a good child, having saved my son's life. You are a benefactor of the Lin family. I grant you 3 wishes. Anything you desire, I can assist you with. Fu Qing's eyes sparkled. He had not expected such generosity from the female tycoon. Xia Qianqian could not help but clap her hands, her face alight with joy. Fu Qing, hurry and accept her offer. It would be best to acknowledge her as a godmother. Then your father would have to heed your wishes. Just thinking about it is delightful. Fu Qing smiled at Xia Qianqian, wanted to pinch her cheek. This girl, what was she always thinking about? Mr. Lin, saving young Master Lin was my duty. Had it been anyone else, I would have done the same. I have no wishes. I merely hope for a lasting, fruitful collaboration between our families. Chapter 50. Do you wish to sell me? Fu Shun's previously grim expression brightened, and he regarded Fu Qing with newfound appreciation. This son's character exceeded his expectations, in stark contrast to Fu Yuan, who appeared to be utterly incompetent. The female tycoon was equally surprised. Many sought to curry favor with her, yet here was Fu Qing, unfazed by the opportunity before him. You are a fine prospect. Based on your words, Fu Qing, you shall be a distinguished guest of a Lin family. Fu Qing felt no great thrill. He had anticipated the female tycoon's response. Thank you, Mr. Lin. You may call me Aunt Lin. As for the perpetrator who harmed my son, Mr. Fu, I expect a satisfactory explanation from you. The female tycoon's tone shifted to one of seriousness. It seemed Fu Yuan would not be leaving the hospital room without a resolution today. Xia Qianqian's gaze burned with curiosity as she wondered how this ruthless business magnate would deal with her beloved son. After a prolonged silence, Fu Shun finally spoke. Truly, as a seasoned veteran in the business world, his words were so compelling that Xia Qianqian felt like applauding, though her small hands lacked the strength to make any sound. A true leader knows how to act decisively. I hope Fu Qing learns from this. Fu Qing's smile broadened. The ensuing events were no longer his concern. He swiftly moved to the door and opened his arms towards Xia Qianqian. Let me hold Qianqian. Xia Qianqian looked up at Fu Qing, feeling somewhat uneasy about his seemingly insincere smile. Xia Qian was reluctant to relinquish her, for she was his cherished little sister. I just heard Qianqian crying. I merely wished to comfort her. Do not look at me like that. Xia Qian sighed, but still hesitated. As they stood in a standoff, Xia Qianqian could no longer contain herself. All right, let him hold me. It is too stuffy here, and we might as well go out for some fresh air. The hospital environment was less than ideal, and what harm could there be in taking a stroll? The back garden, I want to see the flowers. This private hospital has such a lovely environment. Being wealthy is indeed wonderful. Xia Qianqian chatted away in Fuing's embrace, filling the air with trivial banter. However, Fuing was amused, his smile unwavering as he playfully pinched the little girl's cheek. So plump and soft. What a delightful sensation. Hey, how can you pinch my face? Xia Qianqian glared at him, clearly irritated. Unaware of Fuing's true intentions, she would surely cry out to her brothers for help if she knew. Fuing walked briskly, while her brothers, having emerged later, were already unable to locate him. Where is he? I can never let Qianqian be in Fuing's care again. I sense ill intentions. Xia Yu, as the eldest brother, gritted his teeth in indignation. The group immediately began searching the back garden, while at that moment, Xia Qianqian had already been placed in Fuing's car. Where are you taking me? Fuing, your smile is rather sinister. You aren't planning to sell me, are you? Chapter 51. The taste of money. Fuing smiled, finding Xia Qianqian increasingly adorable. The little one squirmed in his embrace, her thoughts racing with dramatic scenarios of being sold to human traffickers. Fuing, how could you repay kindness with malice? Woe is me. I should never have trusted a villain. This is dire. Daddy, Mommy, brothers, come save me. As she spoke, tears began to flow. Only then did Fuing realize the gravity of the situation. He had merely intended to tease her, yet Xia Qianqian was genuinely frightened. He felt a pang of helplessness and could only offer gentle reassurances. Xia Qianqian immediately ceased her weeping upon hearing those words. She blinked her eyes, with tears still clinging to her cheeks, rendering her particularly endearing. Fuing, unable to suppress his empathy, gently wiped away Xia Qianqian's tears with his fingertip. The touch felt as delicate as a feather, leaving Xia Qianqian momentarily at a loss for words. You're not crying anymore? We'll be there soon. Your Aunt Fong must have prepared delicious treats for you. Xia Qianqian couldn't help but salivate at the thought of the osmanthus cake made by Fong Ro, a delicacy she had longed for. But alas, being a mere infant of less than 6 months, she was not allowed to indulge freely in food. Look at you. So greedy. Fuing playfully teased Xia Qianqian for a while longer in the car, but once they arrived home, Fong Ro was already waiting for them upon hearing the commotion. Fuing shook his head, reluctant to part ways so soon. Mom, it's quite windy outside. Let us head in first. After saying this, Fuing strode inside with long strides. Fong Ro looked up at the bright, sunny sky, wondering where the wind was. This little episode quickly faded from her mind as she had already heard about the hospital incident. Not only had she prepared delectable treats for Xia Qianqian, but she had also brought some gifts. Qianqian, do you like this little gourd pendant? The elderly say that children can wear jade or gold and silver items to ward off evil spirits. The moment Xia Qianqian laid eyes on the gold, her eyes sparkled, and her little hands struggled to grasp the gourd pendant. This was genuine gold, and its weight was unmistakable. I like it, I love it. Thank you, Aunt Fong. Please put on me. Fuing glanced at Xia Qianqian in his arms. Her expression was unmistakably that of a gold digger. With such a penchant for wealth at this age, what will happen when she grows up? Fuing chuckled. It seemed he would need to earn even more money, lest he failed to provide for such a little treasure. Fong Ro then pulled out 2 bracelets and an anklet, all exuding the allure of gold, which made Xia Qianqian's eyes widen in awe. Although she was already adorned with jewelry from her parents, who could ever have too much gold? Aunt Fong, I adore you. From now on, you shall be my godmother. Fuing felt a stir in his heart. Mom, why don't you adopt Qianqian as your daughter? Then these gifts would be perfectly justified. Fong Ro clapped her hands together. That's a splendid idea. I wonder if Qianqian's parents would agree. When I visit next time, I'll mention it to Uncle Xia and Aunt Xia. Let us pack these gifts away. Her brothers will be here shortly. Just as Fong Ro finished organizing, the Xia brothers stormed in with a fierce demeanor, their expressions grim. Fuing, who allowed you to take Qianqian without permission? If anything happens, can you take responsibility? Chapter 52. Yearning to see her, the Xia brothers advanced with an intimidating presence. Yet, Fuing maintained his indifferent demeanor. I did not take Xia Qianqian without permission. She chose to come with me. Fuing spoke earnestly, refusing to let go of the rare opportunity to be alone with Xia Qianqian. What? It's unsafe with me, but safe with those 3 fools? Xia Qianqian had initially been reluctant, but now, seeing the multitude of gifts Feng Rou had brought, her earlier fears were long forgotten. As the tension between the four escalated, Feng Rou, amid showcasing the gifts, prepared to intervene. Can we not act so childishly? They have given me so many gifts. Why are you arguing with Fuing? Xia Qianqian expressed her impatience. Mifine. There is no need for such fuss. Upon hearing Xia Qianqian express her annoyance at them, the three brothers' anger dissipated significantly, their heads drooping in disappointment. Furthermore, the fact that their beloved sister was siding with Fuing only deepened their gloom. Meanwhile, Fuing wore a triumphant grin. The three brothers felt heartbroken. It is indeed our Fuing's fault. Feng Rou's gentle voice broke the tension. The Xia brothers then realized they had overlooked her presence. Noticing their rudeness, they quickly apologized. Pardon us, Mrs. Fu. The three turned to Feng Rou and immediately grasped the truth behind Xia Qianqian's impatience. The small child, adorned in a perfectly fitting princess dress, was surrounded by an array of gold, silver, and gemstone jewelry. At that moment, she was clutching a sapphire necklace, thoroughly enjoying herself. Recognizing their little sister's fondness for wealth, the brothers felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, their sister was merely materialistic, not disinclined toward them. The brothers silently resolved to work harder to earn money. They would buy even more gifts for Xia Qianqian. This way, she would surely favor them most. In the ensuing days, the three brothers intentionally kept Xia Qianqian away from Fuing, leveraging their connections to gather information about his whereabouts. If Fuing planned to visit the Xia residence to see Xia Qianqian, the brothers would concoct an excuse to take her out for fun. It wasn't until the fourth day that Fuing, unable to contain himself any longer, disregarded all formalities. He arrived at the Fu residence unannounced. When the butler ushered Fuing inside, the Xia brothers nearly thought they were hallucinating. I happened to pass by and thought I'd visit Uncle Xia and Aunt Lu. I decided on a whim, and I hope you don't mind. Fuing smiled charmingly, bearing an assortment of gifts. Naturally, Xia Qianqian could not voice any objections. The oblivious Lu Wen was overjoyed, thinking how wonderful it was for the esteemed young master of the Fu family to grow close to their family. This seemed to validate Xia Qianqian's sentiment about fostering a good relationship with Fuing. Meanwhile, the Xia brothers' faces turned shade of green. Ultimately, they could only watch helplessly as their parents led Fuing to Xia Qianqian's nursery. Chapter 53. His gifts upon entering the nursery. Fuing finally beheld the object of his incessant longing, Xia Qianqian. Oh, Fuing, what brings you here? After a few days, I thought perhaps you had been grounded by Fuing again. Xia Qianqian was unaware that her brothers had conspired to keep Fuing from seeing her. Merely assuming he was preoccupied, Fuing was elated to learn that Xia Qianqian had thought of him, and without further ado, he began to present her with gifts, one after another. Ultimately, amidst the dazzling array of presents, Xia Qianqian's gaze was captured by a small crown encrusted with diamonds. This was no ordinary crown. It featured pink, blue, red, and green diamonds, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors under the light. Wow, this is even prettier than the crowns my three brothers gave me. Xia Qianqian was transfixed, unable to tear her eyes away from the exquisite little crown. Observing her fascination, Fuing was suddenly struck by the impulse to tease her. He lifted the crown and moved it side to side, watching as Xia Qianqian's eyes followed its motion. Seeing her in such a state made Fuing feel as though he were playfully engaging with a kitten. The tension he had been holding onto for days inexplicably began to ease. The lips that had been pressed tightly together now bore a hint of a smile. However, where there is joy, there is also discontent. While Fuing reveled in his amusement, the Xia brothers stood at the nursery door, their disapproving glares nearly piercing through him. How did he possess so much wealth? How could he afford gifts that surpassed what each of them had given? And that crown, where had he found it? The three brothers gritted their teeth at the door. Inside the nursery, Xia Qianqian and Fuing were having a delightful time. Hurry and give me the crown. You big meanie. Stop waving it around. S' heart raced with excitement as she gazed at the little crown adorned with an array of colorful diamonds. Surely, this exquisite piece must be of great value. Initially believed that she was captivated by its beauty, but after some time, it became evident that her interest was primarily in the monetary worth. Indeed, she is rather materialistic. Despite his words, S' expression was one of affectionate indulgence. Gently, he lifted from her crib and placed the crown in her hands. She examined it from every angle, utterly enamored. I declare, this is the most cherished gift I've received since my arrival in this world. As she marveled at the dazzling crown, her delight only grew, prompting her to pucker her lips and plan a firm kiss on it. Meanwhile, at the door, the three brothers of the felt their hearts shatter. Alas, their precious little sister's favorite gift was bestowed by an outsider. After playing with the crown for a while, suddenly recalled something. It's been ages since I've seen. I wonder how that foolishly sweet boy has been lately. Sigh, I hope the formidable can get along with him. After all, this naive lad may very well become his invaluable assistant in the future. Paused, taken aback. His potential assistant? Shall I bring over next time to play with you? He inquired tentatively. Not bad at all. The great demon king is quite clever, understanding the importance of cultivating a good relationship with, replied. Upon hearing her thoughts, S' perception of shifted somewhat. However, the three brothers of the could no longer contain themselves and stormed in. Who do you think you are, calling yourself her brother? We are true brothers. Without backing down, countered, I found the gift that she adores the most. Can you three claim the same? Hasn't even spoken yet. So why are you in such a rush? As the tension escalated, rolled her eyes. What do you mean I haven't spoken? I can't talk at all, okay. Pouting in dissatisfaction, she lightly slapped, her adorable demeanor instantly disarming the previously tense atmosphere. How incredibly charming, unable to resist. Reached out to pinch her little cheeks, relishing the familiar sensation. Summer swiftly pried his hand away. How dare he? Just as the argument seemed poised to reignite, sighed. I've told you all to maintain a good relationship with the great demon king. Besides, he has already given me so many gifts. Can't you just bear with it a little? Her slightly melancholic thoughts echoed in the ears of the four. With a triumphant smile, provocatively glanced at the brothers, who hung their heads in defeat. Not only was their beloved little sister evidently biased towards, but they also recognized the validity of her words. Exchanging glances, the three brothers tacitly agreed to turn a blind eye. They consoled themselves with the thought that would eventually leave, while they would still have more time with. The three brothers of the naively believed that the visit was merely a coincidence. Little did they know that the very next day returned, accompanied by, both intent on presenting gifts to, this time, brought even more treasures than before. As if in competition, he and showcased their offerings one after another before. Eager to impress her, did they rob a bank? Wondered, standing at the door of the nursery, utterly astonished by the display of lavish gifts. In particular, had brought a jade statue of Guanyin that was nearly the same size as herself. While she was unfamiliar with Guanyin, she exclaimed, "This jade is fantastic. So large, so green. The quality is splendid. Haha, I'm striking it rich." However, she did possess knowledge of jade. Hearing her praise, S' mood soured. He presented a pure gold cat figurine, exquisitely carved and undoubtedly heavy. Look at this solid gold cat, do you like it? He asked, presenting the shiny treasure to her. Instantly captivated, reached out to touch the golden cat. Solid gold. This is much better than jade. She marveled at the craftsmanship, her eyes narrowing with delight. At that moment, felt satisfied. Just look is truly a fool. For several consecutive days, brought along to the showering with a plethora of precious gifts. The three brothers' sense of urgency grew increasingly acute as these five individuals found themselves in an inexplicable rivalry. It was no longer merely about the quantity of gifts, but rather a competition to see whose offerings could capture his attention more effectively, and found the situation both amusing and perplexing. However, seeing's joy, they allowed the children to continue. As days turned into weeks, the group often gathered together due to, and over time, they forged a considerable bond of friendship. Yet to outsiders, and the brothers appeared to be perpetually at odds. As for, he remained the silent one, always standing by, unable to voice his thoughts. Time swiftly passed, and was nearing her first birthday. Just as she was pondering this, descended the stairs. Dinner is ready, prepared by the auntie. It should be to the taste of that girl. What girl? Is someone coming to our home as a guest? Gestured to, signaling that she wished to be held. Unable to resist her adorable antics, promptly took her from his arms. My dear, you will soon have a sister-in-law. Was taken aback. A sister-in-law? Just then, the door swung open, revealing a lovely young woman who entered arm in arm with her elder brother. "Hello, uncle and aunt. I am girlfriend." This declaration seemed to trigger a switch within. The tiny girl, suddenly invigorated, sat up in his embrace, her excitement palpable as she began to babble and even blew bubbles at. "This woman is not a good person. It's a trap, brother. Don't believe her." The sudden outburst from left the three adults in the living room momentarily stunned. Only, who could not hear his thoughts, responded with a gentle smile. "Is this your little sister? She's absolutely adorable." Awkwardly nodded in acknowledgement, cradled, gently patting her back to soothe her. "Hello. Welcome to the..." Demeanor was sweet and charming, her every word and action impeccable. Could it be that I remembered incorrectly? Or has my arrival altered the original narrative? Is truly a good person? Pondered, her uncertainty growing. Perhaps I should wait and see. She nestled against, falling silent. Upon hearing the new sentiments of Xia Qianqian, the Xia family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if they adhered to Xia Qianqian's assertions, it would have been exceedingly awkward. After all, it would be unreasonable to dismiss Li Mengyao, who was visiting the Xia family for the first time. Particularly, Xiaoyu exhaled deeply. He truly did not know how to confront the fact that Li Mengyao was not a virtuous person. His feelings for her ran deep. Chapter 56. You dare to touch her? Xia Qianqian could not endure until dinner's conclusion. Halfway through the meal, she fell into a deep slumber in Lu Wen's embrace. "You are merely a girl. You will eventually marry. I cannot fathom why they treat you so kindly." Xia Qianqian stealthily opened her eyes to see Li Mengyao disdainfully lifting a plush toy from the bedside. A toy worth over 1,000? The Xia family must be out of their minds. Once I marry into the Xia family, I shall truly be one of them. As for you, you will inevitably marry and belong to another family. Xia Qianqian surveyed her surroundings, realizing that only she and Li Mengyao occupied the nursery. No wonder this woman dared to act so recklessly. At this moment, Xia Qianqian confirmed that her memory was intact. This Li Mengyao was indeed the woman from the original novel who deceived her elder brother, Xiaoyu. At this moment, Li Mengyao noticed that Xia Qianqian had awakened. Seeing the small infant stirred from slumber, yet remaining silent, merely gazing at her with wide eyes, sent a chill down Li Mengyao's spine. She then found herself laughing at the absurdity of her fear. "What is there to be afraid of? Just a baby. What are you staring at, you little wretch?" Li Mengyao grew increasingly arrogant. Looking around, she observed the nursery adorned with treasures and jewelry, a veritable trove. "I am carrying a boy, although he is not your elder brother's. That fool Xiaoyu has been completely ensnared by my deceit. He is currently doting on me and the child. As for your parents, for the sake of this grandson in my womb, they ought to gift me a car and a house, for they are so invested in you." A useless little infant, Li Mengyao muttered to herself, her tone gradually becoming deranged. Gazing at everything Xia Qianqian possessed, an unnamed fury surged within her. She reached out and pinched Xia Qianqian's cheek, showing no mercy as she twisted it. "Children are truly repulsive. Had it not been for your family's wealth, I would not endure this torment." With long, sharp nails, Li Mengyao's grip caused Xia Qianqian's cheeks to throb with pain. The sharp edges of her nails incessantly scraped against Xia Qianqian's delicate skin. "Who will come to my rescue? This wicked woman is going to ruin my face." Tears streamed down Xia Qianqian's cheeks. "Brother, father, mother, where are you? Qianqian is in so much pain. What are you doing?" A cold voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. Startled, Li Mengyao reflexively released her grip. "It is Fuing. Fuing has come to save me." Having just been pinched, Xia Qianqian felt the burning pain in her cheeks intensify as she heard Fuing's voice. A wave of grievance washed over her, prompting her to wail loudly. Fuing hurried a few steps forward and scooped Xia Qianqian into his arms. The sight of the small child's face flushed from the pinching, with tears cascading like pearls, ignited a fierce anger within him. "How dare you touch her?" Fuing's voice rose, his aura icy. Xiaoyu, usually gentle and polite, had never witnessed such a scene. Instantly, he faltered. "I was merely passing by, and upon seeing this little girl, I thought her adorable and came in to take a look." Chapter 57. A standoff. You find her adorable? Fuing, holding Xia Qianqian, pressed forward. The Xia family is not some impoverished place where anyone can waltz in. Fuqing cast a disdainful glance at Li Mengyao, startled by Fuqing's icy demeanor. Li Mengyao stumbled backward, only to be caught by a pair of strong hands. "Are you all right, Mengyao?" The voice of Xia Yu reached her, prompting Li Mengyao to feign a pitiful expression. With tears in her eyes, she replied, "Xia Yu, I was merely passing through the nursery, and upon seeing Qianqian asleep, I wanted to take a look when this uninvited guest insulted me. I know my family is poor, and you all look down on me. So be it, Xia Yu. I am unworthy of you." With that, Li Mengyao turned to leave. Fuqing scolded derisively. Xia Yu had been entirely focused on his girlfriend, and only now did he realize that the uninvited guest Li Mengyao mentioned was, in fact, Fuqing. "Fuqing? What are you doing here?" Xia Yu was taken aback, surprised that Fuqing had come to the Xia residence at this late hour. Fuqing replied curtly, "I brought something for your father from mine." Enough of the pleasantries. Had I not thought to check on Qianqian, she might have suffered at the hands of this wicked woman. Xia Yu felt conflicted. Mengyao is a good person. You must have misunderstood her. Upon hearing Xia Yu's words, Xia Qianqian felt a surge of anger. "Foolish brother, silly brother, it is precisely because of your dim-wittedness that you were deceived by that wicked woman, Li Mengyao, in the original story." Xia Qianqian's thoughts echoed in Xia Yu's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. What is happening? Wasn't everything fine before dinner? Your precious girlfriend just pinched my face nearly to death. Xia Yu finally noticed the unnatural redness on Xia Qianqian's cheeks. As he stared at her, Fuqing let out a cold laugh. "Have you finally realized? Your attention is no longer on your precious girlfriend? This is all her doing." Xia Yu chuckled awkwardly, hastily clarifying, "Mengyao is still young, the only daughter in her family, and has never cared for a child. Seeing how adorable Qianqian is, it is understandable that she may have been a bit rough." As he spoke, Xia Yu seemed to recall something amusing, suddenly breaking into a smile. "But Mengyao is now carrying my child. She will certainly be more careful in the future." Xia Qianqian looked at her elder brother, his expression utterly foolish, and her frustration boiled over. "Silly brother, you are being used as a pawn. You remain blissfully unaware while that woman carries a child that is not yours." Xia Qianqian's cheeks puffed with indignation. Though Fuqing felt that Xia Yu deserved to be deceived, seeing the child in such a state tugged at his heartstrings. He tightened his embrace around Xia Qianqian and cooed, "Qianqian, let's not be upset. Tomorrow, I will bring you a delightful gift, shall I?" Xia Yu felt as though lightning had struck him, frozen in place. He had heard Xia Qianqian's thoughts clearly. Given Xia Qianqian's prophetic abilities, which the Xia family had all witnessed, the child truly was not his. After much internal conflict, the haze of infatuation won out. Surely, Li Mengyao had her reasons. Chapter 58. A gift for her. Xia Qianqian felt a flicker of happiness at the thought of Fuqing buying her a gift. Yet upon seeing the expression on Xia Yu's face and recalling the established character of his infatuation in the story, she quickly deduced his thoughts. Regardless of what Fuqing said, Xia Yu would undoubtedly side with Li Mengyao. At this moment, Li Mengyao, throwing a small tantrum and pretending to leave, grew increasingly agitated when Xia Yu did not chase after her. The commotion she caused escalated, prompting Xia Yu to hurriedly pursue her, patiently coaxing his girlfriend. Observing the state of Xia Yu, Xia Qianqian clenched her little fists in frustration, her face flushed with indignation. She thought to herself, "This infuriating brother of mine, with his love-struck brain, and our parents, must see through this wicked woman's true nature." Seeing Xia Qianqian so exasperated, Fuqing resolved firmly to assist her in expelling Li Mengyao from the Xia family. Otherwise, if Li Mengyao truly became Xia Qianqian's sister-in-law, Xia Qianqian would be subject to endless bullying. His sister could only be tormented by him alone. Unable to resist, Fuqing playfully pinched Xia Qianqian's chubby cheeks, finding her puffed-up demeanor irresistibly adorable. "Go away, great demon. I'm angry. I have no time for you." Xia Qianqian's indignant little voice reached Fuqing's ears, prompting him to become even more mischievous, lifting her onto the bed and playfully pinching her cheeks. At that moment, Xia Qianqian had completely forgotten about Li Mengyao. The great demon Fuqing seemed to treat her as a delightful toy, relishing in their playful antics. "Ooh, Daddy, Mommy, second brother, third brother. Is anyone coming to rescue me?" The great demon is going to squish my face into a pancake, perhaps due to her emotional turmoil. After a while of playful interaction with Fuing, Xia Qianqian fell into a deep slumber once again. The following day, Fuing feigned the demeanor of a gossiping brother and skillfully extracted information from Xiaoyu about Li Mengyao's plans to dine at the Xia family that evening. Thus, in the evening, true to his word, Fuing arrived at the Xia household bearing gifts for Xia Qianqian, clutching a gold plaque engraved with her name. Xia Qianqian was utterly enchanted. This gift is splendid. Although Fuing may be somewhat devious, this present truly resonates with me. Xia Qianqian was overjoyed. This piece was far more valuable than any ostentatious gift. It was hefty and unmarred by any sculpting imperfections. She adored it. Her thoughts were clear to both Xia Qianqian and Lu Wan, who had returned home early from work. Sensing their daughter's happiness as they neared the restaurant, Lu Wan suggested, Fuing, why not join us for dinner at Uncle and Auntie's place? It will be wonderful for you to spend more time with Qianqian. Xia Qianqian chimed in, you needn't worry about your father. I'll call him right away. Xia Qianqian had always remembered Xia Qianqian's desire to foster a good relationship with Fuing. Coupled with Fuing's commendable behavior, Xia Qianqian increasingly regarded him favorably. Their suggestions delighted Fuing, who readily nodded in agreement. It would be my honor to accept, since the great demon is staying for dinner. I hope he can cooperate and reveal the true nature of that wicked woman to Daddy and Mommy. Xia Qianqian covertly glanced at Fuing. Sensing her gaze, Fuing looked down at Xia Qianqian, nestled his arms. This naive child was blissfully unaware that he could hear her thoughts. He would undoubtedly cooperate with her. She was his most cherished sister. Even if she desired the moon, he would find a way to bring it to her. Fuing gazed at Xia Qianqian with affectionate indulgence, while Xia Qianqian and Lu Wan wore expressions of concern. A wicked woman? Coming for dinner? The only outsider dining at the Xia household that evening, apart from Fuing, would be Li Mengyao. Upon hearing Xia Qianqian's thoughts, they immediately heightened their vigilance. Although Li Mengyao had made a decent impression on them the previous night, they would always trust their beloved daughter over an outsider. If Xia Qianqian disliked this woman, they would never allow her to enter the Xia household. Upon her return to the Xia family, Li Mengyao could distinctly sense the shift in attitude from Xia Qianqian and Lu Wan. Her gaze fell upon Fuing, who sat nearby, cradling Xia Qianqian. Li Mengyao realized that this little brat had spoiled her plans by speaking ill of her in front of Xiaoyu's parents. Xiaoyu was equally surprised to see Fuing at the dining table. You're here too? Fuing replied half-jokingly, as a brother. I certainly must see what kind of enchantress has bewitched you. The children often engaged in verbal sparring, and Xia Qianqian and Lu Wan had grown accustomed to it. However, Li Mengyao perceived this as a thinly veiled sarcasm, causing her expression to darken. Can't you handle this? Oomph. When you were pinching my face yesterday, did you ever think this day would come? Just wait. You'll regret it. Xia Qianqian's displeasure echoed in the air, causing Xia Qianqian and Lu Wan to lose their smiles. Pinching her face? They were unaware of this incident, although Xia Qianqian usually disliked having her face pinched. Claiming it would make her face larger, she and T reacted so strongly when Fuing did it. How heavy-handed must Li Mengyao be for Xia Qianqian to be so repulsed? Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I have brought you a gift. Li Mengyao presented the lavish gift she had prepared. Xia Qianqian merely responded nonchalantly, just place it there. No need to go to such expense. Lu Wan frowned, aware that Li Mengyao's family was not well off. This extravagant gift was clearly purchased by Xiaoyu. The value of a gift lies not in its price, but in the thought behind it. Noticing the style, which was even in a color she disliked, Lu Wan's last shred of goodwill toward Li Mengyao evaporated. As they dined, Fuing consumed his meal while Xia Qianqian remained restless. She would spit toward Li Mengyao one moment and toss food from Fuing's bowl in her direction the next. Initially, Li Mengyao suppressed her irritation, smiling as she remarked that children were too young to understand. However, when Xia Qianqian picked up a spoon and aimed it directly at Li Mengyao's face, she could no longer contain herself. The infant's strength was minimal, and the spoon did not harm Li Mengyao. But the food residue left unsightly marks on her meticulously made-up face, dribbling onto her white dress. Xiaoyu, can't you control your sister? Li Mengyao finally snapped. Addressing Xiaoyu, Upon hearing her outburst, everyone at the dining table turned to look at her, including Xiaoyu, who was momentarily stunned. In his memory, Li Mengyao had always been gentle and soft-spoken. Realizing that everyone was staring, Li Mengyao suddenly became aware of her own excess. She hastily grabbed a tissue, wiping the stains from her face while awkwardly attempting to justify her outburst. It's dangerous for little ones to play with porcelain. If they break something and hurt your sister, that would be a serious matter. Xiaoyu finally comprehended, feeling he had misjudged Li Mengyao. However, Xia Qianqian and Lu Wen held a different opinion. The disparity in Li Mengyao's demeanor was too stark. Her supposed gentleness was likely a facade. Their impression of her deteriorated further. With the meal disrupted, no one had an appetite, and they opted to let the maid clear the table as they gathered to chat. "Dad, Mom, I need to confess something," Xiaoyu announced, prompting Xia Qianqian and Fuing to exchange knowing eye rolls. "Mengyao is pregnant with my child." "What?" Xia Qianqian stared at Xiaoyu incredulously, unable to believe that his usually composed eldest son had allowed his girlfriend to become pregnant before marriage. "Enough. That child is not my brother's. She is merely using him as a pawn." Xia Qianqian waved her little hand, revealing an even more explosive piece of information to the crowd. Lu Wen almost couldn't restrain herself and shot a glare at Li Mengyao. After several attempts to calm herself, she reminded herself not to disclose the fact that they could hear their daughter's thoughts, and only then did she regain her composure. Xiaoqing's face had darkened considerably. "I hope, Uncle, that you can agree to our marriage soon. Since we are expecting a child, we wish to move out. Also, could you buy me a car? It is truly too dangerous to squeeze onto the subway while pregnant." Li Mengyao continued to speak to herself. Fuing let out a cold laugh and spoke leisurely. "That simply won't do. Qianqian has taken quite a liking to her older brother. She becomes quite agitated when she doesn't see him for a day. Moreover, a girl should be raised with luxury. If we spend money on cars and houses for you, we'll be left to buy gifts for our Qianqian." "Well said." Fuing. Xia Qianqian clapped her hands in laughter, disregarding the malicious glare from Li Mengyao. Xia Qianqian and Lu Wen naturally understood that Fuing was merely talking nonsense. The Xia family's wealth made purchasing a house or a car a trivial matter. Nevertheless, they chose to ignore Li Mengyao, tacitly agreeing with Fuing. The Xia family is wealthy enough not to be unable to buy a house or a car for a little girl as gifts, right? Li Mengyao struggled to maintain a smile as she looked at Xia Qianqian and Lu Wen. Of course, the gifts Qianqian usually receives are either pure gold or top-notch jade. If not, they're diamond jewelry. All of these cost a great deal. Fuing did not give the couple a chance to respond and continued. "Do not be deceived by the seemingly ordinary decor of Qianqian's nursery. The furnishings and gifts inside could afford you a dozen houses and cars." Fuing spoke truthfully, even underselling the reality. Li Mengyao could no longer maintain the facade of kindness on her face. "Have you all lost your minds? What does a little girl know? You buy her so many things, yet refuse to provide a house and a car for the child in my womb." Chapter 61. The Inheritance of Sons. Not daughters. Li Mengyao stood in the spacious living room of the Xia family, facing the Xia family and Fuing. The gentle and caring image she had painstakingly maintained began to crumble. "Qianqian is just a child. She needs more love and care." Lu Wen frowned, looking discontentedly at Li Mengyao. Yet, Li Mengyao remained oblivious, failing to notice the drastic change in the expressions of Xia Qianqian and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu stood aside, listening to Li Mengyao's words, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock and disappointment. He had never anticipated that his gentle and kind girlfriend could harbor such appalling thoughts. He turned to his sister, only to see Xia Qianqian with her head bowed, her shoulders slightly trembling, clearly hurt by Li Mengyao's words. "Mengyao, how can you say such things?" Xiaoyu finally spoke, unable to suppress his emotions any longer. "Qianqian is our sister. We are family. We should cherish her because she is a girl, not calculate as you do." Li Mengyao turned to Xiaoyu, her eyes flashing with surprise and discontent. "Xiaoyu, how can you say that? I'm only thinking of our little family and our child. Think carefully. Am I wrong?" At that moment, Xia Qianqian raised her head, her eyes still glistening with tears from earlier laughter, but the others present believed the little girl was merely upset, causing them to feel even more pity. Seeing the concerned expressions, Xia Qianqian stifled her laughter and maintained a wronged expression. Yet, her heart was filled with mockery and disdain for Li Mengyao. Please, dear sister, we are in the 21st century. Regardless of whether a child is a boy or a girl, they should be treated equally. The Xia family's wealth is earned through my parents' hard work. They have the right to decide how it is distributed. Furthermore, the love and companionship for my parents and brothers are what truly matter. A gold nest or a silver nest cannot compare to the love for my parents and brothers. Despite her usual fondness for material wealth, she understood the distinction between love and riches. Xia Qianqian's words left the Xia family members speechless. Xia Qianqian and Lu felt a warmth in their hearts, realizing they had raised a wonderful daughter. Xia Yu, upon hearing his sister's words, felt a surge of warmth. He looked at his sister, his eyes filled with admiration and pride. He had never imagined that his young sister could possess such an open-minded and understanding perspective. He had always cherished his sister, but at this moment, he truly realized the depth and steadfastness of her love and trust in him. Chapter 62. The leverage of coercion in comparison to Xia Qianqian. It was evident who deserved love more. Xia Yu shook his head, feeling that he could no longer articulate the emotions swirling within him. At this moment, as he looked at Li Mengyao, his heart was devoid of the tenderness and affection it once held. It became clear that the gentle demeanor Li Mengyao had displayed in previous days was merely a facade. At this moment, he understood that his relationship with Li Mengyao had irreparably shattered due to this incident. Li Mengyao, upon hearing these words, stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. She faltered, her prior arrogance dissipating. Are you serious, Xia Yu? However, Xia Yu did not cast another glance at Li Mengyao. He turned to Xia Qianqian and gently held her hand. Qianqian, do not be afraid. No matter what happens, your brother will protect you. Li Mengyao would not easily concede. After all, Xia Yu was a wealthy second-generation heir that she had toiled immensely to win over. He was not only devoted to her, but also generous with his spending and easily manipulated. If she missed this golden opportunity, who knew where she would find another naive, wealthy heir? Li Mengyao could not accept Xia Yu's suggestion of a breakup. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes as she decided to use the child in her womb as her final bargaining chip. She tightly grasped Xia Yu's hand, her voice trembling and pleading. Xia Yu, you cannot treat me this way. I am carrying your child. That is your flesh and blood. If you break up with me, what will happen to the child? Can you truly bear to abandon us? Xia Yu looked at Li Mengyao, his heart a tumult of emotions. When Xia Yu first learned of Li Mengyao's pregnancy, he had been filled with joy. He had always loved Li Mengyao and hoped to spend his life with her. Upon discovering her pregnancy, his initial reaction was one of elation and excitement, for he believed he was about to become a father and take on new responsibilities. However, this child is not his. Previously, he could tolerate Li Mengyao's manipulations, not only because he loved her deeply, but also because he believed she was a girl worth sacrificing for. But now, Li Mengyao, you know very well whose child this is. Hearing Xia Yu's words, Li Mengyao's expression changed dramatically, a wave of despair washing over her. How'd he find out about this? She had concealed it so well. He must be trying to deceive her. Yes, she could not fall for it. Xia Yu, what are you saying? We were once such a loving couple. This child is the fruit of our love. He should grow up in a complete family. You cannot be so heartless as to deny him a father from birth, nor can you allow him to perish in my womb. Li Mengyao feigned confusion. Chapter 63. The true face revealed. Tears streamed down Li Mengyao's face as she attempted to move Xia Yu with her tears. Xia Yu remained unmoved, feeling only deeper sorrow. Even at this moment, this woman still deceives him. Lu Wan, having overheard the conversation between Li Mengyao and Xia Yu, resolved firmly within herself. Having encountered many individuals throughout her life, and considering Xia Qianqian's previous sentiments, she had naturally seen through Li Mengyao's true character, with a hint of authority in her voice. Lu Wan addressed Li Mengyao, stating, Mengyao, while our Xia family may not be among the wealthiest, we possess a certain level of affluence. Should you choose to bear the child, rest assured that neither you nor the child will be neglected. There is no necessity for the constraints of marriage. If you wish, you may give birth to the child, and our Xia family shall ensure its proper upbringing, provided that this child is indeed my son Xia Yu's. Upon hearing Lu Wen's words, Li Mingyao was taken aback, her heart racing at the realization that the Xia family harbored doubts about the child's lineage. Yet, she remained steadfast in her belief that she had concealed the truth well enough. The Xia family, with their considerable wealth, must surely be concocting a scheme to deceive her. Surrendering now would signify her defeat. Li Mingyao vehemently defended her position, asserting that the child within her was Xia Yu's. Her voice was resolute, and her eyes sparkled with an undeniable conviction as she proclaimed, "I swear, this child is undoubtedly Xia Yu's. Uncle, Auntie, Xia Yu, you must believe me. I am an innocent girl." Xia Yu regarded her with a complex mixture of emotions. With his mother now aware of the situation, he felt foolish for having momentarily entertained Li Mingyao's claims. Check her phone records. There are records of her rendezvousing with another man. Xia Qianqian's thoughts echoed in his mind. Observing Xia Yu's silence, Lu Wen understood that her eldest son was too embarrassed to speak further, which only intensified her disdain for Li Mingyao. "Very well. Annie believes you. Since you are so innocent, may we examine your phone records?" Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao's countenance turned ashen. In a flurry of panic, she fumbled with her phone, attempting to mask her inner trepidation, all of which Xia Yu witnessed. The last remnants of affection he held for Li Mingyao evaporated in that moment. "No, you do not have the right," Li Mingyao shouted in anger, clutching her phone tightly to her chest. "Let me see." Mingyao, Xia Yu approached and seized her phone. He unlocked it and began perusing the records. Soon enough, he stumbled upon evidence of Li Mingyao's liaison with another man. These records struck him like a sharp blade, piercing his heart. "I trusted you so completely, never once checking your phone. How could you betray me?" Xia Yu's voice trembled with disbelief. Seeing this, Li Mingyao immediately knelt before Xia Yu, grasping his shirt with both hands, tears streaming down her face. "Xia Yu, please listen to me. It is not what you think." She choked out, attempting to explain herself. However, Xia Yu was beyond listening. His heart, filled with anger and disappointment, could not forgive her betrayal. "Leave. I never want to see you again," he declared coldly. Li Mingyao gazed at him in horror, as if witnessing the apocalypse. "No, Xia Yu, you cannot do this. The child is innocent. He could very well be your flesh and blood." She cried out, but Xia Yu had already turned away. At that moment, Lu Wen interjected, proposing, "There is technology available to conduct a paternity test before the child is born. We can verify this." Li Mingyao's face paled further at the suggestion. Deep down, she knew that this child could never be Xia Yu's. If she consented to a paternity test, the truth would inevitably be revealed, leaving her with nothing. "No, that will not be necessary," she murmured. "I am innocent." Yet, Xia Yu was resolute and would not yield to her any longer. His heart, wounded by her treachery, could no longer harbor love for her. "You should leave my home immediately. Do not let me see you again." In that moment, Li Mingyao was left to confront the bitter consequences of her own making. Desperation filled her as she realized she was out of options. However, she was unwilling to relinquish Xia Yu and the Xia family's wealth. In a fit of madness, she pulled out a folding knife from her bag, pressing it against her abdomen, threatening Xia Yu and Lu Wen, "You cannot treat me this way. I will harm myself right here and report your family. Let everyone know how you treat a pregnant woman." Xia Qianqian was taken aback, astonished by Li Mingyao's insanity. This woman has lost her mind. Thankfully, we have uncovered her true nature. Otherwise, had she married my brother, our household would have descended into chaos. As Li Mingyao's threats hung in the air, Xia Yu felt a surge of outrage. He had not anticipated that she would stoop so low, using her life and that of the innocent child within her as leverage against them. He regarded Li Mingyao with disdain and remarked, "Mingyao, do you truly believe that this will intimidate us into granting your desires? Our living room is equipped with surveillance. Every action of yours has been recorded. If you genuinely wish to endanger both yourself and the child, you will receive no compensation, and public opinion will not side with you." Li Mingyao felt engulfed by despair upon hearing Xia Yu's words. She lowered her gaze, tears cascading down her cheeks. Just then, the sound of police sirens resonated from outside the living room, and shortly thereafter, there was a knock at the door. The police had arrived. As Li Mingyao resorted to threats with her own life and that of her unborn child in vain, the officers appeared unexpectedly. It turned out that Fuing had discreetly alerted the authorities, hoping they would escort this deranged woman away. Upon witnessing this, Li Mingyao's face drained of color as she struggled against the police's grasp, shouting, "You cannot take me away. You have no right to do this." The officers, expressionless, regarded her with sternness, one of them stating, "Li Mingyao, we have received a report alleging extortion and fraud. Please cooperate with our investigation and do not resist." Li Mingyao, filled with indignation, retorted, "I did not extort anyone. I am Xiaoyu's fiancé. This child is his. You cannot treat me this way." Yet the police remained unmoved by her cries, steadfastly carrying out their duties. Xiaoyu stood to the side, watching as Li Mingyao was taken away, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Once, he had loved this woman deeply. Now, he felt nothing but estrangement and disappointment. Li Mingyao, utterly defeated, was dragged away by the police. "You wretched, wealthy people," she spat out, her words lacking any real impact. As she stumbled, nearly tripping over the rug due to the police's hastiness, she appeared utterly disheveled. Xia Qianqian, witnessing Li Mingyao's plight, felt a surge of joy, clapping her little hands together, producing soft sounds of delight. Xiaoyu looked at his little sister, his eyes crinkling into crescent shapes as he sighed and approached her. For the first time, Fuing did not contest Xiaoyu for Xia Qianqian, willingly handing her over to him. Xiaoyu gazed at his blissful little sister, kissing her cheek tenderly. "I am sorry. It is my fault. I should have listened to you, and we would not have faced this situation." Xia Qianqian paused, puzzled. "Listen to me? What should I have listened to?" She was somewhat bewildered. As Xia Qianqian's thoughts echoed in the air, the heaviness in everyone's hearts began to lift. Seeing that the situation was resolved, Fuing took the initiative to suggest their departure. Xia Qianqian felt somewhat embarrassed. "Uncle will arrange for a car to take you home. I apologize for the disturbances tonight." Fuing waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for concern. Every family has its own struggles. He could understand, truly understand. This statement was impeccable in its discretion. In reality, the environment in which Fuing was raised instilled in him a profound aversion to such matters. Had it not been for the need to assist Xia Qianqian today, he would never have involved himself in this affair. As he lifted his gaze, he inadvertently locked eyes with Xia Qianqian, who was cradled in Xiaoyu's arms but focused her attention solely on him. Unexpectedly, he found himself in sync with the Demon King. Without his divine assistance tonight, she mused, it would have been challenging for her to send that wicked woman away so smoothly. Hearing Xia Qianqian's thoughts provided Fuing with some solace. The child still understood gratitude, and he did not regret his restless night. "When I learn to speak, I will certainly express my thanks to him face to face," she thought, her eyes sparkling like the stars above, gazing at Fuing with utmost seriousness. In this tranquil moment, she embodied a completely different aura from her usual mischievous self. Fuing smiled at Xia Qianqian and formed a silent "let's-go" gesture with his lips, knowing she would comprehend. Xia Qianqian instinctively nodded and waved her chubby little hand at him. Satisfied, Fuing turned and departed, feeling as though he possessed a constellation of stars. However, the tranquility was swiftly shattered as major media outlets began to report rumors regarding the Xia Corporation's president abusing a pregnant woman and exploiting his power. The corporation's stocks began to fluctuate, and several uninformed enterprises, swayed by public opinion, hastily sought to withdraw their shares. Upon seeing the news, Xiaoyu instinctively recognized the handiwork of his ex-girlfriend, Li Mingyao. He felt fortunate that, with Xia Qianqian's help, he had seen through the true nature of that malicious woman. This time, he vowed to show no mercy. Chapter 66. Utilizing his handsome face, Xiaoyu was utterly disillusioned with Li Mingyao, but more so, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Xia Qianqian. After that day, he learned from Fuing the cruel words and actions Li Mingyao had directed at Xia Qianqian. Observing Xia Qianqian's unwavering affection towards him, even more pronounced than before, made Xiaoyu increasingly aware of his inadequacies as an elder brother. In an effort to mitigate the negative repercussions caused by Li Mingyao, Xia Qianqian became increasingly busy. Similar to last time, he was reluctant to let his daughter hear about his negative news and was hesitant to take Xia Qianqian to the company. As the central figure in this matter, Xiaoyu remained at home under Xia Qianqian's suggestion, finding himself with rare moments of leisure. This only deepened Xia Yu's guilt. On the day Li Mengyao arrived at the Xia household, Xia Qianqian had already warned him that she was not a good person. Yet, blinded by love at that time, Xia Yu had dismissed her warnings and held on to his sense of hope. Noticing Xia Yu's dismal mood, Lu Wen proactively suggested he take Xia Qianqian out for a stroll. Although Xia Yu intended to decline, he could hear Xia Qianqian's excited thoughts. How wonderful! Finally, I can go out to play. My brother loves me so much, he will surely not refuse to spend time alone with me. Seeing Xia Qianqian's proud demeanor, Xia Yu's initial refusal transformed into agreement. Hooray! After staying at home for so many days, I was nearly bored to death. Since Xia Qianqian stopped taking her to the company, the family feared she might face retaliation from that lunatic, Li Mengyao. Xia Qianqian had been cooped up at home for several days. If this continued, she felt she might start a mold. Xia Yu carried Xia Qianqian to the park within their community. He was indeed hesitant to take her anywhere too far, fearing that if she were harmed again because of him, he would be unworthy of the title of elder brother. After a leisurely stroll in the park, Xia Yu found a place to sit down. Xia Qianqian initially thought Xia Yu was merely tired and needed a moment's rest. However, once he sat, he seemed lost in thought, staring blankly into the distance. How long will my brother sit here? After 20 minutes, Xia Qianqian sighed in exasperation. In truth, he need not be so troubled over Li Mengyao. Observing Xia Yu's furrowed brow and piecing together recent events, Xia Qianqian quickly surmised his concerns. Xia Yu was lost in contemplation, pondering how to resolve the negative effects caused by Li Mengyao when Xia Qianqian's thoughts cut through his reverie, instantly shifting his focus. Xia Yu tuned in closely. Yet, Xia Qianqian was immersed in her own world, oblivious to the fact that the previously unfocused gaze of Xia Yu now sparkled with determination. Although the home surveillance was useless, surely the cameras in my room must still function? If that fails, find a hacker to retrieve Li Mengyao's hotel records. You all are so foolish. My brother possesses such a striking visage, yet fails to utilize it. After exposing Li Mengyao's misdeeds, hold a press conference. Let my brother, with his handsome face, passionately express his feelings for Li Mengyao while simultaneously detailing her transgressions. Chapter 67. Strategizing. As Xia Yu listened, the clouds of his troubled thoughts dissipated. Yes, why had he not thought of this sooner? They had been so focused on protecting Xia Qianqian from the fallout that they overlooked the fact that, as a seemingly innocent little girl, she could actually serve as their greatest asset in countering Li Mengyao. Why not hold a press conference? At the very least, they should clarify the situation. Xia Yu intentionally suggested this to gauge whether Xia Qianqian had any further brilliant ideas. Exactly. The demographic that avidly consumes gossip news includes many women. With my brother's captivating looks, coupled with sound reasoning, how could they not rally to our side? It is unfortunate that my brother has been deceived in matters of the heart and is now being threatened. However, this is a perfect opportunity to remedy his romantic naivety, ensuring he does not fall prey again. As Xia Yu absorbed Xia Qianqian's flowing thoughts, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. To think he was perceived as a love-struck fool in his sister's eyes was utterly mortifying. Xia Yu, I hear your family is embroiled in quite the scandal. The young master from the neighboring household ambled over, a gleeful expression on his face, not malicious, but simply eager for the spectacle. I should have been more discerning in my associations, Xia Yu thought, revealing no desire to conceal his feelings. The two appeared somewhat familiar with one another. This matter could be easily resolved if one could just muster the resolve. Xia Yu sighed. And how does one become resolute? Xia Qianqian perked up her ears, eager to hear another's perspective. Gather evidence and confront her directly, holding her accountable for her actions and demanding compensation for your family's losses. Moreover, regarding her pregnancy, this is negotiable. If she wishes to avoid giving birth in prison, she must cooperate with the clarification. Once public opinion is resolved, the Xia family will have the upper hand. Upon hearing this suggestion, Xia Yu felt a chill wash over him. To use an unborn child as leverage against a mother was something he could never bring himself to do. His sister's approach was far superior. Perhaps I should pursue my own plans instead. If you are uncomfortable with the idea of intimidation, I can assist you, given that our families are neighbors and should help one another. Yet the young master from next door remained persistent and posed another question. No need. I will discuss it with my family. Xia Yu quickened his pace, but Xia Qianqian could no longer contain herself. Wow, is this what they refer to as a cold, ruthless aristocracy often depicted in novels? Fortunately, I was not born into such a family. Otherwise, it would have been truly unfortunate. Thankfully, my brother did not agree. One wishes to remain inconspicuous unless one refrains from wrongdoing. If such actions were taken, leaving behind incriminating evidence would indeed be disastrous. Alas, my brother, aside from being somewhat infatuated with romance, is quite astute in other respects. Xia Yu listened to Xia Qianqian's heartfelt thoughts, momentarily unsure whether to laugh or cry. If he could not see through such trivial matters, he would truly have no face to remain in the Xia family, let alone assume the role of the eldest son of the Xia family. Chapter 68. Disgracing her reputation. In the Xia family, Xia Qianqian observed the company's stock price fluctuating dramatically, his mood weighed down by the situation. "Dad, this is my mess. I will take responsibility," he asserted. It was evident that Xia Qianqian was in a foul mood and had no desire for his son to intervene in this matter. He had noticed his son's recent emotional turmoil. While it was true that his son had been deceived this time, he nevertheless felt a parent's instinct to protect his child. "Rest assured, Qianqian, your brother will resolve this issue. You must believe in him." Xia Yu gently kissed Xia Qianqian's soft cheek, steeling himself to step out. In the living room, Xia Qianqian observed Xia Yu's arrival and took a deep breath. "You must not involve yourself in this matter. Regardless of what transpires, I, as your father, will bear the brunt. You need not concern yourself." After much contemplation, he remained resolute in not wanting his son exposed to media scrutiny, fearing the unveiling of old wounds that his son might find unbearable. "Dad, trust me. I can handle this, and we do have evidence. Look at this." Xia Yu quickly retrieved a computer and displayed the surveillance footage from Xia Qianqian's room. With this evidence, the situation would become much more manageable. Xia Qianqian immediately took the computer, ready to operate it, but was halted by Xia Yu. "Father, this is my mess. I should resolve it. I am prepared to hold a press conference to clarify everything. We have nothing to be ashamed of. Why should we hide?" Xia Yu, shedding his romantic naivete, spoke assertively. Xia Qianqian was surprised. He had not expected his son to adapt so swiftly. "Son, if you have made up your mind, then proceed. I will always be your support." The two shared a knowing smile, their understanding unspoken. Xia Yu promptly began his preparations. Within 2 days, all evidence regarding the Li Mingyao incident had been gathered. The theme of the press conference was an apology. The media had caught wind of the event, filling the venue to capacity. At the press conference, Xia Yu, clad in a suit yet appearing somewhat haggard, held a USB drive. "Now that everyone is here, I shall not dawdle. The primary purpose of today's gathering is to publicly apologize." A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd, as many presumed Xia Yu was there to admit fault. The past few days had consumed numerous public resources and left the Xia family's business partners on edge. Convening this press conference was a solemn act of contrition. Xia Yu bowed deeply and then inserted the USB drive into the computer, displaying the footage on the large screen behind him. "Now, I wish to clarify my personal matters. All statements circulating online are mere fabrications. These are the pieces of evidence I have collated over the past few days, and I express my profound regret in facing such circumstances." The journalist seized the opportunity, fervently capturing every moment, fearful of missing a single detail. Chapter 69. The Cunning Woman. As the footage began to play, it opened with scenes from Xia Qianqian's nursery. Li Mingyao was seen in the nursery, seemingly deranged, hurling insults at Xia Qianqian, referring to her as a disgrace, while she reached out to pinch the infant's cheek. Even through the screen, the force she exerted and the child's resistance were painfully evident. The audience was left in astonishment. After the footage concluded, the chat logs between Li Mingyao and another man were revealed. Xia Yu, with reddened eyes and a quivering voice, lamented, "I never cared whose child Mingyao's was. I loved her and was willing to raise the child as my own. Yet, I was blindsided to discover she colluded with another man to profit from the Xia family." Observing the urging expressions of the journalists, Xia Yu continued, "She harmed my sister, attempting to use the child as leverage during a family gathering. Until that moment, I still believed she had her reasons. After sending her away, I even urged my family not to pressure her, Yet I never anticipated she would unleash such slander upon the Xia family. I have spent considerable time contemplating this, and I have ultimately decided to disclose all her actions. The camera faithfully captured his expression, evoking sympathy from online viewers who lamented the plight of such a handsome young man encountering such treachery. I had long sensed something amiss with Li Mengyao. Indeed, she sought a scapegoat. Such a handsome man, yet still lost in love. Why could I not find someone like him? What a terrifying woman, with a heart so malicious. Fuing, cradling Xia Qianqian, stood backstage at the press conference, observing the online discourse. So far, the situation appeared to be in their favor. Xia Qianqian glanced at him, smiling, though feeling slightly dissatisfied. What are you looking at? Why not let me see too? You're holding it so high, I can't see. Fuing quickly realized he was holding the phone too high and adjusted his grip, allowing both to view the content. To accommodate Xia Qianqian, he slowed down the scrolling. I told you this strategy was viable. Public opinion has indeed risen. Once this ordeal passes, my brother will surely rid himself of this wicked woman. Xia Qianqian watched with growing anticipation, then began to idly survey the backstage. What is that girl doing in the corner? That sneaky woman must be up to something. Don't focus on your phone, look over there. Fuing followed her prompt, spotting a woman hiding in a secluded corner backstage, fixated on the back of the person on stage. Had Xia Qianqian not been so observant, she might have gone unnoticed. He quietly approached her. Hello, sorry. I'm sorry. I just wanted to see my senior. Please don't chase me away. I will leave right away. The woman, her eyes red, bowed repeatedly in apology. Why is she not simply watching from the front, but hiding here? There must be some undisclosed secret. Fuing nodded, reassuring her, do not be anxious. You can stand here openly to watch. No one will chase you away, and there is no need to hide. Moreover, from what you said, you must be Xia Yu's junior. He will finish up soon, and then you can meet him. Upon hearing this, the woman grew increasingly anxious. No, my senior wouldn't want to see me. Chapter 70. The miniature big brother hearing this. Xia Qianqian felt even more convinced that the woman harbored a significant secret. We cannot let her leave. There must be a story between her and my brother. Understanding her sentiment, Fuing exerted all efforts to keep the woman backstage. The commotion in front gradually subsided, though the reporters continued their chaotic inquiries. Xia Yu arrived backstage, surrounded by others. The girl stood nervously to the side, glancing up at Xia Yu before hastily looking down again. Yuewen? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lin Yuewen raised her head, her ears flushing crimson. Hello, senior. Xia Qianqian scrutinized the two. Why didn't you notify me beforehand that you would be here? My brother seems to be acting normally. Why is Lin Yuewen so fearful of him? Xia Yu paused, surprised. Is Lin Yuewen afraid of me? What would be the reason? During their time at university, although the two did not engage in many direct conversations, they maintained harmonious rapport. UWN, after a long absence, now found herself in the presence of her acquaintance and suggested sharing a meal together. Lin UWN blushed and hesitated, and Xia Qianqian could immediately sense her reluctance. Come on, be a bit more assertive. She clearly wishes to decline, and we cannot let her slip away. Since you remain silent, I shall assume you have acquiesced. All right, senior. The group proceeded outside in single file, with Shi Wai introducing Lin UWN to his sister, Xia Qianqian. This is my sister, Xia Qianqian, and this is my good friend. Epqui Noze. Lin UWN greeted each in turn, and then retrieved a small, handcrafted doll keychain from her bag, presenting it to Xia Qianqian. Here, this is for you. I didn't have anything else on hand, so I hope this will suffice as a token of our meeting. I made it myself. Having received all kinds of precious gifts before, this was the first time Xia Qianqian was gifted something so endearing. She reached out, turning it over to inspect. It's a miniature version of my brother. FQing glanced down and could see why Xia Qianqian made that comparison. The doll bore an uncanny resemblance to Shi Wai. It appeared fortune and romance had come knocking for him. Rin Ygu Ven, blissfully unaware that she had given the wrong keychain, felt her heart race, her feelings of elation making her feel lightheaded. Shi Wai took Xia Qianqian from FQing's arms. Casting a glance at the keychain, he chuckled softly. Ygu Ven, you still delight in crafting keychains for everyone. Wow, It seems Senior is quite nostalgic. There's some unspoken tension here. Upon hearing this, Shi coughed, his face flushing. I apologize, Senior, I should have done that. However, Lin Yuwn bent down, repeatedly apologizing. She had not anticipated that among the many keychains in her bag, she would have chosen the most significant one. What should I do? There is no need to apologize. I truly appreciate it. Thank you for the keychain. A rare moment of blankness crossed Lin Yuwn's face as she stared at him in astonishment. Really? She blinked, her eyes unexpectedly glistening. Someone told me you detest this sort of gesture. Who said that? Lin Yuwn moved her lips, glancing at Shi, and upon seeing his encouraging expression, she began to explain. It was Lmngeo. She fixed her gaze on Shi, anxious that he might harbor anger towards her. Yet, to her relief, there was none. It seems this girl harbors feelings for my brother. Lmngeo discovered it and warned her before she could confess. If only this person were my sister-in-law. She seems so sweet and entirely unlike Lmngeo. The group lingered, and Xia Qianqian, puzzled, craned her neck to look around. Shi was taken aback by her thoughts, yet he understood that her intuitions were often quite accurate. Why are we standing in the corridor? Why not sit down and chat? I'm so hungry. Finally realizing the time, Shi suggested, let us head to the dining hall. I have reserved a table, and it's also time for me to feed Qianqian. The dining hall was conveniently located in the adjacent building, and they arrived swiftly. The manager had already prepared warm water for them, and Fuing skillfully mixed a bottle of milk for Xia Qianqian. Once she was satisfied, their meals were served. By the way, you mentioned Lmngeo spoke to you about those matters. When did that occur? Lin Yuwn set her chopsticks down, feeling a wave of nervousness as she contemplated rising. Embarrassed, she scratched her face and began her story. It turned out that she and Lmngeo had once been good friends. At that time, she was involved in a university entrepreneurship competition alongside Shi. She admired his talents and confided her feelings to Lmngeo. The latter, having learned of such an esteemed individual, harbored ulterior motives upon discovering he was one of the heirs to the Shi family. Lin Yuwn had crafted keychains for everyone in the project, intending to present Shi with his during his graduation ceremony. Unexpectedly, Lmngeo confronted her just before she left. She told Lin Yuwn that the two were already together and urged her to keep her distance. Upon seeing the keychain in Lin Yuwn's hand, Lmngeo had disdainfully thrown it to the ground, calling her disgusting. Lin Yuwn, who was not eloquent by nature, had ceased to entertain her feelings after being publicly scorned, fearing the label of being a third party, and thus refrained from contacting Shi since graduation. I heard about those matters and was a bit worried, hence I couldn't help but want to see you, Senior. Rest assured, I do not intend to cling to you. Lin Yuwn raised her hand as if swearing an oath. Upon realizing that 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on her, her face flushed once more. Lmngeo is indeed a petty person, putting on a facade while harboring ulterior motives. Only a love-struck fool like my brother would fail to see through her. Lin Yuwn looks adorable blushing. She resembles a little apple. Hearing this, Shi glanced at her and nodded in agreement. Lin Yuwn had a round face and sparkling eyes. Indeed, her flushed cheeks made her resemble a delightful apple. At that time, Lmngeo and I were not in a relationship. She was the one who initiated our connection. I noticed my contact information had been blocked. Could you please unblock me? Perhaps we can share a meal and chat sometime. Xia Qianqian clapped her hands, pleased by her brother's approach. She pondered aloud. It all circles back to that entrepreneurship project. My brother seems much happier with her than he ever was with Lmngeo. After their meal, Xia Qianqian nestled in Fuing's arms, yawning. Yuwn, let me escort you. Where are you currently residing? Thank you, Senior, but it's unnecessary. I drove here. I am now a counselor at the school and reside in the faculty apartment. The two walked ahead, with Fuing trailing behind, cradling Xia Qianqian. Thank you for resolving everything. Please take care of Qianqian for me. No problem. Your lifelong matters take precedence. I can manage holding on to her. The baby in his arms slept soundly, exuding a faint scent of milk, bringing a sense of joy even in the briefest embrace. The distance to the Xi family home was about an hour's drive, and upon arrival, Xia Qianqian groggily stirred in Fuing's arms. The entire Xi family awaited her in the living room, and upon seeing her, they rushed to greet her. Qianqian, are you tired? Come here for a hug. Li Wen enveloped her in an embrace, and Xia Qianqian, inhaling the familiar fragrance, happily nestled into her shoulder. Not all tired. I even spotted my future sister-in-law. Xia Qianqian halted mid-step, casting a puzzled glance at Xi. Could it be that his son, in his infatuation, had reconciled with her? Thoughts of Lin Yuwen's face warmed Xi's heart. This was a sensation he had never experienced while with Lmngeo. How refreshing it was that it was not Lmngeo. Xi found himself both amused and exasperated. He was hardly love-struck. Damn, I have classes at school, so I must take my leave. Xi Jiaying stepped forward, playfully ruffling Xia Qianqian's cheeks, reluctant to part. Qianqian, would you like to accompany me to class? The others exchanged glances, incredulous at the suggestion. The child was still quite young. Bringing her to class seemed unreasonable. Before Xia Qianqian could voice his disapproval, they heard Xia Qianqian's thoughts. Yay, I can go to school. Ever since she had entered the book, she had not experienced the ambience of school and found herself nostalgic. Then I shall accompany you. What class do you have this afternoon? It's a water course. University employment guidance. It's perfectly fine for Qianqian to tag along. Xi Jiaying happily took her into his arms, removing her small bag from Fuing's back. Qianqian, let us go. Ergo will take you for a ride. After the two departed, Fuing did not linger for long and took his leave. In the school, the appearance of Xia Qianqian stirred a wave of excitement. Wow, Xia Jing, is this your daughter? No, she is my younger sister. I am so sorry. She's adorable. Xia Jing's classmates gazed at the obedient child before them, almost wishing to snatch her for themselves. So cute. She doesn't even cry. Before they could exchange more words, someone shouted that the teacher had arrived. The crowd dispersed, and Xia Qianqian, nestled in Xia Jing's arms, was so small that only her fluffy little head peeked out. Who is this? Hearing the voice, Xia Qianqian turned to see a boy with black-rimmed glasses sitting down. Qin Hao, this is my sister. Qin Hao, this is the selfish little person who appears earnest but secretly steals information. Xia Qianqian pouted, displeased, and turned her head away. In the book, Ergo fell victim to this person's scheme, ultimately missing out on that prestigious research laboratory. Chapter 73. There is something fishy behind this person. Xia Jing scrutinized Qin Hao, still somewhat reluctant to believe. As his friend and lab member, Qin Hao had always been both a mentor and a companion. With his assistance during experiments, Xia Jing often achieved twice the results with half the effort. He consistently generously shared his experimental steps and data. Could such a person truly be selfish? Yet, Xia Jing knew that Xia Qianqian's instincts were invariably accurate. Your sister is so cute. After class, shall we visit the lab? Ergo, don't be alone with him. Xia Qianqian tugged at Xia Jing's arm, hoping to divert his attention back to her. Qin Hao, as a close friend, naturally understood this situation as well. Logically, he would not make such a suggestion. Could it be that, as Xia Qianqian warned, this person was indeed plotting against him? If so, he would indeed need to investigate. All right, is there a data issue that requires my attention? Qin Hao's gaze faltered for a moment before he resolutely nodded. Yes, there are some problems with the data, but I cannot find the cause. I hope you can help me take a look. Sure. Is it regarding the recent experiment? Yes. Have you heard about another group's recent experiment in the lab? Qin Hao leaned in closely, and Xia Qianqian pushed him gently. But her tiny hand was far too small to budge him. Feeling the little push, Xia Jing noticed this scene and protectively held Xia Qianqian's hand in his palm. Ergo, are you a fool? It's so obvious he has ill intentions. Can't you tell? Xia Qianqian was somewhat annoyed, wishing to voice her thoughts, but could only emit vague hums. Sensing her anger, Xia Jing watched with amusement as she pouted and ignored him, raising his hand to rub her chubby cheek. Qianqian, be good. Brother will take you to the lab. The two continued to converse quietly, mainly discussing experimental matters. When the class bell rang, Xia Jing picked her up and walked outside. Should she come along? She is very well behaved. No need to worry. At that moment, nestled in Xia Jing's arms, she slept soundly. Upon arriving at the lab, Qianhao actively brought over the experimental data to inquire about the issues. Xia Jing glanced over briefly. Qianhao had made the most basic error. Did he truly need to help him check the data? It seemed that his actions aligned perfectly with what Xia Qianqian had said. There was indeed something fishy about this person. His intentions were not merely to have him review the data. Look next door. It seems they are preparing for a competition, Qianhao said softly. His eyes filled with endless envy. Will you come tomorrow? I will run over again later. I'd like you to take a look. Xia Jing remained silent, merely pointing to the data issue. You used the wrong validation method. It should not be this one. This person has been persistently calling ergo to the lab. He must be attempting to frame him. In that case, why not play along and see what he is up to? Hearing these words, Xia Jing realized Xia Qianqian had awakened. Nevertheless, she was correct. He wanted to see how this person intended to frame him. Speaking of the competition, the project I am currently preparing is indeed for the competition. A fleeting flash of jealousy crossed Qianhao's eyes, which Xia clearly noticed. Chapter 74. The Rise of Jealousy. Xia Qianqian huffed, grabbing a nearby sheet of paper and tossing it at Qianhao. Xia Jing, quick-witted, caught it and quietly asked, "What's wrong? Are you hungry? Ergo, look up. He's glaring at you. Do you think I can't see that?" Xia Jing felt a chill run down his spine. He had never offended Qianhao and had even regarded him as a close friend. He did not expect him to harbor such a demeanor behind his back. That national competition? Yes, the experiment will commence in a few days. Upon hearing this, Qianhao's heart began to race uncontrollably. If he could obtain Xia Jing's data, he could apply for a position at that research institute. Xia Jing lowered his head, staring at the back of this person's head, deciding to change tactics. "Are you listening to me? When will you start the experiment? May I come to observe?" This time, Qianhao was not in Xia Jing's group. Xia Jing was the only student specifically chosen by the mentors, the one most likely to enter that top research institute. Yet, he was quite capable as well. Why should he not have the opportunity? These mentors merely saw the Xia family name behind Xia Jing. If they discovered that Xia Jing was nothing but a petty person, that position would naturally fall to him. Qianhao chuckled darkly, showing no hesitation in front of Xia Qianqian. Qianhao's sinister demeanor surely indicates he is concocting some scheme to ensnare ergo. After reviewing the final piece of data, Xia Jing stood up with Xia Qianqian to take his leave. Once they were away from the lab, Xia Jing began to explain, as if speaking to himself. Qianhao's behavior is too strange. He has been probing about the experiment. Could he be planning something against it? Ergo, it seems you're not too dull. You truly have noticed the problem. Since he keeps asking about the data, let's disclose where the data is located, setting a trap for him to make a false attempt to steal it, capturing him red-handed. However, I wonder if Ergo can think of these things. Xia Qianqian expressed some concern. Capturing him red-handed would indeed be a good thing. In the original text, Qianhao had used this matter to frame Xia Jing, leading to his reputation being tarnished. The top research institute would certainly not accept a student of such poor character. This time, let Qianhao experience the taste of infamy. Upon hearing Xia Qianqian's thoughts, Xia Jing found her plan quite fitting. He was too focused on data, perhaps he would act on it. So he would deliberately expose a flaw and seize his weakness. Xia Qianqian nodded sleepily in his arms, pleased with Xia Jing's cleverness. Sure enough, the whole family was gathered at home, waiting. The moment Xia Qianqian saw Lu Wan, she eagerly reached out to her. Ergo, that fool. That little person was glaring at him from behind, and he was still seriously adjusting the data for him. Lu Wan, holding the child, looked at Xia Jing in surprise. The latter nodded, noticing Xia Qianqian's silhouette. Xia Qianqian, somewhat irritated, hurriedly inquired what happened. "It's my friend. He seems overly concerned about my experimental data." Chapter 75. A Trap for the Unwary. Do you need my help? Xia Jing shook his head and recounted the sentiments Xia Qianqian had previously expressed, selecting his words with care. "Since you have made up your mind, then go ahead and act." Xia Qianqian patted his shoulder, offering little more than that. It was Xia Yu who spoke a few comforting words, advising him not to waste too much emotion on such a person. Fortunately, there was Qianqian. He did not shy away from revealing his malice in her presence. Otherwise, I might have remained oblivious. Just as Xia Jing was preparing to converse further with Xia Yu, he noticed the latter standing up with a smile, holding his phone. It seems you're making good progress, brother. Xiaoyu froze momentarily, unsure whether to stay or leave. Why aren't you going? Sister-in-law must be waiting for you. Well, I want to be home for dinner tonight. I knew it, observing the unwavering gazes of the others. Xiaoyu hastily clarified, I'm not. I'm just catching up with some old classmates. The Xiao family exchanged knowing glances and smiled. Go ahead, but do keep your eyes wide open. Don't let love cloud your judgment. Lu Wen embraced Xia Qianqian, raising her hand to bid farewell to Xiaoyu. It's really just a gathering of classmates. Don't overthink it. With that, Xiaoyu fled in a panic, anxious to avoid the teasing glances of the others. In the evening, Lu Wen had bathed Xia Qianqian, leaving her fragrant and nestled in bed. Xia Jing pushed open the door to the nursery, gazing at Xia Qianqian. Had it been before, he would have divulged everything, but now he chose to remain silent and shift the topic. The following morning, Xia Jing went to school to discuss accelerating the progress of the experimental project with his mentors. Lu Wen, cradling Xia Qianqian, noticed the noticeable fatigue etched on Xia Jing's face and felt a pang of sympathy. I'll have someone prepare some nourishing soup for you. You need to take care of your health and stop burning the midnight oil over data. Xia Jing nodded, taking Xia Qianqian from her. Brother must be exhausted from trying to gather evidence on Qin how as quickly as possible. Qianqian is so good. It's been ages since brother has held you. Indeed, as she stated, if they did not act swiftly, how could they convince Qin Hao that this project was meant for competition? Brother must retain some contingency plans. It would be best to set up cameras and such. Then I must position the cameras in the corners of the lab. Xia Qianqian looked at him, patting his arm in approval. I didn't expect you to think the same way as I do. Xia Jing smiled, taking her tiny hand and giving it a gentle rub. He could not play with her for long, as he had to hurry off. Days later, Xia Jing found himself with more leisure time at home. He informed Qin Hao that he needed a break and revealed where the data was stored. Now, it was up to Qin Hao. Holding Xia Qianqian, he sat in his dormitory, the computer before him displaying footage from the lab. Xia Qianqian was captivated by the screen. Brother S issues will surface about 2 weeks before the competition. It should happen in the next few days. Xia Jing scoffed quietly. Targeting him just before the competition was clearly an attempt to ruin his future. In the footage, Qin Hao stealthily appeared in the lab. He surveyed the area before exiting, and the surveillance feed turned to static. Qin Hao actually used a jammer. Xia Qianqian could hardly contain herself, as this pertained to her field of expertise. Brother, hurry. He is certainly stealing data right now. Without needing Xia Qianqian's urging, he was already prepared to dash to the lab and catch him in the act. The dormitory was only a 3-minute walk from the lab. If he intended to steal data, the substantial amount of information would take him at least 10 minutes to complete. As Xia Jing approached the lab, cradling Xia Qianqian, the chill in his heart intensified. What was once doubt was now certainty. After all, the entire lab was closed. His presence could only signify destruction. He quietly pushed open the lab door, finding Qin Hao anxiously glancing around while seated at the computer. Qin Hao, what are you doing? Xia Jing's sudden voice startled Qin Hao, causing him to leap off his chair. What are you doing here? I was just here to check things out. Check on what? Xia Jing stepped closer, noticing an unfamiliar device plugged into the computer, with files downloading in the corner. What do you need our Group S experimental data for? I just wanted to reference it. I have been struggling with a conclusion that is quite similar to your experiment. So I thought, Qin Hao, enough. What are you really doing? Xia Jing yanked the device from the computer and confronted him. Are you still denying it? After all I've done for you, this is how you repay me? With his back to the door, he was unaware that someone had entered from outside. Qin Hao shed his previous timid demeanor, now confronting Xia Jing with vehement accusations. Xia Jing, give me that device. What you're doing is illegal. Selling experimental data for personal gain is exploiting the hard work of our mentors. I never imagined you were this kind of person. I won't tell anyone, as long as you abandon your wrongdoing. Xia Jing furrowed his brow, perplexed by his words. Brother, it's a trap. Yes, acting, trying to throw the blame on you. Qin Hao, when did this device become mine? Just as he finished speaking, the voice of Director Zhang echoed from behind. What are you two doing? Qin Hao rushed forward, pointing at Xia Jing. Director Zhang, when I arrived, I saw Xia Jing using a device to steal experimental data. I questioned him, and he shamelessly claimed that someone had paid him a large sum for it. Director Zhang looked at his once promising student astonished. Qin Hao, is what you say true? Of course it is. Director, if you just take a look at his device, you'll know whether I'm lying. Xia Jing stared at the device in his hand, confident it was not his. His own was in his backpack. Why was Qin Hao so adamant in his accusations? He recalled that Qin Hao often borrowed his device to store data. Could it be that he had copied one identical to his own? Before he could ponder further, Director Zhang extended his hand towards him. Xia Jing, give me the device. I need to see whose it really is. Xia Jing handed over the device. Glancing at Qin Hao behind Director Zhang, who wore a righteous expression, as though he had truly thwarted a crime, Director Zhang inserted the device into another computer, and upon opening the directory, the first file revealed was Xia Jing's thesis. It even included the process documents, leaving Xia Jing unable to discern whether this was truly his device. Xia Jing, do you have anything to say? Qin Hao spoke first. All evidence pointed directly at Xia Jing. This device is indeed not mine, and I arrived at the lab after you. The one who truly intended to steal data has always been you. Director Zhang, I hope you can investigate this matter thoroughly. Director Zhang nodded, standing up. This project is not solely my effort. I will call the others in to evaluate this together. With that, he dialed a number. Xia Jing, stop denying it. I've seen everything clearly. The evidence is irrefutable. You are nothing but a thief. Director, I suggest we call the police immediately. Qin Hao is determined to escalate this situation. Given his confidence, does he have a backing? Xia Jing furrowed his brow in contemplation. Xia Qianqian was right. Qin Hao was so certain, even unafraid of the arrival of the group members. Surely, there was someone among them who supported him. But who could it be? Qin Hao, calm down. Things may not be as you perceive. Director Zhang attempted to mediate, but Qin Hao resolutely pulled out his phone to report the incident to the authorities. Director Zhang, you cannot shield him simply because he belongs to the Xia family. His actions are a violation of the law, and your indulgence will only leave the public disheartened. For a moment, Director Zhang was at a loss, merely nodding apologetically towards Xia Jing. Once the police arrive, the truth will naturally emerge. Xia Jing understood that Director Zhang wished to avoid escalating the situation, yet Qin Hao was not someone she could confront alone. Moreover, she was cradling Qianqian in her arms and could not afford a direct clash with Qin Hao. Ergo, quickly have Director Zhang check the surveillance. I have a feeling Qin Hao has arranged for someone to be in the monitoring room. Director Zhang, the surveillance will reveal who was in the laboratory. All right, I shall head to the monitoring room immediately. Everyone, follow me. After reporting to the police, Qin Hao appeared quite pleased, as if he were certain Xia Jing would face ruin. Time ticked away, and the surveillance footage finally revealed Xia Jing's figure, positioned with her back to the camera, seemingly holding something. Throughout this duration, Qin Hao had not made an appearance. All evidence pointed towards Xia Jing. Members of the experimental project team began to arrive one after another. Director Chun, this is the situation, Director Zhang explained to Director Chun, hoping he would investigate thoroughly. Xia Jing, is it truly so? Xia Jing shook her head, feeling a heaviness in her heart as she met the ambiguous gazes of her colleagues. Who is Xia Jing? The police entered, accompanied by a throng of onlooking students, who stood at the door with eager anticipation. This surveillance must have issues. If only we could take a detailed copy for review. As the police approached to take her away, she still held onto Xia Qianqian. Director Zhang stepped forward to take Xia Qianqian into her arms. Xia Jing, I have informed your family. They will arrive shortly. I believe you're not that kind of person, and I will do my utmost to uncover the truth. Xia Jing nodded, instructing Xia Qianqian to wait for the Xia family at school. The news of Xia Jing being taken away by the police spread swiftly across the campus and even garnered some discussion online. Many individuals, claiming to have worked alongside him, came forward to divulge, accusing Xia Jing of being irresponsible and lacking accountability. Fuing was on his way to the Xia family when he saw the news. Observing the organized and documented comments online, he immediately called Xia Yu. Where are you now? We're en route to Xia Jing's school. You must have seen the news. He was taken by the police, and this is all the doing of his so-called friends. What about Qianqian? She is still at school. Fuing promptly ordered his team to turn around and head for Xia Jing's school. Director Zhang was anxiously waiting for the Xia family's arrival while holding Xia Qianqian. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a call from Superior. Seeing this, Director Chen offered to assist by holding the child. Xia Qianqian was taken to the window, watching the vehicle carrying Xia Jing and Qin Hao disappear. This is the consequence of not allowing me to take credit. Xia Jing, did you ever foresee this day? Xia Qianqian perked up her ears, sensing a connection between Director Chen and Qin Hao. Your brother is in deep trouble. Director Chen held her, his eyes squinting with a smile that revealed yellowed teeth, causing her some discomfort. Anger surged in Xia Qianqian, and she raised her hand to scratch Director Chen's greasy face. She had intended to trim her nails today, but Xia Jing took her out, causing the delay. Director Chen's expression darkened as he felt a sharp sting on his face. Damn little brat, do you believe I will throw you out of the window? You bad person. Bullying my second brother. I detest people like you who lack professional ethics. She swung her arms, unable to reach his face, so she grabbed his arm instead. Enraged, Director Chen lifted her towards the window, threatening to toss her out. A sense of weightlessness struck, and Xia Qianqian glanced down at the 4 or 5 meter drop, dizzying her, prompting her to burst into tears. Director Zhang, who was on the phone, heard the noise and hurried over, just in time to witness Director Chen holding the child outside the window. Chen, what are you doing? Put the child down. Director Zhang abandoned her call and rushed over. Oh, I was just joking with her. What are you so afraid of? Chen, this is no joke. Give me the child. Look, she scratched my face, and I haven't even held it against her. Director Zhang was furious, struggling to maintain her composure before finally snapping. You brought this upon yourself by treating a child this way. She snatched Xia Qianqian back in her arms, whispering words of comfort. Xia Qianqian felt the same warmth as she had with Lu Wen, causing her to cry even louder. As the Xia family arrived at the experimental building, they immediately heard Xia Qianqian's cries, which sent their hearts racing. They hurried upstairs and found Xia Qianqian sobbing pitifully. Qianqian, Mommy is here. Xia Qianqian, with tear-stained cheeks, opened her arms towards her, which broke Lu Wen's heart. That bad guy, Director Chen, not only participated in framing my second brother, but also tried to throw me from the building. If Director Zhang had been even a moment late, I would never have seen my beloved mommy again. The Xia family glared fiercely at Director Chen, wishing they could throw him out the window at that very moment. Hello, you must be Xia Jing's family. I am his mentor, Zhang. Director Zhang extended her hand towards them, and Xia Qianqian stepped forward. Hello, Director Zhang. I would like to know what happened with Xia Jing and why he was taken by the police. It appears that a student has accused Xia Jing of stealing data from the laboratory. I reviewed the footage, and all evidence points to him. Director Zhang's expression soured, as she held Xia Jing in high regard and was reluctant to accept this conclusion. It was not my brother who stole it. It was Qin Hao. My brother merely tried to stop him, but unexpectedly got framed. That surveillance must have been tampered with. While Qin Hao may not possess such capability, Director Chen has the means to accomplish it. Xia Qianqian, with red eyes, buried herself in Lu Wen's embrace. The rest of the Xia family exchanged glances and nodded faintly. Qianqian. Hearing the voice, Xia Qianqian lifted her head and saw Fuing rushing over. Why is the big bad guy here? Fuing, could you please help hold Qianqian? We need to resolve the issue with Xia Jing first. Lu Wen handed Xia Qianqian to Fuing and followed Xia Qianqian towards Director Zhang's office. Director Chen leisurely trailed behind, confident in his higher title, unconcerned that Director Zhang might disclose his previous actions. Regardless of Xia Jing's capabilities, Director Zhang would not sacrifice her own bright future to protect him. Xia Qianqian glared at Chen Sheng's back, filled with resentment. Bad guy Chen Sheng, can the big bad guy please check the monitoring room? The security personnel in that footage must know him. If he could simply bribe that security, it would yield results with half the effort. Holding Xia Qianqian in his arms, Fuing noticed her eyes were red from crying, evoking a pang of sympathy. Why are you crying like a little kitten? He took out a handkerchief and gently wiped her tears away. I came here to offer assistance to Xia Jing, but I'm still unclear about what exactly transpired. Fuing knew he should head directly to the monitoring room, but doing so would expose his ability to hear Xia Qianqian's thoughts. Thus, he followed along until they reached the office door, where they found Xia Yu waiting at the entrance. Xia Yu, is there anything I can assist you with? We will handle this matter appropriately. I feel somewhat guilty for continually relying on you. Big brother, that's not acceptable. You should investigate the surveillance while the big bad guy can reach out to Chun Sheng's students. Suddenly, Xia Qianqian recalled Chun Sheng's words, realizing that he had likely engaged in numerous such actions. Because the second elder brother was reluctant to let him take the first authorship, he retaliated in this manner, causing his students immense suffering and torment. As long as the students united, they could accuse him of academic misconduct. Perhaps they could even uncover evidence of his collusion with Qin Hao. Xiaoyu agreed with Xia Qianqian's assessment and signaled Fuing to follow his lead. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Xiaoyu shared all the information they had gathered thus far. I will seek out Chun Sheng's students and send someone to subtly approach the security personnel to see if there's any connection to Chun Sheng. Xiaoyu nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. It's nothing. We are all good brothers. Fuing carried the person out. Demon King, hurry up. Time waits for no one. Fuing found himself both amused and exasperated, wondering if he was being treated as a mere steed. Chapter 80. Numerous victims. Fuing arrived at Chun Sheng's laboratory, where 4 or 5 students in lab coats were moving about. Upon seeing their peculiar assembly, one student curiously approached. Which teacher's children are you? Play is not allowed here. You should leave. Hello, we are here to find Chun Sheng. Hearing the name, the student's expression quickly soured. Director Chun is not here. You should look for him elsewhere. Chun Sheng took my brother's first authorship, so I am here to confront him. That scoundrel Chun Sheng. Where's your brother? Why are you here? My brother was beaten by his men and is currently lying in the hospital. I couldn't bear it and came here. The student straightened up, glancing around before pulling her aside to a corner of the corridor. Sister, were you also robbed of your first authorship? Fuing and Xia Qianqian looked at her with bright, earnest eyes, making her instinctively retract her initial denial. She nodded in pain. Because of him, I am repeating this year and cannot graduate. Then why don't you expose this matter? But I am just a student without any connections. How can I bring him down? Sister, are there others in your group facing the same situation? If so, you can unite. There is strength in numbers, especially with the power of the internet today. Listening to these words, she felt a flicker of hope. Indeed, the strength of netizens is formidable. She could easily rally her peers to expose Chun Sheng's wrongdoings. You are right. We cannot allow him to continue harming others. This must end here. She slowly stood up, ruffled Fuing's hair, her face adorned with a determined smile. Thank you, little one. Who is your brother? You haven't told me yet. Xia Jing. A change crossed her face. It's him. A few days ago, I saw Chun Sheng and Qin Hao chatting in the corridor. They mentioned Xia Jing's name. I wonder if they were plotting to take away your brother's authorship. I knew there had to be a clue here. I will ask a few more people. At that time, were there others in the laboratory? Can I speak with them? I think there were 2 more. Let me check. She turned back into the laboratory, and soon 2 students peeked out. You are Xia Jing's brother? Fuing nodded, not dwelling on the brotherhood issue. It was definitely Chun Sheng. We saw on the campus website that he was taken away by the police. The 2 felt a bit guilty and, seeing Fuing's silence, nudged each other, urging one another to comfort him. What do you think of Chun Sheng? They whispered that he was a scoundrel, cursing him profusely in front of Fuing. Would you like to join forces to expose him? The Xiao family can protect you, ensuring you graduate without being affected by Chun Sheng. This was indeed an enticing offer. After joining Chun Sheng's group, they felt hopeless about graduation. All right, I hope you can keep your word. Of course. Chapter 81. A lion's demand after leaving the laboratory. Fuing received news from the personnel he had dispatched to contact the security. We have found the person who has dealings with Chun Sheng. He demands 1 million to buy the chat records and the original surveillance footage. As Fuing recited this information, he scoffed, finding the demand absurd. The Demon King will deal with him. Such a person cannot be left unchecked. We will send him to prison for extortion. Hand it over. Once we receive all the surveillance footage and chat records, we will alert the authorities. What a lion's demand, asking for 1 million right off the bat. He found a shady spot and opened the chat records. Within, Chun Sheng detailed how to replace the surveillance and their transactions. This constituted collusion and was enough for them to face severe consequences. Just then, a notification popped up on his phone. Renowned university professor involved in academic misconduct, appropriating student papers, and framing students. Upon opening it, he discovered that it was organized by Qianqian's students. Qianqian's actions over the years had incited outrage from countless individuals. Among them, 2 of his students, unable to escape their plight, chose to end their lives. The lengthy article also mentioned that Qianqian was suspected of framing Xia Qianqian, leading to the latter's arrest simply because he refused to allow Qianqian to take credit. The online community was in an uproar, pressuring the university and police to thoroughly investigate Qianqian. Before long, Xia Qianqian witnessed the police arriving once more, heading towards the laboratory to take Qianqian away. "Demon King, what are you dazed about?" Xia Qianqian inquired, lifting her head to meet Fuing's gaze. She awkwardly averted her eyes, feigning casualness. These gestures struck Fuing as endearing. "I'm going to check the surveillance and see what the original footage contained." Seeing him finally preparing to take action, Xia Qianqian eagerly turned to the screen as well. The footage before replacement showed only Qin Hao entering the laboratory. Shortly thereafter, Xia Jing entered carrying someone, followed by Director Zhang. With this evidence, the second elder brother can clear his name. "Demon King, stop dawdling. Send it to the police." Fuing packaged the information and sent it to Xia Yu, who expressed his gratitude upon receiving it. "Qianqian, let us go pick up Xia Jing." The police station was not far from the school, merely a 10-minute drive. Upon their arrival, they found Qin Hao shouting in anger. "What are you saying? He clearly stole something. Why hasn't he been arrested yet?" "Calm down, student. The evidence is insufficient. We can only ask him to cooperate with the investigation for now." "What more evidence is needed? Doesn't the surveillance footage prove it?" He was anxious, having just seen Qianqian being brought in, staying in the adjacent room. He feared that the truth would be revealed. "Qin Hao, come with me. Someone has identified you as his accomplice. You are suspected of framing him." Qin Hao abruptly stood, his face paling instantly. "What are you talking about? I did not frame anyone." The police stepped forward to apprehend Qin Hao, but in a moment of distraction, he struck one officer, knocking him to the ground. Other officers quickly surged forward, pinning him down. Chapter 82. Only envy others having witnessed the entire ordeal. Xia Qianqian felt a mix of emotions, reflecting on how Qin Hao was pushing himself to destruction. Assaulting a police officer will land him in jail. Qin Hao seems determined to spend even more time there. She clapped her hands in amusement, watching him struggle beneath the police, still hurling insults at them for their incompetence. Insulting them will only worsen his situation. Hurry and arrest him. Qin Hao was dragged to his feet, his hands cuffed behind his back. When Xia Qianqian locked eyes with him, Qin Hao nearly broke free from the police's grasp in his excitement. "Your brother is a thief. You are the sister of a thief," Qin Hao exclaimed, bursting into a harsh and grating laugh. Fuing raised his hand to shield Xia Qianqian's ears from the cacophony. "Qianqian is not the sister of a thief," he said, pressing a gentle kiss on her forehead before turning back to Qin Hao. "The true thief is you. You seek to frame Xia Jing in order to usurp his opportunity for further education. It is the label of thief that rightfully belongs to you." "That's not true. I deserve it," Qin Hao retorted vehemently. "Why shouldn't it be me? Xia Jing has everything. I merely want a chance for further studies. What's wrong with that? We're good friends. Shouldn't he make way for me?" His explosive declaration left everyone in the police station astounded. Xia Jing had truly fallen in with a poor companion. The inept will always wallow in envy of others' excellence. "Our second brother has misjudged you. It is a pity he wished to assist you in securing that research institute's examination slot." Xia Qianqian turned away, unwilling to gaze upon him further, feeling her second brother's disappointment deeply. Fuing embraced her, gently stroking her back. "Qin Hao, do you not understand Xia Jing's character? If he were to obtain an examination slot, would he not help you?" Qin Hao fell silent for a moment before beginning to struggle again. "Impossible. Who would willingly assist in such matters? I refuse to believe it. I only trust in what I can achieve myself." "Qin Hao, I have already sought out several mentors who have penned recommendation letters for you." Xia Jing emerged from the back room, his complexion pale. "Even if you do not participate in this competition, you can still secure an examination slot." He opened his phone, revealing 5 recommendation letters, scrolling through them one by one. Qin Hao's eyes gradually reddened, and he sank to his knees. "Qin Hao, I truly misjudged you." Xia Jing stood up, brushing past him, only to be grasped by Qin Hao at the leg. I'm sorry. I apologize to you. Please do not accuse me. I still wish to study. Xia Jing, I apologize. I cannot go to jail. Well, my life will be over. Qin Hao, from the moment you falsely accused me, you should have anticipated this outcome. Xia Qianqian extended her arms toward him, sensing her brother's sorrow. Hearing her good friend utter such words felt like a dagger to her heart. She gently patted his shoulder, a gesture of comfort that drew a smile from Xia Jing. Thank you, Qianqian. The Xia family soon arrived, and upon seeing Xia Jing standing unharmed in the hall, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Hello, we are here to submit additional evidence. Xia Yu handed over the items Fu Qing had given him to the police. Xia Jing placed the child in Xia Yu's arms, the worry on his face palpable. This situation arose because of me, and it shall be concluded by me. Rest assured. Chapter 83. Application for examination slot Qin Hao, due to false accusations, assault, and verbal abuse of police officers, was sentenced to 2 years and 6 months in prison. Chen Sheng was stripped of his professorship and sentenced to 1 year and 2 months. When Xia Qianqian learned of this outcome, she was nestled in Xia Jing's embrace. Being fed strawberries, she pouted and turned her head away. Second brother, this is too sour. I don't want to eat it. Xia Jing glanced at the now diminutive strawberry, popped it into his mouth, and grimaced at the sourness. How sour? No wonder Qianqian doesn't want to eat it. Second brother is doing quite well. If this continues, you should be able to directly apply for the highest research institute's examination, right? Indeed, I will be applying for the examination slot in a few days. Xia Chengwen nodded, unfamiliar with such matters. Since you have plans, follow your own course. But if you don't pass, can you apply again? Yes, this application is a year early. It was originally due in a year. However, after the incident with Qin Hao, I feel it prudent not to delay. With second brother's capabilities, how could he possibly fail? How could father not believe in second brother? The others looked at Xia Qianqian with playful smirks, a realization so evident even Xia Qianqian could see it. Xia Qianqian's gaze fell upon the green grapes on the table, a desire to taste them stirring within her. Xia Yu noticed her interest and proactively took one, placing it in Xia Jing's hand. Qianqian, if strawberries are too sour, why not try this? Xia Jing peeled back the skin of the grape slightly and offered it to her. So sweet. This is delicious. Her teeth were still developing, just a little white dot showing, and her mouth often felt itchy, so the Xia family would occasionally provide her with these fruits to soothe her gums. Are you going to prepare for the exam at home? Luwen inquired, wondering if studying at home would lack the necessary atmosphere. Second brother, I want to go too. I promise to be very good and will not disturb you. I just want to take a look. She longed for the ambience of the school library. Since Xia Qianqian expressed her wish, Xia Jing naturally would not let her desire go unfulfilled. Qianqian, do you want to go with second brother? He lifted her up, shaking her gently, and continued, if you want to go, just smile. Xia Jing's antics made Xia Qianqian's nose tingle, prompting her to laugh. Qianqian, you truly know how to flatter. It's settled then. Tomorrow, second brother will take you to the library. The others, seeing Xia Qianqian's genuine joy, chuckled along. Watching the children in such harmony warmed Lu Wen's heart. That evening, Xia Jing submitted his application to the highest research institute via computer. The lengthy resume left Xia Qianqian feeling dizzy with admiration. Were she in that world, possessing such numerous achievements, her alma mater would surely rise in stature alongside her. Hearing Xia Qianqian's praise made Xia Jing's heart swell with joy. Xia Qianqian did not refuse. The hour was late, and she felt the pull of sleep. Tomorrow, she would have to rise early to accompany his second brother on their outing. Chapter 84. Library the next morning, as Xia Qianqian blinked her eyes open in a foggy haze. She spotted Xia Jing standing by her bedside, fully dressed. Qianqian, second brother is here to take you out. Your little bundle is all packed. He turned to show her the bag, slung over his shoulder, filled with her belongings. After she finished washing up and changed her clothes, he placed a bottle in her hands. Once Xia Qianqian finished her milk, the library was just around the corner. Xia Jing carried her down from the car, attracting countless curious glances along the way. Nearly everyone at school recognized him after the incident with the police, and had it not been for his involvement, the students in Chen Sheng's group might have missed their graduation altogether. Many students gathered around, their gazes friendly. Upon entering the library, some disapproved of him carrying a child. hesitating to voice their concerns. Yet, the child's bright, sparkling eyes gazed up at him, her tranquil demeanor endearing her to all. Xia Qianqian looked around, recalling the sight of students engrossed in their studies, a feeling of nostalgia washing over her. Xia Jing found a vacant seat against the wall. A table with 4 spots awaited them, all equipped with backs. He placed the baby basket on another chair, laid out a small blanket, so, if Xia Qianqian fell asleep, he could lay her in the basket. Qianqian, you can play by yourself. Second brother needs to study now. Xia Jing spoke softly, striving not to disturb others. He took out a silent toy, placing it in Xia Qianqian's hands, allowing her to entertain herself. It was an educational toy. She could figure out how to separate the pieces just by glancing at it, but she had to feign curiosity to keep her secret. Second brother, don't mind me. Quickly check if last night's application has come through. Xia Jing clearly shared the same thoughts as his sister. The first step was to power on the computer and access his email. His second brother had successfully secured a spot for the examination, scheduled for the 8th of next month. He joyfully tapped Xia Qianqian's cheek, attributing all this success to her presence. Without her heartfelt assistance, he would not have uncovered Qin Hao's sinister plot, nor would he have been able to progress towards his goals so swiftly. The library was enveloped in tranquility, with only the soft scratching of pen against paper. Both were engrossed in the computer screen, oblivious to a pair of crimson eyes lurking diagonally behind them, fixated on Xia Jing's computer interface, as the pen scratched against the pages of a nearby book. Upon sending the message to others, Xia Jing was instantly met with a flurry of congratulations. I knew Xia Jing would surely succeed. Xia Jing, keep it up. The stream of encouragement flooding his phone screen warmed Xia Jing's heart, revitalizing his spirit. After playing for a while, Xia Qianqian began to feel drowsy. Xia Jing gently placed her into the infant basket, using his thigh to shield the edge of the chair. As time passed, noon approached, and 3/4 of the library's occupants had departed, leaving only a few scattered individuals. Noticing how soundly she slept, Xia Jing decided not to rush to the cafeteria and instead rose to visit the restroom. Observing his departure, the individual behind him stood up, noting Xia Qianqian's tightly closed eyes, and seized Xia Jing's water bottle, pouring a small amount of white powder from his palm into it. Chapter 85. White powder and water. Xia Qianqian squinted as she watched the person's actions. Second brother, where did you go? The infant basket and the chair's backrest obstructed her view, preventing her from seeing whether the person remained. Finally, when Xia Jing returned, Xia Qianqian eagerly reached out to him. Qianqian is awake? Second brother will take you to eat. He swiftly organized his books and prepared to stow the water bottle in his bag. Second brother, that guy at the back has put something in your water bottle. You mustn't drink it. Xia Qianqian insisted, tapping his arm. Xia Jing paused momentarily, but then nonchalantly placed the water bottle into his bag. As he turned to leave, he glanced at the unfamiliar boy behind him. This person was a stranger, and Xia Jing was certain he had never met him. So why would he tamper with his water bottle? What could be the motive behind such actions? He took Xia Qianqian to the water dispenser, pouring the contents from his bottle, where some white powder floated ominously. He lifted the cup, scrutinizing it closely. Fortunately, the water level was low, and the perpetrator had added too much powder, preventing it from dissolving. Second brother, this is it. Quickly call the police and preserve the evidence. He recalled that his cup had not previously contained anything. Could someone have taken advantage of his absence to tamper with it? There are security cameras in the library. Reviewing them will reveal who dares to act so boldly. He retrieved the cold water bottle designated for Xia Qianqian, checking it meticulously, fearing that the individual had also poisoned it. Second brother, my water bottle is fine. Hurry and call the police. We cannot let him escape. Xia Jing remained apprehensive. Let us not linger in the library today. We should leave. He hastily gathered his belongings and exited the water room. Adjacent to the water room was the restroom, and he happened to catch sight of a familiar figure entering. The individual followed him out. As they passed the restroom, the door was tightly shut, and everything appeared normal. They brushed past each other, and Xia Jing looked down to meet the other person's gaze, noticing a fleeting glimmer of jealousy in his eyes. This person does not seem trustworthy. He appears quite disheveled. It was surprising that such a character could emerge from the city's highest institution. Qianqian, let's visit the surveillance room. The security office was located in a corner on the first floor. As Xia Jing walked, He pulled out his phone to report the incident. Upon reaching the security office, he explained to the guard that someone had damaged his computer and he hoped to identify the culprit for compensation. Fortunately, a camera was directed at Xia Jing's location, capturing the other person's actions clearly. Are you sure your computer is broken? That person appears to be drugging you. You didn't drink any water, did you? The guard's expression shifted to concern as he regarded Xia Jing. Xia Jing shook his head and raised his water bottle. I haven't drunk any. Thank you for helping me check the surveillance. No trouble at all. I never expected a student would engage in such behavior. After a short wait, the police arrived at the library. Hello, who reported the incident? Chapter 86. Just observing the water bottle, Xia Jing stepped forward, surprised to see a familiar face. Officer Lin. Hello, I was the one who called the police. Ah, Xia Jing, what has transpired? The guard played the surveillance footage at the appropriate moment. And Officer Lin's anger flared upon witnessing the suspicious actions of the individual on screen. All students, yet some harbor such malicious intent. After viewing the footage, he inquired of Xia Jing, do you know this person? I do not. His behavior perplexes me, and I have had no interactions with him. He must be envious of second brother's talent. Xia Qianqian pouted, clutching Xia Jing's neck. This statement brought a smile back to his face. Is he still in the library? He should be. I did not see him leave. The library had only one entrance, and the window of the surveillance room faced the doorway, making it easy to spot anyone exiting. Officer Lin nodded and immediately led the way upstairs. They soon found the boy behind a table at the corner. Hello, student. Xia Jing approached, tapping on the edge of the table, startling the boy, who jolted upright. Upon recognizing Xia Jing, he prepared to flee, but was met with the presence of 3 police officers behind him, revealing a flicker of fear. Student, please accompany us. You placed the drugs in Xia Jing's water bottle, didn't you? It wasn't me. I merely noticed his water bottle resembled mine and picked it up to inspect. Xia Jing regarded the water bottle on his table, noting that it had a lid while the other lacked one. The 2 bottles were distinctly different in appearance. Second brother, his excuse is flimsy. The water bottles are visibly dissimilar. Xia Jing chuckled, reflecting on how this esteemed institution merely required passing the college entrance examination to gain admission. Yet, the exam only filters out the academically weak, not the morally deficient. Enough with the excuses, whatever the matter, we'll discuss it at the police station. Officer Lin declared as he stepped forward to apprehend him. The boy abruptly jerked back, causing his chair to topple, the loud crash echoing through the otherwise quiet library. Xia Qianqian jumped at the sound, trembling uncontrollably in Xia Jing's embrace. Qianqian, do not be afraid. Second brother is here. Xia Jing comforted her tenderly, gently stroking her back. Nothing to fear. You cannot arrest me. I haven't done anything. This is unlawful. Officer Lin felt exasperated. How could these individuals maintain such boldness in the face of evidence? He approached and restrained the boy, leading him out. Xia Jing followed closely with Xia Qianqian in his arms. Second brother is so unfortunate. Why does he always encounter such individuals? Xia Jing nodded in agreement. It was indeed peculiar how he kept crossing paths with such characters. Upon arriving at the police station, the boy continued to assert his innocence. I do not know him. Why would I drug him? That would ruin my own future. But upon seeing the undeniable evidence presented by Officer Lin, he fell silent. You placed powder digoxin, which is used clinically to treat heart failure, into his water bottle. An overdose can lead to confusion, depression, or even hallucinations. The amount found in the water far exceeds the normal dosage. This constitutes intentional poisoning. Had Xia Jing not detected the anomaly in time, it could have resulted in attempted murder. Chapter 87. Simply jealous. Xia Qianqian nestled in Xia Jing's embrace, eagerly sipping from the baby bottle in her hands. Slow down. It's all second brother's fault for losing track of time while dealing with this matter. She mused to herself, though her lips kept moving. In the next moment, a resounding belch erupted from her mouth. Xia Jing paused momentarily, swiftly removing the bottle and standing up to pat her back. Qianqian, you mustn't rush like this. Officer Lin closed the door and approached with the interrogation records in hand. He mentioned seeing the email on your computer regarding the approval of examination slots for that research institute. Overcome by jealousy, he sought to prevent you from participating in the exam. He gestured to the paper, his tone tinged with anger. He intended to follow you daily, surreptitiously drugging your water. The substance was pilfered from his roommate, who suffers from hypertension and takes digoxin. Neither Xia Jing nor Qianqian had anticipated such a motive. Merely jealousy could incite someone to commit such a horrifying act, trampling upon another's life without remorse. Observing his practiced demeanor, it seemed this was not his first transgression. Moreover, I learned from his confession that you are not the first person he has drugged. Xia Jing nodded, indicating to Officer Lin that should he require any assistance with the investigation, he should not hesitate to contact him. Officer Lin patted his shoulder, assuring him he would, and added, "Good luck with your exam." "Thank you, Officer Lin," Xia Jing replied. Officer Lin waved dismissively and turned to address other matters. Luan approached, her brow furrowed in confusion as she took the drowsy Xia Qianqian from his arms. "There was an incident, so I won't be taking Qianqian with me afterward." "No. Second brother was drugged today. I must stay with him to protect him. He cannot leave me behind." Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian's eyes flew open, her drowsiness vanishing. "What happened?" Xia Jing recounted the events that had transpired as he walked to the kitchen to find something to eat, quickly filling his stomach. "It's truly disgusting. How could someone be like this? Perhaps you should stay home to study." Yet, all of this is a necessary process he must endure in pursuit of his goals. "Don't eat that. It's too cold. I'll have someone prepare a bowl of noodles for you." "Mom, it's fine. I have enough." "Second brother, you cannot leave me behind. I still need to follow you tomorrow." Xia Qianqian's gaze followed Xia Jing anxiously, fearing he might leave her behind. Xia Jing stood up and approached her. "Qianqian, why aren't you sleeping?" He gently tapped her sleepy eyelids. "Do you want to play with brother?" Xia Qianqian blinked. "I'm not going to play. I am here to protect you." Xia Jing's lips curled into a smile, but were it not for her, he might have unwittingly consumed the tainted water. However, witnessing this tiny person declare her intent to protect him brought an involuntary smile to his face. "Qianqian seems eager to accompany you. Hearing you say you won't take her. She is no longer drowsy. Perhaps you should take her with you tomorrow." Luan interjected, ensuring Xia Qianqian's hopes would not be dashed. "Sleep now. Brother will not leave you behind tomorrow." Those words seemed to possess a magical quality, as Xia Qianqian promptly closed her eyes. The sight brought amusement to both onlookers. Chapter 88. Accusations and data fabrication. Xia Jing did not deceive her. Indeed, the following morning, he took her along again. Today, they did not head to the library. Instead, he carried her directly into the laboratory. He placed her on a chair not far from his workstation, arranging various items to keep her secure. "Qianqian, you stay here while second brother runs some data. I'll check on you afterward." He produced a couple of small toys and placed them in her basket. After ensuring the chair was stable, he felt at ease to attend to his work. As he busied himself near the workstation, Xia Qianqian lowered her head to play with the toys in her hands. "Where did you get these toys, second brother? They are quite interesting." She picked up a small ball and inserted it into the corresponding hole. With a delightful sound, the square box lit up with colorful lights. Each hole corresponded to a different object, creating varied lights. "Whose child is this?" Upon hearing the voice, Xia Qianqian looked up to see a snow-haired individual with silver-framed glasses. Likely a professor. She paid no mind and continued inserting the small cubes into the holes. "Huh? You were doing so well before. Why have you suddenly started messing up?" Xia Qianqian's heart skipped a beat. How long had he been watching her? "Second brother, come quickly. There's a strange person." "Professor Zhou, what brings you here?" "Just passing by, I saw this child playing with toys and found it intriguing, so I lingered a bit longer." Professor Zhou regarded them with curiosity. "This is my sister, Xia Qianqian." Professor Zhou nodded, his interest piqued as he observed her. "She is quite a clever child." Hearing praise for Xia Qianqian, Xia Jing felt elated. "Second brother, this man keeps staring at me like a creepy old man, and you're smiling so brightly." Xia Jing suppressed his laughter, recalling that Professor Zhou was dedicated to exploring human brain development. Could he possibly hear thoughts? However, seeing Professor Zhou's composed demeanor, that seemed unlikely. After discussing competition projects for a while, Professor Zhou bid them farewell. Once he departed, Xia Jing lifted Xia Qianqian and noticed she had placed every toy correctly. "Qianqian, you did wonderfully. You will surely be a prodigy in the future." "Second brother, even if you praise me, I will not forgive your smile at that creepy old man." Xia Qianqian huffed, turning away with her toys. Xia Jing's expression stiffened, feeling a bit awkward as he scratched his face. Xia Qianqian jumped in surprise, causing her toy to slip from her hands. What is it? Xia Jing leisurely picked up the toy, comforting her for a moment before standing upright to face the person at the door. Someone has reported you for data fabrication in your paper. The school has established a special investigation team that should be arriving shortly. Who is spreading such nonsense? My second brother is the most capable. How could he possibly fabricate data? Which paper is it? The individual entered with a document, hastily flipping through the pages and pointing. It's this one. Director Zhang received the news immediately and sent me to notify you. You need to find your experimental record quickly. Chapter 89. Have you offended someone? Xia Jing glanced at the document. This paper had been submitted a month ago without any issues, and he still retained the data recording process. He was not concerned about the investigation team, but he was surprised by who would report him. If the person behind this was not dealt with, would he face further accusations regarding his future publications? If the person behind this is not resolved, I fear second brother will frequently receive reports. Xia Qianqian pondered as she looked at the toy in her hands. Who could be so determined to target second brother? She set the toy down, observing the myriad of people in the laboratory. They stood at a distance, seemingly wanting to inquire, but hesitant to interrupt Xia Jing, who was busy. That person by the curtains, why do they have such a strange expression? That individual definitely knows something. Otherwise, how could they appear both jealous and amused? Xia Jing casually glanced towards the curtains, where his lab member, Zui Yuan, stood. Lowering his gaze, Xia Jing concluded that the team members must undergo further scrutiny. Xia Jing, we have received reports alleging that you have falsified your research data. A multitude of individuals surged into the laboratory, with Director Zhang trailing apprehensively beside them. Xia Qianqian held a favorable impression of Director Zhang. Not only did she save herself, but when others accused Xia Jing, she proactively stepped forward to assure them. Teacher, here are my experimental procedures. You may review them. She cleared a space, revealing the detailed records on the computer. Several teachers perused them in succession, casting hesitant glances at him. Xia Jing, please step outside with the teachers. Xia Jing nodded, lifting Xia Qianqian into his arms as he followed in their footsteps. They arrived in an adjacent empty laboratory, where the atmosphere grew solemn. Xia Jing, have you offended anyone? If you're referring to Qin Shang, he is already in prison. Even though he is incarcerated, his connections remain outside. The leading teacher, unable to witness such a talented student being questioned, continued. We have received no fewer than 50 anonymous reports over the past few days, each implicating you. The frequency of these allegations suggests that someone is orchestrating them. Thank you. Teacher, I will certainly remain vigilant about those around me. The investigation team gradually departed, while Director Zhang chose not to accompany them. This investigation was necessitated by the sheer volume of complaints received by the school. Director Zhang approached, playfully tapping Xia Qianqian on the nose. Qianqian, do you remember me? Of course I do. If it weren't for you, that scoundrel Qin Shang would have thrown me out the window. Xia Jing's expression darkened. He had been taken away by the police that day and was unaware of subsequent events. He was shocked to learn that Xia Qianqian had been threatened by Qin Shang. You can target me, but you dare not lay a finger on my sister. Director Zhang, do you have any insights on this matter? She straightened, contemplating for a moment before hesitantly responding. As you mentioned, I suspect it may be Qin Shang's associates, but I'm unaware of who else might be acting on his behalf. She looked at him apologetically. She had only been at the school for 2 to 3 years and lacked the extensive connections that Qin Shang possessed. However, if you need my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Director Zhang. Chapter 90. A father enters. A son steps up. Director Zhang did not linger, as she had other matters to attend to. Xia Jing carried Xia Qianqian outside and happened to see Zui Yuan looking over curiously. Perhaps it would be prudent to approach Zui Yuan privately. Since he is involved in this project, he must be preparing for future endeavors at the highest research institute. Let us test him. We might uncover unexpected information. Zui Yuan, I wish to discuss something with you. Xia Jing found this approach quite reasonable, as Zui Yuan had previously mentioned his aim was the highest research institute. What is it? So Yuan hesitated, leaning against the wall, reluctant to approach. Director Zhang informed me that there will be adjustments to the project team. He looked up in alarm, pointing at himself. What do you mean? She expressed her desire for her experimental group members to have integrity and not engage in underhanded tactics. Zui Yuan glanced around, feeling increasingly anxious. He believed he had been discreet in his actions. Moreover, he was not the organizer, merely a participant. Unexpectedly, the investigation team arrived like a gust of wind and departed just as swiftly, leaving Xia Jing unaffected. I do not understand what you are implying. I have no ulterior motives. My sole focus is the success of the experiment. Besides, I was personally selected by Director Zhang. His voice wavered. He could not ascertain whether Director Zhang had indeed said those words, given that Xia Jing had spent some time alone with her afterward. Zui Yuan's palms grew clammy, and his heart raced. If you do not believe me, I can call Director Zhang right now. Xia Jing retrieved his phone, located Director Zhang's number, and displayed it to him, then dialed. What do you intend to do? Zui Yuan glared, his eyes red and bloodshot. Who prompted you to act this way? He hung up the phone and tucked it into his pocket. No one. I simply cannot tolerate you. It seems you are unwilling to heed Director Zhang's advice. Are you? Huh. As if I would inform her after you told me. Xia Jing nodded with a smile. You are correct. The experimental group cannot accommodate your presence. Since you refuse to speak, I can certainly report you. Having reviewed Zui Yuan's experimental data, he knew it lacked sufficient supporting evidence, making it a straightforward case for reporting. What do you intend to do? That depends entirely on you. Zui Yuan gritted his teeth, offering his phone, revealing a chat log. This is not information I shared willingly. You compelled me to present it. Fine, then consider this your voluntary withdrawal from the project team. Xia Jing snapped a picture of the chat log, glancing it over. It was from someone named Chen Yuan. He recognized the name as Chun Sheng's son, who was pursuing his doctorate at this university. It was no wonder he could reach so many people. The messages contained veiled threats towards Zui Yuan, laced with enticing offers. Zui Yuan became ensnared in this web of accusations. You are not to report this or disclose any details. Otherwise, we shall both suffer dire consequences. Xia Jing nodded. You may leave now, and remember your words. Chun Sheng is that kind of person. It is likely that Chun Yuan is cut from the same cloth. Perhaps we should investigate his papers for any anomalies. Chapter 91. Rallying support at the school. Chun Yuan was located in another building not far away. But Xia Jing did not intend to confront him directly. As Xia Qianqian suggested, he could explore other avenues, such as his family, academics, or work. Elder brother, what is wrong? Why are you so still and silent? Xia Qianqian inquired, puzzled, as Xia Jing stood motionless in the corridor, holding her. Do not be angry. Anger harms the body, and no one can substitute for you. She nestled into his embrace, bringing warmth to his heart. There is no choice. Who can blame elder brother for being so exceptional, inciting jealousy from those less capable? Xia Jing dialed Xia Qianqian's number to inform him of everything that had transpired. No need. The experiment is not yet concluded. I will remain at the school for the time being. Is it still a conducive environment for learning at the school? It seemed he would need to have a serious discussion with the principal. After hanging up, Xia Qianqian called for Xia Yu. I intend to donate a building to Xia Jing's school. What do you think? Is it because Xia Jing is always so low-key at school that no one acknowledges the Xia family's influence? Xia Qianqian was scoffed. In that case, I shall see who dares to conspire against Xia Jing. However, being too ostentatious could adversely affect Xia Jing's upcoming examinations. There was concern that people might assume the Xia family used their wealth to secure his position. Xia Yu agreed that a donation could be beneficial, but suggested it should not be made known to everyone. You are right. Then let us proceed with the donation and make it public once he has been accepted. Agreed. Without delay, the two contacted the principal to express their intentions. Upon learning of the plan to construct a new teaching building for the school, the principal was overjoyed and promptly invited them to visit the campus. Ah, Mr. Xia, welcome. The principal beamed widely, ushering them into his office while sending someone to summon Xia Jing from the laboratory. Principal, let us be direct. I am here specifically for Xia Jing. He has faced no less than 3 false accusations in just 1 week at the school. I believe there is a deficiency in the school's cultivation of students' moral character. Xia Qianqian stated succinctly, and the principal nodded vigorously. Mr. Xia is absolutely correct. I will ensure that the counselors across all departments reinforce ethical education. To provide a building for the school is to offer protection for Xia Jing as well. Father, elder brother, what brings you here? Xia Jing looked at the two serious men in the office with a puzzled expression, momentarily at a loss. Are you here to vent your anger for the second brother? Qianqian, come here for a hug. However, Xia Qianqian did not open her arms, but instead held on to Xia Jing's neck even tighter. No, the second brother is feeling sad right now. I need to comfort him well. Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian's expression darkened. He turned and began exchanging pleasantries with the principal, causing the principal to break into a cold sweat during their back-and-forth conversation. It was decided that the school would publicly announce the investigation results across all platforms, along with the punishment for the informant. Mr. Xia, that is only natural. After the principal responded, he looked towards Xia Jing. Xia Jing, do you have any clues about who did this? Xia Jing nodded. Chun on Yuan. Chapter 92. A special delivery of toys. So, who was Chun Shang's son? The principal felt a surge of anger. Not only had Chun Shang tarnished the school's reputation, but his son also seemed utterly clueless. I hope the principal will uphold justice. Of course. The four remained oblivious to the principal's every action. Qianqian, your second brother has been holding you for so long. Let your elder brother have a hug too? Xia Qianqian looked around and reached out to her elder brother. Unexpectedly, the second brother turned around at that moment, pulling the two apart. Xia Yu helplessly nodded and waved at Xia Qianqian. In the laboratory, Xia Qianqian had just finished drinking and was being burped by Xia Jing. She curiously looked around and caught sight of someone at the door. That strange old man is back. Xia Jing turned around and saw the peculiar old man she referred to. Professor Zhou, what brings you here? He walked in with a smile, holding two toys. I find Qianqian too adorable, and I couldn't resist buying her these two toys while passing by the toy store. Both toys were educational in nature, clearly not suitable for a child merely a few months old. Thank you, Professor Zhou, but aren't these toys a bit too advanced for Qianqian? It's all right. She can play with them when she grows up, right, Qianqian? Professor Zhou unwrapped the toys, sanitized them, and placed them beside Xia Qianqian's infant seat. That spot was just within reach for her to grab while sitting in her infant seat. That strange old man looks suspicious. The second brother should refuse this gift. Hey, Xia Jing, what do you mean? How could there be too many toys? Moreover, these are gifts for Qianqian, and you must not refuse on her behalf. I don't want them. Second brother, you must refuse quickly. Before Xia Jing could respond, Professor Zhou's face darkened. What? Do you think I would harm Qianqian? I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. Seeing Xia Jing's frightened expression, Professor Zhou smiled again. Then just accept it. It's not an expensive gift. What does that strange old man really want? Professor Zhou did not linger. He had other work to attend to. This visit seemed solely for the purpose of delivering gifts. Xia Jing placed Qianqian in the infant seat and retrieved the toy he had brought along. Qianqian, let's play with this in the afternoon. If you feel sleepy, just call out and your second brother will come and cover you with a little blanket. All right. Second brother, you can go back to your work now. She fiddled with the plastic ring in her palm, puzzled by how Xia Jing could assert that the two toys were unsuitable for her. Isn't this toy too early for me to play with? Perhaps it was indeed a bit early. Let us play with this instead, the animal puzzle. This one is also quite interesting. The puzzle pieces were soft and larger than Xia Qianqian's palm. The entire puzzle was square-shaped, featuring various cartoon animals. Xia Qianqian felt a bit helpless. It was less engaging than the whole filling toy from the morning. Nonetheless, passing the time with it was still quite enjoyable. She sat alone in the infant seat, placing the puzzle pieces in their corresponding spots. Chapter 93. Targeted by the strange old man, Xia Qianqian was engrossed in her puzzle activity, unaware of the strange old man standing by the window behind her. Professor Zhou's eyes sparkled as he watched her, mumbling to himself, "What a clever child. Someone like her is perfect for my project." However, Xia Qianqian did not play for long before putting the puzzle aside. She looked in Xia Jing's direction, feeling sleepy, and let out a few soft cries. Yet, Xia Jing was deeply focused on his experiment and did not notice. Professor Zhou walked in from outside, picked up the puzzle she had been playing with, and placed each piece in the correct position. Although such a small child could always try to fit the pieces based on shape, he had observed that Xia Qianqian took her time with each piece before finding the right spot. Qianqian, are you feeling sleepy? He reached out towards Xia Qianqian, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Second brother, the strange old man wants to kidnap me. Still oblivious to the situation, Xia Jing suddenly heard Xia Qianqian burst into tears. This outburst in the laboratory was akin to a thunderclap. Xia Jing immediately reacted, feeling regret for having forgotten about Xia Qianqian. Qianqian, what's wrong? Upon seeing Professor Zhou, he hastily nodded and carefully cradled the child in his arms, soothing her. Don't cry. Qianqian, your second brother is here. That strange old man wants to catch me. He wants to catch me. Professor Zhou, I apologize, but I need to take Qianqian away for a while. Professor Zhou's frequent interactions with Xia Qianqian, coupled with the peculiar nature of his research project, made it hard for Xia Jing to overlook the connection. He feared that Professor Zhou intended to take Xia Qianqian for his project research. Xia Qianqian was inherently special, and should this uniqueness come to light, it would only attract individuals like Professor Zhou. He could no longer leave Xia Qianqian unattended. Qianqian, it's all right now, we are leaving. Xia Qianqian continued to sob softly, and Xia Jing, feeling heartbroken, lifted her face to see that she had already fallen asleep. Tears clung to her little face, making her look so pitiful. No wonder she had not spoken. It turned out she was utterly exhausted. He stayed in the corridor with Xia Qianqian in his arms until he spotted Professor Zhou emerging from the laboratory. They nodded to each other from a distance. Professor Zhou seemed inclined to approach, but Xia Jing pointed to the child in his arms and smiled apologetically. Only then did Professor Zhou relent and turn to leave. Xia Qianqian slept soundly until dusk, awakening just as Xia Jing was carrying her out of the laboratory. Thank goodness, the strange old man didn't take me away. Your second brother apologizes. I promised to come when you called. But I didn't realize you would cry before I noticed. Second brother was just too focused. There's no need to apologize to me. Xia Jing kissed her brow. But at that moment, his phone in the backpack rang. Dad, what's wrong? Xia Qing's voice came through the line. We have clarified the matter regarding Cannon-fodder. Previously, he stole a paper from a junior in the group and assaulted another junior. I have contacted both of them, and they are willing to come forward to testify against Cannon-fodder. Additionally, the principal has sent a message stating that Cannon-fodder admitted to having arranged for someone to make the report. The principal indicated that they would publicly disclose this matter on the official website. What do you think? I believe that is acceptable, Xia Jing replied, pausing at the roadside. Brother, there's a ghost. Chapter 94. The shadow chase. He tightened his hold on Xia Qianqian and kicked out, knocking the shadow to the ground. The shadow, caught off guard, fell to the ground, clutching its stomach. Wow, second brother is so cool. Xia Qianqian clapped her hands, her voice barely louder than the shadow's groans. Xia Jing felt quite pleased, unconsciously puffing out his chest. Who are you? He did not rush closer, but instead stood about a meter away from the shadow, ready to react should it suddenly spring up. Xia Jing activated the camera on his phone, the light illuminating the shadow before him. Cannon? The place where he had stood was precisely situated between two street lamps, while the school was adorned with numerous lush trees. The foliage obscured the light, which led Xia Qianqian to perceive that shadow as a ghostly figure. What does Cannon intend to do? Is he planning to ambush my second brother? Xia Jing took a step back and glimpsed the weapon in Cannon's hand. Qianqian, cling tightly to your second brother. Limited in her perspective, Xia Qianqian failed to notice the weapon, but, upon hearing his words, immediately raised her arms to embrace Xia Jing's neck. He dashed through the campus corridor, carrying her in his arms. The sound of footsteps approached from behind, and he pressed her firmly against him, not daring to let her see the scene unfolding behind them. Cannon, you are still young. I advise you against foolish actions. Still young? What do I have to be young about? You have destroyed everything for me. Even if I die, I will drag you down to hell with me. Hurry, second brother. I hear voices up ahead. The wind howled in his ears as Xia Jing sprinted faster than he ever had before. Xia Qianqian's heart raced wildly. This was her first encounter with such a dire situation. Even without seeing, it was easy to deduce Cannon-fodder's intentions from their dialogue. You have caused my family to fall apart. If you have the ability, do not run. Upon spotting the playground ahead, where many students were gathered in merriment, he shouted, Help! Call the police, someone is trying to kill me. Hearing his plea, numerous students turned their attention to him and the person behind him wielding a dangerous weapon. erupting into screams. Xia Qianqian furrowed his brow and covered Xia Qianqian's ears. Xia Qianqian, do not be afraid. Some students, in a panic, began pulling out their phones to call for help, scattering in all directions and inadvertently providing Xia Qianqian with ample space. Who is that? How could someone do such a thing at school? Nearby, on the basketball court, a group of physical education students, stirred by the scene, rushed out with basketballs in hand. One student hurled a basketball directly at Qianqian, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. The other students swiftly converged, subduing him and seizing the weapon, kicking it far away. We got him, brother. Qianqian, do not fear. The police sirens wailed as Officer L.N. emerged from the vehicle, witnessing the danger being subdued on the ground. The physical education students, substantial in both height and weight, pinned Qianqian down securely. Officer L.N. scanned the area and locked eyes with Xia Qianqian. You again? Officer L.N. Hello. He brandished a knife to attack me. Here is the video. The other two officers had already restrained Qianqian and commended the physical education students. Officer L.N. leaned closer to his phone, glancing at it with a serious expression. Are you all right? Observing the rosy complexion of the child in Xia Qianqian's arms, he felt reassured, then turned his attention to Qianqian. Where's the knife? Officer, it's right here. A student pointed at the knife on the ground, shouting loudly. Go collect it. Xia Qianqian, you forced my hand. If it weren't for you, how could I have ended up in this situation? Xia Qianqian found it laughable. Had he simply focused on his studies and pursued his education, he would not have reached this point. It was he who had initially committed wrongdoings. When you stole the achievements of others and harmed their well-being, did you ever consider how much pain they endured? Qianqian, as an offender, how dare you masquerade as a victim? Exactly, trying to feign pity, moral coercion? Xia Qianqian, may you meet a terrible fate. Xia Qianqian immediately raised her hand to cover Xia Qianqian's ears, but found her reach inadequate, thus opting to gently pat his chest instead. Brother, do not listen to his nonsense. You are the best second brother in the world. Qianqian. Xia Qianqian held her close, gently patting her back. Officer L.N., I have already prepared evidence regarding him and can file a lawsuit at any time. All right. Even if you do not, we shall pursue charges. He has endangered public safety through dangerous methods, and the law will impose severe penalties upon him. As Qianqian was taken away, he continued to shout threats at Xia Qianqian. Get lost, you pig-headed fool, robbing others and still so audacious. A scourge to society. Indeed, truly a reflection of one's heart. His own heart must be ugly. Each remark further infuriated Qianqian. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Xia Qianqian, along with the physical education students, prepared to visit the police station. He approached them briskly. Thank you, classmates. Oh, no need for such formality. We simply cannot stand idly by. Right? Is this child your sister? Xia Qianqian nodded, and in the next moment, he observed the group of young men producing exaggerated, playful voices. Oh, your sister is so adorable, so well-behaved. He smiled helplessly, raising Xia Qianqian's hand to greet them. The group pretended to clutch their hearts, feigning fainting spells. These people are so amusing. Xia Qianqian couldn't help but laugh. Her previously somber mood dissipated by their antics. Upon arriving at the police station, they took turns providing statements. Xia Qianqian, the Xi family hurriedly arrived, witnessing Xia Qianqian engaging in playful antics with the children. The sight of their child brought laughter to Xia Qianqian. Again, I'm sure I can choose correctly. Dad, Mom, we are fine. Li W and examined them closely before finally exhaling in relief. You scared me. I heard Officer L.N. say someone was chasing you with a knife. She trailed off, her eyes gradually reddening. Mommy. Upon hearing the voice, Xia Qianqian abandoned the group and rushed into Li W's embrace. Once in her arms, the lingering unease within her vanished entirely. Mommy's here, do not be afraid. After the matter at the police station was resolved, Xia Qianqian, learning that the students had saved Xia Qianqian, insisted on treating them to a late-night meal as a token of gratitude. Qianqian, go to sleep. Do not worry. Mommy is right here with you. Li W remained by her side, knowing that Xia and had surely been frightened today. The thought alone filled her with dread. If Xia Qianqian had not run fast enough, if he had not encountered those physical education students, she feared she might never have seen the two children again. Mom? Xia Qianqian cautiously opened the door, finding Li Wn with tear-streaked cheeks, and quickly stepped forward to wipe her tears. Mom, I need to talk. Can you step outside for a moment? Li Wn nodded, following his lead. The Xi family wore grave expressions. Upon seeing her, Xia Qianqian immediately urged her to sit beside him. Xia Qianqian, what is it regarding Qianqian? You see, Qianqian is different from ordinary children. She is precocious and possesses a unique voice. Professor Zhu from the adjacent laboratory is researching human brain development, and he seems to have noticed Qianqian's differences. I worry he may come knocking. The others exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Is he intending to study Qianqian? Xia Qianqian was the first to inquire. But Xia Qianqian was unsure of Professor Zhu's intentions and could only shake his head. Therefore, starting tomorrow, I will no longer take Qianqian to the laboratory. That is acceptable, but you must explain it to Qianqian yourself. Dad, I understand. In the future, be vigilant while answering calls. I will arrange for a bodyguard to accompany you for your safety. Dad, that seems too ostentatious. This time, Xia concurred with Xia Qianqian's approach. Xia Qianqian, let us proceed as Dad suggests. After all, you have just experienced such an event, and taking extra precautions is only prudent. Xia Qianqian contemplated this and found it reasonable, nodding in agreement without further objections. The following morning, as Xia Qianqian opened the door, he found Xia Qianqian still fast asleep. Qianqian, I would like to discuss something with you. When I go to the laboratory, I will not take you along. However, when I'm not going, I will bring you with me. All right? Xia Qianqian felt a persistent buzzing around her, akin to mosquitoes, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with the enlarged face of Xia Jing. Second brother, you are quite frightening. Qianqian, Xia Jing gently cradled her and reiterated the earlier conversation, specifically mentioning that Xia Qianqian had arranged for a bodyguard. Thus, he regrettably informed her that he could not take her today. Observing her expression, he also shared his suspicions regarding Professor Zhou. No wonder that strange old man was staring at me so fervently. He intends to use me for experiments? With this revelation, it was indeed wiser for her to remain at home. Xia Jing conversed with her for a while longer, ensuring she was clean and nourished with ample milk. Goodbye. Second brother, Xia Qianqian, held by Lu Wen, could only hum a farewell while clutching the milk bottle with both hands. The Xia family believed that keeping the child at home was the safest option. However, in the afternoon, an unexpected guest arrived. At that moment, Xia Qianqian was preparing for her afternoon nap. Hello, I am Xia Jing's teacher. My surname is Zhou. Lu Wen, sensing danger, immediately contacted Xia Qianqian. Who would have thought he could find their home? Chapter 97. The credit of early education, the strange old man has come knocking. Upon hearing this, Lu Wen recognized that Professor Zhou had likely done something to Xia Qianqian. Otherwise, she would not have exclaimed in such a manner. Instantly, her opinion of Professor Zhou plummeted. Professor Zhou, hello, has something happened to Xia Jing at school? Professor Zhou shook his head and produced a toy from behind him. Ding ding, Qianqian. This is a new toy I bought for you. I don't want it. A weasel paying a New Year visit to a chicken is not well-intentioned. Xia Qianqian turned her head, presenting her back to him. Lu Wen could not help but chuckle at this remark. I apologize. I'm very grateful for Professor Zhou's gift. Please come in. Since Professor Zhou was able to find their home, he had undoubtedly inquired about Xia Jing's address. For Qianqian's sake, he had indeed put in considerable effort. I came to see Qianqian. I noticed her keen intelligence a few days ago at school, which endeared her to me. Professor Zhou feigned distress, stating, this morning, I went to find her, but Xia Jing informed me she was home playing, so I took the liberty of visiting. A day without seeing Qianqian felt quite unusual. That strange old man is still so peculiar. If he wants to catch me, he should just say so. Lu Wen, naturally, could not allow Professor Zhou to take her away and was acutely aware of what captivated him about Xia Qianqian. Qianqian, why don't you play in that playpen for a while? I will chat with Professor Zhou. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Wen handed her a small ball to hold. Oh dear. Such a simple toy surely cannot satisfy Qianqian. Luwen found it odd that Professor Zhou would say such a thing, as Qianqian typically adored playing with small balls at home. In the next moment, Xia Qianqian opened her mouth and bit down on the small ball. Luwen's expression stiffened, yet she refrained from intervening. Is this even safe to chew? It is. Her toys are all sterilized and safe for oral use. She has been teething recently, experiencing itchy gums, and enjoys grinding her teeth on various items. Regardless of how Professor Zhou looked at it, he could not see the cleverness that Xia Qianqian had displayed yesterday. The drooling child gnawing on a small ball was truly the same child who had excelled at puzzles just the day before. Doubt crept into his mind. Had he perhaps dreamt it? I saw her playing with puzzles, and she was quite adept. Oh, that? We teach her that every day. As you know, we lean towards early education in our family. Luwen awkwardly smiled, thinking this age was rather young for such education. Is that so? Indeed. We even hired an expert from a prestigious foreign institution to instruct her. The puzzles you mentioned, we began teaching her from 3 months old. And only after several months did she finally grasp it. Mama, I love the way you lie, but please do not let that strange old man take me away. Otherwise, I will never see you again. With this thought, Xia Qianqian pouted, tears welling in her eyes. Seeing this, Luwen, filled with compassion, picked her up from the ground. Qianqian, what is the matter? Are you feeling sleepy? Shall I carry you to bed? Xia Qianqian yawned at the opportune moment, drool still unwiped from her chin. Professor Zhou stood frozen, utterly perplexed, yet Luwen's reasoning seemed sound. Could it truly be the influence of early education? He settled onto the sofa, soon greeted by Xia Qianqian. Hello, Professor Zhou. I am Xia Jing's father. Behind Xia Qianqian stood a woman wearing light clothing and black-framed glasses. Chapter 98. The Disappearance of Interest. Hello, Mr. Xia. I came to see Qianqian as I find her exceptionally intelligent. The two exchanged polite handshakes while Professor Zhou praised Xia Qianqian profusely. Oh, our Qianqian is undoubtedly clever, but this is also thanks to Ms. Shu's assistance. Xia Qianqian stepped aside, revealing the so-called Ms. Shu. This is the early education expert and caregiver we specifically hired for Xia Qianqian. Hello, Professor Zhou. Please feel free to inquire about any aspects of Qianqian, and I will gladly inform you. Saying this, Ms. Shu guided him to a nearby sofa. Professor Zhou listened awkwardly as Ms. Shu recounted Xia Qianqian's learning journey. Upon hearing her describe Qianqian as one of the more mediocre children she taught, his expectations for her rapidly diminished. Ms. Shu, you were previously abroad, correct? Professor Zhou was no longer interested in hearing about Xia Qianqian putting the ball in her mouth repeatedly, and he quickly stood up, preparing to take his leave. I apologize. I have other matters to attend to at school, so I must be on my way. Ms. Shu, not yet finished, pursued Professor Zhou with more to say. He repeatedly waved her off, asking her to wait until Qianqian woke up. Watching him flee, Xia Yu approached with a smile. Yuwen, you are quite impressive. If Xia Qianqian were there, she would realize that this so-called Ms. Shu was the future sister-in-law she had anticipated. Lin Yuwen smiled shyly, a flush creeping on her cheeks. I can certainly manage a little intimidation, especially since he knows so little about Qianqian, while I happen to have a nephew the same age as her. Everything she said reflected her little nephew's behavior. Thank you very much for your assistance today. Do you have other matters at school? If not, I would like to treat you to a meal. Lin Yuwen's face reddened further as she nodded in agreement to Xia Yu's invitation. Behind them, Xia Qianqian stood side by side with Luwen. Yuwen is quite a good girl, very well suited for the eldest. Xia Qianqian nodded, a smile of approval gracing his features as he followed Luwen. Qianqian, guess who I am? In the nursery, Xia Qianqian had just awakened, and upon opening her eyes, she found the surroundings enveloped in darkness. Upon closer inspection, she realized someone was covering her eyes with their palm. Third brother, you are so boring. Xia Qian awkwardly withdrew his hand. Qianqian, you are awake. Would you like to play with me? Xia Qianqian reached out her hand, having missed Xia Qian somewhat due to their time apart. Good girl, let us build with blocks. The two descended to the lower floor, where Xia Qian stepped into the play area, placing her gently onto the soft mat. He fetched a set of blocks from nearby and placed them before Xia Qianqian, watching her with eager anticipation. What is wrong with third brother? He seems strange, Xia Qianqian thought, sensing an underlying sadness in him. Though he smiled, The joy did not reach his eyes. She picked up a triangular block, placed it atop a square one, and nudged it towards Xia Qianqian. Third brother, do not cry. Here is a small house for you. Although it is currently a mere illusion, it will surely become a reality in the future. Chapter 99. Journey to Xia Qian's school. Qianqian, are you going to give me this little house? Xia Qianqian looked up at him and noticed his eyes were slightly red. She gently patted his arm. What is wrong, Sango? Speaking about it will surely lighten your mood. Xia Qian embraced her, idly toying with the small house in his hand. At this moment, something seemed amiss with Xia Qian. His demeanor was quite unusual. Qianqian, I will be leaving soon, so I shall take this little house with me. After speaking, Xia Qian lifted her and gave her a kiss before standing up to depart. Sango, can you take me along? Xia Qianqian urged, her tone filled with anxiety. However, she quickly remembered that Xia Qian was not attending university, and it would be somewhat inconvenient to bring her to school. No, I must visit the school. I cannot allow Sango to suffer in vain. The Xia family each bore their own burdens, and Xia Qian chose to keep this matter concealed, leading to significant changes in his character later on. By the way, why hasn't the great Demon King been around lately? It would be wonderful if he came. As Fuing approached the door, he overheard Xia Qianqian thinking of him, filling him with delight as he walked into the Xia residence. He had visited often enough that no one impeded his entrance. Qianqian, I'm here. Did you miss me? Fuing scanned the room, puzzled by the absence of people. Where had everyone gone, leaving Xia Qianqian alone in the enclosure? He bent down, lifted her, and affectionately bumped his nose against hers. Great Demon King, quickly, take me to Sanji's school. Xia Qianqian turned her head, pointing toward the door. What is the matter? Does Qianqian want to play in the garden outside? Fuing carried her outside, passing a table where Xia Qian had left his book. Xia Qianqian insisted on having that book, reluctant to leave. Great Demon King, I want to go to Sanji's school. She clutched the book, looking up at Fuing with anticipation. He naturally understood her desire, but he could not reveal it immediately. Whose book is this? Let me see. He opened the cover to find Xia Qian's name inscribed within. So it belongs to Xia Qian. Do you wish to find him? Yes. Great Demon King. Let us go quickly. Fuing, well versed in the steps to take Xia Qianqian out, gathered the necessary items, and proceeded outside with her. Are you missing your Sango? Sitting in the car, Xia Qianqian gazed intently out the window. Why are you ignoring me? Fuing turned her head to face him. Qianqian is still so young. Does she already have worries? Xia Qianqian felt somewhat helpless, allowing him to kiss her forehead. We've arrived. Let's go take a look. Xia Qian's school was a prestigious private institution, attended by students of considerable wealth and status. Logically, given Xia Qian's connection to the Xia family, why would he be bullied? After all, the Xia family had yet to fall from grace. Who are you? The school does not permit random entry. A security guard approached, beckoning them over. Why are you bringing a child? Are you here to see your brother? No, I am here to see the principal. Please call him and inform him that the Fu family has arrived. The guard, having worked there for many years, recognized these children were of high status and did not dare to delay, promptly calling the principal. Chapter 100. Eavesdropping at the entrance, they did not have to wait long before the principal's secretary and the director hurriedly arrived. Hello, may I ask who is Mr. Fuing? The director, balding and flustered, appeared as though he had a shiny light bulb atop his head. I am Fuing. Fuing is my father. Young Master Fu, please come in. How may we assist you? The director and his colleagues were quite cordial, warmly ushering them inside. We cannot let them follow us. Great Demon King, quickly send them away. We're here to find Sango. I just want to see the school. You may attend to your matters without concern for us. Fuing spoke sternly, leading the director to assume he intended to transfer to this school. Do you not want us to introduce the school to you? No, I prefer to observe on my own. The director nodded, but remained uneasy, instructing the principal's secretary to follow at a distance. Qianqian, let's find Xia Qian. The school bell rang just then, and Fuing recalled that Xia Yu had mentioned which classroom Xia Qian was in. He carried her upstairs, where many students were playing in the corridors. Upon seeing their unusual combination, they curiously glanced their way. Upon reaching the classroom, they looked around but did not spot Xia Qian. It seems your Sango is not here. Shall we come back another time? Just as they were about to turn away, Xia Qianqian heard someone mention Xia Qian's name. Don't go. Someone is speaking ill of Sangge. Xia Qianqian exclaimed anxiously, tugging at Fuing's collar toward the classroom. Fuing halted, saying, Qianqian, we shall not leave. Let us wait here for Xia to arrive, shall we? He stood by the door, taking cover behind the wall, listening to the conversation from the rear of the classroom. What else was Xia? He only participated in a competition. Why does Jinga want to speak to him when he claims he has no time? Exactly, it's quite amusing. Treating that impoverished boy as a good friend. If we give that poor boy a few hundred, he will be willing to say, Xia stole something. Now, I wonder who dares to befriend him? Your plan is brilliant, Jinga. Do you still want to talk to him? We can intercept him this evening. Great Demon King. Quickly record this. Why are these children so cruel at such a young age? Qianqian, I have already recorded their words. It seems your Sangge is not in class. He must have been called away. It appears our thoughts align perfectly. These bullies find this amusing. This is clearly school bullying. They must be taught a lesson. Xia Qianqian, infuriated, clutched Fuing's collar. Qianqian, do not be upset. The collar is too rough. Your hand will hurt if you grip it too tightly. Fuing gently lowered her hand, noticing her fingers had turned red. After soothing her, he cradled her small hand in his palm. Let us go to the office to find your Sangge. They arrived at the office with the principal's secretary. Noticing them from a distance, felt a pang of anxiety and hurried to follow. However, surprisingly, they did not enter but merely stood by the window to observe. It's Sangge, Xia Qianqian exclaimed, pressing her face against the window, her gaze fixed on Xia. He had his head bowed, flanked by a boy of similar height, while the homeroom teacher stood before them, pointing at Xia and speaking incessantly. Fuing cautiously opened the window, allowing the sounds within to filter through. I've said many times, I did not steal. Chapter 101. Xia Qianqian has disappeared meanwhile at the Xia residence. Luwen recalled that it was around the time Xia Qianqian usually rose. However, when she opened the nursery door, she found the crib completely empty. Stunned, she stood frozen, her mind blank. After a moment, she rushed forward to search frantically. There was nothing beneath the doll, nothing anywhere. How could a mere few-month-old child have climbed over the crib's railing? Who could have taken Xia Qianqian? Panic surged within her as she immediately dialed Xia Qianqian's number. Xia Qianqian is missing. As soon as the call connected, Luwen spoke urgently. On the other end, Xia Qianqian sprang to his feet, startling the person reporting at the podium, whose face turned ashen. Mr. Xiao, what is the matter? This is not your concern. Xiao, you come with me. The meeting is postponed. We will continue tomorrow. Thank you all for your hard work. The secretary will distribute allowances later. Xia Qianqian rushed out, his expression fraught with anxiety, while the secretary quickly took to the stage to maintain order. Dad, what happened? Seeing his anxious demeanor, Xia Yu also felt a surge of worry. Qianqian was missing. What? Has someone taken Qianqian away? Luwen cried out on the other end of the phone. I don't know. I remember Qianqian was napping in the nursery, but I searched everywhere and couldn't find her. Could Professor Zhou have sneaked in and taken her away? The mere thought of this possibility sent Lu into a frenzy of concern. The two exchanged a glance, both recognizing the depth of anxiety reflected in each other's eyes. Don't panic. Let us check the surveillance footage, Xia Yu suggested as he activated the monitoring app on his phone. However, the screen was pitch black, revealing nothing. What happened to the surveillance? You forgot, didn't you? The repair team came this afternoon and shut everything down. Upon hearing this, they immediately rushed home. Don't worry. I'll ask Xia Jing and the others if they took her. That is unlikely. Xia Jing went to the lab today, and Xia Chun is at school. Who else could it be? As Xia Yu pondered, a certain person came to mind. What about Fuing? Mom, let me ask him. Xia Yu swiftly dialed Fuing's number, which took a while to connect. Fuing, is Qianqian with you? Yes. Qianqian is here with me at Xia Qianqian's school. A collective sigh of relief escaped the three of them as Xia Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Please have Qianqian answer the phone, he added, suddenly realizing how absurd it was to ask such a thing since Qianqian was so young. Qianqian, make a sound. Fuing held the phone to Xia Qianqian's mouth, encouraging her to vocalize her presence. Xia Qianqian suddenly remembered that her earlier departure had been too hasty, and she hadn't had the chance to inform Luwen. It's all my fault. I should have told Mommy before leaving. I'm sorry. It's my mistake for not informing you. Had she communicated with the Xia family before her departure, or sent a message to Xia Yu afterwards? It wouldn't have caused such distress. It's fine. Since she's with you, we can rest easy. We thought she had been abducted. Fuing apologized again, acknowledging that he hadn't handled the situation as cautiously as he should have. Once the call ended, the conversation in the office ceased. Xia Qian emerged with a face full of indignation and, upon looking up, spotted Fuing holding Xia Qianqian nearby. Chapter 102. Bringing Happiness to Third Brother. Third Brother. Upon seeing him, Xia Qianqian immediately beamed, her mouth opening to reveal her tiny pink teeth. What brings you here? He stood there momentarily hesitant to approach. He hadn't shared much about his school life with the Xia family. Was this time an expression of Xia Qianqian's heartfelt concerns? Third Brother. I'm here to help you deal with the bad guys. Xia Qian's negative emotions dissipated as he rushed forward to embrace her. Fuing recognized Xia Qian's troubled mood and refrained from competing for her attention. Do you need my assistance? Not for now. I will manage this matter myself. You know whether or not I took your belongings. I merely thought we were the best of friends, but it seems I was mistaken. Third Brother. Someone like that isn't worth your sorrow. He doesn't deserve to be your friend. Xia Qianqian nestled against him, feigning ferocity as she glared at the other boy. However, to others, it merely appeared as though a precious little dumpling was gazing at them, melting hearts with her adorableness. Nonetheless, the other boy remained unfazed. Your claim of having knowledge doesn't alter the fact that you're a thief. The entire school knows of your deeds. I refuse to associate with someone like you. The boy strode past, deliberately bumping into Xia Qian's shoulder. It infuriates me how he can speak so brazenly. Third Brother, he accepted money from others to frame you. There'll be more waiting for you after class this evening. Xia Qianqian straightened up, holding on to Xia Qian's head. Third Brother, let us skip class and go have some fun. Xia Qian was aware that someone had intentionally bribed others to provoke him, yet he hadn't anticipated agreeing to it. Are you still going to class? That so-called Jingu will bring a group to confront you this evening. How about we leave early? Your current mood hardly suits attending school, does it? Fuing interjected, prompting Xia Qianqian to clap in agreement. Yes, Third Brother. Come play with me, please. Xia Qianqian's sparkling eyes stared intently at Xia Qian, her lips pouting, making it impossible for him to refuse. Very well. Where shall we go? The amusement park? Fuing glanced at the trio, concluding that only the amusement park would be suitable. All right, let us go. As Xia Qian cradled her and moved towards the classroom, Fuing and Xia Qianqian exchanged puzzled looks. Third Brother, where are you going? Didn't we agree to go have fun? Are you still going to gather your things? Don't bother. Let us leave right away. Xia Qianqian knew Xia Qian's fondness for her. He always catered to her emotions and playful whims. This time, let her be the one to bring joy to Xia Qian. Hearing their encouragement, Xia Qian smiled and headed towards the school gate. As they reached the ground floor, the principal's secretary caught up with them. Are you all leaving? Yes, please accompany us. No trouble at all. It's my duty to assist. Please take care. The secretary didn't stop Xia Qian, who was in uniform, deciding to discuss it with the principal later. Once outside the school gate, the trio headed straight for the amusement park. Inside the park, bustling with people, many parents with children cast curious glances at the unusual pairing of the two kids. I want to try every ride available. Third Brother, let us go. Chapter 103. Fishing Competition. The group explored the children's amusement area, but there were very few rides suitable for Xia Qianqian due to her young age. Generally, such parks do not cater to infants under a month old. How about we ride the Ferris wheel? Xia Qian suggested, noting that it was the most stable and appropriate for Xia Qianqian. That sounds good, but you need an adult to accompany her. No worries. The driver's outside. I'll have him come in. Xia Qian didn't refuse, and they waited under the shade of the trees. Let us go catch some fish. Third Brother, let us go catch fish and have fish soup for dinner. Xia Qianqian initially aimed to cheer up Xia Qian, but forgot that her current state made her unsuitable for most amusement park activities. She looked around and suddenly noticed many people under the opposite tree, using nets to catch something. Upon closer inspection, she saw large carps. The sight made her crave fish soup. She made a few sounds, fixating on the activity across the way, which Xia Qian and Fuing noticed. Do you want to check it out? Qianqian? Xia Qianqian asked, taking the initiative to head that way, causing Xia Qianqian to smile brightly. There were many people fishing, just a few grandmothers with their grandchildren. I'll grab the fishing net and bucket, Fuing said, moving towards the staff nearby. Hurry, hurry, third brother, it's your time to shine. Here you go, Qianqian. The driver arrived at that moment, and seeing Xia Qianqian, she extended her arms towards him. The driver, taken aback, lifted Xia Qianqian, acutely aware of the fierce glares from both men. He understood how much Fuing cherished this child, and thus held her with utmost care. Third brother, hurry and catch some fish. They are releasing more. It was a large pool, and every person fishing had fish food. As the fish dwindled, staff would replenish them, making it the easiest time to fish. Surely, it can't be that difficult, can it? Xia Qianqian gazed at the two with an inquisitive expression, yet her curious eyes were mistakenly interpreted by them as disdain. Xia Qianqian rolled up his sleeves and took a seat on a nearby stool. Qianqian, wait here. Third brother will catch fish for you, and we shall have fish soup tonight. I assure you, I am far superior to Fuing. Fuing was taken aback. Not only was Xia Qianqian fishing, but he also felt the need to undermine him. However, considering the events of the day, he refrained from retorting. Just don't lose, otherwise, you might end up crying to Qianqian. Impossible, just wait. Tonight, you'll also enjoy some braised fish. Xia Qianqian casually tossed a handful of fish food into the water, and the fish quickly swarmed to the surface. He promptly cast his net, skillfully catching one fish after another. The sound of splashing filled the air as he collected the carp into a small bucket. Wow, third brother is so impressive. Xia Qianqian clapped her hands in delight at the scene before her. Perched on the driver's arm, her elevated vantage point allowed her to observe every movement of the two clearly. Upon hearing her praise, Fuing couldn't help but feel a sense of rivalry. Their swift actions stood in stark contrast to the casual anglers around them, drawing even more onlookers who cheered them on. Go, handsome boy, you've got this. I'm rooting for you. An elderly lady stood beside Xia Qianqian, admiring the fish in his bucket. Indeed, third brother is remarkable. The hour for fishing was limited, and amidst their competition, time flew by. Xia Qianqian, elated with his bucket of fish, extended his arms towards her, and Xia Qianqian eagerly obliged. Look, I have caught quite a few fish too. Fuing, lagging behind, had fewer fish but still a respectable amount. Excellent. Both of you are wonderful. Let us move on to the next attraction. These caught fish could be stored, so they placed the small buckets aside and took their cards to the nearby Ferris wheel. Thanks to the driver's presence, they boarded swiftly. Third brother, it's beautiful. As the Ferris wheel ascended, the breathtaking scenery unfolded before them. Each section of the amusement park showcased its unique charm, ultimately forming a captivating mosaic. Xia Qianqian rested her chin on her arms, captivated by the view outside. The sight of her chubby little face dissipated much of Xia Qianqian's earlier frustration. Qianqian, you are beautiful. When a Ferris wheel reached its apex, it paused momentarily, offering an expansive view that uplifted their spirits. Third brother, make a wish. I guarantee it will come true. Xia Qianqian casually suggested. Yet Fuing took the initiative to mention it as well. I've heard that sincere wishes made at the highest point of the Ferris wheel are destined to be fulfilled. Should we give it a try? Xia Qianqian turned to him, surprised by his knowledge of such matters. I've only heard it occasionally. Do you want to make a wish? Qianqian, let me hold you. Why not? Holding Qianqian doesn't prevent me from wishing. As they spoke, the Ferris wheel had already reached its peak. Holding her close, Xia Qianqian whispered, I wish for Xia Qianqian to always be happy and healthy. Afterward, he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Xia Qianqian's eyes glistened as she tightened her embrace around his neck. Third brother, that's your wish. Qianqian, what's wrong? Are you hungry? Xia Qianqian, feeling a bit flustered, glanced at Fuing. It's fine. She might just be tired. Yes, I'm just a bit tired. In truth, Xia Qianqian was far from sleepy. Rather, she was brimming with energy. After descending from the Ferris wheel, they indulged in the surrounding attractions until 8 o'clock. The amusement park had a scheduled event, fireworks. As the time approached for Xia Qianqian's rest, she was reluctant to leave. Third brother, don't go. Let us watch the fireworks. Though she felt a bit drowsy, she was determined to enjoy every moment. Xia Qianqian, not wanting to argue, held her in his arms at the best viewing spot. As the clock struck 8, The air resonated with the sound of fireworks. Third brother, I'll accompany you to watch fireworks in the future. Xia Qianqian held her tighter, resting her against his belly. Thank you, Qianqian. I had a wonderful day. Xia Qianqian nestled her head against his, affectionately petting him like a kitten. In reality, Xia Qianqian's soft hair was tousled from her playful touches. Xia Qianqian, your hair. Fuing pointed at his head, chuckling, and Xia Qianqian joined in the laughter. Xia Qianqian, naturally, didn't shy away. Upon arriving at the Xia residence, Fuing voluntarily escorted them inside. Lu awaited in the living room and immediately approached upon hearing their arrival. Xia Qianqian, still groggy, opened her eyes and reached out for a fragrant mommy. Mommy, I missed you. Lu embraced her, gently patting her back. Sleep now. You've played all day. We didn't just play. We went to Third Brother's school. A group of bullies is mistreating Third Brother. They are school bullies and even framed him for stealing. The expressions of the others darkened, and Xia Qianqian's sleepiness vanished at this revelation. That person is truly shameless. He even bumped into Third Brother. Lu glanced at Xia Qianqian, who nodded in affirmation, refraining from arguing. Today, Qianqian insisted on finding Xia Qianqian, so I brought her along. We discovered some troubling matters at the school. Fuing paused, not continuing further, although Xia Qianqian had already expressed her concerns. It was better for the person involved to speak for themselves. Xia Qianqian, what happened? The group settled on the sofa as Xia Qianqian recounted the events at school. The so-called Jinggu was the youngest son of the Jing family, spoiled since childhood, believing he could have whatever he desired. These individuals had conspired with his best friend to falsely accuse him of theft. After hearing the entire story, the Xia family's expressions grew serious. I will visit your school tomorrow and have a serious discussion with their parents. Xia Qianqian spoke. The Jing family's business dealings had no intersection with theirs. The strengths of both families could not be easily determined. However, this did not mean the Jing family could bully his son at will. Dad, please don't call his parents. I fear he might be persuaded to study harder. Third brother, he isn't your friend. He had gained admission through examinations, studying diligently, successfully waiving school fees and other costs, and his family was not affluent. If it weren't for the abundant scholarships at the school, he wouldn't have been able to enroll. I'm worried he may not have the means to continue his education. Lu stepped forward to embrace Xia Qianqian. We will keep an eye on him. However, if he continues to spread such rumors, we will not hesitate to take action. Xia Qianqian nodded, leaning into Lu's warm embrace. They conversed a bit more, expressing their concerns for Xia Qianqian before dispersing. By the time they noticed, Xia Qianqian had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Fuing watched her sleep soundly and decided not to disturb her to say goodbye. The next morning, as Xia Qianqian awoke, she saw Lu dressed neatly, even wearing light makeup. Wow, Mommy, you look beautiful. Lu smiled gently and lifted her from the bed. We're going to Third Brother's school today. Do you want to join us? Yes, of course. I want to feel at ease until I see those bullies face justice. The Xia family moved swiftly, having informed Xia Qian's homeroom teacher about the situation the previous night. Xia Qianqian did not attend class, but accompanied his parents and Xia Qianqian to the office. When the homeroom teacher saw them, he greeted them with a radiant smile, welcoming them inside. Hello, I am Xia Qian's homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. You may call me Teacher Wang. What brings you here today? Teacher Wang had anticipated the reason for their visit, but refrained from stating it outright. We have come regarding the false accusation against my son for theft. Chapter 106, Confronting the Bully. That incident. I learned about it yesterday. The child claims it is not slander, but indeed true. Teacher Wang's attitude made Xia Qianqian uncomfortable. How could he arbitrarily conclude that it was his child's fault? Teacher Wang, how can you be so certain it is true? Where is the evidence? Xia Qianqian felt a surge of anger. This teacher Wang had conducted no investigation and offered nothing but baseless accusations. Was this not slander against Xia Qianqian? Quickly summoned them all to the office. Xia Qianqian crossed her arms and glared at the homeroom teacher, feeling as though he was in cahoots with the others. Bring the classmate to the office, along with Jing Sheng and his entire entourage. What does this have to do with Jing Sheng and his friends? Isn't this a matter between Xia Qianqian and Lin Jialan? Xia Qianqian's expression grew somber as he gazed at him. Teacher Wang, this matter directly involves them. You should also call their parents over. Campus violence is no trivial issue. I need to have a serious discussion with their parents. Teacher Wang wasted no time and immediately summoned Jing Sheng and his group, dialing their numbers. Upon seeing Xia Qianqian and his companions, Jing Sheng rolled his eyes dramatically. Wow, how pathetic. They need to involve parents over such a trivial matter. Jing Sheng disrespectfully raised his middle finger towards the Xia family. Jing Sheng, you would do well to adopt a more respectful attitude. Xia Qian stood before them, wishing he could land a punch on his head. His followers, too, exhibited an arrogant demeanor, showing no regard for Xia Qianqian and the others. What uncouth children! It's no wonder they would commit such acts. Lacking decency, these were the students that Teacher Wang had nurtured. Xia Qianqian gestured for Teacher Wang to observe, who was already sweating profusely. There must be some misunderstanding. Once their parents arrive, everything will be clarified. The Jing family arrived swiftly. Mrs. Jing, in towering heels, strode in with an air of authority. Before even seeing Jing Sheng, she began to shout, "Son, what happened? Is someone bullying you? Tell Mom, and I'll have them expelled." Mrs. Jing, with sunglasses that concealed much of her face, slightly lowered them upon seeing Xia Qianqian and the others, casting a disdainful glance. Is this the person? Xia Qianqian shook his head. He knew little of the Jing family and had not anticipated encountering someone like her. She will surely downplay it later, claiming it was just kids being kids. If pressed further, she will likely threaten expulsion. Xia Qianqian, having merely exchanged glances, had already discerned the woman's character. Mrs. Jing, this is Xia Qian, and these two are the parents of Xia Cheng. Mrs. Jing scrutinized them and impatiently remarked, "What are you introducing them for? Everyone wants to know me. Do I have time for other matters? Why am I even here wasting my time?" Teacher Wang stood among them, requesting they wait a moment as more parents were on their way. Soon, the other parents began to arrive, and Teacher Wang led them to a small conference room. The situation is as follows. Xia Qian claims that Jing Sheng and his friends have engaged in bullying. Mr. and Mrs. Xia are here to address this issue. As soon as Teacher Wang finished speaking, Mrs. Jing erupted. Chapter 107, An Unpleasant Departure. What nonsense are you spouting? My son is such a well-behaved child. How could he do something like that? Stop slandering. She clutched Jing Sheng. Look at my son. He appears to be the innocent one here. Mrs. Jing, please do not be agitated. We are here aiming to resolve this matter amicably. Resolve what? There's nothing to resolve. She continued. Your son is lucky to even attract my son's attention. What a wicked woman. I had no idea she was so brazen. Does her husband know? Mrs. Jing's eyes darted, adapting her demeanor according to the strength of her opponents. Observing Xia Qianqian's serious expression, her attitude softened slightly. Oh, it's just a little tussle between kids. What's the big deal? Isn't this rather normal? She stated with a smile, completely shedding her previous arrogance. No, I will not allow my child to experience such a thing during his growth. Would you be pleased if your child were bullied? Why resort to curses? You know this is wrong, yet you condone your child's behavior? Who says I condone it? You keep accusing my son of bullying without any evidence. Are you trying to set him up? After this, Mrs. Jing scoffed. Sheng, do not stoop to their level. We're these Xia family people. They seem to have come from the mountains, full of inferiority. I can't stand it anymore. She is truly the one lacking class. And the reason for unruly children lies with such indulgent parents. Xia Qianqian glared at her, spitting to the side. Hey, what are you doing, you little brat? Control your child. If he acts like this now, what will he be like when he grows up? Teacher Wang, sweating profusely, stood amidst them, repeatedly gesturing for calm. Mrs. Jing, Mr. Xia, can we maintain a level of composure? Calm? Who will want to talk calmly with such a person? Mrs. Jing said as she pulled Jing Sheng to leave. To be in the same school as such people is an insult to my son. I'm going to find the principal and demand their expulsion. Xia Qianqian's face turned pale. He never imagined that as a company president, he would be dominated by someone like her. Do not be angry. Let her go. Let us see if the principal dares to comply. Luan softly reassured him. Dad, Mom, perhaps we should find concrete evidence for this matter. Xia Qian, I feel that even if evidence were presented before her, she still wouldn't admit it. I believe I should directly speak with her father. Xia Qianqian ruffled his son's hair. Do not worry. Your father will certainly resolve this matter. Xia Qianqian watched this scene, feeling as though she had forgotten something important. Chapter 108, Secretly assisting, he intended to personally discuss the matter with Jing Sheng's father. Xia Qianqian was placed in a pen, while Lu Wen casually pulled over a puzzle and set it before her. Qianqian, play with this for now. I need to discuss something important with your father. She planned to have a serious conversation with Xia Qianqian on how to resolve this situation. Qianqian, look at what I brought you. Hearing Fu Qing's voice, she lifted her head to see a shimmering golden koi swaying before her. Wow, golden koi. It's pure gold just for you. He hung the koi around her neck, adjusting the length of the string perfectly. Where did everyone go again? Turning back, she spotted a housekeeper's head peeking from the kitchen. They went to discuss how to handle the matter with Sange. Speaking of which, I feel like I've forgotten something. There must be evidence regarding Sanji's situation, but how to collect it? Qianqian, has Xia Qianqian's matter been resolved? He fiddled with his phone, and Xia Qianqian's eyes lit up. The great Demon King recorded it yesterday. That's perfect evidence. The Jing family is exceedingly arrogant. Dad was mocked for reasoning with them, and they even demanded Xia Qianqian's expulsion. What is worse, she even pointed at my nose and insulted my upbringing. Xia Qianqian, feeling quite irate, tapped on the recording app on her phone, as if that alone could reach the Jing family. Upon hearing her words, Fu Qing's gaze darkened slightly. How dare they insult Qianqian? He was determined to uncover the intentions of the Jing family. Qianqian, what troubles you? Does your hand hurt? He asked. I still have my methods. I can make Jing Sheng pay the price. Xia Qianqian looked up in surprise, as if questioning the veracity of his statement. Just wait and see. Fu Qing dialed a number, recalling that the Jing family had recently sought cooperation with the Fu family. He was quite capable of maneuvering in this regard, especially since the Jing family was not the only option available. There were numerous companies of similar stature, many with formidable capabilities. There was no need to continue evaluating cooperation with the Jing family. He would choose another alternative. Once the other party agreed, Fu Qing hung up the phone. Darling, what's the matter? Have you caused trouble again? Jing Songen glared at his wife, who possessed beauty but little wisdom. Every outing seemed to attract chaos. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, he demanded, now confess, what did you do today? I went to the school to confront Jing Sheng. Someone accused your son of bullying. How could I tolerate that? Our son is so well-behaved. How could he do such a thing? This son, born during a crucial phase of the company's development, had largely gone unattended by him. He was well aware of what kind of person Jing Sheng was, but his wife seemed to see him through rose-colored glasses. You will apologize tomorrow. Chapter 109. Apologizing in person. It was the weekend at the Xia household, where the family was gathered at home. Xia Qianqian happily sat on the railing, playing with her brothers. It was at this moment that Fu Qing arrived. Having made that call in front of Xia Qianqian yesterday, today was the time to deliver results. Qianqian, they are coming. On his way, Fu Qing had spotted the Jing family's vehicle, hence his statement. Xia Qianqian was momentarily confused. Who was coming? Xia Yu looked up from his phone, smiling broadly at them. Elder brother, that delightful smile on your face should be toned down a bit. The Jing family had indeed been seen on their way here. Oh, are they coming to our home? The direction seems correct. No sooner had he spoken than they heard the sound of a car door closing. Xia Yu headed outside and, as expected, encountered the Jing family at the door. The two adults were laden with items, their smiles excessively ingratiating. Hello. I am Jing Sheng's father, Jing Songen. We have come today to express our apologies. Please come in and speak. The Xia family was seated in the living room, and upon seeing the scene, Jing Songen began to perspire. A glance around revealed Fu Qing holding a child among the group. Ah, young Master Fu, greetings. He hurried forward, attempting to shake Fu Qing's hand, only to be gently rebuffed. Look at me. I had forgotten. You were holding a child. It's my oversight. He placed the items on the coffee table and pulled Jing Sheng from behind him. Jing Sheng apologized to Xia Qian. Jing Sheng, still feeling defiant, shot a glare at Xia Qian, but was swiftly reprimanded by Jing Songen with a slap to the back of his head, causing tears to spring to his eyes. Jing Madam felt a pang of sympathy and instinctively stepped forward, only to be deterred by Jing Songen's stern gaze, prompting her to softly urge Jing Sheng, quickly apologize to Xia Qian. All right? Under this dual pressure, Jing Sheng reluctantly spoke. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have sent someone to stop you. Nor should I have bribed your friends to falsely accuse you of stealing. Such a reluctant apology would have been better left unsaid. Fu Qing tightened his hold, fearing that any sudden movement might cause her to fall. Your apology lacks sincerity. Is this how you educate your children, Mr. Jing? Jing Madam's expression shifted. Her lips parted to retort, yet she thought better of it and fell silent, stepping back. No, this child has been spoiled since young. He is essentially good-natured, just a bit too mischievous. Mr. Jing, your words are rather laughable. Your wife certainly did not express such sentiments yesterday. You must also apologize to Xia Zong and the others. Xia Zong, my guidance has been lacking. I hope you can forgive my word from yesterday. I am a bit thoughtless, and my speech can be quite harsh. You may scold me as you wish. Jing Madam hesitated, but Jing Songan grasped her hand firmly. Chapter 1:10. Strengthening relations. Let us not waste words. Jing Sheng, you must apologize as well. This time, Jing Sheng finally offered a proper apology. I will arrange for Jing Sheng to transfer schools tomorrow, and I will have a serious discussion with his friends to ensure such incidents do not recur. Jing Songan maintained a relatively agreeable demeanor, and after a while, he presented an envelope to Xia Qianqian. You need not forgive Jing Sheng, but we must convey our regret for this apology. Xia Qianqian accepted the money, feeling as if he were holding a hot potato. Third brother, take the money and buy some good food. Hearing this, Xia Qianqian silently stuffed the envelope into his pocket. Jing Songan, witnessing this, smiled even more brightly. After sharing a series of compliments and apologies, which nearly exhausted the listeners, they finally rose to take their leave. Xia Qianqian and the others accompanied them to the door, leading to further discussions. Xia Qianqian and the others did not follow, observing their retreating figures with a subtle feeling. The great demon king is quite swift. It seems I shall no longer call him that. Fu Qing chuckled softly, lifting her up and kissing her forehead. Today marked the first decision to abandon the title of Great Demon King. Call me brother. Repeat after me, brother. Xia Qianqian obliged, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Thinking to herself, the Great Demon King is indeed still the Great Demon King. He enjoys teasing me. You will soon be entering the age of speech. At that time, you must be the first to call me brother. What a ridiculous request. I refuse. The first word I'll say will definitely be mommy. Xia Qianqian shook her head repeatedly, sighing like a little adult. Why is Fu Qing so happy? Of course, he was delighted, as his relationship with Qianqian had grown significantly closer. He could even boast to Xia Yu about it later. With that thought, his smile broadened. Days passed, and soon it was time for Xia Jing's exam. He set off to the neighboring city to take the test, while the family anxiously awaited at home. They had originally planned to accompany him, but Xia Jing felt that with just 2 days of examinations, a large entourage would be overly conspicuous. Since he had voiced this opinion, they did not press the matter further. Xia Qianqian lay in Lu Wen's embrace, drowsily fighting sleep. Xia Chengwa and Xia Yu, burdened with company matters, had been working late into the night for several days. As Xia Chengwa spoke, he approached Lu Wen. A strong scent of alcohol wafted into the living room, prompting Lu Wen to quickly cover Xia Qianqian's nose. The smell is too strong. You two better wash up quickly. Don't let that odor near Qianqian. Xia Chengwa, feeling a bit downcast, went upstairs to freshen up, returning swiftly in a refreshed state. Upon seeing Xia Qianqian struggling to stay awake while playing with a small ball, he smiled and approached her. Qianqian, have you missed your father these past few days? Xia Qianqian lifted her eyelids, having nearly succumbed to sleep. I have, but not as much as mommy does. Xia Chengwa coughed awkwardly, earning a playful slap from Lu Wen. What kind of company are you keeping? Just that one called Jiao Yang. Both companies have been gaining momentum lately. Upon hearing those names, Xia Qianqian was instantly wide awake. Chapter 111. Discovering unsavory companies. Lian Gang, having falsely accused his partner of plagiarizing the bid, ultimately secured the contract for himself. He would indeed slander his collaborators to seize the project. Such treachery is despicable. Moreover, there is that company, Jiao Yang, whose name sounds bright and sunny. Yet its owner possesses a heart as dark as night. He may resort to underhanded tactics against his partners, tarnishing their reputations and deliberately creating scandals. Father, please, do not collaborate with them. Xia Qianqian exclaimed anxiously, repeatedly bouncing a small ball in her hands. The two men, overhearing her words, began to calculate their next moves. Had they already decided to partner? Not yet. Today was merely a casual meeting over a meal. As for the bidding matter, They ultimately resolve to pursue a collaboration with Fuing. That is a possibility. Then you shall proceed, yet exercise caution. The two exchange glances, each recognizing the excitement mirrored in the other's eyes. It is worth noting that Xiaoyang is a company that has emerged suddenly in recent years. Much like a dark horse. Following Xiaoyang's rise, they are bound to flourish even more, especially since they have reportedly secured an official project slated for next month. The original text did not elaborate in detail. These two companies were merely obstacles that the protagonist would eventually eliminate as mere experience. However, for Xia Qianqian, this information was already sufficient. Eventually, they would secure that project. Xia Qianqian was overjoyed, lifting Xia Qianqian from the railing and showering her with kisses. Wow, Dad. Your breath smells like alcohol. It stinks. Hearing this, Xia Qianqian was caught between laughter and tears, yet he could not bear to release Xia Qianqian. So he affectionately pressed his face against hers. Xia Qianqian, unable to tolerate it any longer, burst into tears. Bad Dad, I'm all dirty. Do not cry, my dear. I shall teach your father a lesson, her mother chimed in, raising her hand to deliver a few playful slaps to Xia Qianqian. The impact made him cough. Luwen wiped Xia Qianqian's face with a wet tissue, but the scent of alcohol lingered in the air. Xia Qianqian pouted, her face flushed from crying, resembling a freshly washed peach, sweet and endearing. Xia Qianqian turned away, saying, I cannot look at you. I fear I shall want to kiss you again. Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian cried even louder, prompting Lu Wen to shoot him an annoyed glance as she carried the child upstairs. He attempted to follow, but was halted by Lu Wen. And you? I shall come up later. Chapter 112. Invited to lunch, Xia Qianqian was once again taken to the company by Xia Qianqian, under the pretense of ensuring that she would not be kept awake by her thoughts of him. Yesterday, Xia Qianqian mentioned only two companies, surely. There were more potential partners for the Xia family. As they walked through, numerous greetings were exchanged. Xia Qianqian smiled, successfully eliciting cheers from the crowd. With her head held high and excitement radiating from her, she entered the office. Qianqian, come assist your father with company affairs. Xia Qianqian paused, her smile fading. Father, is this quite right? At her age, could she truly manage company matters? If she could, Xia Qianqian would likely be taken aback. Do not worry. Just observe how I handle it. Managing company affairs proved to be tedious, and soon Xia Qianqian felt as if the words on the screen had transformed into tiny ants. Scurrying about, drowsy, she raised her head, but before she could focus, her eyes fluttered closed. Noticing her weight shift, Xia Qianqian looked down to find she had fallen asleep. He gently placed her on the bed in the lounge, arranging her pillow for comfort. By the time Xia Qianqian awoke, it was nearly noon. Qianqian, are you awake? Today, I shall take you out to eat. Seeing her dazed expression, Xia Qianqian felt elated and scooped her up, heading outside. Xiaoyu had been waiting by the door and, upon seeing them, handed Xia Qianqian a bottle of milk. Still groggy, she instinctively began to drink her lunch. Father, who are we meeting? Xiaoyang. They scheduled a meeting with me yesterday, and it would be impolite to refuse. Xiaoyu nodded, having heard Xia Qianqian discuss Xia Qianqian's concerns that morning. Now hearing it again, he prepared himself for the encounter. Father, brother, please be cautious around the people from Xiaoyang. The two exchanged amused smiles, nodding in agreement. Let us go. Get in the car. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the restaurant, where Mr. Wang of Xiaoyang awaited them at the entrance, beaming. Mr. Wang, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Xia, Miss Xia. They entered in succession, with Mr. Wang enthusiastically introducing the restaurant's culinary delights and occasionally complimenting the Xia family trio. Shortly after taking their seats, the dishes began to arrive, and Mr. Wang, feeling spirited, proposed a toast. Thank you, Mr. Wang, but I must attend to my child today, so I shall refrain from drinking. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Mr. Wang's expression darkened as he signaled for the waiter to bring coconut juice and other non-alcoholic beverages instead. Xia Qianqian's bottle was refilled with warm water, which she found unpalatable, opting to hold it instead. As she gazed longingly at the array of dishes, she felt a pang of nostalgia for their flavors. Cheers, Qianqian, brother. Cheers. She extended her bottle slightly, as if to join in the toast. Regarding the matter at hand, I hope Mr. Xia will consider collaborating with us at Xiaoyang. Xia Qianqian smiled and nodded. Of course, Mr. Wang, there is no need for such formality. Xia Qianqian, feeling somewhat bored as she could not partake in a meal, looked around. Mr. Wang's gaze fell upon her. Shall I have my assistant entertain her while we discuss? Xia Qianqian shook his head, handing Xia Qianqian over to Xia Yu. Not all. We cannot trouble Mr. Wang. What is that? Chapter 113. Discovering anomalous paper, Xia Yu heard the inquiry and pretended to glance around, catching sight of a white piece of paper lying on the ground, sprinkled with a white powder. He looked towards Xia Qianqian, who had begun to drink at Mr. Wang's urging. Qianqian, could you retrieve that paper? Xia Qianqian was puzzled, unsure if he expected her to crawl over. But I cannot crawl yet. Xia Yu, frustrated, patted his own head. Xia Qianqian's limbs were not yet capable of supporting her to crawl forward. She would need at least a month more. Qianqian, I will take you outside to change your diaper. Halfway there, Xia Yu pretended to drop the milk bottle, simultaneously picking up the paper. Mr. Wang and his companion were both engrossed in their drinks, oblivious to their actions. He quickly called for his assistant to keep watch while he wrapped the paper for testing to ascertain its nature. He also approached the restaurant owner, citing a missing item as a reason to request surveillance footage. Wow, brother, your maneuvers are seamless. Xia Yu chuckled, ruffling her hair. The surveillance footage revealed Mr. Wang's assistant entering the private room early, opening a packet of powder and pouring it into a nearby drink. The coconut juice had also been tainted. The assistant, clumsy in his actions, had clearly struggled when administering the substance. Otherwise, he would not have left the package in the corner. However, his second attempt displayed far more proficiency. Whatever he had added was undoubtedly harmful, and alerting the authorities would certainly lead to severe consequences. Moreover, with this revelation, Jiao Yang would undoubtedly hesitate to pursue further cooperation. They could still manipulate the blazing sun. On Xia Qianqian's face, an unusual flush of red appeared. Will Dad be all right? He had consumed both alcohol and coconut juice, as if under the influence of double the dosage. Dad, we have a meeting in the afternoon. We must conclude this swiftly. Xia Qianqian, in a daze, nodded and turned to engage in conversation with General Manager Wang. It seemed that he was not merely affected by traditional medicine, but was also intoxicated. Although General Manager Wang feigned concern, they all knew he was up to no good. Flattering words from a deceitful man. Eventually, the two concluded their meal, and as General Manager Wang opened the private room door, they were met by several stern-looking police officers approaching them. What is happening? Why are there police here? This restaurant is not as pleasant as I had imagined. Laugh now, and later you won't be able to smile. Do not wrongfully accuse us. I have done nothing. Come with us to the station, and we shall ascertain the truth. What do you mean by this? Wang Jiaoyang looked at Xia Qianqian, whose eyes were bewildered, clearly unable to ask any questions. Xia Yu, I have treated you well. What is the meaning of this? General Wang, we possess concrete evidence. If you believe we are deceiving you, there is no need to explain further. Chapter 114. Lu Ru's visit the Xia family cooperated with the investigation and proceeded to the police station. Xia Yu had arranged for reporters to capture the moment when Wang Jiaoyang was escorted into a police vehicle outside the restaurant. Taking advantage of the situation before Jiaoyang's company could react, the images were released, causing the stock of Jiaoyang Company to plummet. Speculation arose that Jiaoyang might face collapse, as the president had been taken away. During the recording of statements, Lu Wen received news and hurried over, as the effects of a drug began to take hold. Xia Qianqian immediately embraced Lu when upon seeing her. What is happening? Xia Yu awkwardly scratched his face, suspecting that his father had been drugged, likely with that particular substance. Then let's hurry to the hospital. Xia Yu, regarding the person in his arms, first covered her ears before speaking again. Wouldn't it be better to resolve this at the hotel? Lu Wen, unrelenting, slapped him lightly. What are you saying? Your father at his age cannot withstand such turmoil. We must go to the hospital. Xia Yu nodded, feeling a wave of embarrassment, and promptly sought his assistant to arrange transportation. Is Dad all right? Xia Qianqian looked at the person lying on the hospital bed, filled with concern. Lu Wen nodded and approached to help him sit up. Are you all right? At this moment, the effects of alcohol had taken hold, leaving Xia Qianqian somewhat dazed. I'm fine. Can you walk? He nodded, his eyes brimming with affection for Lu Wen despite his inebriation. Then follow me. Yes, dear wife. Xia Qianqian stood up and suddenly saluted her, leaving the others both amused and exasperated. With just a slight gesture, Dad could command the entire hospital room. Xia Qianqian felt embarrassed and buried herself in Xia Yu's embrace. The group hurried home, and Xia Qianqian dozed off halfway, gently placed on the bed by Xia Yu. Xia Chengwo was still resting in the room when Xia Qianqian awoke. Lu Wen, keeping an eye on her, decided to check on Xia Chengwo's condition upstairs. Honestly, I told you not to drink so much. She brought Xia Qianqian some supplementary food. Shall we try a few bites? Xia Qianqian, being considerate, tasted a few spoonfuls but found them lacking in flavor and lost interest. You stay here and play. Mommy will go check if your father is still alive. After Lu Wen left for upstairs, Xia Qianqian busied herself with the wind chimes on a railing. When she tugged at them, they jingled and sang nursery rhymes. Just as she was engrossed, a familiar voice broke through. Sister, are you home? Xia Qianqian tugged at the wind chimes, causing them to sing again, startling Lu Ru. Who was there? Lu Ru cautiously stepped inside, realizing the voice came from the railing, undoubtedly belonging to Xia Qianqian. As soon as she saw her, Xia Qianqian shouted and began to cry. Xia Qianqian harbored no fondness for Lu Ru and did not wish for her presence in their home, suspecting her intentions were insincere. Hearing the commotion, Lu Wen rushed downstairs. Qianqian, Mommy is here. What happened? As she approached, she saw Lu Ru reaching for Xia Qianqian. What are you doing? Chapter 115. The weasel wishes the chicken, well, do not touch Qianqian. Who permitted you to come? Lu Wen swiftly moved forward, cradling Xia Qianqian in her arms to comfort her. Qianqian, it's all right. Mommy is here. Sister, I came to see how you were doing. Lu Ru stood innocently nearby, seemingly only concerned about Lu Wen's well-being. Oh, by the way, Mama's also here bringing things from outside. Lu Wen remained still, pondering the sudden appearance of the Lu family and their intentions. Remembering Lu Ru's previous actions, a wave of irritation surged within her. Mom, my sister is here. Lu Ru ushered someone from outside in, and Mo Rume entered carrying fruits and milk powder. Oh, Lu Wen, you really should have come out to greet us since you were home. My back is getting worse. Mom, I'm holding the child. Lu Wen's demeanor softened slightly in the presence of her mother, who had raised her. Why bring so much? I came to see you and the child. I heard you had an unpleasant encounter with Lu Ru last time, so I thought it must be your fault. Mo Rume casually handed the items to Lu Ru and approached Lu Wen to scrutinize Xia Qianqian in her arms. Oh, let her cry. Children don't need to be so coddled. They should learn that crying is futile. Lu Wen's expression stiffened, forcing a smile. Mom, please sit for a moment. I will call someone to make tea for you. What kind of person? Lu Ru can make tea. I say, why not let Lu Ru help you out? Mo Rume casually settled down and extended her hands towards Lu Wen. Come, let me hold the child. You worked so hard to have a daughter. But this is for the best. When she gets married, we can still receive some money. Lu Wen's expression darkened as she detested her mother's biased views regarding gender. Mom, just be straightforward. What is the purpose of your visit today? Raising you has not been easy for your father and me. We are all sisters. Why should there be any animosity? Lu Ru has already told us everything. I scolded her for her wrongdoings, and that is why I brought her to apologize to you. After all this time, she only comes to apologize now. It feels like a weasel wishing a chicken well, and her intentions are questionable. Xia Qianqian's indignant voice echoed, and Lu Wen understood that this was likely not a good situation. If Lu Ru truly regretted her actions, would she have waited months to apologize? Mo Rume's expression soured as she glanced at Lu Ru behind her, beginning to feign tears. We raised you all with such care, hoping you would thrive and succeed. Now that the Xia family is flourishing, we thought perhaps you could lend a hand to the family. But it seems I was mistaken. You look down on us for being poor relatives. Lu Wen furrowed her brows, observing the two with their red-rimmed eyes and pitiful expressions, which only intensified her irritation. Mom, that is not what I meant. She softened her tone, hoping to quell Mo Rume's tears. Then what do you mean? Lu Ru is your biological sister, and I am your biological mother. How can we harm you? She merely acted out of momentary folly. Can't you forgive her? Chapter 116. She can cry too. Is this a case of being bewitched? Lu Wen was exasperated. At that moment, Lu Ru did not appear to be under any spell. She was deliberately acting that way. Could it be otherwise? Having watched your sister grow up, do you truly believe she would behave in such a manner? Oh dear, Now that you possess a little capability, you no longer need your mother. Come, let us leave. We should not linger, for they might secretly look down upon our humble state. Mo Ru Mei feigned to depart, creating quite a scene, prompting the housemaids in the kitchen to peek out. This was the effect she desired, yet Luwen remained motionless, observing her coolly. Why did she not come forward to stop her? This was not the outcome she sought. She could not allow her to leave. Oh dear, I am getting old, and my words no longer hold weight. Lu Ru, from now on, it shall be just the two of us, mother and daughter, for your sister seems unlikely to care for us any longer. Let us be then. Mother, what are you saying? Sister merely needs a moment to gather her thoughts. How could she abandon you? Mother, please speak plainly. What do you truly want? Lu Wen spoke coldly, her irritation mounting at the theatrics unfolding before her. If you have nothing to say, then let us depart, taking all our belongings. Do you desire money or possessions? Upon hearing this, Mo Ru Mei's expression shifted. Why speak such words? I am not after money. I brought her here to apologize and, by the way, to let Lu Ru stay with you. Look at your villa. It has so many rooms, and leaving them empty is a waste. Should we not house the maids there instead? Lu Wen shook her head, declaring that money could be offered, but Lu Ru's staying was out of the question. She did not wish to harbor a ticking time bomb beside her. Given Lu Ru's past actions, if she truly moved in, Lu Wen feared she would have to live in constant vigilance. Oh dear, my back. Lu Wen lamented. I endured much to bring you into this world, and now I suffer from back pain because of it. Who would have thought you would be so unfilial? Had I known today would come, I would not have worked so hard. Mo Ru Mei began to cover her face and weep, while Xia Qianqian, holding her ears, looked on in annoyance. I can cry too. With that, she burst into tears, her voice louder than Mo Ru Mei's. This is just perfect. Lu Ru, go take care of the child. She is quite capable, having even passed that child care certification. Let her assist you. Lu Wen closed her eyes and took a deep breath, realizing that if she did not acquiesce, the two would continue their relentless antics. There was no need to allow them to continue making a spectacle. Since Lu Ru was so eager to stay, she might as well let her. She was curious to see what Lu Ru was truly scheming. Very well. If Mother wishes for Lu Ru to stay, it can be arranged, but she may only inhabit the first floor. Is that acceptable? If not, then I am at a loss, as the rooms upstairs are already occupied. Lu Ru was somewhat resistant, as the first floor was designated for the maids. She was not truly one of them, so why should she reside there? Moreover, there were no rooms left upstairs, or so Lu Wen seemed to imply. However, upon hearing this, Mo Ru Mei hastily nudged her. Of course it is fine. Lu Ru is here to help care for the child. The first floor is quite suitable and convenient. Chapter 117. One can be foolish, but not this foolish with that matter resolved. Mo Ru Mei ceased her fussing and directed the maids to wash the fruit she had brought before seating herself on the sofa to indulge in it. Lu Wen paid them no mind as she carried Xia Qianqian upstairs. Stay here with Daddy and help Mommy keep an eye on him, all right? She placed her by Xia Qianqian's side, using pillows and blankets to separate them, encircling Xia Qianqian with a few toys, fearing she might inadvertently fall and hurt herself. Mommy will be downstairs chatting with your grandmother. Be a good girl, okay? Lu Wen kissed her forehead before closing the door behind her. Xia Qianguo was sleeping soundly, snoring like thunder. Xia Qianqian wondered what her mother's intentions were in leaving her there. I can't take it anymore. Daddy, could you please be quieter? She sat beside Xia Qianguo's head and turned to pinch his lips. Listening to his intermittent snores, she found it amusing and couldn't help but laugh. Daddy, wake up. She released her grip, and his snoring ceased, which intrigued her. He could stop on command. However, it wasn't long before he started again. This time, Xia Qianqian held his mouth shut and began to pat his face insistently. If Xia Qianguo awakened, the noise would surely cease. In no time, he could no longer hold back and open his eyes. Upon seeing Xia Qianqian beside him, he joyfully rolled over. Qianqian, what are you doing here? Did you come to keep Daddy company while he sleeps? He scooped her into his arms, showering her with kisses. Xia Qianqian pushed him away slightly, her expression filled with disdain. Xia Qianguo cleared his throat and sat up straight. Where's your mommy? I remember she was here before I fell asleep. After his nap, Xia Qianguo felt much more awake. Mommy went to speak with Lu Ru, that Lu Ru is determined to move into our home. And it is clear she has ulterior motives. He brought Xia Qianqian downstairs, where they found Lu Wen sitting to one side while the other two were together, rapidly consuming the snacks on a coffee table. Mr. Xia is here. Why are you at home today? Mo Rume exclaimed upon seeing him, standing up eagerly. Gulme, sit here. Next to her sat Lu Wen. Xia Qianqian felt a twinge of discomfort and sat directly on the armrest beside Lu Wen. No need. I can sit with Lu Wen. You can remain there. Upon seeing Lu Ru's hopeful expression fade, Xia Qianqian cast a disdainful glance at her mother. Lu Ru is glaring at mommy. Xia Qianqian looked over, noticing Lu Ru's contempt still lingering in her eyes. Their gazes met, and she immediately broke into a smile, as if wanting to speak, yet holding back. This scene made the three on the sofa feel as though they had witnessed something utterly repulsive. What is this wicked woman up to? Xia Qianqian pondered, unable to comprehend if Lu Ru's previous scheme had been exposed, yet she was still resorting to such tactics. One can be foolish, but not to this extent, surely? Xia Qianqian felt disheartened, burying her face in Xia Qianqian's embrace, refusing to look at the two across from them. Chapter 118. The admission notice after finishing her meal, Mo Rume finally decided it was time to leave. Before departing, she insisted on reminding Lu when not to bully Lu Ru. Mother, when have I ever bullied her? Oh dear, I know you are a good child. Seeing you two get along makes me happy. Mo Rume called Lu Ru over, urging her to sincerely apologize to her sister. Lu Ru nodded, taking the opportunity to earnestly express her regret. Sister, I am sorry. I was wrong, and I promise I will never act that way again. Lu Wen regarded her, momentarily unable to discern whether this was genuine. Yet thinking back to Lu Ru's previous behavior, she felt that deep down, Lu Ru still bore resentment. It's all right. Just stay well. Lu Wen produced a card, slipping it into Mo Rume's hand. Mother, here is 100,000. Take it. Mo Rume beamed with joy, knowing her child was obedient. I knew you were a good child. I'm off now. After sending the guests away, Lu Wen did not engage in much conversation with Lu Ru and turned to lead Xia Qianqian upstairs. Lu Ru watched the trio's retreating figures, her heart filled with resentment. Lu Wen had merely married a good husband. Otherwise, what achievements would she have today? Sooner or later, she too would enjoy these good days. Lu Ru smiled and hurried forward, attempting to assist Xiaoyu with his tie. Xiaoyu quickly stepped back, raising his hand to block Lu Ru. Aunt, thank you. But that won't be necessary. Taking advantage of this moment, the other two hastily ascended the stairs. Xiaoyu looked at his siblings, who had abandoned him, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Thankfully, Lu Ru did not insist, watching as they disappeared down the corridor. Xiaoyu pushed open the door to their room and indeed found the family gathered in the small living room. Xia Jing's admission notice had arrived. His results were released swiftly, given that the number of applicants for that research institute could be counted on one hand. Xia Qianqian clutched the admission letter, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, this is the acceptance letter from the first research institute. She was enamored, realizing that Xia Jing's fate had diverged significantly from the original narrative. Second Brother will only get better from here. The group exchanged smiles, offering their congratulations for Xia Jing's success. By the way, why has Aunt come again today? The three brothers of the Xia family were out for dinner that evening, unaware of the events that had unfolded at home. Your grandmother insists on moving her in, claiming it will help look after Qianqian, and if we refuse, she cries and throws a fit. She even tried to morally manipulate Mama, saying Mama is unfilial. And besides, I'm so well behaved. Why would I need her help? Thus, there was no choice but for Mama to agree to her staying, although she was currently on the first floor. Xiaoyu nodded, but Mom, you must be cautious. Especially you. We are often out during weekdays. If Lu Ru intends to cause trouble, you might be left alone to deal with it. Understand. I will be vigilant and won't give her a chance to succeed. They continued to discuss various topics when Xiaoyu suddenly recalled an upcoming banquet. Mom, this is an invitation from the Zhou family. You might want to consider attending. Lu Wen accepted the invitation, noting that Mrs. Zhou had purchased a famous painting and was hosting a gathering for familiar acquaintances to appreciate it together. It would be nice to attend tomorrow evening. The next morning, Lu Wen summoned the brand representatives, who brought a selection of evening gowns for her to choose from. Mommy, they're so beautiful. Xia Qianqian sat on the bed, watching Lu Wen try on one gown after another, feeling that each ensemble suited her mother exquisitely. Ultimately, Lu Wen chose 5 pieces for herself and picked a few dresses for Xia Qianqian as well. You look wonderful in this dress. Can you accompany mommy tonight? Sure. Our colors are perfect for a mother-daughter outfit. Lu Wen pinched her cheek, lifting her up, but just as she turned, Lu Ru entered through the door. Her cheerful mood evaporated instantly. Could you please knock before entering next time? Lu Ru awkwardly retreated, closing the door and knocking again. You may come in. What is it? Sister, where are you going? Why have you suddenly bought so many new dresses? Lu Ru gazed enviously at the gowns hanging on the rack. I have a banquet to attend, so I had some sent over. Lu Wen refrained from mentioning the dresses she intended to give Lu Ru in the past. She would have offered them without hesitation if Lu Ru remained silent. What kind of banquet is it? Just a casual gathering to chat. Mommy, what's with her roundabout inquiries about the banquet? Can I join my sister and see the world? Lu Ru's request caught both mother and daughter off guard. Sister, apologize. I realize I was wrong to put you in a difficult position. Her quick admission of fault aroused Xia Qianqian's suspicion. Why is she being so good today? It's strange. Lu Wen also sensed something amiss, but seeing Lu Ru's compliant demeanor softened her heart slightly. Fine, it's just a banquet. I can take her along. The Lu family didn't have the means for such things before, so I shall let her see. All right, I will have someone bring you a dress. Mommy, do we really have to do this? Thank you, sister. I knew you would be the best to me, Lu Ru said, beaming with joy as she hurried out, only to rush back in with something in her hands. Upon entering, they saw she was holding a fruitcake, small in size and adorned with various fruits, looking quite exquisite. Sister, I made this especially for you. The filling is grapes and strawberries, with no mangoes that you're allergic to. Lu Wen nodded, taking the cake and tasting it. It was quite delightful. You really didn't have to go to such lengths. Lu Ru's gesture seemed to carry a hint of flattery. It's no trouble at all. I am happy to make this cake for you. And if you enjoy it, that makes me even happier. After saying this, Lu Ru left the room without further ado. Lu Wen picked out a grape from the cake and offered it to Xia Qianqian, using the best green grapes that were perfectly sweet. Mommy, is she planning something at the banquet? Xia Qianqian pondered while eating, but as a girl without connections. What could she possibly do in a gathering filled with strangers? That evening, she would accompany her mother to the event. She wiped the juice from Xia Qianqian's mouth and selected another grape for her. At the banquet, Mommy will keep you by her side. Lu Ru chose a striking red lace dress, which highlighted her curves, ignoring the cool night breeze. Lu Wen wore a silver long-sleeve gown, holding Xia Qianqian, and together they arrived at the Zhou family's banquet. Upon seeing Lu Wen, Mrs. Zhou beamed with delight. Lu Wen, you finally made it. We have been waiting for you. Mrs. Zhou reached out to embrace Xia Qianqian. Our Qianqian has grown so much. Do you still remember, Auntie? Lu Wen handed the child to her, smiling. Of course, look, Qianqian isn't fussing about being held. Mrs. Zhou happily kissed Xia Qianqian's chubby little face and glanced at Lu Wen's side. And who is this? This is my sister, Lu Ru. Oh, so this is your sister. Lu Ru, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Ru stepped forward with a gentle smile, her face resembling Lu Wen's, making her carry some of Lu Wen's charm. Hello, Mrs. Zhou. Come in. It's about to start. Please accept this small token. I didn't have the chance to deliver my gift in person, and sending it with someone felt insincere. I'm just glad to finally have the opportunity. You are too kind. I will thank you on behalf of Qianqian. Is there even a red envelope? If I attend more banquets, will I receive more red envelopes? That's the idea behind it. Excluding special circumstances. Other reputable families wouldn't offer a second chance. But it was nice for Xia Qianqian to look forward to such things. Sister, may I go get something to eat? Lu Ru asked, clutching her stomach as if she were starving. Go ahead, but be careful. All right. Lu Ru hurried off, and Lu Wen turned her attention to a guest who approached her chat, no longer focusing on that direction. Qianqian, it's the voice of the big boss. You said you would call him brother. Fuing, why are you here alone? Upon seeing him, Lu Wen turned Xia Qianqian around. Qianqian, say hello to brother Fuing. Fuing reached out to hold her, and Lu Wen did not stop him. Father is over there, and upon noticing Qianqian, I approached. So that's how it is. I shall first take Qianqian to the garden of play. Very well, you may go and have fun. Fuing carrying her, made his way through the crowd. Passing by the dining table, Xia Qianqian glanced over and saw that Lu Ru, who had just been there, had now vanished. Where did Lu Ru go? Where did she run off to? Wasn't she just going to get some food? Fuing scanned the surroundings, failing to spot the woman who had initially stood beside Lu Wen. After all, her red dress was particularly conspicuous. What is this little girl up to? Suddenly, a loud reprimand echoed from a distant corner. Both were instantly drawn to the commotion, and Fuing, carrying her, moved towards the source. The crowd thickened, and leveraging his youth, Fuing boldly pushed his way to the front. What is Lu Ru doing here? What has happened? Lu Ru clutched her chest, holding an empty glass, her face awash with tears, exuding an air of extreme grievance. Chapter 121. For Lu Wen's sake, I shall not pursue this matter. I am truly sorry, it was not intentional. Lu Ru clasped her arms and took a few steps back. Not intentional? I saw it clearly. The woman advanced menacingly. You were walking just fine, then suddenly veered off and crashed into my husband. You claim it was not deliberate, but I believe you were attempting to seduce him. The woman yanked at Lu Ru's dress in a fit of rage, nearly tearing it off her. Lu Ru's already slender spaghetti-strap dress was being stretched wider with each pull. As the straps fell, her exquisite figure revealed a hint of spring. Xia Qianqian covered her eyes, wishing she had not witnessed such a scene. However, as Lu Ru was Lu Wen's sister, and since she had brought her to the banquet, she was naturally part of the Xia family. Her actions were nothing short of slap in the face to them. Mommy, where are you? Lu Ru is causing trouble. The words of that woman seemed to hold some truth. After all, Lu Ru had previously expressed her desire to climb the social ladder to Xia Qianqian. Now, at the banquet, perhaps she was considering that if she could not reach him, then perhaps someone else would suffice. Yet, most attendees had brought their wives. Her attempts to create mischief here were misguided. Lu Ru, what are you doing? Lu Wen, having caught Xia Qianqian's thoughts from afar, hurried over. Parting the crowd, she spotted Lu Ru in a pitiful state that was hard to look at. Lu Wen, do you know this girl? Madame Gu, I sincerely apologize, she is my sister. It turned out she was Lu Wen's sister. Madame Gu and Lu Wen were old acquaintances, often crossing paths at banquets. Who could have anticipated such an incident would unfold this time? You must keep a close eye on your sister, as her attempts to entice a married man are hardly commendable. Moreover, she is half a member of the Xia family. Her actions also reflect on your family's reputation. For your sake, I shall let this matter rest. Madame Gu's words turned Lu Wen's face pale, as she had not expected Lu Ru to harbor such intentions. Lu Ru apologized to Madame Gu and Mr. Gu. Lu Ru hesitated, but due to the surrounding gaze, she finally mumbled an apology. Madame Gu's disdain for her was palpable, and she rolled her eyes at Lu Ru's demeanor. After saying a few more words, Madame Gu linked arms with her husband and departed. The crowd dispersed, yet many eyes remained fixed on the scene. Mommy, how embarrassing. Lu Wen approached and requested a coat from a server. Lu Ru, tell me honestly, what were you trying to do? Sister, I truly was careless. I did not foresee that I would twist my ankle or that I would fall onto that person. Lu Ru grasped her hand, whispering in desperation, Sister, please do not cast me away. I did not do anything wrong. I do not understand why she would humiliate me in front of so many people. Seeing her sincere remorse, Lu Wen's heart softened slightly. Madame Gu was notorious for protecting her husband, and no one could dare speak ill of him. Mr. Gu was of average appearance, yet Madame Gu perceived every glance directed at him as flirtation. Lu Wen sighed and shared her thoughts with Lu Ru. Chapter 122. In the corner, two figures. But Mr. Gu is indeed rather unremarkable. I truly did not intend to fall. Lu Ru lifted her foot, indicating for Lu Wen to look. Her ankle was swollen and red, clearly injured. Lu Ru nodded, refraining from insisting on staying at the banquet. Could it be that Lu Ru genuinely had no intention of flirting with men? Xia Qianqian observed her demeanor, momentarily uncertain if Madame Gu was overly sensitive. Once the crowd dissipated, Fuing carried her towards the garden. The garden was adorned with numerous lanterns, crafted into various shapes. Xia Qianqian was captivated by these uniquely designed lights, momentarily forgetting about Lu Ru. Wow, how did they create this rabbit? She tilted her head, gazing at the enormous rabbit lantern. Qianqian, do not stare at it for too long. Fuing raised his hand to shield her eyes. Staring at the light will hurt your eyes. Xia Qianqian ceased her gaze, and Fuing carried her to a nearby pavilion. Inside the pavilion, an array of fruits was laid out, and Fuing casually grabbed a banana and peeled it. The rich aroma of the banana filled the air, its sweetness capturing Xia Qianqian's attention. In the next moment, the banana was at her lips, and she made a valiant effort to take a large bite. Yet, to Fuing's eyes, only a small portion of the tip was consumed. Delicious. Fuing fed her a few more bites, and upon noticing her turning her head away, he swiftly finished off the remaining banana. The banquet still had a long way to go, yet Xia Qianqian felt somewhat drowsy. For Fuing, attending such gatherings was primarily a means to broaden his horizons. He had already met everyone he needed to, and now he could slip away early. As the car came to a halt, Fuing noticed two shadowy figures lurking in the corner outside the Xia family villa. Instinctively, he covered Xia Qianqian's eyes and carried her out of the car. After taking a few steps, he realized that one of them was indeed Lu Ru, who had departed earlier. Who is that? Yes, who is the other person? It did not appear to be Mr. Gu. Perhaps it was one of Lu Ru's acquaintances? The other person lingered in the shadows before departing shortly thereafter. The dim light made it impossible to discern their identity. Who were you speaking with? Oh, you mean earlier? That was my friend. Hearing I was here, she came to see me and even brought some snacks. As she spoke, she raised her hand, showcasing the tidbits. Qianqian, would you like to have some? Fuing turned around, carrying Xia Qianqian, and replied, No, you may eat it yourself. Qianqian is sleepy. Lu Ru nodded, saying nothing further. As she watched the two enter the villa, she glared fiercely at the back of Xia Qianqian's head, her mind consumed by the earlier scene at the banquet. It was clearly that insufferable man who had made advances first. Otherwise, why would she have acted so provocatively? Little did she expect that such a man would have such a wife. It was truly an unfortunate start, but fortunately Lu Wen's attitude was not overly harsh, and she would likely still allow Lu Ru to accompany her to future banquets. Lu Ru sighed, glancing at her dress, feeling it was a waste of such an outfit. Chapter 123, Bringing Them to the Xia Family. Sunlight streamed through the window into Xia Qianqian's room as she slowly opened her eyes, finding Xia Qianqian smiling at her. Daddy, your smile is rather eerie. Xia Qianqian's expression froze, and he rubbed his face before picking her up. Father, shall we go out and play? Indeed. Xia Qianqian was passionate about outings, for staying indoors too long would make her feel stale. However, she pondered where Xia Qianqian could possibly take her. As expected, they arrived at the company. President Xia, you are quite accomplished. Is this your daughter? She is adorable. Yes, she will be playing quietly by my side and won't disturb us. The person nodded and cheerfully followed in Xia Qianqian's footsteps. Who is this person? Xia Qianqian inquired. Her curiosity piqued as her mind raced. Ms. Qin, we are delighted to collaborate with you. Ms. Qin? This surname was unique and rare. She felt she had heard it somewhere before. She is the person in charge of the project originally acquired by Jiao Yang. Ms. Qin is diligent and responsible, and Jiao Yang's ascent is undoubtedly linked to her assistance. In the original text, Jiao Yang did not rise without challenges. However, such a capable individual ultimately lost her job due to the deliberate persecution by Jiao Yang's boss and was forced to leave the city. Yet now, Jiao Yang had not secured the project, and the earlier setbacks had yet to be overcome. The calamity described in the text should have faded for Ms. Qin, but one could never be certain if events would unfold as anticipated. The president of Jiao Yang might still target Ms. Qin. If only we could recruit Ms. Qin. Maintaining a good relationship with her is essential, for she is truly formidable. There is some concern that Ms. Qin may eventually face persecution from Jiao Yang's president and lose her job. I wonder if that will happen. Xia Qianqian shared Xia Qianqian's sentiments, but after their exchange, he had already discerned Ms. Qin's professionalism and dedication. Upon hearing the latter remark, his heart sank. He had not anticipated that the president of Jiao Yang would resort to such tactics. Perhaps he could offer Ms. Qin some guidance. However, with her current flourishing career, could he truly entice her to join his endeavors? It would be wise to first build a rapport with her. Please come in, said Xia Qianqian as his assistant opened the conference room door, revealing several staff members already seated within. Upon seeing the two, they all rose. Xiaoyu looked at the child in Xia Qianqian's arms, a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face. "Dad," he began, but Xia Qianqian ushered him to sit down. The company would eventually be entrusted to him, and Xia Qianqian was gradually relinquishing authority, transferring numerous projects into his hands. Xiaoyu nodded and voluntarily sat beside Ms. Qin. Their respective teams produced the prepared contracts, engaging in a back-and-forth negotiation. The price slowly edged toward a mutually agreeable range, while Xia Qianqian, growing drowsy, felt herself on the verge of sleep. Although the process was tense, it was also rather dull. Xia Qianqian occasionally interjected a comment, but for the most part, he left the decisions to Xiaoyu. Observing the scene brought Xia Qianqian immense joy. The Xia family had escaped the specter of bankruptcy, and Xiaoyu had found his true calling. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. As these thoughts swirled, Xia Qianqian's heavy eyelids succumbed to slumber amidst the hum of conversation. Chapter 124. The golden watch. Xia Qianqian was awakened by a gentle shake. Her eyes fluttering open to reveal she was still in the conference room. "What happened?" she murmured. "Qianqian, it's time to go. We are finished." "Father." "There was no need to wake me. Dinner has been ordered. You can't sleep any longer, or your stomach may feel uncomfortable." Xiaoyu had prepared milk powder and handed it to her. Working with someone like Ms. Qin was considerably easier, as she could effortlessly grasp their thoughts and needs. Indeed, it would be wonderful to recruit her to their company. Yes, it would be splendid if we could bring her on board. By the way, there is another individual, someone named Zhou. Without him, we could not have secured that bidding project. Speaking of such talents reminded Xia Qianqian of yet another. If they could recruit that person as well, the Xia family would undoubtedly flourish. The two exchanged knowing glances, and Xiaoyu nodded before promptly stepping outside with his phone. "All set. That's good. Elder brother, what are you two conspiring about?" Xiaoyu chuckled, playfully pinching Xia Qianqian's chubby cheeks. "Elder brother, I'm still drinking milk. If you pinch my face, I might spill it." She slightly turned her head to evade Xiaoyu's hand. "No fooling around. Qianqian is drinking milk. We would tea on her choke." Just as Xia Qianqian finished speaking, Xia Qianqian felt a large gulp of air rush in, prompting her to cough uncontrollably. Xiaoyu hurriedly searched for tissues to wipe away the milk she had accidentally spit up. "Look at the trouble you've caused." Xia Qianqian gently patted her back, his heart aching. Xiaoyu felt a pang of guilt, realizing his momentary action had led to Xia Qianqian choking. "Father, please don't scold elder brother. It wasn't Tia's fault." Hearing this, Xiaoyu felt warmth in his heart. If only Xia Qianqian could refrain from hiccuping and regurgitating her milk at this moment. That evening, Xia Qianqian, clutching a toy, arrived at a villa on the outskirts of the city alongside Lu Wen. This gathering was primarily attended by Lu Wen's acquaintances. This time, Lu Ru had followed along as well. Xia Qianqian cast a wary glance at her, hoping she would not cause any disturbances this time. Lu Ru must not behave like she did last time. Lu Wen patted her back, reassuring her. As they entered, familiar faces approached to engage in conversation. Naturally, the topic would shift to Lu Ru, and out of respect for Lu Wen, most would offer flattering remarks about Lu Ru's beauty. Lu Ru smiled throughout, her lips curving upward without faltering. "Lu Wen, you have arrived. Good evening, Mr. Zhong." However, she ultimately declined, choosing Xia Qianqian instead. "Good evening. This must be your youngest daughter?" Mr. Zhong reached out to stroke Xia Qianqian's cheek, then pulled out a golden watch from his pocket. "I have nothing else to give you. Please take this little gold watch as a gift." Xia Qianqian hesitated to accept, waiting for Lu Wen to respond. "Mr. Zhong, there is no need. Why not? Our past is behind us. Can't we simply interact as ordinary friends now?" Lu Wen maintained a polite smile, countering, "My point is too precious." This gold watch was valued at $1 million. Chapter 125. First love too precious? "It is for a child," Mr. Zhong insisted, placing the watch in Xia Qianqian's small hand. "Take it. Don't tell me it is too valuable." Lu Wen, witnessing this, chose not to voice further objections. Delighted, Xia Qianqian gazed at the golden watch. A gold watch. She examined it closely, noticing the brand. Even the cheapest models were worth several $100,000. She felt Mr. Zhong was exceptionally generous. "Shall we sit over there?" Mr. Zhong beckoned Lu Wen to one side, then inquired, "And who might this be?" He looked curiously at the person beside Lu Wen. "This is my sister," Lu Wen replied candidly. "I see. She bears some resemblance to you, he remarked, particularly noting the fervent gaze she directed toward her mother. Yet, how could she recall that Lu Wen and Xia Qianqian were each other's first love? What is up with Mr. Zhong's gaze? Lu Wen thought, momentarily taken aback by the intensity in his eyes. The next moment, he averted his gaze. Her heart raced. Could it be that Zhong Luxing had not moved on from her? However, both had been married for over 20 years. I realize I have not yet given your sister a gift. The way he elongated the word sister sent shivers down Xia Qianqian's spine. Mr. Zhong, there is no need for such formality. How can that be? Let's do this. I will arrange for someone to deliver a gift to the Xia family tomorrow. What do you think about that? Mr. Zhong slightly leaned forward, looking at Lu Ru, causing her cheeks to redden, and she nodded repeatedly. Mr. Zhong, you are always so courteous. Lu Wen observed Zhong Luxing and felt, much like Xia Qianqian, that this scene conveyed an air of peculiarity. Mr. Zhong, I will go greet over there. Go ahead. It is of no concern to me. Lu Wen nodded, leading Lu Ru away. Her heart raced, and the warmth in her cheeks intensified. Sister, I need to visit the restroom. All right. Lu Ru swiftly vanished into the crowd. Xia Qianqian glanced over Lu Wen's shoulder, but saw nothing. She had no choice but to give up. At that moment, Lu Ru appeared before Zhong Luxing in a corner. Mr. Zhong, let me toast to you. Zhong Luxing smiled and accepted the gesture. By the way, since I'm sending you a gift, it would be inconvenient without contact information. Here is my personal business card. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. He handed her the card, placing it in her palm. Lu Ru's fingers moved slightly, scratching at his palm. Zhong Luxing gave her a meaningful glance, but said nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Zhong. I'm very happy. It is nothing. It is my honor to bring joy to such a beautiful lady. Lu Ru blinked, took a deep breath, finished her drink, and turned to leave. Mr. Zhong, goodbye. Goodbye. If only Mr. Zhong were younger, he could serve as a viable option. Chapter 126. Hurry and have someone beat him up at the banquet. People mingled and drinks flowed, leaving Xia Qianqian feeling dazzled. Lu Ru had not been gone long, so Xia Qianqian harbored no suspicions. Should we get some snacks? Lu Wen gestured toward the snack table not far away. Seeing her interest, she added, Be careful when you take them. You must not bump into anyone again. I understand I won tea this time. Once she left, Lu Wen continued to socialize with Xia Qianqian. Qianqian, are you feeling bored? Lu Wen noticed her resting her head on her shoulder, silent. Lifting her gently, she found that Xia Qianqian was not asleep. Mommy, I'm a bit bored. I want to go to the garden. Apologies. Qianqian seems to want to be outside for a while. I'll take her out. Lu Wen apologized to several ladies, receiving their kind smiles before heading to the garden. This garden did not feature various lanterns. As they walked along the path, Lu Wen admired the flowers and plants beneath the lights. Qianqian, look at this flower. Isn't it beautiful? They moved away from the center of the banquet to a more secluded area. Suddenly, Xia Qianqian heard rustling noises. Is someone there? Lu Wen did not hear. The sound was too faint. It seemed her new ears were more effective. What was that sound? Xia Qianqian heard faint grunts and some water sounds, suddenly realizing something. Mommy, hurry. Someone is here, making babies. The noise grew louder, and Lu Wen finally heard it. Let go of me. Release me. That voice was familiar, and Lu Wen halted. Turning around, she saw Lu Ru with disheveled hair, standing with a man, struggling against him. They were both turned sideways, momentarily unaware of their audience. Who was that man? Lu Wen scrutinized closely and recognized him as Wang He, the son-in-law of the Yi family. How did he end up with Lu Ru? Don't touch me. You're drunk. Let go. Lu Ru, what are you doing? The two quickly separated, and Lu Ru hurriedly adjusted her hair. Sister, I was just wandering around with some snacks, and I didn't expect him to suddenly grab me. It scared me to death. Tears welled in her eyes, and her dress was in disarray. Really? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can check. The cake I was carrying fell over there. Lu Wen looked up at Wang He, whose face was flushed and appeared utterly intoxicated. Wang He, your wife is looking for you. You should head over quickly. Wang He said nothing and staggered past the three of them. As he passed Lu Wen, he stumbled toward her, startling her. What are you doing? Lu Ru quickly stepped in front of her, pushing him away. Seeing him fall to the ground made Lu Ru's heart skip a beat. Beautiful lady, how much for a night with you? Lu Wen's expression turned dark instantly. Wang He, you better wait. This Wang He is truly out of his mind. How dare he harass mommy? Hurry, someone come and beat him up. The lady has quite a fierce temperament. I like that. Lu Ru, let's find someone from the Yi family. Chapter 127. He must apologize. The Yi family was present at the banquet. Wang He's wife, Yi Linlan, ranked second in the family. Linlan, your husband is drunk and is causing a scene outside. You should go check on him. Lu Wen pondered and decided not to expose Wang He's actions in public. Firstly, to save face for the Yi family, and secondly, she worried they might retaliate, making her predicament worse. However, this matter would certainly not end here. Yi Linlan hurried outside and saw Wang He struggling with another woman. The woman disdainfully shook off his hand, but he held on tightly. Wang He mumbled incoherently, angering the woman, who slapped him twice. Yi Linlan's face quickly turned cold as she strode forward and slapped Wang He twice. After this, Wang He was thoroughly sobered up. My dear wife, what brings you here? The woman looked Yi Linlan up and down and bluntly remarked, manage your husband. He has been harassing several women after just a bit of alcohol. Passing by Lu Wen, she nodded with a smile and hurried away. Sister, this Wang He is truly disgusting. He is a habitual offender. Yes, it's fortunate you managed to escape in time. Otherwise, if Yi Linlan had come looking for you, you might have been in real trouble. Lu Ru nodded, wiping the lipstick off her lips. Mommy, you must punish Wang He properly. This cannot end so simply. Since he dared to lay hands on someone, he must understand the consequences of his actions. Exhausted from the banquet, she left hurriedly after saying her goodbyes to the host. Xia Qianqian was sitting on the sofa watching the news. Upon hearing the noise, he immediately stood up to greet her. Noticing Lu Wen's poor complexion, he felt some concern. Some banquets can be skipped. There is no need to attend every single one. Lu Wen nodded, I know, but attending these gatherings helps maintain relationships with the company. Doesn't he it? Xia Qianqian wrapped his arm around her waist as they ascended the stairs, merely nodding to Lu Ru as a greeting. Had it been before, Lu Ru might have felt envious. But now, with the business card tucked away, she felt particularly elated and paid no mind to the scene before her. Did something happen at the banquet? You look unwell. A lunatic harassed mommy. Dad, hurry and teach him a lesson. Xia Qianqian pouted angrily, leaning against Xia Qianqian. The fact that Wang He did not receive immediate punishment was Xia Qianqian's greatest concern. However, she understood Lu Wen's intentions. Daddy, you have no idea how detestable and disgusting Wang He is. He even asked mommy how much for a night. I can't stand it. When I grow up, I will definitely protect mommy. Lu Wen recounted everything that transpired at the banquet, and Xia Qianqian's expression darkened. Wang He is it? He will learn what it means to provoke the Xia family. I will contact the Yi family. Wang He is clearly experienced. He must have done similar things before. And I will uncover the truth and present it to the Yi family. Naturally, as a member of the Yi family, they must apologize for his actions. Xia Qianqian, known for his unwavering commitment to his words, sought out the Yi family the following day to discuss certain matters. He successfully acquired a lucrative project from them. On another front, Lu Ru added Zhong Liuxing's contact information. Half of his social media posts featured snapshots of his wife and children. To her astonishment, such a seemingly devoted individual was also prone to infidelity. Lu Ru was acutely aware of Zhong Liuxing's attraction to her. His gaze towards Lu Wen that night was far from innocent. Knowing he favored Lu Wen's appearance, she resolved to cater to his preferences. Henceforth, she vowed to surpass Lu Wen in every conceivable way, by hundreds, even thousands of times. Zhong Liuxing sent her a message containing a hotel room number. Lu Ru meticulously enhanced her makeup, transforming her resemblance to Lu Wen from a mere 30% to an impressive 70%. After preparing herself, she stepped outside. Lu Wen was seated at the railing, playing games with Xia Qianqian. Sister, I'm not having dinner home tonight. A friend has invited me for a small gathering. Xia Qianqian momentarily paused her activity, glancing over. Through the gaps in the railing, she initially mistook Lu Ru for Lu Wen. Lu Ru's makeup today resembles mommy's, she remarked, prompting Lu Wen to lift her head. However, Lu Ru had already departed, leaving only her silhouette, making it impossible for Lu Wen to ascertain any similarity. Perhaps Lu Ru bore a slight resemblance to her, but it was likely an illusion from certain angles. Sister, I apologize. I had too much fun with my friends last night and ended up sleeping out. Lu Ru, having removed her makeup, stood before them looking refreshing. Lu Wen had no intention of making things difficult for her, recognizing that she was an adult with her own life and personal space. Will you be having dinner at home tonight? If so, I will call for you when it's time to eat. As Lu Ru walked away, Xia Qianqian found something peculiar. Why does Lu Ru seem to walk with a slight limp? Lu Wen turned to observe and noted the same observation. However, given Lu Ru's normal demeanor, it seemed unlikely there was any serious issue. In her room, Lu Ru stood before the mirror, having stripped off her clothing. Her body bore numerous scars, yet her exterior appeared pristine. Who would have thought that someone as refined as Zhong Lusheng would engage in such reckless behavior behind closed doors? After hastily washing herself, she climbed into bed and retrieved her phone, which displayed a message from Zhong Lusheng. Upon opening it, she discovered a six-figure transfer. She accepted it. After all, she couldn't leave empty-handed. In a few days, there will be a banquet. Would you care to join? Certainly, Mr. Zhong. Was he planning to take her out? Lu Ru smiled with satisfaction as she set down her phone, unaware of what awaited her in the future. That evening, Lu Wen produced an invitation. Lu Ru, there will be a banquet in a few days. Would you like to accompany me? Of course, sister. I wish to broaden my horizons. Your brother-in-law will also be attending, and this banquet is quite significant, so you must be cautious and refrain from wandering off as you have in previous occasions. Lu Ru nodded obediently, sister. I promise to stay by your side at all times and will not venture off on my own again. Seeing her earnestness, Lu Wen chose not to press the matter further. Time flew by, and on the day of the banquet, the Xia family donned their finest attire to attend. Xia Qianqian encountered many familiar faces, but an even greater number of strangers. Qianqian, you have arrived. She lowered her head and noticed Fuing standing before them, impeccably dressed in a suit, standing tall and straight like a young poplar tree. Good evening, Fuing. Good evening. Fuing, a member of the Fu family, remained at their side, not mingling elsewhere. Observers speculated about the relationship between the Fu and Xia families. Lu Ru's phone vibrated, drawing Lu Wen's attention to the sound. Should you go over there? They have called several times. It must be urgent. Lu Ru walked to a corner and answered the call. Lu Ru, come to room 402 upstairs. Mr. Zhong, I am accompanying my sister at the banquet, and I promised her I would not wander off. Then bring your sister along. Zhong Liuxing's intentions were unmistakable, and Lu Ru grasped his meaning immediately. Yet, she refrained from responding right away. Lu Ru, I believe you would not want your sister to see you in such a compromising position, would you? Lu Ru's expression shifted, and a message popped up on her phone. Upon opening it, she saw a video of herself lying on a bed, with ambiguous marks on her body that would raise suspicion among anyone. She had not anticipated that Zhong Lusheng would record her. Mr. Zhong, why? Just tell me, are you willing to bring your sister with you? You should understand why I approached you. Lu Ru comprehended all too well, but was taken aback by his audacity to threaten her. Clenching her fists, a surge of hatred coursed through her. Why did she find herself in such a predicament? Since you are aware, someone will deliver something to you shortly. Just place it in Lu Wen's wine glass and bring her along. That will suffice. My dear, tonight will undoubtedly bring you joy. With that, Zhong Lusheng into the call. If you were truly able to ensnare Lu Wen, would she still be able to enjoy the protection of the Xia family as she did now? She could only hope that Zhong Lusheng possessed the capability. In the meantime, a waiter approached her with a tray of drinks. Lu Ru casually took a glass of wine, and as the waiter departed, he subtly brushed her palm. Is it an urgent matter? Not at all. It's merely a friend experiencing a breakup, venting to me. Lu Wen nodded, guiding her further along. Sister, would you like to have some wine? I can fetch you a glass. Sure, that will be kind of you. The waiter distanced himself, and Lu Wen was eager to meet someone new. With her glass nearly empty, she needed a refill. Xia Qianqian observed Lu Ru, who stood with her back to them, engaged in conversation with the waiter. Seeing them eagerly awaiting her return, Lu Ru quickened her pace. Sister, I had them bring a fruit wine with a lower alcohol content. You've already had several glasses tonight, and I worry you might become inebriated. You're right. Thank you. Lu Wen took the wine glass and sipped, detecting a peculiar taste within the beverage. Upon further examination, it seemed to only carry a fruity flavor. Perhaps she had misjudged it. That evening, Xia Qianqian embraced Lu Wen's neck, accompanying her in socializing, admiring her radiant smile as she engaged with others, and feeling a pang of envy. I wish to grow up quickly. Mommy always has to carry me. Her arms must be weary. Lu Wen felt no fatigue. Xia Qianqian was not heavy, and she relished the experience of leading Xia Qianqian around. An individual approached, apologizing, and Lu Wen turned to see another person. As she smiled and stepped forward, the room seemed to spin. She blinked, feeling her face heat up rapidly. Could it be that she had truly consumed too much alcohol tonight? Yet, she had managed to drink without issue before. Or perhaps, after giving birth to Xia Qianqian, her tolerance had diminished. Sister, what's wrong? Lu Ru approached, taking the wine glass from Lu Wen's hand and summoning the waiter. She casually placed the glass on his tray. Mommy, are you feeling tipsy? She felt Lu Wen's face, which was unusually warm under her palm. Sister, let me help you upstairs to rest. Lu Wen shook her head. No, I still need to find your brother-in-law. Are you going to take Qianqian to them? Let me carry her. Lu Wen found the ground spinning beneath her. She could no longer hold Xia Qianqian. Lu Ru supported her as they made their way to the elevator. At the entrance, a waiter stood waiting, and she entrusted Xia Qianqian to him. Please, ensure that the child is delivered directly to Xia Qianqian. The waiter appeared somewhat flustered, cautiously cradling the person in his arms. Xia Qianqian fixed her gaze on Lu Ru, causing the latter to awkwardly avert her eyes. Mommy, Lu Ru is acting strangely. As the elevator doors closed, Lu Wen had already slumped to the floor. How could one become intoxicated so swiftly within a mere 5 minutes? Thus, only one possibility remained. Lu Ru had drugged the drink. Xia Qianqian pointed towards the direction of Xia Qianqian and others, her heart racing with anxiety. Where was Lu Ru taking her mother, and for what purpose? Dad, eldest brother, second brother, Fuing. Xia Qianqian's mind was filled with thoughts of these individuals. She wished she could speak and immediately contact them across half the venue. The waiter did not dare to delay, noticing her indicating the direction of Xia Qianqian, and promptly made his way over. Hurry, faster. Tears welled up in Xia Qianqian's eyes. Dad, Mommy has been drugged and taken away by Lu Ru. Xia Qianqian, amidst mingling with Xia Yu and others, was startled by the furious shout of the child from behind. Turning around, he saw Xia Qianqian with reddened eyes, reaching out toward him. Dad, quickly save Mommy. Lu Ru drug her. Xia Qianqian glanced at the person in his arms, dismissed the waiter, and beckoned the two to head towards the elevator. The waiter had just come from that direction. That person, Lu Ru spoke with him. Another waiter passed by them, carrying an empty wine glass on his tray. Lu Ru asked him for the wine. They were standing in that corner. Xia Qianqian fixed her gaze on the corner, wishing she could speak, so she could tell her father and brothers what had happened to her mother. Where was Mommy? Upon hearing Xia Qianqian inquire, she immediately pointed towards the elevator. Xia Yu turned to head towards that corner, lifting his gaze to observe the surveillance cameras around. Chapter 131, A Violent Assault on Mr. Zhong. Xia Qianqian arrived at the elevator door, wondering if Mommy had entered the elevator. What had transpired? Fuing's voice resonated behind them. He had just heard Xia Qianqian's cries and rushed over. However, as Xia Qianqian's voice diminished, he could not catch the following words. Big Demon King. Mommy has been taken away. Xia Qianqian was exceedingly anxious, patting Xia Qianqian's shoulder, urging him to hurry into the elevator. Yet, they had no knowledge of which floor Lu Ru had taken Lu Wen to. This hotel boasted 30 floors. We had to search floor by floor. Wanted to find Mommy, right? I will make a phone call to inquire. Xia Qianqian immediately dialed, but Lu Wen did not answer. 1 missed call was forgivable, but 3? Dad, even Auntie isn't answering. Xia Jing showed him the call interface, and the group exchanged worried glances. It couldn't be that something had happened. They needed to contact the manager to investigate which floor the two had gone to. Yes, quickly. Eldest Brother found the manager, who stated they were in room 402. Let's go see. Xia Qianqian stepped into the elevator first, with Fuing following suit. Qianqian, don't worry. We will see Mommy soon. Dad, I'm not anxious to see Mommy. I'm worried that something has happened to her. Why can't this elevator go any faster? With a chime, the elevator arrived at the 4th floor. The group hurried to the door of room 402. Xia Yu's figure appeared behind them, accompanied by the manager holding a tablet. Xia Zong, I'll open the door for you right away. The manager seemed flustered. He knew whose room this was, but given the current scene, he preferred to remain silent. The door was opened, and Xia Yu directly pushed it open and walked in. It was a suite with 2 rooms, both tightly shut at that moment. "We will compensate according to market price." The manager nodded, sweating, without saying more. The door was soon kicked open. Inside one room, Lu Ru was curled up on one side, while Lu Wen lay unconscious on the bed, her dress zipper already undone. "Mommy, Lu Ru, that wicked woman, truly intends to harm Mommy." Xia Yu was consumed with rage, quickly shedding his coat to wrap Lu Wen. "Lu Ru, what are you doing?" "I didn't do anything. I merely accompanied my sister to this room," Lu Ru replied, tears brimming in her eyes, appearing as though she had been wronged. In the room, there was also a wardrobe. Xia Yu approached and yanked the wardrobe door open. Zhong Lusheng stood awkwardly inside, and upon seeing him, attempted to raise a hand in greeting, only to be seized by Xia Yu by the collar and thrown to the ground. The 2 brothers promptly pinned him down and beat him mercilessly. Zhong Lusheng was no match for them, crying out in pain. He handed Xia Qianqian over to Fuing, saying, "Could you please hold Qianqian for me?" After that, he rolled up his sleeves, separated his 2 sons, and pulled the battered man up, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Zhong Lusheng knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach. Silent. "Zhong Lusheng, after so many years, you are still as despicable as ever." Xia Qianqian glared at Lu Ru. "I will call the police. You will all face the consequences you deserve." Chapter 132. Calling the police causes a breakdown brother-in-law. What do you mean by this? Lu Ru was in a state of panic. Having witnessed the reckless assault by the Xia family trio, she trembled in fear, dreading that the next moment, the fist would land on her. "I was called here by my sister to accompany her. I didn't know why there was a man in the wardrobe." She stepped forward and slapped Zhong Lusheng. "You disgusting scum. You actually tried to take advantage of this opportunity to harm my sister." Zhong Lusheng, recovering somewhat, turned to glare at her. "What are you looking at?" She was both guilty and constantly sizing up the Xia family members. "Brother-in-law, I truly don't know. Perhaps my sister had arranged it with him." Xia Qianqian found this statement laughable. The reason Lu Wen chose him all those years ago was precisely due to Zhong Liuxing's utter repulsiveness. No matter how many years passed, Lu Wen would never reconcile with such a person. With so many admirers of Lu Wen, how could she possibly choose him? No. Xia Qianqian momentarily lost his temper. Lu Wen belonged solely to him. Everyone else should just leave. "Lu Ru, you truly are incorrigible. How could I not know what kind of person this kid is? He was despicable back then. Would he have changed after over 20 years? A dog cannot change its habit of eating shit. We are all in the same circle. How could I not know him?" Xia Qianqian was so furious that he spoke indiscriminately, leaving Xia Qianqian dumbfounded. Dad has such a side to him. But the most urgent matter now is Mommy. What kind of drug did they give Mommy? Is it harmful to her health? Xia Yu pressed down on Zhong Lusheng, while Xia Jing rushed to carry Lu Wen. "Dad, I'll take Mommy to the hospital. You handle this quickly." "You go ahead." Fuing looked around, uncertain whether to bring Qianqian along. "Hurry, I want to see Mommy. Leave this to Dad and Eldest Brother," Xia Qianqian urged, patting Fuing's arm and pointing in the direction Xia Jing had departed. Was she going to see Mommy? Fuing stepped out, following Xia Jing's pace. Inside, Lu Ru was still arguing. Xia Qianqian closed his eyes and exhaled, his palms itching, wishing to throw her face down at that moment. However, as she was Lu Wen's sister, he still had to give her some face. "Dad, she is being obstinate. Manager Zhou, please show her the surveillance footage." Manager Zhou, having heard the commotion outside, promptly took out the tablet, displaying the scene of Lu Ru drugging the glass. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Ru's complexion turned ashen. "No, it is not me, brother-in-law. I do not wish to do this either, but that wretched Zhong Lusheng has threatened me. If I do not comply with his demands, he will destroy me." Xia Qianqian released her grip, asking, "So, you intend to ruin your sister?" Lu Ru, oh Lu Ru. How mistaken Lu Wen was in her judgment. The police soon arrived, drawing the attention of those downstairs. "Officers, I apologize for the trouble, but she drugged my wife, and this individual is suspected of attempted assault." The police swiftly apprehended the two, and as they left, Lu Ru wept uncontrollably. "Brother-in-law, please, I cannot be taken away. I realize my mistakes. I beg you. I cannot go to prison. My life will be ruined." In a state of panic, Lu Ru attempted to break free, but was held firmly in place. Destroy what? This is merely to send you for proper reformation. Chapter 133. The Tears of Injustice. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Lu Wen lay with her eyes tightly shut, while Xia Jing and two others stood by her bedside. Mommy, it's all my fault for being so young. If only I were a little older, Xia Qianqian said, eyes brimming with tears as she gazed longingly at Lu Wen. Fuing gently placed her on the hospital bed, erecting the nearby guardrail for protection. Xia Qianqian nestled against Lu Wen, her eyes reddened with sorrow. Had they been any slower, Lu Wen would have fallen victim to Zhong Lusheng. From Xia Qing's brief remarks, she gleaned the repugnant nature of Zhong Lusheng. Lu Ru is utterly despicable. She must never be allowed to stay in our home again. Xia Jing raised a hand to caress her head. Qianqian, are you tired? If so, sleep. Your second brother will stay with you. She blinked, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Xia Jing's heart tightened, and he quickly embraced her, whispering words of comfort. Mommy is fine. She will awaken soon. Do not worry, Qianqian. His words, though meant to soothe, only deepened Xia Qianqian's distress. Considering Lu Wen, she merely pouted, tears ceaselessly streaming down her face. This pitiful appearance tugged at the hearts of both men. Fuing retrieved a small golden pendant from his pocket, a precious item that Xia Qianqian had always cherished. Qianqian, this is for you. Please do not cry. Xia Qianqian, with tears still glistening in her eyes, found everything slightly blurred before her. Upon focusing on the object in his hand, she reached out her small hand to grasp it tightly to her chest. Thank you, I really like it. Xia Jing lifted her, gently patting her back, as the time for her to sleep approached. Fuing, could you kindly go to the Xia residence and fetch something for Qianqian to eat? It seems she is reluctant to leave this place. Aware that time was of the essence, Fuing did not delay and promptly summoned a driver to depart. Outside, Xia Yu and others hurriedly arrived, inquiring about his whereabouts. Upon hearing his explanation, Xia Yu felt a pang of regret for having overlooked such an important matter. He moved aside to summon someone from the Xia family, thereby sparing Fuing another trip. How did things unfold? Xia Jing asked upon seeing the group. We called the police, which is why we are late. Once Mom awakens, the officers will come to take a statement. We should not have allowed Lu Ru to remain. At that time, Grandmother was crying and accusing Mommy of unfilial behavior. Mommy had no choice, Xia Jing sighed, realizing that even if they had been present, it might not have changed the outcome. The group gazed somberly at the person lying on the bed, their hearts longing to capture the two individuals responsible and mete out justice. The drugs they administered to her were potent sleeping pills. Now, they only needed to wait for her to awaken. Thankfully, it was not any bizarre substance. Otherwise, Lu Ru and her accomplice would have faced dire consequences. Xia Jing spoke with indignation, while the other two wore grim expressions. Eldest brother, your hand is bleeding. Xia Qianqian exclaimed upon noticing the blood on Xia Yu's hand, though he seemed oblivious to the pain. Xia Yu, what happened to your hand? Fuing interjected. You should tend to it. Xia Yu glanced down and only then became aware of the stinging pain on the back of his hand, likely from a scrape sustained during the altercation with Zhong Lusheng. The Xia family also brought milk powder, and after Xia Qianqian was fed and sated, she fell asleep beside Lu Wen. Chapter 134. It was Qianqian who saved you the next morning. Lu Wen slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the mottled ceiling, momentarily disoriented. As she prepared to sit up, she felt something pressing down on her arm. Turning her head, she found Xia Qianqian peacefully asleep in her embrace. On the adjacent bed lay Xia Qianqian. Xia Qianqian, she called softly, startling him awake. Before he could respond, Lu Wen placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. He nodded, carefully transferring the sleeping child to the bed next to him and drawing the curtain closed. Last night, it was Qianqian who alerted us to your distress, mentioning that Lu Ru had taken you away and you were missing. Xia Qianqian helped her sit up, massaging her sore arm. It was also she who informed us of the strange behavior between Lu Ru and that attendant. I had Xia Yu investigate, and indeed, it was discovered that Lu Ru had drugged you. Lu Wen's face paled. She had not anticipated Lu Ru would resort to such treachery. The moment she stepped out of the elevator and encountered Zhong Lusheng, alarm bells rang in her mind. Yet, before she could react, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. At that moment, despair consumed her. She never thought that after all these years, Zhong Lusheng would still seek to torment her. My dear wife, I am sorry. Had it not been for Qianqian, I fear I would have taken much longer to realize what was happening. I owe you an apology. I should not have left you alone to conduct business. In the future, I will accompany you closely at all gatherings. Xia Qianqian's eyes glistened with emotion. Unable to fathom the consequences had Lu Wen not been found. Lu Wen gently stroked his head, pulling him into her embrace. Who would have guessed that Lu Ru would do such a thing? This is not your fault, so do not blame yourself. Xia Qianqian nodded, holding her tightly. What did Qianqian say to you last night? Xia Qianqian recounted the events of the previous evening, explaining that they had gone upstairs under the pretense of Qianqian searching for her mother. After sharing everything, he hesitated, glancing at Lu Wen. What is it? I called the police, and Lu Ru has been arrested. You did the right thing. Do not worry, I will not oppose. She first attacked you, and then me. Even familial ties have been thoroughly severed by her despicable actions. Xia Qianqian nodded, but then pondered aloud. I wonder if your mother will be able to accept this. Lu Wen's expression turned grave as she nodded. Mo Rume will undoubtedly cause a scene. At worst, I will offer her some compensation. There will always be a solution, but she must be held accountable. Is Mommy awake? Upon hearing the voice, the two exchanged smiles. Xia Qianqian drew back the curtain. Qianqian, are you awake? Mommy is awake. I'm awake. I'm awake. Quickly, carry me to see Mommy. Wasn't I sleeping with Mommy? How did I end up over here? Dad, you are too much. You actually switched places while I was asleep. Xia Qianqian pouted, casting a serious look at Xia Qianqian. He chuckled awkwardly and lifted her. Qianqian, Mommy is awake. Come over here. Lu Wen opened her arms wide, and Xia Qianqian immediately leaped into her embrace, clutching her collar tightly. Qianqian, Mommy is here. Lu Wen felt a pang of sympathy, knowing that the events of the previous night must have deeply affected Xia Qianqian. Mommy, I will grow up quickly from now on. Lu Wen patted her gently, feeling warmth spread through her heart. Chapter 135. It serves her right that she cannot marry at the entrance. Mo Rume wore a dark expression. Lu Ru is your own sister. How could you possibly call the police? Lu Wen's face darkened as she confronted her mother. Mother, you acknowledged that she is my biological sister. Yet, when she drugged me and sent me to another man's bed, it was apparent she did not regard me as her sister at all. Exactly. How can you impose such a moral obligation on me? Mother, please do not come here to criticize me without understanding the full context. Your bias is quite evident. Mo Rume was taken aback, not expecting Lu Wen to counter her so fiercely. Previously, Lu Wen would always respond with a smile, regardless of what was said. Now, her prepared responses faltered at the back of her throat. But she is your sister. No matter what, you cannot let her go to prison. Mother, let us discuss this. I will have her come and sincerely apologize to you, and she will never appear before you again. You can withdraw your accusation. What do you say? On what grounds? Can such a thing erase what she has done to you, Mother? Xia Qianqian was especially irate, glaring fiercely at Mo Rume. Mother, I must say, your words are quite displeasing. What do you mean by saying she cannot go to prison no matter what? Xia Qianqian stepped in front of Lu Wen, his stern demeanor somewhat intimidating. Qianqian, after all, she will eventually marry. If people discover she has been imprisoned, will she ever find a suitable match? It would serve her right. I witnessed her actions yesterday. I think reporting her is too lenient. Xia Qianqian casually pulled a chair for Mo Rume to sit down. Zhong Lusheng has been severely beaten by us, yet Lu Ru stands unscathed. We have already shown her enough mercy. Mo Rume was acutely aware that Lu Ru was in the wrong, but her concern drove her to the hospital. She had expected to find only Lu Wen, but was surprised to see Xia Qianqian, which diminished her confidence. We are family. It is only natural to err from time to time. Mother, please stop. I was pushed down the stairs by Lu Ru. Perhaps I deserved it? You have always been biased against me since childhood, and I am unsure why. Mo Rume choked up and suddenly stood up. Lu Wen, I am still your mother. Is this how you treat your mother? You claim I am biased. Have I ever treated you unfairly? Ah, you cannot see the good we have done for you. Lu Wen looked up at her, her gaze icy and indifferent, causing Mo Rume to hesitate momentarily. Just say it. How much do you want? I am not here to ask for money. Mo Rume regretted her hasty refusal. Then what do you want? To have Lu Ru released? Forget it. Lu Wen declared this and turned away, unwilling to engage further. Montak Holmai Pusit Azidik Xia Qianqian, who tried to intervene. What has her sister done? Luwen knew this was an attempt to find a way out. She sighed, I told you. She drugged me and sent me to another man's bed, colluding with others to force themselves upon me. Mo Rume fidgeted, her hands clenched, and asked with a hint of realization, Are you okay? If I were not fine, Lu Ru would not be in such a simple predicament. Luwen glanced at the person behind her, knowing the Xia family would ensure that the Lu family would suffer the consequences. Really, cannot we find a compromise? Chapter 136. What arrogance, if not for Xia Qianqian? Mo Rume nodded, then expressed her regret. I never anticipated your sister would do such things. She was always obedient. She must have been deceived by those people. Who would deceive her? She is so adept at drugging others. If someone tricked her, wouldn't she easily turn the tables? Lu Wen and Xia Qianqian almost laughed, but had to suppress it due to Mo Rume's presence. Then you must go to the police station and inquire yourself. I am unsure if someone has indeed deceived her. Of course, I will go ask. Mo Rume, having arrived in haste, left just as quickly. Once she was gone, Luwen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mother, do not be upset. You still have me. Understanding the turmoil Luwen felt with such a mother, Xia Qianqian realized that even in her moment of need, her mother came to criticize without discernment. By the way, I must thank you, Qianqian. Xia Qianqian was puzzled. Why thank me? If you had not insisted on finding me last night, your father and the others would not have realized something was wrong. So thank you, Mother. No need for thanks. This is what I should do. Xia Qianqian puffed out her small chest, proudly displaying her few white teeth. Luwen affectionately ruffled her hair and kissed her forehead. After the doctor confirmed that Xia Qianqian was in good health, Luwen took her to the police station. Lu Ru appeared utterly disheveled, her makeup in tatters, her hair a chaotic mess. Upon seeing Luwen, she struggled against her restraints, exclaiming, Sister, I was wrong. I truly regret it. I cannot go to prison. Please, plead with the police for me. I cannot spend the rest of my life here. I will die. Lu Ru begged incessantly, her tears further ruining her already dreadful appearance. Lu Ru, did you consider any of this when you drugged me? Lu Ru shook her head in tears. It is not what you think. That scoundrel Zhong Luxing threatened me, saying if I did not comply, he would ruin me. I was simply coerced. I made a mistake in the heat of the moment. Enough. Lu Ru, you are still making excuses for yourself. You had many ways to escape Zhong Luxing, yet you chose to agree to his demands. If the Xia family and the Zhong family were to clash, the Zhong family would not stand chance. I did not mean to. I just could not think of a solution. Luwen shook her head, feeling increasingly disappointed in Lu Ru, wondering when she had transformed into this version of herself. She remembered when Lu Ru had been well-behaved, but that was a distant memory. Enough. Let the law decide your fate. I will not agree to a settlement, let alone withdraw my accusation. With that, she turned and left, while Lu Ru crumbled behind her. Luwen, what arrogance! If not for Xia Qianqian, where would you be today? If I had married Xia Qianqian, it would be you sitting here now. Luwen, let me out. You cannot treat me this way. Xia Qianqian raised her hand to cover Lu Wen's ears, her face filled with deep concern. Mother, do not listen to her. You are exceptional, and your current circumstances are not solely due to father. Luwen kissed her, knowing full well she would not be swayed by Lu Ru's words. Chapter 137. His rudeness was appalling. In recent days, the police station made rapid progress. Naturally, the Zhong family sought to bail Zhong Luxing out, but they were repeatedly thwarted by the Xia family. The Xia family was resolute in ensuring that Zhong Luxing faced the consequences of his actions. The evidence was overwhelming, and no matter how the Zhong family struggled, he remained firmly imprisoned. Luwen had nearly declined all recent invitations, choosing instead to stay home with Xia Qianqian. Luwen, what brings you here? She felt a surge of resentment and was somewhat uncomfortable upon seeing Mo Rume. I thought Lu Ru could assist you in Qianqian, but now that she has erred and is incarcerated, I have come to help you. Mo Rume said this as she entered, followed by a child who was looking around without much decorum. Lu Hai, come here and greet your aunt. Luwen maintained a cold demeanor. Lu Hai was the child of her deceased elder brother. She felt a pang of guilt, suspecting Mo Rume had deliberately brought him forth. Hello, aunt. I am Lu Hai. Seeing him, Lu Wen noted his seemingly obedient demeanor, easing her heart somewhat. "Hello, what toys do you like? Your aunt will have someone buy them for you." Lu Hai shook his head, presenting a well-behaved demeanor that shattered Lu Wen's earlier impression of his impoliteness. Mo Rumei smiled, guiding him to sit on the sofa while she busied herself with the assortment of fruits. She meticulously peeled the fruits with skins and shelled the ones that required it, attending to his every need. Lu Wen, preferring to avoid the scene, carried Xia Qianqian upstairs. As Xia Qianqian rested her head on Lu Wen's shoulder, she caught Lu Hai's gaze. Suddenly, he raised his middle finger at her, devoid of any reason. "Mummy, Lu Hai just gave me the finger." How rude. Lu Hai, around 5 or 6 years old, was at the prime age for absorbing the world around him. He was far from the obedient child he appeared to be, undoubtedly. There was a mischievous side lurking beneath. "Have the procedures been completed?" Lu Wen asked. Her heart lightened as she glanced at the red booklet, finding Xia Qianqian's name inscribed in the owner section. "It's all set. How could I make a mistake with what my wife entrusted me?" Lu Wen smiled, nodding at him as she ascended the stairs with the red booklet. Knowing that Xia Qianqian had saved her, she contemplated what to gift her. Jewelry was insufficient, so she settled on acquiring a flat in the city. "Qianqian, take a look at this." Xia Qianqian raised her head to see the red booklet waving before her. "Real estate? A house? Mummy bought you a spacious apartment near the city center. You can choose the decorations you want." She handed the property deed to Xia Qianqian, the certificate nearly twice her size. "I love it." Real estate was indeed valuable. How could she not be thrilled? Lu Wen patted her head and produced another bag. "These are new toys I bought for you. I hope you like them." Xia Qianqian glanced inside to find a new animal puzzle. She had been playing with puzzles recently, and this was an upgraded version of her favorite series. "Thank you, Mummy." Lu Wen lifted her, and Xia Qianqian planted a kiss on her cheek. Both were filled with joy, and Xia Qianqian played for a long time before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 138. The nephew snatches the toy. Lu Wen seemed to have fallen in love with the act of gifting Xia Qianqian, presenting her with a variety of presents each day. Sometimes they were toys, other times they were golden trinkets. However, the golden items were securely tucked away in the safe after Lu Wen showed them to her. The toys were casually placed on the railing, and whenever Xia Qianqian felt like it, she would indulge in playing with them. Lu Wen's gifting did not go unnoticed by others. Lu Hai observed everything closely. Lu Wen only occasionally gifted him a few intriguing toys, sowing seeds of envy deep within his young heart. He stood in the corner, watching Lu Wen give a toy to Xia Qianqian before departing, prompting him to rush forward. "Xia Qianqian, give it to me." "What?" Just as the toy reached her hands, Xia Qianqian was captivated by its ability to sing when pressed. She wanted to see how many songs it could perform. "Hand over the toy." Seeing her hesitation, Lu Hai boldly crossed the railing and snatched it from her grasp. "Now it's mine. Besides, you have plenty of toys. What's one more to you? How can there be such an impolite little brat?" Lu Hai took the toy and walked away, while Xia Qianqian peered over the railing, realizing he didn't genuinely care for it. In a secluded corner, he placed the toy on the ground and stomped on it until it ceased to make any sound. "Lu Hai, give me back my toy." Xia Qianqian longed to stand, but her small frame was not capable of supporting her. "Mummy, Lu Hai stole my toy." Lu Wen rushed over upon hearing the commotion, quickly scooping Xia Qianqian into her arms. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" She scanned the area, but did not see the new toy. "Where's the toy I just gave you?" "Qianqian, did you hide it?" She pretended to search among the pile of toys, while Xia Qianqian anxiously pointed outside. "Lu Hai took it. He bullied me when I couldn't move and snatched it away." Lu Wen looked out the window and indeed spotted Lu Hai clutching the familiar toy. After some contemplation, she recalled whether Xia Yu and Xia Jing had behaved similarly in the past. Was it possible that today's children were different? Perhaps she should also gift Lu Hai something. Resolute, she thought of Lu Hai, who had lost his father at a young age. Feeling a pang of sympathy for him, perhaps he had never had the opportunity to play with such toys. "Mummy will buy you a new one, all right?" Xia Qianqian felt puzzled, but considering Lu Wen's promise to buy her another, she did not dwell on it. After all, engaging in a dispute with a 5 or 6-year-old would be beneath her. That evening, Lu Wen brought home new toys, intentionally including one for Lu Hai. She hoped that this gesture would prevent him from taking Xia Qianqian's toys in the future. "Lu Hai, this is a gift for you." Lu Hai's eyes sparkled as he rushed forward, exclaiming, "Thank you, Auntie." He quickly unwrapped the paper, revealing a toy car. "Annie, I love it." Lu Wen patted his head. "Go play with it." Lu Hai nodded and dashed off to his room with the toy car, a scene that warmed her heart. Holding the remaining packaging, she ascended the stairs to find Xia Qianqian. Xia Qianqian was sitting with her, reading and explaining the story of Baba Papa. His tongue twisted around the lengthy names, making the task challenging. Yet, Xia Qianqian found his struggles amusing, bursting into giggles. Despite his discomfort, Xia Qianqian continued with a mix of joy and pain. Chapter 139. Inquiring Lu Hai about the toy's whereabouts the next morning, after Xia Qianqian had her fill, Lu Wen placed her in the playpen. Surrounded by a myriad of toys, she fiddled with the toy car. The more she played, the more she discovered the clever designs of these toys. She examined their functions and reactions with intent, contemplating how they might be coded. After some time, she set the car aside, intending to embrace one of the plush toys nearby, only to realize that some were missing. "Mummy, where's the black cat you gave me a couple of days ago?" Xia Qianqian searched through the pile of toys for the plush cat with green eyes and a diamond necklace, which she had personally adorned. Yet today, it was nowhere to be found. After rummaging through the toys, she still could not locate the cat. Remembering Lu Hai's earlier actions, she felt a twinge of suspicion. "Lu Hai, did you take my toy again? That diamond necklace is worth 800,000. You took it before I even got to enjoy it." Just then, Lu Hai stomped out of his room. Catching sight of her amidst the toys, huffed and turned away. "Lu Hai, don't run off. Give me back my cat." In the entire Xia household, aside from Lu Hai, she could not think of anyone else who might have taken it. "Mummy, Lu Hai stole my cat." Xia Qianqian burst into tears, prompting Lu Wen to hurry from the kitchen. "Sweetheart, what's wrong? I was preparing some snacks for you. Why are you crying?" Xia Qianqian pointed to Lu Hai, who was munching on her snacks and clutching a handful, crying even louder. "Mummy, Lu Hai stole my cat toy and is eating my snacks." "Ah, what Lu Hai is eating is from a batch that didn't turn out well. Yours is still in the microwave." Lu Wen examined the situation closely, recalling Xia Qianqian's mention of the cat. Glancing back at Lu Hai, who was innocently enjoying his snacks, he didn't appear to be the type to intentionally take the cat. However, Xia Qianqian would never lie about such matters. "Qianqian, would you like to sit down and play? Mommy will find that little cat from a couple of days ago to keep you company." Behind her, Lu Hai froze, gazing intently at Lu Wen's back, cautiously clutching snacks as he scurried towards the door. Xia Qianqian witnessed his actions and was filled with indignation. "Lu Hai, do not run away. Return my doll, you little rascal." Lu Wen flipped through some items, her expression growing serious. If Lu Hai continues this way, she must seize an opportunity to speak with him earnestly. Taking without asking is akin to stealing. Lu Hai is merely 5 or 6 years old. How could he develop such a habit? She pondered that perhaps it stemmed from growing up alongside Mo Rume. Everything in the household belongs to him, which has likely led to this unfortunate behavior. Lu Wen thought to herself, gently patting Xia Qianqian while still holding her. The nanny brought out the prepared snacks, neatly arranged them, and Lu Wen casually picked up a flower-shaped treat. "Qianqian, it seems the cat has vanished, while Mommy searches for it. Would you like to have this instead?" Xia Qianqian's eyes brimmed with tears, looking utterly forlorn as she accepted the snack and took a reluctant bite. However, the taste was indeed delightful, momentarily distracting her from thoughts of the cat. Lu Wen, still mindful of the situation, observed her daughter enjoying the treat and instructed the nanny to keep an eye on her as she stepped outside. "Lu Hai, come here. Your aunt has something to discuss with you." Chapter 140. Sunbathing, a toy snatched away. "Mommy, I'm going to be disfigured. It hurts so much. Lu Hai is bullying me." Lu Wen rushed out, seeing Xia Qianqian sprawled on the ground while Lu Hai stood nearby. She quickly scooped her up. "I'm so sorry. Qianqian, it's all Mommy's fault for leaving you here alone. Let me see. What happened to your face?" A large red mark marred Xia Qianqian's forehead. Her delicate skin made it appear particularly severe. "Qianqian, I apologize. It's all Mommy's mistake." Lu Hai lingered in the corner of the garden, a few crumbs dusting his face as his wide eyes gazed at her. In that moment, she was reminded of her brother's childhood, her heart softening as guilt welled up within her. If it weren't for her, her brother might still be alive and well. For a moment, her accusatory words lodged in her throat. "Annie, what's wrong? Lu Hai approached, offering her the snacks he held. Auntie, is it that Qianqian didn't have enough to eat? I still have some here. Lu Hai shook his head, lowering his gaze. Really? Children must be honest. Lu Hai hesitated, thought for a moment, and nodded. Auntie, I would also like a doll. I just took my sister's. I'll go fetch one for you now. The diamond necklace remained intact, and the doll looked perfectly fine, just as he had described, yet he also desired a cat. If you want one too, Annie will buy you a new one, all right? Lu Hai nodded, watching Lu Wen turn to leave. Behind him, in the corner of the room, there were still numerous toys belonging to Xia Qianqian, some intact while others lay in tatters. However, Xia Qianqian had so many toys that she often failed to notice their absence immediately. If too much time passed without seeing them, she sometimes forgot they existed. Qianqian, the cat has been found. See, everything is fine now. Xia Qianqian held it carefully, scrutinizing primarily the necklace. Noticing that the diamonds showed no signs of wear, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect Lu Hai to not have caused any damage. Mommy will take you to the backyard to bask in the sun. It's a lovely day. She placed a sun hat on Xia Qianqian, gathered a few toys, and carried her into the garden. Lu Wen set her down on a lounge chair in the backyard, leaving the parasol unextended as the morning sun was still gentle. Suitable for Xia Qianqian. A soft breeze wafted through, carrying the faint scent of grass. The Xia family's backyard was neither overwhelmingly large nor small. From Xia Qianqian's perspective, it felt quite expansive. The lush greenery was soothing to the soul, and she clutched an animal puzzle in her arms. Seeing her play earnestly, Lu Wen instructed, Mommy will go fetch you some water. Wait here for me, all right? Do not move around. You must stay seated in the lounge chair. Do you understand? I understand. Mommy, please hurry. Lu Wen kissed her cheek before heading towards the living room. Barely a few seconds had passed when Lu Hai emerged from the corner. Xia Qianqian, can you play? You're so young and yet playing with this. I've never played before. Let me have a turn first, Lu Hai declared, reaching out to snatch it away. However, Xia Qianqian held on tightly, and he momentarily struggled to pull it free. Lu Hai, it's you should let go. Release it. Didn't you hear me? I want to give it to you. I simply won tea. Mommy, come help me. Lu Hai exerted force, yanking hard. The lounge chair had only railings on the sides, and with that pull, Xia Qianqian slipped off, tumbling towards the ground. Mommy, help! Chapter 141. He is just a child. Xia Qianqian fell face first onto the lounge chair, sliding down onto the grass. Ouch! Mommy, my face hurts so much. Xia Qianqian cried out, unable to move as her face pressed against the grass, her bottom still on the lounge chair. The pain on her face was unbearable, and she covered it with her hands, wailing uncontrollably. Lu Wen could only watch, her heart aching, and upon hearing Xia Qianqian's cries, she felt the urge to weep herself. Lu Hai, I saw everything. Why did you snatch your sister's toy? Lu Hai, seemingly startled by the incident, remained rooted in place instead of fleeing, standing off to the side. Upon hearing the accusation, he frantically shook his head and waved his hands. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. She fell by herself. It was him. He took my puzzle, or else I wouldn't have fallen. Xia Qianqian cried out, pointing at him, her sobs intensifying with every word. Upstairs, Xia Qianqian heard the commotion, his heart racing as he hurried down with Xia Yu and Xia Jing. What's going on? Daddy. Big brother, second brother, Lu Hai stole my puzzle, causing me to fall from the lounge chair. I'm going to be disfigured. Lu Hai snatched Xia Qianqian's belongings, leading to her fall. Xia Qianqian glared at Lu Hai. Why did you do that? Your aunt brings you toys every day. Isn't that enough? What you did is wrong. You're stealing from others. Lu Hai's eyes reddened as he glanced around, beginning to cry. I didn't take her things. She fell by herself. His voice rang out, drowning Xia Qianqian's cries for a moment. Xia Yu frowned, scrutinizing him, contemplating tying him up and giving him a good spanking. This child is simply too mischievous, snatching things and lying. Lu Hai, it is wrong to lie. Haven't your parents taught you that? When you do something wrong, you must face consequences. Starting today, I will have your aunt confiscate your toys, and you will not be allowed to watch television after school. You will also have to copy, I'm sorry 50 times every day. Xia Yu believed this to be the best course of action after much deliberation. The three Xia brothers, including Xia Qianqian, were well-behaved children, making their parents' lives much easier. This was the first time he had encountered such a troublesome child. Indeed, where is his father? Mo Rume's voice suddenly emerged from behind as she rushed over upon hearing her grandson's cries. Luwen, how could you do this? Children's little squabbles should not warrant punishment. Luwen, exasperated, pointed out the large red mark on Qianqian's forehead. Mother, it is precisely because you have spoiled him that he has turned into this way, pretending to be well-behaved in front of adults while bullying younger children. If this continues, he will only worsen as he grows up. Mo Rume covered Lu Hai's ears, her face a portrait of disapproval. Children are still young and lack understanding. How can one judge them by the standards set for adults? Moreover, during their formative years, children are resilient and robust. A few tumbles can contribute to their health. And besides, hasn't Qianqian turned out fine? Mother, must something truly unfortunate happen to Qianqian before we can admonish Lu Hai? Luwen suddenly stood up, pointing at Xia Qianqian's forehead and exclaimed, Is this not serious enough? Must it be a gory scene, leaving a scar the size of a bowl before we can reprimand him? Furthermore, we have not harmed him. It was merely a minor chastisement. Surely that is permissible? Chapter 142. Anger harms the body, no one can substitute. Xia Qianqian supported her and said, Indeed, our Qianqian has this red mark. If not handled properly, it could leave a permanent mark. Are we not allowed to discipline him a little to ensure he behaves? If children do not learn well in their early years, it will be too late when they grow up. Mo Rume, holding her child, glanced around and noticed the Xia family was all sternly looking at her, demanding Lu Hai be punished. Unable to counter their arguments, she suddenly cried out, holding Lu Hai and lamenting, My dear son, look at your wonderful sister. If it weren't for her, how could you have faced such a fate? I merely allowed your son to reside in the Xia household, and this is how they treat him. My unfortunate child, why don't you just take your mother away as well? Furthermore, what if Xia Qianqian fell by herself and Lu Hai was merely passing by? How can one falsely accuse Lu Hai without evidence? Lu Wen's face turned ashen. She felt regret for past events, but had invested countless resources and made numerous concessions for this matter. If Lu Hai had harmed her own child, she might have turned a blind eye, yet he had harmed Qianqian. Mother, every time something happens, you bring up my brother's death. Lu Wen, holding her child, looked coldly at Mo Rume, her heart filled with irritation. Oh, this is merely a fact. My grandson lost his father at birth. What a pitiful child. I painstakingly raised him, never daring to scold or hit him. Yet, upon arriving at the Xia family, he is belittled as a misbehaving child. My grandson is clearly well-behaved and sensible, yet he is constantly slandered. Xia Qianqian embraced Lu Wen and gently patted her shoulder. Mother, we all witnessed him pull Xia Qianqian off the lounge chair. Since you have always claimed he is well-behaved, an apology must be forthcoming. He understands that these years have not been easy for Lu Wen, considering her brother's death was indirectly due to her. They are just children, playing and having fun. Is there really a need for apologies? Mo Rume, noticing their softened tone, quickly took advantage of the situation. I will ensure Lu Hai appears less around Xia Qianqian. Is that acceptable? It cannot be that she falls and then blames our Lu Hai. Mother, what do you mean? Lu Wen's eyes reddened. She had not anticipated Mo Rume could be so unreasonable. Oh, Lu Wen, this is merely two children playing. There is little point in holding on to this matter. He is so young and lacks understanding. Mommy, don't be upset. Anger harms the body, and no one can take your place. From now on, I want T come out to play. Whenever he appears, I will cry and create a scene to keep him away. Lu Wen, in a fit of anger, questioned why Xia Qianqian should suffer indignities in her own home. Xia Qianqian comforted her softly. If she insists on dragging your brother into this, we cannot continue to speak. But we will not allow Lu Hai to approach Qianqian even a step closer. Yes, mommy, don't cry. However, she felt that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Mo Rume, while wiping Lu Hai's tears, led him inside, continuously advising him to be cautious. Lu Wen, feeling wronged, shed tears as she watched Mo Rume's retreating figure, wishing to dismiss them without concern. Chapter 143. Prepare for bad news. Yet, she is still her biological mother. Regardless of the circumstances, there remains a bond of blood. As long as she lives, Lu Wen feels obligated to provide support. Dear, do not cry. This situation is my fault. I should have accompanied you to care for Qianqian to prevent this from happening. Mother, I too am at fault. I should have gone downstairs to watch over Qianqian. Mother, I am to blame as well. Xia Qianqian's words were soon echoed by Xia Yu and Xia Jing. Seeing their expressions, Lu Wen felt reluctant to continue crying. You too, be cautious. If Lu Hai were to bump into something, it would surely cause an uproar. Her grandson is acceptable to others, but once we attempt to do something regarding her grandson, it becomes an accusation. Too hypocritical. Mommy, do not be upset. When I grow up, I will ensure you never have to endure such grievances again. Xia Qianqian wiped away her tears and cradled Xia Qianqian in his arms. Let us first attend to her forehead. Lu Wen nodded and followed his lead. The group went to a nearby private hospital, where the doctor confirmed that the mark would fade in a few days. Only then did Lu Wen feel reassured. Oh mommy, iem me fine. This incident made Lu Wen more vigilant. She could no longer leave Xia Qianqian alone in other places without worry. The Xia family villa was now home to more than just their family, necessitating her increased caution. In Lu Hai's hands, he held Xia Qianqian's toy car. Lu Wen closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Out of sight, out of mind. She had previously given him the same toy, yet he still chose to play with Xia Qianqian's. Tomorrow, she would certainly place the guardrail upstairs. She had suppressed her earlier thoughts, believing she was being overly cautious. Chunghua, please move the guardrail and toys to the upstairs living room shortly. Very well. After lunch, I will take Xia Yu and the others to set up the guardrail upstairs. Xia Qianqian sat in Lu Wen's embrace, with soothing ointment applied to her forehead. Watching as Xia Yu moved items one by one, Xia Qianqian received a phone call and stepped out, leaving only the three brothers to continue their tasks. Dear, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Xia Qianqian rushed upstairs excitedly, eager to share with Lu Wen. Bad news. I want to hear the bad news first. Lu Wen nodded, preparing to hear what mischief he had caused. The bad news is that Lu Ru was sentenced to just over 3 months. Lu Wen acknowledged. She knew Lu Ru's actions would not warrant a lengthy sentence, especially since she possessed evidence that Zhong Lusheng had coerced her into those deeds. What about the good news? The good news is that Zhong Lusheng has been sentenced to life imprisonment. I have gathered others he has harmed to file a joint appeal. Zhong Lusheng was quite the troublemaker in his youth, and the number of victims he left behind is beyond counting. Naturally, there is ample evidence, and a life sentence was unexpected for Lu Wen. Indeed, that is good news. From that day forward, the upstairs became the primary place for Xia Qianqian, who was always accompanied by Lu Wen wherever she went. Qianqian, shall we go see the swimming pool? The water was just changed yesterday, so it should still be clean. Chapter 144. Grandmother will take you to the pool. The pool is typically used by Xia Qianqian and a few others, and it had recently been cleaned. Yay, I want to swim. Upon reaching the pool, they found Mo Rume lounging on a chair, watching Lu Hai play in the water. Lu Hai was throwing grass into the pool, dirtying the freshly cleaned water. Lu Wen frowned. There was little point in staying at the pool. Lu Hai is so annoying. How would he have been raised like this? Xia Qianqian's face fell as she hugged Lu Wen's neck, sighing like a little adult. Hearing this, Lu Wen's anger diminished significantly. She found Xia Qianqian utterly adorable. The family also had an inflatable pool, approximately 1 meter wide and half a meter deep. Unsuitable for adults, but perfect for Xia Qianqian to swim in. That sounded great. She flipped the inflatable pool, placing Xia Qianqian in the stroller while she busied herself with the pool. After inflating it, she realized she had forgotten to bring the water hose. Qianqian, Mommy will go get the hose to fill the pool, Lu Wen said, preparing to pick her up. Mommy, you go ahead. I'll just sit here and wait for you. It's fine, Xia Qianqian replied. Since the last incident, Lu Wen had been somewhat apprehensive, but it was indeed inconvenient to rummage through the storage room with her in tow. Besides, she would be descending shortly, and Mo Rume was in the backyard with her grandson, so there should be no trouble. After speaking, Lu Wen hurried upstairs. Alone in the stroller, Xia Qianqian gazed at the inflatable pool beside her. Wow, I can't wait to swim. She was uncertain about her swimming skills, as she had only managed to paddle clumsily before. However, she adored the sensation of floating in the water, that delightful swaying feeling. Oh, Qianqian, why are you all alone here? Where's your mommy? Upon hearing Mo Rume's voice, Xia Qianqian's cheerful mood plummeted instantly. She turned her head, unwilling to engage with her. Grandma will take you to play, okay? Mo Rume glanced around, not seeing Lu Wan, a flicker of malice crossing her mind. She had observed how well Lu Wan and the Xia family treated Xia Qianqian. If something were to happen to Xia Qianqian, Lu Wan would be heartbroken, and she could then offer her grandson as a substitute. At that moment, the thought made Mo Rume chuckle. Wicked woman, where are you taking me? And why do you laugh so frighteningly? Xia Qianqian struggled, but could not free herself from Mo Rume's grasp. Qianqian, what's wrong? Grandma is just taking you to play. Don't be afraid. It's your parents' fault for not bringing you, so you're not close to me. From now on, Grandma will spend more time with you, and you'll get to know me better. Who wants to play with a wicked woman like you? Let me go. As Xia Qianqian saw the pool approaching her, a wave of fear surged within her. However, Mo Rume merely set her down at the edge of the pool. Xia Qianqian was perplexed. The water in the pool was right in front of her, waves crashing against the walls as the wind blew. What was she trying to do? Mo Rume approached her, producing a rubber duck from seemingly nowhere. Qianqian, do you want to play with the duck? She squeezed the duck, producing a shrill sound that irritated Xia Qianqian. Stop squeezing it, you're so annoying. Xia Qianqian turned her head, yet Mo Rume insisted on forcing the duck into her hand, pulling her toward the edge of the pool and placing the duck into the water. Look, the little duck is swimming. Mo Rume held onto her hand, splashing the water, sending the duck far away. Xia Qianqian leaned closer to the pool, feeling particularly uncomfortable under Mo Rume's grip. Let me go, my hand hurts. Mommy, help. She was uncertain if Lu Wan had found the hose or realized her absence. Suddenly, she felt something loosen around her neck and looked down to see her necklace had fallen off. That was made by Mommy and me. Lu Wan had spent the morning stringing beads with her, and this particular necklace was crafted by Lu Wan. The beads were made of plastic, lightweight and gentle on her neck, which is why Lu Wan allowed her to wear it. She never anticipated that Mo Rume would undo it. So, Lu Hai's habit of taking things comes from Mo Rume. Xia Qianqian stared at the water's surface, her eyes welling with tears. Mo Rume, observing her distress, scoffed. Plastic beads? Our Lu Hai deserves only gold. With that, she released her grip on Xia Qianqian's hand. Go pick it up. Mo Rume stood up, crossing her arms and watching from a distance, her smile resembling that of a proud grandmother watching her granddaughter play in the water. Xia Qianqian's heart raced as she focused on the necklace floating just a few inches from her fingertips. Mo Rume, you scoundrel. How dare you lose the necklace Mommy made for me? I will make sure Mommy kicks you out. I'm so furious. Xia Qianqian clung to the edge of the pool, carefully extending her hand. She was so close to grabbing that bead. Suddenly, a forceful shove came from behind her. Xia Qianqian recognized who was responsible. Mo Rume. With a splash, she fell into the pool, her head plunging downwards, causing her to inhale a considerable amount of water, a sharp pain in her mouth and nose. She wanted to cry out, but swallowed water instead. Panic spread through her, and she could not relax her body to float. Mommy, help! What should I do? I can't die here, can I? No, I'm still so little. I don't want to die here. Who can come save me? Xia Qianqian stared up at the water surface, reaching desperately with her hand. She saw someone approaching, a pair of hands reaching out for her. In the next moment, she was pulled from the water. Qianqian, are you okay? Xia Qianqian coughed violently, her hair sticking to her face, shivering as the wind blew. Fuing held her tightly. He had rushed over upon hearing her cries for help, and the sight before him nearly stopped his heart. Qianqian, it's me, you're all right now. He pushed her hair aside, noticing her red-rimmed eyes, his heart constricting. Don't be afraid. Xia Qianqian, feeling wronged, clung to his neck and cried openly. It was Mo Rume. She pushed me. I don't like her. Woo, Fuing. I almost died. I almost didn't get to see Mommy, Daddy, and my brothers. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been finished. Fuing held her tightly, his heart racing, unable to calm down. Looking around, he noticed no one else was present. However, he could tell that Mo Rume had likely brought her here and pushed her in. Hey, who are you, and why did you push Qianqian? I saw everything. Xia Qianqian lifted her head, and Mo Rume, who had just vanished, reappeared from some corner. Mo Rume, don't slander me. You did all of this. You brought me here and threw my necklace into the water. You pushed me in when I tried to retrieve it. Mo Rume, you scoundrel. Fuing had never seen Xia Qianqian this furious before. After hearing the entire account, he couldn't help but frown and glare at Mo Rume. This person was truly adept at turning the tables. Give me Xia Qianqian, or I will call for help. Mo Rume feigned concern for Xia Qianqian, cautiously extending her hand toward Fuing. You should know better how this happened. I know full well. I saw everything clearly. You pushed her in, and then you must have panicked and pulled her out. Mo Rume placed her hands on her hips, pointing at Fuing while scolding him. You're so young, yet so vicious. I'll make sure Luwen kicks you out. Her voice, though loud, carried an underlying timidity. Montakolmai, is this a contest of who can shout louder? Xia Qianqian opened her mouth and began to wail uncontrollably. From the moment she was born, she had never cried this loudly before. Montakolmai, scoundrel, 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 she wailed, cursing her in her heart. Fuing held her tightly, constantly offering comfort while draping his coat over her shoulders. Qianqian, please stop crying. Look, it's your fault, Xia Qianqian. Otherwise, why would she be in tears like this? Mo Rume exclaimed triumphantly, as if she had discovered incriminating evidence. Give me Qianqian, I will call the police. Fuing snorted coldly, carrying her into the house. Conversing with such a person felt utterly futile. Hand Qianqian over to me. Mo Rume reached out to him, only to be skillfully evaded by Fuing. Just wait, I will call someone right now. Mo Rume, frustrated by her inability to grasp him, hurriedly dashed towards the villa, colliding with the flustered Luwen, who was rushing over. Qianqian, mommy is here. Luwen had never heard her cry so heartbreakingly. Upon seeing the drenched child in Fuing's arms, she could hardly believe her eyes. Xia Qianqian extended her hand towards her, her face flushed from exertion. Mommy, molib dain rutania mai pushtma. She tried to kill me. Luwen, I must tell you, you arrived just in time. I saw this brat push Qian into the pool. Taking a deep breath, she knew well how much Fuing adored Xia Qianqian. Mom, don't make baseless accusations without evidence. Mo Rume glared at her, incredulous, her eyes reddening as she pointed at Luwen. How could you be so biased? If I hadn't shown up in time, your daughter would have drowned. Chapter 147. A thankless task that's not true. You were the one who pushed me. If Fuing hadn't appeared just in time, I would never see mommy again. Xia Qianqian's heartfelt words struck Luwen deeply. How could Mo Rume behave so atrociously? Mom, Luwen, are you scolding me? Have you forgotten that I am your biological mother? I have rarely spoken harshly to you. Now that I'm looking after your child and discover a threat nearby, you dare raise your voice at me? Mo Rume was utterly heartbroken, tears streaming down her red cheeks. I am truly a thankless person. If you don't believe me, others will. Just wait. I will call the police and have them arrest you. You murderer. Mo Rume exclaimed in agitation, pulling out her phone to call the police, only to suddenly realize something. She opened the phone and turned it towards the others. Look for yourselves. I have captured the evidence. The one who tried to harm Qianqian is Fuing. In the video, Fuing was seen leaning over the edge, reaching into the water. In a disoriented moment, it appeared as though he had pushed Qianqian into the water. Only in the next moment did he pull Xia Qianqian from the water and cradle her in his arms. Luwen's expression soured. If the video were taken at face value, calling the police would be extremely disadvantageous for Fuing. She could not allow Mo Rume to act recklessly. What? Luwen, are you still going to argue about a lack of evidence? Who exactly is this brat? Is he more important than your Xia Qianqian? Just a few days ago, Xiaohai had to apologize to you after a playful tussle. Yet when it comes to him, you let it slide so easily? I'm not like you, so double standard. If that's the case, we should treat it uniformly. I will call the police. Xia Qianqian's eyes were red. She had not anticipated Mo Rume to be so malicious, leaving such a trap. Mommy, Fuing did not push me. It was a misunderstanding. He was trying to save me. She grew anxious, fearing that Luwen would momentarily believe Mo Rume's words. Mommy, please listen to me. It wasn't like that. Xia Qianqian tugged at Luwen's collar, starting to cough again as the taste of pool water lingered in her mouth and nose, making her extremely uncomfortable. Mom, since you insist on calling the police, please send me the evidence. I will have the police investigate thoroughly to see what truly transpired. The matter regarding Lu Hai you mentioned earlier cannot be compared to this. If it truly involves Fuing, I will ensure he pays the price. If not, Lu Wen cast a deep, fiery glance at her, her anger surging. If it doesn't involve him, then who else could it possibly concern? Mo roommate interjected, tilting her head. Am I to blame? Why would I harm Xia Qianqian? She is my beloved granddaughter. She doesn't love me at all. She doesn't care for me one bit. Xia Qianqian looked at Lu Wen, filled with anxiety. Mommy, Mo roommate is a wicked person. Lu Wen held Xia Qianqian tightly, gently patting her back. The dampness from her arms seeped through, and Lu Wen took a deep breath. Mom, please wait a moment. She turned to Fuing. Fuing, could you please cooperate with me? Just wait while I change Qianqian's clothes. Fuing nodded, his face cold as he gazed at Mo roommate, who continued to hold her head high, as if she possessed irrefutable evidence. Calling the police, is it? Don't delay. Do it now. After finishing his words, Fuing picked up his phone and dialed the police. Lu Wen carried Xia Qianqian upstairs in haste, quickly finding clean clothes, and used warm water to dry her off before dressing her in fresh attire. Chapter 148. How could one be so malicious? Xia Qianqian was terrified this time. Her heartfelt cries for mommy making Lu Wen's heart ache. Her small face was red from tears, and Lu Wen thought, it was my fault. I should never have left you alone, especially after having learned from past lessons. Once Lu Wen had dressed her, she held Xia Qianqian tightly. Her voice choked with emotion. Qianqian, I am so sorry. Xia Qianqian clung to her, pressing closely into her embrace. Mommy, it's not your fault. It's that wicked person's fault. Please don't cry. If you cry, I will want to cry too. Xia Qianqian kept caressing her face, cautiously planting kisses on her cheeks. Lu Wen's eyes reddened as she kissed her forehead. Mommy will dry your hair. The police will probably arrive soon. Mommy, there are cameras in the front yard that can show that I was taken away by Mo roommate. I remember there should be one by the pool as well. I just don't know if it captured the direction I was pushed into. Lu Wen's hand trembled upon hearing her mention being pushed, her heart aching. Mommy remembers. There's a camera at the entrance that captured you being put under it. I will find out who took you away. Lu Wen dried Xia Qianqian's hair before carrying her downstairs. Sure enough, as they reached the bottom, the police arrived. Mo roommate shot them a glance before immediately standing up and pointing at Fuing. Officers, it is this person who pushed my granddaughter into the pool. Upon seeing me arrive, he hurriedly pulled her out. Look, this is the video evidence. Fuing sat coldly, showing no reaction. After the police watched everything, they harbored a certain disdain for Fuing. How could you be so malicious toward such a small child? Officer Zhang stepped forward, pointing at Fuing with a stern tone. However, given Fuing's young age, it was evident he had not yet reached the age of criminal responsibility, leaving them with no means to take action against him. Call your parents. We need to have a serious talk with them. No, it's not him. It's not Fuing. It's Mo roommate. Xia Qianqian cried out anxiously, desperate to speak. Lu Wen stepped forward, placing Xia Qianqian into Fuing's arms. Everyone, please have a seat for a moment. I will explain the entire situation to you. Furthermore, there are cameras around the villa. The reason I called you here is because of my mother. Officer Zhang nodded. Please go ahead, if there is additional evidence. That would be even better. Lu Wen called for someone to bring a tablet, searching for footage from the cameras in the house. At that moment, Mo roommate's face turned pale, and she did not dare utter a word. How could she have forgotten? The Xia family was indeed very cautious, with cameras placed everywhere. Seeing her fidgeting uneasily, Xia Qianqian scoffed. Mo roommate, you were the one who wanted to call the police. Now I ask you, are you afraid? What a thief shouting to catch a thief. Fuing gently patted her back, holding the delicate girl closer. Xia Qianqian, noticing his action, reached out to stroke his head. Fuing, do not be afraid. Mommy will certainly not wrong a good person. I will not allow the police to take you away. She lowered her head and planted a gentle kiss on his forehead. Fuing remained untroubled, as he had faith in Lu Wen, who in turn had unwavering trust in Qianqian. Chapter 149. How will you explain this? Indeed, upon locating the video, Lu Wen began to play it. Here is the footage of me leaving Qianqian to seek out the water pipe. Within minutes, Mo roommate appeared. Officer Zhang glanced at the video. Then look back at Mo Rume. The video continued, showing Mo Rume disappearing down the path to the backyard. This segment depicted the backyard, so I continued searching. Eventually, Luwen uncovered the footage from the backyard, where Mo Rume was seen cradling Xia Qianqian and placing her directly at the edge of the water. Luwen raised her head, fixing her gaze on Mo Rume. Mother, how do you explain this? She paused the video, granting Mo Rume the opportunity to defend herself. Mo Rume stammered, I was merely taking her to play with the ducks. I did not do anything wrong. Luwen let out a scoff, nearly amused by Mo Rume's evasive arguments. If that is the case, let's continue watching. Everyone witnessed Mo Rume toss the necklace from Xia Qianqian's neck into the water. Subsequently, as Xia Qianqian bent down to retrieve it, Mo Rume pretended to assist her, only to seemingly slip and push Xia Qianqian into the water. The small child plummeted into the depths. Luwen felt a tightening in her chest, imagining the terror Xia Qianqian must have felt. In the fleeting moments before Fuing arrived, Xia Qianqian experienced profound fear, confronting such a distressing ordeal at her tender age. Mother, do you have anything to say? Luwen paused the scene depicting Mo Rume pushing Xia Qianqian, urging her to speak. Mo Rume stood abruptly, slapping the tablet away. It was an accident. I cannot swim. I was merely going to seek help. Mother, know you favor Lu Hai over Xia Qianqian, but how could you harm such a small child? Mo Rume's eyes reddened as she sank onto the sofa, weeping pitifully. Well, have I ever harmed her? I saw how much Lu Hai enjoyed playing in the water and thought Xia Qianqian would too, so I brought her along for some fun. It was an accident that she fell, yet you twisted into me, pushing her. After speaking, she glanced at the police officers, whose expressions turned awkward. They found themselves in a predicament, unsure of how to proceed. I understand. We shall take our leave now. Luwen escorted them to the door, with Officer Zhang and the others repeatedly waving their hands. Madam, please do not see us off further. Once they departed, Luwen closed the door. Mother, unless you provide me with an explanation for this matter, we are done here. I have said all I needed. Xia Qianqian went to retrieve the beads herself. I merely slipped. Oh, dear son, why did you not take your mother with you when you left? You left her here to suffer. Her voice grew louder, her cries more pronounced. Xia Qianqian covered her ears, exasperated at the scene. Here we go again, attempting to manipulate mommy. She recalled that Luwen had repeatedly relented due to her older brother. What was the reason that Luwen had been bound for so many years? Mother, every time I try to reason with you, you bring up my brother as a shield. What am I shielding against? Am I not speaking the truth? The way you treat your own mother makes it seem like I should rather be dead. Chapter 150. It seems you do not acknowledge your wrongdoings. Then why do you not dare to go? Xia Qianqian thought bitterly. During her time at the Xia residence, Mo Rume had exploited this point to morally blackmail Luwen countless times. It was as if she wielded this matter as a shield against accountability. Regardless of the situation, she could always link it back to this issue. Mommy, Mo Rume is doing this deliberately. She is intentionally using this incident to force you to yield. Mommy, you cannot give in, or she will surely continue to overstep. Xia Qianqian felt urgency, yet the details of their past remained elusive to her. Fuing, can you investigate what truly transpired back then? Why should mommy have been subjected to her manipulation for so many years? She has extracted countless benefits from mommy. Xia Qianqian felt a pang for Luwen, her lips pursed in distress. Fuing gently caressed her cheek, interjecting into their conversation. According to your reasoning, if you committed murder, would you then go to the police and weep over how they did not take your child away? Xia Qianqian clapped her hands, elated by his words. Fuing splendidly articulated. I applaud you. You little rascal, when adults are speaking, when did it become your turn to interrupt? Mo Rume's expression darkened, her previous theatrics vanishing. Moreover, when have I ever committed murder? Fuing chuckled. Do you truly believe you must have blood on your hands to be guilty of murder? I see you will not weep, but you will seek out Annie to cry and plead for her to rescue you by any means necessary, correct? Montak Holmai, confronted by such a young adversary, felt her composure falter. Be silent. The Xia family does not welcome you. Leave at once. Luwen felt a wave of coldness wash over her as she observed Mo Rume's demeanor. Enough. Mother, I still call you mother only because you gave me life. But look at your actions over the years. Do you exhibit even a semblance of maternal behavior? Lu Wen gazed at her in disappointment, feeling utterly weary. Why did she have to endure a mother like this? What do you mean? Mo Rume stared at her in shock, straightening her posture. Enough, stop speaking. You may stay here, but you must not come within a step of Xia Qianqian. If such incidents occur again, I assure you, it will not be so easily overlooked next time. Furthermore, you owe Xia Qianqian an apology. After all, it was because of you that she fell into the pool. Mo Rume's expression stiffened, yet she understood that Lu Wen was genuinely furious. Should she persist in her previous stance, she might truly be expelled from the Xia household. No, she could not be cast out. She had yet to secure a house and a car for her grandson in the city center. Mo Rume reluctantly lowered her head, looking at Xia Qianqian. With much reluctance, she uttered, Xia Qianqian, your grandmother apologizes to you. I should not have been so reckless, causing you to fall. Xia Qianqian turned her head, crossing her arms in annoyance. Who wants your insincere apology? There is no sincerity at all. Lu Wen clenched her fists. Were it Lu Ru, she might have taken action, but this was her own mother, and she could not bring herself to strike her. Your words are barely audible, and they seem devoid of sincerity. It appears you are unwilling to apologize and do not see your actions as wrong. Chapter 151. The Story Between Brothers. Xia Qianqian observed the retreating figures of both women, feeling concern for Lu Wen's situation. I cannot shake the feeling that there is more beneath the surface. Fu Qing, quickly take me upstairs. I wish to find Mommy. She turned to Fu Qing, only to find him sitting dazedly on the sofa. Fu Qing, what is the matter? Suddenly, Fu Qing smiled. Despite being the antagonist, his charm was undeniable. Wow, that smile is truly captivating. Fu Qing, somewhat helpless, retracted his smile. Who would have thought that after this ordeal, the bond between Xia Qianqian and himself would deepen significantly? Still, he did not wish for their closeness to stem from such circumstances. Noticing that he had ceased smiling, Xia Qianqian patted his shoulder and turned to signal her intent to ascend stairs. Do you wish to find Mommy? Would you like your brother to take you there? Yes, please take me upstairs quickly. Fu Qing lifted her in his arms as they ascended the stairs. The door was not locked, and Xia Qianqian quickly pushed it open slightly. Mommy, don't cry. Don't shed tears for such a person, Xia Qianqian said anxiously, reaching out towards Lu Wen. Lu Wen hurriedly wiped her eyes, apologizing. I'm sorry for making you witness this. Fu Qing shook his head, handing her a tissue from the side. Xia Qianqian grabbed it and gently wiped away the tears on Lu Wen's face. Mommy, Mo Rume is not worth your tears. She understood that Lu Wen might detest Mo Rume's actions, unable to comprehend why Mo Rume had turned out this way. In Lu Wen's heart, the threshold for family was always low. Only someone like Mo Rume would fail to cherish Lu Wen's love. Mommy, she said, tightening her embrace around Lu Wen's neck. Nestling herself in her arms, Lu Wen patted her back, feeling the softness akin to dough, which lifted her spirits considerably. Mommy, if you pat me again, do you think it'll make you feel better? However, before Xia Qianqian could receive a response, the phone nearby rang. Both turned to see it was a call from Xia Qianqian. Fu Qing, could you please hold her for a moment? I need to take this call. Fu Qing nodded, taking Xia Qianqian into his arms as Lu Wen walked towards the balcony, pulling the door shut behind her. Fu Qing gijij. It would be wonderful if you could investigate what happened with the Lu family before. I worry that Mommy might not know the truth, because the Lu family is keeping it from her, deliberately hiding it. We cannot allow Mo Rume to continue manipulating Mommy. After a short while, Lu Wen returned. Fu Qing, thank you for today. I truly cannot imagine what would have happened without you. Fu Qing shook his head, recalling earlier. I noticed your mother mentioned your brother, and you seem to relent. Is there something between you and your brother? Lu Wen sighed, nodding, and motioned for him to follow her to the small living room. This matter is not too complicated. Lu Wen lowered her gaze, contemplating before she slowly began to narrate. After Lu Sheng married, they had not had children for quite a while. Mo Rume urged them, but Lu Sheng remained unfazed, simply suggesting they take their time. Chapter 152. Too coincidental. Lu Wen's sister-in-law and Lu Sheng were renowned for their affection. Even without children, their bond remained unshaken. That year, Lu Wen's sister-in-law finally discovered she was pregnant, and the entire family rejoiced. Upon receiving the news, Lu Wen hurried to visit, feeling genuinely happy for her sister-in-law. Lu Wen brought many gifts, and since she could not carry everything, she left some at the bus station, asking an attendant to watch over them while she took the rest. The Lu family was across the street from the bus station, so she needed to cross at the crosswalk. Cars were flowing in all directions, and at that time, the road near the Lu family had yet to be equipped with traffic lights, creating a chaotic scene of vehicles and pedestrians. As Lu Wen slowly crossed the road, she spotted Lu Sheng running towards her from a distance. I was elated. Lu Sheng had come out to meet me early, an experience I had never known before. Lu Sheng took the fruits from her hands, urging her to head upstairs while he fetched the remaining items from the bus station. Lu Wen naturally did not refuse, offering a few reminders before walking towards the community. Just as she turned around, she saw her sister-in-law with red eyes appearing unexpectedly. To her surprise, both had come to welcome her, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Heaven and hell can change in an instant. Lu Wen felt as if she had plunged into an ice cavern as she then heard Mo Rumei's wailing voice. Mo Rumei's words implied that Lu Sheng had died for her. Xia Qianqian, however, found the situation strange. "Mommy, why was my sister-in-law already red-eyed and chasing after you before the sound of the brakes? Don't you find that odd?" Fuing echoed the sentiment, questioning the peculiar timing of their appearances. Lu Wen paused, feeling an inkling of strangeness, but at that moment, her sister-in-law was looking directly at her, clearly aware of the situation behind her. Perhaps she had witnessed the car rushing towards Lu Sheng, which was why her eyes had reddened. Lu Wen reasoned. Maybe she knew I was coming and understood I would bring things, hence they both came down to greet me. It is understandable that she would have red eyes. This explanation seemed plausible. However, Xia Qianqian remained convinced that the entire affair was exceedingly peculiar. Perhaps Lu Wen was too close to the matter to see its oddities clearly. "Mommy, I want to go out and play." Xia Qianqian tapped Fuing's hand, making a few sounds as she gazed outside. There was a railing outside, filled with many things. Fuing glanced down at her, noticing the seriousness in her eyes, understanding that she likely had more to say. "I will take her out to play." Lu Wen nodded, not objecting. Fuing closed the door and led her to the railing. "Qianqian, don't you think your mommy's situation is quite strange?" Xia Qianqian's heart trembled. How did Fuing seem to know what she was thinking? "Perhaps your mother is overly concerned about her family, which is not a good thing. This matter might be worth informing Xia Yu about, to uncover the truth of what had transpired back then." However, hadn't Xia Yu and the others already investigated? Chapter 153, Private Investigation. Xia Qianqian also found it strange. Given the concern Xia Yu and the others showed towards Lu Wen, they surely would have looked into it. Yet, there was another possibility. They all focused on investigating the car owner's issue, overlooking Lu Sheng, which led to these details being ignored. "How about I conduct a private inquiry?" Xia Qianqian responded with a few affirmations, her eyes sparkling as she fixed her gaze on him. If Fuing had not known she struggled to articulate herself, he might have thought those sounds were her way of agreeing. "Qianqian, it seems you support my undertaking this matter, so I will find someone to look into it. Await my good news." He embraced Xia Qianqian, kissing her forehead and inhaling the scent of milk from her, which brought him great comfort. "Fuing Jiji, I await your good news. Indeed, you are the most reliable." Xia Qianqian smiled, tightening her embrace around him. If she didn't know he couldn't hear her thoughts, she would almost suspect he was akin to the worm in her belly, understanding her every thought. Fuing did not linger long and soon departed. As soon as Xia Qianqian saw a few people, she began calling out for them to hold her. Xia Chengwu was taken by surprise and quickly scooped her up. "My goodness, why is Qianqian so well-behaved today, even reaching out her arms to greet me?" He smiled broadly as he held her, turning to face the other three brothers, wearing a proud expression that left them somewhat helpless. "Dad, Mo Rumei is bullying Mommy. She even tried to push me into the pool to drown. If it weren't for Fuing, I would have been in trouble." Xia Qianqian pouted, leaning affectionately against Xia Chengwu. The others felt a tightening in their hearts, realizing that such incidents had transpired in just one day of their absence. Xia Yu clenched his teeth, watching Mo Rumei downstairs as she coaxed his granddaughter, wanting nothing more than to rush down and expel her. Yet, they could not show their emotions. "Mom, did anything happen today?" Lu Wen scanned the room, her expression cold as she nodded, recounting the events of the afternoon. Xiaoyu abruptly stood up. Mom, we cannot let her stay any longer. Who knows what else they might do to Qianqian? The three brothers struck the sofa in frustration, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Do not worry, from now on, I will ensure a nanny accompanies Qianqian at all times, never allowing her to be alone, which will prevent them from targeting her again. For now, this is the best course of action. Xia Qianqian remained silent, prompting the others to glance down and realize she had already fallen asleep. Noting the time, they realized it was already past her bedtime. Mom, we will take our leave now. You and Dad should rest early. Xiaoyu stepped forward, lifting Xia Qianqian to carry her away. Go on. Xia Qianqian waved his hand, and once they departed, he approached Lu Wen. Why didn't you inform me this afternoon? You mentioned you had a meeting in the afternoon, so I thought if you left early, the shareholders might cause a ruckus. Nevertheless, no matter the circumstances, nothing is more important than your and Qianqian's safety. Next time you encounter a situation like this, be sure to call me, all right? Lu Wen nodded, and Xia Qianqian embraced her, feeling a deep sense of compassion. She had been bound by Mo Rume for over 8 years. What must she do to free herself from her grasp? 3 days later, Fuing once again stepped into the Xia family's villa. This time, several members of the Xia family were present at home and rushed toward him excitedly. Fuing, thank you so much. I can hardly believe it would have been possible without you. Fuing nodded and inquired, what about Qianqian? She's playing upstairs. Come, let's head upstairs. Xiaoyu led the way, while Mo Rume sat on the sofa, rolling her eyes at their retreating figures. In the next moment, she hurriedly averted her gaze, awkwardly picking up some fruit to feed Lu Hai. Fuing let out a cold snort, but said nothing. In the living room upstairs, Xia Qianqian was completely enamored with her new toy. It was a whack-a-mole game. Once the game commenced, one had to press the illuminated buttons within a designated time frame. Only by hitting every button could one win. However, her small hands made it somewhat inconvenient to play, resulting in frequent losses. Upon hearing the sound of yet another defeat, Xia Qianqian sighed like a little adult. Fuing Jiji. Xia Qianqian felt a surge of excitement. It seemed there was news. However, her heartfelt words left the other three brothers looking as if they had consumed something distasteful, their faces contorted in displeasure. Just moments ago, Xia Qianqian had called him the Great Demon King. How could there be another brother now? Yet, upon reflection, since Xia Qianqian was saved by him, they felt it was inappropriate to harbor such thoughts. If Xia Qianqian were aware of their reactions, she would likely be at a loss for words. Qianqian, are you this happy to see me? Fuing asked as he lifted her onto his lap and gently rubbed her face. Watching her cheeks crinkle and then relax beneath his palm, a mischievous delight bubbled up within him. Fuing, stop it. My face is not dough to be kneaded. Fuing chuckled and released his grip. The others looked at him with envy, and upon meeting his gaze, they hastily averted their eyes, pretending to be indifferent. He cleared his throat a couple of times, drawing their attention back to him. By the way, I have uncovered some matters you might be interested in. What matters? Just tell us directly, they urged. In that case, let us move to the study. Xiaoyu was the first to head towards the study, with the rest of the Xia family curiously following suit. Once the door closed, the others could hardly contain their impatience. Speak up. The soundproofing here is excellent. Xiaoyu took a seat opposite him, eagerly watching him. I must first apologize to Aunt Lu. I took the liberty of investigating without your consent. Lu Wen looked puzzled. It's fine, just go ahead. It is not his fault. I asked him to investigate. Xia Qianqian interjected, patting Fuing. Fuing nodded and continued. A few days ago, you mentioned Lu Sheng's death. I found it suspicious and arranged for an investigation. Lu Wen's heart raced. Could the events of that year differ from her understanding? There are complexities surrounding that incident. I am unsure if your mother is aware of the full truth. It took considerable effort to uncover the facts. Xia Qianqian, feeling anxious, urged, stop delaying, just tell us the truth. Fuing paused for a moment before continuing. There was no video recording, but I found the person involved. If you doubt me, you may question her yourself. Under the expectant gazes of those present, Fuing slowly revealed the truth. Lu Sheng did not intentionally come to meet Lu Wen. He had been caught in an affair by his wife, Lin Xian, and fled the room in a panic. He thought Lin Xian had not seen his face clearly, but she had recognized him. Thus, she pursued him, seeking an explanation. However, As a pregnant woman, she could not run fast enough and ultimately witnessed Lu Sheng being struck by a car. He cheated? Lu Wen stood up in shock, recalling how deeply in love Lu Sheng and Lin Xian had always appeared. How could he betray her in such a manner? Yes, you may find it hard to believe, but the other party involved was another married woman from their neighborhood. It was her husband who informed Lin Xian and even took her to the scene to confront Lu Sheng. He had offered to help you, perhaps as a pretext to escape his infidelity, misleading Lin Xian into believing he was merely assisting you. Unbeknownst to him, he met his end as he crossed the road. This was indeed a fitting retribution for a scoundrel. Lin Xian suffered greatly during her pregnancy, ultimately perishing from excessive bleeding while giving birth. What a scoundrel! How tragic for Lin Xian. Mom, you see, Lu Sheng's death was not your fault at all. It had nothing to do with him dying while trying to help you. The fact that Mo Rume chased after them proves she was fully aware of the situation. She never said a word and used this as an excuse to demand favors from you time and again. Mo Rume is also scum. She does not deserve to be your mother. Lu Wen was left in a stupor, but upon hearing Xia Qianqian's string of heartfelt exclamations, she began to regain her senses. I. She felt disoriented. For so many years, she had lived burdened by guilt, while Mo Rume reveled in her suffering, constantly leveraging this situation to intensify her remorse. Yet, Lu Sheng's demise was a consequence of his own actions. Why should she endure such psychological torment for all these years? Xia Qianqian wrapped her in his arms and said, "Dear, if you wish to cry, let it all out." Lu Wen shook her head. "Thank you, Fuing. If it weren't for you, I fear I would have lived my life under the shadow of this guilt, believing he truly died to help me." In truth, she had merely been a tool for Lu Sheng to escape the consequences of his infidelity. Who is the witness you mentioned? I wish to meet her, if possible. Of course, she is waiting outside. Should I call her up now? Lu Wen pondered for a moment. Mo Rume must have witnessed the confrontation and wondered how she would react upon seeing this woman. Yes, let her come in directly through the front door. She should be in the living room, correct? Xiaoyu stood up and walked outside. Mom, I'll go fetch her. Fu Qing's car was parked not far from the entrance. As Xiaoyu approached, the car door opened, revealing a somewhat weary-looking woman who bowed and greeted him. Hello, please follow me. The woman nodded, clutching her bag tightly, feeling somewhat anxious as she followed him. The grandeur of the building was overwhelming. She had never set foot in such a place. Upon entering, she spotted a familiar face in the living room. The person glared at her fiercely, causing the woman to instinctively take a step back behind Xiaoyu. What are you doing here? Mo Rume's heart raced. Did Lu Wen find out? Get out. You're not welcome here. She advanced, intent on physically removing the woman. Xiaoyu firmly grasped Mo Rume's arm. What is wrong with you? Why are you so agitated? Mo Rume trembled. Her reaction could only reveal to everyone that she shared an unspeakable secret with this woman. She took a step back, chuckling awkwardly. No, I'm mistaken. I thought you were the one who had pushed the child earlier. My apologies. Xiaoyu glanced at her coldly, snorted, and continued to lead the woman upstairs. In the study, everyone was anxiously awaiting. The door was pushed open once more, and Xiaoyu stepped aside, revealing the woman behind him. Aunt Lu, it's her. The woman raised her head upon hearing the voice and saw Fu Qing seated on the sofa. She understood that this was the purpose Fu Qing had summoned her. Hello, I am Bai Luo. Lu Wen stepped forward. Although this woman bore signs of age, her former beauty was still evident. I called you here because I have something to ask. Please go ahead. I will speak freely as long as it's within my knowledge. After all, Fu Qing had paid generously. Did you truly have an affair with Lu Xing back then? Bai Luo nodded, retrieving an ancient flip phone from her pocket. I specifically repaired this phone. It contains some photos that can corroborate my words. She opened the gallery, revealing somewhat blurry images, marked by the passage of time. Lu Wen took a closer look and indeed recognized Lu Sheng. The photos were intimate, with Lu Sheng kissing her cheek, both of them smiling radiantly. If you don't believe me, I have some more explicit ones, but I fear. Lu Wen returned the phone to her. No need. Thank you. On the day you were caught in the act, did Lu Sheng's wife and mother come? Bai Luo nodded. Yes, but he ran off immediately. Later, I heard he died in a car accident. After that, she was unclear about the events, as she divorced her husband and left for another place after the scandal broke. Thank you for your trouble. I understand now. Lu Wen's face turned pale as she was embraced by Xia Qianqian. Mom, are you all right? Xia Yu stepped forward to support her, and the others stood up, surrounding her. Lu Wen waved her hand. I'm fine. I just need a moment to accept this truth. What shocked her the most was that Mo Rume had been aware from the beginning, even deliberately amplifying her feelings of guilt to extract various benefits from her multiple times. Chunghua, just 3 months ago, she used Lu Shang's death to take a house from me. Lu Wen felt despondent. Mo Rume had never regarded her as her own child, but merely as a cash machine. Chapter 157. That method is feasible. Lu Wen nodded, refraining from uttering any more words of refusal. Her disappointment in Mo Rume was mounting, but now knowing the truth from years ago, she felt a sense of relief. Ultimately, she had to thank Fuing. Without him, she feared she would live her life in perpetual guilt. Fuing shook his head. I am delighted to assist you. There is no need for such formality. It was but a small effort. Lu Wen, however, felt otherwise. His current capabilities must have required considerable effort to uncover this conclusion. Stay for dinner tonight? Aunt will personally cook for you. How does that sound? Fuing, Mommy is actually going to cook for you. I haven't experienced that yet. But since you've helped so much, I want to compete with you. Xia Qianqian pouted, a somewhat proud expression on her face, causing the others to chuckle. All right, thank you, Aunt Lu. There is no need to be so polite. On the other side, in stark contrast to the atmosphere here, was Mo Rume's room. She paced back and forth, the door ajar allowing her to hear sounds from the stairs. Bai Luo had been upstairs for quite some time. Why had she come down yet? Luo must have learned about the events from years ago. What to do? She could no longer use Lu Shang's death as an excuse to extract money from Lu Wen. But what about her own future? What about Lu Hai's education, marriage, and career? No, she hadn't yet secured the house that belonged to Lu Hai. She couldn't leave now. However, Lu Wen would undoubtedly no longer be susceptible to her moral coercion. How could she obtain the house? Mo Rume pondered, and suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. A smile slowly emerged on her face. That method might just work. Later that evening, Bai Luo had already left, and Fuing sat beside Xia Qianqian, as the Xia family members continuously served him dishes. The food in his bowl was piled high, yet the Xia family showed no signs of stopping. Fuing Gij, please eat. Xia Qianqian pushed her bowl closer to Fuing, who raised his hand to block her. Qianqian, what are you doing? That is for you to eat. Fuing placed the supplementary food in front of her, and Lu Wen, smiling, took a spoonful and brought it to her mouth. Xia Qianqian pouted. The supplementary food tasted very bland, nearly akin to the essence of the ingredients. She didn't dislike the supplementary food Lu Wen prepared for her, but now she began to envy the mouth-watering dishes on the table. It seems Qianqian wants to eat chicken legs. Fuing noted her gaze fixed on the chicken legs, aware of her desire, yet uncertain if she was old enough to eat them. Qianqian, would you like to have chicken legs? Tomorrow, Mommy will personally stew one for you. All right? Xia Qianqian's eyes lit up as she opened her mouth to eat the supplementary food. Currently, she mostly consumed porridge, as her young digestive system could not handle more complex foods. Still, tomorrow's chicken leg would only be a couple of bites, and it had to be minced. Lu Wen patiently explained, and Xia Qianqian didn't mind. Okay, thank you, Mommy, I like it very much. Observing her enjoy her meal, the others felt their appetites increase. The harmonious atmosphere at the table was largely due to Mo Rume's self-imposed illness, preventing her from joining them. Chapter 158. What scheme is she up to again? Mommy, I'm full. Xia Qianqian burped, and Lu Wen worriedly lifted her, gently patting her back. Lu Wen now no longer cared whether Mo Rume came out for dinner. Mommy, you should eat too. Xia Qianguo willingly took Xia Qianqian from her, eating with one hand to free Lu Wen's hands to enjoy her meal. The cheerful scene of the entire family made Mo Rume envious. She stood at the corner, staring into the dining room. Lu Wen, seeing her ill, didn't even come to check on her. She truly did not regard her with any respect. After all, she was still her biological mother. It felt like her efforts were in vain. Mo Rume felt a surge of anger, but dared not emerge at this moment. She could only hide away, waiting to sneak into the kitchen for something to eat. Grandma, why aren't we eating out? After finishing, Lu Hai felt he was overreacting. Because Grandma will make you something delicious later. Lu Hai perked up. I want to eat fried chicken legs. No, fried chicken legs are for those who are useless. We children should eat stewed chicken. He hesitated and said, Grandma, the kids in kindergarten had fried chicken legs yesterday. What are you comparing yourself to them for? You'll be a big boss in the future, and you'll eat only the finest delicacies. Why bother with such things? Lu Hai nodded, somewhat understanding. He only grasped that he would be a big boss like Xia Qianqian. In the future, this house will be yours, and you can eat whatever you want. Can I have fried chicken legs too? Mo Rumei's expression soured. Yes, but fried chicken legs shouldn't be eaten too often. Lu Hai didn't press further, already envisioning a future where he could indulge in fried chicken legs at will. Tomorrow, Grandma will go out for a bit. You must behave in kindergarten. And when school is over, Grandma will take you to eat something good. Lu Hai nodded, not questioning her intentions. As he drifted into slumber, Mo Rumei opened her suitcase and rummaged through it, uncovering a square object wrapped in clothing. As she peeled away the layers, it was revealed to be a real estate property certificate. The following morning, Lu sat on the sofa early, cradling the quietly playing Xia Qianqian. With half an hour remaining until Lu Hai's school time, Mo Rumei was set to emerge. Indeed, the next moment the door swung open, and Mo Rumei rushed out with Lu Hai in tow. Upon seeing the mother and daughter, she nodded and greeted them warmly. Up so early? Where are you going? Shall I send someone to take you? Mo Rumei shook her head, insisting it was unnecessary. I can manage on my own. You stay home and take care of Qianqian. She carried a large commuting bag, a gift from Lu Wen. What scheme is she concocting now? Lu Wen sensed that Mo Rumei's intentions were far from simple. As Mo Rumei sat down at the dining table with Lu Hai, she noticed the absence of food and grew irate. She tossed her bag aside and stormed into the kitchen. Xia Qianqian, observing the distant bag, wondered what treasures it might hold. Mommy, I want to eat something. I want solid food, she declared. Lu Wen glanced down at her. Xia Qianqian had just had milk an hour ago and surely did not crave solid food. Perhaps she desired to join the dining table. Rising, Lu Wen carried her into the kitchen. Mo Rumei was inside, berating the chef, who was diligently preparing noodles for her beloved grandson. What are you doing? There's no need to make life difficult for others. If you're dissatisfied, you can cook for yourself. It seemed she was aware that her actions had been exposed. Mommy, is she planning to transfer that property today? Lu Wen recalled mentioning yesterday that the property was worth millions, relying on Lu Sheng or her own efforts. It would take ages to accomplish. Move aside. I'll finish eating and take Lu Hai to school. Lu Wen said nothing further, instead retrieving the snacks prepared for Xia Qian days prior and settling down at the dining table with her. Is she really that vigilant? Xia Qianqian munched on her snack, her eyes darting around, eager to glimpse the bag. After a moment of contemplation, she pointed at Mo Rumei's bag, making noises of insistence. Lu Wen understood her intent and reached for the bag, but Mo Rumei swiftly pulled it back behind her. Mom, what's the matter? Qianqian just wants to touch your bag. Your reaction is quite excessive. She's so small. What harm could she possibly do? Lu Wen scrutinized her, questioning. Do you have something scandalous in your bag? With tears brimming in her eyes, Xia Qianqian looked up at Mo Rumei, as if affirming Lu Wen's words. Mo Rumei felt a twinge of embarrassment, sensing that Lu Wen was behaving unusually today. No, I'm just concerned that the bag is too heavy. It might hurt Qianqian's hands. That won't happen. I'll protect her, Lu Wen reassured, taking the bag from Mo Rumei's grasp and allowing Xia Qianqian to explore it. Seeing Xia Qianqian only touching the exterior of the bag, Mo Rumei exhaled in relief. Thankfully, she was just a child, and Lu Wen would not invade another's privacy. Turning, she began feeding Lu Hai. Eat up. We need to go to school. Lu Hai took a few bites before throwing a tantrum and running off. Mo Rumei, holding the bowl, glanced at Lu Hai's retreating figure and then at Xia Qianqian, who was drooling over the bag, choosing to pursue Lu Hai. Little Hai, can you eat a few more bites? Otherwise, you'll be hungry later. Lu Hai shook his head and dashed out of the dining room toward his room. Mo Rumei had no choice but to follow. Meanwhile, Lu Wen watched the two depart with furrowed brows. Xia Qianqian, clutching the bag, quietly unzipped it. The red property certificate was clearly visible. Mommy, what does Mo Rumei need the property certificate for? Is she planning to sell the house? At that moment, Lu Hai's whiny voice echoed from outside the dining room. Xia Qianqian hastily zipped the bag back up, brushing the crumbs from her hands onto it. Hey, Xia Qianqian, what are you doing? Mo Rumei, spotting her smearing drool onto the bag from a distance, felt a surge of irritation and rushed forward to snatch it from her grasp. Luwen, is this how you supervise children? You don't even intervene. Luwen, with a stern expression, tossed a few tissues at her. Wipe it off. Drool is not ink. Today, it appeared Mo Rumei intended to transfer the property. She had not previously considered this, but now realized Mo Rumei's thoughts were quite dire. However, perhaps there was still room for maneuvering. Mo Rumei fumed. Yet after a moment's thought, she refrained from voicing her anger. Luwen admired her restraint. Mom, what are you up to today? I can send someone. There are plenty of drivers, and the Xia family employs them to work, not to lounge around. I said no. Why must you insist on sending a driver with me? Wasn't it you who, in the past, insisted on having the finest car and a driver in a suit with white gloves to escort you? How absurd to be so concerned about appearances and then turn around and say these things, Luwen scoffed. Xia Qianqian pouted, prompting Luwen to wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth. Mom, weren't you the one who thought it was embarrassing to go out without a driver? Plus, this isn't exactly a place where you can easily hail a cab. The villa district valued privacy, with houses spaced far apart, and their residence was even further from the entrance. A walk would take nearly 20 minutes. I want to exercise. Is that a problem? I'm worried about developing health issues as I age. How amusing. What a flimsy excuse. Xia Qianqian clapped her hands, giggling. Mom, you used to refuse to go out without a car. Now you've changed your tune. This only makes me more curious about what clandestine activities you're up to that require you to avoid a driver. Mo Rumei's face stiffened, caught between a rock and a hard place. Are you planning to make Lu Hai walk with you? Upon hearing this, she immediately retorted, of course not. I would never make Lu Hai walk. Then why do you keep refusing a driver? I'm just worried that the driver will drop Lu Hai off and be late for me. In that case, let me take you myself, and Lu Hai can go with the driver. Mo Rumei was unwilling. She couldn't let Luwen discover her intentions. Forget it. I'm not in a mood to go out today. I'll postpone it until tomorrow. Luwen seemed to be in a frenzy today, insisting on a driver for her. Perhaps yesterday's events had unsettled her, prompting her to keep a close watch on Mo Rumei's movements. Therefore, Mo Rumei decided to lay low for a few days, allowing Luwen's scrutiny to wane before she proceeded with the property transfer. Moreover, that matter could be addressed concurrently. With this thought, Mo Rumei's expression relaxed considerably. It seemed she would need to find another time to act. Luwen chuckled softly, cradling Xia Qianqian as she made her way to the living room. She no longer wished to stay in the same space, as it reminded her of every incident that had transpired over the years. After satisfying Lu Hai's hunger, Mo Rumei sent him off in the car without bringing that satchel along. In the days that followed, Mo Rumei indeed behaved more docilely, her temper visibly improving. However, such behavior only heightened Xia Qianqian's vigilance. When things appear out of the ordinary, there must be a hidden agenda. One day, after exhausting herself playing in Luwen's room, Xia Qianqian fell asleep on her bed. Luwen surrounded her with stuffed animals to prevent her from rolling off the bed. Afterward, she opened the door and left the room to handle some matters in her study. Chapter 161. The stolen bank card not long after Luwen departed. The door was pushed open again. Mo Rumei gazed at the peacefully slumbering Xia Qianqian, approaching the bedside for a moment's scrutiny. She casually pulled the blanket higher, remarking, Xia Qianqian, this was made by your mother. When it comes time to blame someone, direct your ire towards her. In her dreams, Xia Qianqian envisioned Fuing holding her tightly, rendering her breathless. Fuing, let me go, she exclaimed in a panic, awakening to find the blanket covering her head. Were she merely an infant of 7 or 8 months, she would surely be overwhelmed with fear, bursting into tears. However, she was not. She lifted her hand to pull the blanket down slightly, allowing herself a more comfortable breath, before turning her gaze to the source of the noise nearby. Mo Rumei seemed utterly unconcerned about waking Xia Qianqian as she flung open a cabinet and slammed it shut. What was she searching for? The blanket must certainly be hers. Considering Mo Rumei's previous intent to harm her, Xia Qianqian quickly grasped the situation. Where could it be? Mo Rumei muttered to herself, rummaging through another cabinet. Ah, here it is, cleverly hidden. With that, she extracted a wallet. Xia Qianqian observed clearly that it was the cardholder Lu Wen used specifically for her cards. Lu Wen had a habit of keeping all her cards together, thus the need for a dedicated holder. Was she attempting to steal the bank card? Mo Rume opened the card holder and began sifting through the numerous cards. Such a waste of money. It would be better to buy our little Hai some toys. Finding the bank card, Mo Rume pulled it out. Lu Wen possessed several bank cards, yet she only took the most frequently used one. Xia Qianqian recalled Lu when mentioning that Xia Qianqian transferred money exclusively to this account. Moreover, Lu Wen had previously handed her this card, instructing her to transfer as much as she needed to the bank. At that time, fearing Lu Wen's anger, she had only transferred several $100,000. Turning around, she found Xia Qianqian wide-eyed, staring at her. "You scared me half to death. Why are you so silent, like a ghost?" Mo Rume approached and pinched Xia Qianqian's face. "What's wrong? Not screaming now? Your mother isn't here. Let us see what you can do." "Goodness, Montak Holmai. Are you out of your mind? That hurts." Unable to contain herself, Xia Qianqian's eyes turned red as she let out a piercing wail. Mo Rume immediately released her grip, hastily pulling the blanket over Xia Qianqian's face before fleeing the room. As soon as she departed, Xia Qianqian yanked the blanket down and began to wail even louder. Meanwhile, in the study, Lu Wen had not fully closed the door, concerned she might not hear Xia Qianqian's cries. Upon opening the door, she was met with the sound of Xia Qianqian's sobs. Despite their faintness, they were unmistakable. "Qianqian, what has happened?" Upon pushing the door further, the wails abruptly ceased. "Mommy, Mo Rume stole your bank card. She even pulled the blanket over my head, trying to suffocate me." Lu Wen's heart sank. She had not anticipated Mo Rume's escalating madness. "Qianqian, what is the matter? Why are you crying?" She scooped Xia Qianqian into her arms as she pointed towards the cabinet, continuing to cry. "What's in the cabinet?" Lu Wen opened it and retrieved the card holder. "Is this what you meant?" Chapter 162. The card cannot be used, mommy. Quickly check the bank card. Lu Wen opened the card holder, searching within. "This card, which is so adorable. Do you want it?" It was a cartoon card adorned with an electric mouse. Why is one missing?" Lu Wen searched again, her expression growing serious. "Qianqian, it seems I've misplaced the card. I'm not sure if I left it somewhere else." "Foolish mommy, Mo Rume stole it." Lu Wen carried her downstairs. "Mommy will go look for it. Perhaps it's in the living room." After searching downstairs without finding any trace of Mo Rume, she inquired with others and learned that Mo Rume had hurriedly left. "I'll call her shortly to find out where she went," Lu Wen murmured, stepping aside. "Mommy, hurry and report the card lost and freeze the account. We must not let Mo Rume succeed." The card was still missing. "Mommy, call the bank." "Hurry, mommy." Lu Wen picked up her phone and dialed the bank. For someone of her deposit level, the bank typically assigned a representative to assist her. "Hello. My bank card has been lost." The representative immediately offered to freeze her funds, advising her to apply for a new card within a week. "Thank you." Lu Wen hung up, looking at Xia Qianqian. "It's done. The card is frozen. In a few days, mommy will apply for a new card and transfer all the funds." Xia Qianqian sighed in relief, grateful to have safeguarded the bank card. "Mommy, the house." Xia Qianqian exclaimed, realizing that they had both forgotten to call her mother to inquire about her whereabouts. The call was quickly connected, and on the other end, Mo Rume feigned calmness, asking what had happened. "By the way, mother, have you seen my bank card?" Mo Rume immediately erupted in indignation. "What bank card? I haven't taken your card. Do not accuse me falsely." Lu Wen's heart sank. "Mom, I'm merely asking if you've seen it. I did not imply you stole it. By asking this, aren't you implying that I am suspicious? You treat me like a stranger." With that, Mo Rume attempted to hang up. "Mother, I've sent someone to pick you up." After saying this, Lu Wen hung up first and turned to instruct the driver to pick up Mo Rume. Upon hearing Lu Wen's words, Mo Rume dashed towards the bank. In a flurry, she inserted the card into the machine, selecting the transfer option. However, a message appeared on the screen. "This card cannot be used. Please contact the issuing bank." She pulled the card out and inserted it again, but the same message reappeared. What does this mean? Is this machine broken? Frustrated, she struck the machine with her fist, and the entire self-service bank erupted in alarms. Mo Rume glanced around in panic. Security had already appeared behind her. She forced a smile, lifting her phone. Sorry, I accidentally bumped into it. The security guard nodded, but said nothing. As Mo Rume reached the exit, her phone rang. She felt even more agitated. Reluctantly, she answered, informing the driver that she was waiting at a nearby shopping mall. As the car approached, she opened the door to find Lu when sitting quietly inside. For a brief moment, Mo Rume felt a jolt of panic, but quickly masked it with a facade of composure. Why are you here? You didn't need to come personally. The driver was sufficient. Lewin smiled slightly. It's just a small matter. Since the bank card is lost, I came to report it. Chapter 163. Speaking out throughout the ride, Mo Rume felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Lewin's demeanor suggested she must know something. However, Mo Rume recalled that there were no cameras in Lewin's room, so it shouldn't have been discovered so swiftly. Was it possible Lu, when attempted to use the card, discovered it missing, and thus needed to report lost? With this thought, Mo Rume bizarrely felt a measure of relief. Mommy, why is she not anxious now? The moment she entered the car, both could see her tension and distress. It was unclear what thoughts had crossed her mind to now appear so relaxed. Yet, while Mo Rume felt relieved, Xia Qianqian did not. Mo Rume's repeated attempts to harm her indicated that her feelings towards Xia Qianqian were far from simple dislike. But what exactly did Mo Rume intend? If she were to kill her, would the Xia family truly spare her? Contemplating these questions, Xia Qianqian found herself perplexed and decided to cease her thoughts. The car gradually came to a stop outside the Xia residence. As soon as it halted, Mo Rume quickly flung open the door. Mother, please slow down. There is no need to rush. Mo Rume stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. She would never forget the gift she had bought for Qianqian. Upon seeing Luwen, she eagerly tried to approach. Of course there is. Xia Qianqian attempted to pull herself up by the railing, yet she overestimated her own strength. The two stood hand in hand by the railing, gazing on, and surprisingly, no one came to assist her. Mom! Luwen's eyes widened as she swiftly moved to her side. Qianqian, did you just call for mommy? Xia Qianqian's unconscious action only heightened Luwen's joy. She spun around, pride radiating from her as she looked at Xia Qianqian. See, the first person Qianqian called out to was me. After saying this, she affectionately rubbed Xia Qianqian's cheek and took out her phone to capture the moment. Qianqian, can you say it again? Mommy. Luwen opened her mouth, softly guiding her. Xia Qianqian made an effort to mimic her lips, and upon hearing her own voice saying Mom, she was somewhat astonished. I can say Mommy. Luwen was overjoyed, showering her forehead with kisses. Xia Qianqian stood somewhat dejectedly to the side, contemplating something. He then reached into the railing to retrieve a toy, waving it in front of Xia Qianqian. Qianqian, say it after Dad. Dad. He looked at her expectantly, his phone camera poised, hoping she would call out Dad in the next moment. Xia Qianqian made an attempt, unwilling to let his hopes be dashed. Dad, my good daughter, that's wonderful. Xia Qianqian took her from Luwen's arms, placing the toy into her embrace, and turned around proudly to face Luwen. Look, Qianqian can call me too. Mom. Xia Qianqian's voice was soft, her pronunciation not quite clear, nearly breathy. Yet both could discern that she had indeed spoken, which filled them with delight as they held Xia Qianqian and incessantly questioned her throughout the night. Eventually, Xia Qianqian grew weary, closing her eyes and feigning sleep, which finally led them to abandon their inquiries. Oh dear, I must boast to Xiaoyu about this tomorrow. Xia Qianqian gazed at the video on his phone, replaying it repeatedly, feeling it was never enough. By the way, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Xia Qianqian put away his phone, cradling Xia Qianqian in his arms. This afternoon, my mother took my bank card directly from the cabinet in her room. When did she steal it, and for what purpose? Of course, she is relocating funds. She took advantage of the revelation regarding Lu Sheng's kidnapping of mommy, fearing she would lose her long-term support, and intends to embark on a significant venture to secure her future. Xia Qianqian seethed at the thought. Xia Qianqian's expression turned serious. What are you planning to do? He felt it inappropriate to intervene excessively, considering she was Luwen's biological mother. At the time, Mo Rume had borrowed at least 100,000 from her under various pretexts, claiming relatives needed funds for business endeavors, studying abroad, or down payments on houses. All right, if you need assistance, just let me know. Mommy, which relatives borrowed money? If there are specific individuals, you should confront them directly. Xia Qianqian kept her eyes closed, but her ears were perked up, listening intently to their conversation. Okay, I plan to inquire with those relatives first to see when they intend to repay. Fine. I will have Xiao Zhang accompany you tomorrow. If you go out, just take him with you. No problem. It's getting late. Let us rest. Xia Qianqian nodded, carrying Xia Qianqian to the adjacent nursery. After a while, confirming she had fallen asleep, he quietly left. The moonlight streamed through the curtain gaps, leaving only the gentle sound of Xia Qianqian's breathing in the room. The next morning, Luan prepared to take Xia Qianqian out. Qianqian, we have a busy day ahead. We're going to visit Mommy's third aunt. Mommy has a few things to discuss with her. Xia Qianqian said nothing, still a bit drowsy as she nestled in her embrace. The car glided smoothly out of the Xia residence, heading towards the outskirts where Luan's third aunt lived. Her children had all moved away for work, leaving her alone at home. Upon Luan's arrival, her aunt was just preparing to go downstairs to buy groceries. Luan, what brings you to my home today? Her aunt cheerfully took the fruit from Xiao Zhang's hands. Come on, let us go upstairs and sit for a while. You know you can come without so many formalities. This must be Qianqian. Oh, how adorable. I am your third aunt. Luan nodded, raising Xia Qianqian's hand in greeting. Come in. Her aunt opened the door and set down a pair of slippers. Auntie, don't trouble yourself. I actually have something to ask you. You see, these strawberries I washed are for Qianqian to eat. You don't want any, but Qianqian surely wants some. Her aunt pressed the largest, ripest strawberry into Xia Qianqian's hands before sitting beside Luan. What is going on? Auntie, my mother mentioned a few years ago that Jia Cheng was starting a business. How's that going now? Oh dear, you know how it is with Jia Cheng's venture. It's going somewhat all right, and it seems to be profitable, though it can't compare to Xiao Xia. Her aunt's face beamed as she spoke of her child. So, about the money I lent you back then, can it be repaid now? Her aunt's expression abruptly shifted to one of confusion as she stared at Luan. Luan, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Luan's heart sank. Did her aunt intend to renege on the debt? Years ago, my mother borrowed money under the pretext that Jia Cheng needed funds to start his business. Is that true? Her aunt furrowed her brows, setting down her teacup. Luan, that is absolutely impossible. The funds for Jia Cheng's business came partly from loans and partly from what we saved over a lifetime to help him get married. As for your mother borrowing money on the grounds that we were in need, that is entirely untrue. If I needed to borrow money, why would I go through your mother? Luan nodded, understanding that her aunt had always treated her well. If she needed to borrow money, she could have approached her directly without involving Mo Rume. Wait a moment, I still have Jia Cheng's loan contract at home. I'll go get it. Without waiting for Luan's response, her aunt walked into the room. Mo Rume is indeed deceiving us. She relies on Mommy's trust, knowing she won't verify the details herself, and thus dares to fabricate various excuses to borrow money. Xia Qianqian angrily bit into the strawberry, devouring a large portion of its tip. Her aunt emerged from the room, wearing reading glasses and holding a contract. Look here, we borrowed 500,000 back then, using this house as collateral. Fortunately, he was diligent and repaid it. Luan took the contract and examined it closely, confirming it matched her aunt's account perfectly. Thank you. Auntie, it seems my mother. Her aunt carefully put away the contract and gently patted Luan's shoulder. Your mother sometimes lacks clarity. Perhaps she was embarrassed to ask you for money, but she is still your biological mother, so don't let this create a rift between you. I understand. Auntie, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Aren't you staying for a meal? No, I need to go find Changhua. All right, take care of yourself, and make sure to treat Xiao Xia well. Luan smiled and nodded before departing her aunt's home. Next stop, Uncle. She wished to uncover just how many people Mo Rume had exploited in her deceit. At her uncle's doorstep, they lived on the first floor, complete with a small courtyard. Her uncle was now retired, spending his days at home with his little granddaughter, playing together. As soon as they reached the courtyard entrance, the little girl spotted them. Auntie, Luan bent down to stroke her head. The child is 4 years old this year, and she is exceptionally well behaved. Uncle, I came to see you. Come in quickly. Why are you standing at the door? Auntie brought a large platter of delicious food into the courtyard, and, upon seeing Lu Wen holding Xia Qianqian, she stepped forward to embrace her. Qianqian has grown so much. Time flies. Indeed. By the way, Uncle, I came to ask you something today. Uncle nodded, indicating for her to proceed. Wasn't Lu Zhan planning to study abroad a couple of years ago? At that time, my mother mentioned you were facing difficulties and needed to borrow money from me. Before Lu Wen could finish, Annie interrupted her. Xiaowen, that is absolutely not the case. The money for Lu Zhan's study abroad was entirely provided by her brother, who's been doing quite well over the years, so we didn't need to borrow from anyone. I see. I wonder why my mother used that excuse to ask me for money. Uncle frowned and scoffed. Chapter 166. Let the relatives approach her Xiaowen. I must admit this is not easy to say, but over the years, I feel your mother has changed a lot. We relatives hesitate to interact with her, fearing she might look down on us. Lu Wen was unaware of this underlying issue. Why do you say that? Your auntie encountered her on the road and, upon seeing how elegantly she was dressed, approached her for a chat. However, your mother pushed her away and spoke rather harshly. Since then, I have rarely interacted with her. Lu Wen furrowed her brow, surprised at Mo Ru Mei's different demeanor in public. I know you are a good child. Fortunately, you haven't been influenced by your mother. However, I fear that Lu Ru may end up being a replica of her. After Uncle sighed, he waved his hand, unwilling to discuss it further. Your mother must have used our situation to ask you for money from more than one person, right? Yes, at least 4 or 5. Just as I suspected. Your mother is quite something. Go and inquire with the others. They might also be in the dark, suddenly burdened with inexplicable debts. I understand, I will ask them. Lu Wen picked up Xia Qianqian, thanked the couple, and headed out of the community. They truly had no reason to spend large sums, let alone borrow hundreds of thousands from Lu Wen. Mo Ru Mei had been deceiving her all along. Mommy, Xia Qianqian gently patted her shoulder, her brow furrowing in concern like a little adult. Mammy, do you think Mo Ru Mei might deliberately default? Since she is using these relatives as an excuse to borrow money, let those relatives approach her. It is entirely reasonable for you to bypass her and directly ask them for money. Uncle and auntie would surely be willing to help. This plan was quite sound. If she were to ask herself, Mo Ru Mei would undoubtedly refuse with various excuses. But if those relatives, whom she used as pretexts, were to ask, the numbers would intimidate Mo Ru Mei. Qianqian, how about I have uncle and auntie approach her for the money? Xia Qianqian clapped her hands, revealing her small, white teeth, and smiled adorably. They were indeed uncomfortable about the situation and wanted to confront Mo Ru Mei as well. Lu Wen's actions aligned perfectly with their intentions. Xiaowen, is she with you? Yes, uncle. You can either call or come directly when you arrive. All right, I will discuss this with your auntie. After hanging up, the car slowly stopped at the Xia family's entrance. Through the tall black fence, she spotted Mo Ru Mei playing in the garden with Lu Hai. The more she looked, the colder her heart felt. When did her mother transform into this? All these years, had she failed to see through her, or had this always been her true nature? Lu Wen, where have you been? Mo Ru Mei approached them, curiously assessing the two. We just visited auntie and uncle. Upon hearing this, Mo Ru Mei froze. Why did you go to see them? Chapter 167. Your actions are dishonorable. Oh, that must be very important, right? Lu Wen nodded. Indeed, it was significant. Once the people vanished upstairs, Mo Ru Mei clenched her fists, feeling uneasy. Lu Wen's attitude had seemingly not changed much, but Mo Ru Mei was aware. Lu Wen had grown significantly colder towards her and was less inclined to engage. Moreover, she had specifically sought out those individuals today. Could it be that she was aware of the deceit regarding the money? Early the next morning, Uncle called Lu Wen to inform her that they were on their way. Lu Wen descended the stairs with Xia Qianqian, finding Mo Ru Mei in the living room, engrossed in sending messages. Lu Wen, I prepared breakfast for you and Qianqian. It's on the table. She recognized the buns and steamed bread on the table as those made by their family chef. How absurd! Had this been in the past, she would have comforted herself, acknowledging that Mo Ru Mei rising early was no easy feat. Mommy, isn't this little pig bun Chef Zhang's specialty? Xia Qianqian pointed out the obvious, but Mo Ru Mei remained oblivious. For a moment, Lu Wen was unsure whether to laugh or cry. Mom, are you free today? Yes. Why? I need your help with something. Mo Ru Mei immediately stood up and approached her. What is it? You'll find out in half an hour. Half an hour later, the sound of a car door closing echoed from outside. As she carried Xia Qianqian out, she was surprised to see Uncle and Annie arriving together. Qianqian, have you missed your auntie? As soon as Annie arrived, she pulled out snacks from a bag and handed them to Luwen. Go wash these for Qianqian to eat, she said, taking Xia Qianqian and nudging Lu went towards the kitchen. Shaowen, listen to your auntie. We will resolve this matter for you. Just wait in the kitchen to avoid any unpleasant remarks from your mother. Luwen felt a rush of emotion, nodded, and turned to enter the kitchen with the fruit. Xia Qianqian sat on her auntie's arm, watching her turn serious as she headed towards the living room. Rume, I heard you were short on money? Auntie bluntly opened the conversation. Upon seeing so many people, Ru may realize this was undoubtedly Lu Wen's doing. I never said that. Who has been spreading rumors behind my back? She shot a fierce glare towards the kitchen, realizing Lu Wen had deliberately brought so many people to challenge her. Never said? Rume, don't think we are unaware of your true character. Uncle slammed the sofa in anger. You claim Lu Zhan has no money to study abroad and used me as an excuse to borrow from Shaowen? Our relationship with Shaowen is quite good. If we needed to borrow money, why would we ask her directly? Exactly. Rume, your actions are indeed dishonorable. The other two chimed in, their expressions grim. If Shaowen hadn't casually mentioned it while chatting with us yesterday, I would never have realized that I had incurred a debt of over 300,000 without my consent. Chapter 168. If this doesn't work, I'll report you. What do you intend to do? I haven't done anything you mentioned. Rume retorted defiantly. That's not slander. Mommy said you wrote a promissory note on behalf of Annie. This revelation solidified their resolve to confront her at the villa. The promissory note was initially drafted by Rume to reassure Lu Wen about borrowing money, regardless of its legal validity. It proved that Rume had indeed engaged in this act. This character, it surely belongs to you, doesn't it? Uncle pulled out his phone and scrolled to the promissory note. What else do you have to say? Rume gritted her teeth in anger, scanning the room and seeing the fury on their faces, suddenly hesitant to speak further. Why are you silent? What are you talking about? This is not my doing. Defensive. You still deny it? The you from back then would never behave like this. How have you transformed into this person now? Second, Uncle spoke earnestly, filled with disappointment. Where's the money? It should still be in your possession, right? I have no money. Stop making baseless accusations. After Rume finished speaking, she attempted to bypass them and leave. This child, Lu Wen, is truly absurd. How could she claim her mother did such a thing? In reality, harboring intense resentment, Lu Wen directly approached them to demand repayment. Second uncle would not let her leave, grabbing her firmly. What money? Besides, Lu Wen is my daughter. Isn't it only natural for her to spend money on me? How can matters between a mother and daughter be considered deceitful? Second uncle, filled with fury, pointed a trembling finger at her, unable to comprehend how she could utter such shameless words. Very well, then we will report this to the police. You will have to explain to them how you have unjustly burdened us with debt, and it is substantial. We cannot repay it. So we will have no choice but to sue you. Third, Aunt showed no mercy, as she was also Rume's biological sister. Third sister, what do you mean by this? Return the money to Lu Wen. If you wish to demand money from her, that is acceptable, but do not use our need to borrow money as an excuse. I am embarrassed just hearing this. How can an adult act in such a manner? Rume's face changed colors, feeling the pressure. I have done nothing. Do not slander me, or I will sue you for defamation. Modi dain rutanium me. I will give you one last chance. Are you really not going to return the money? Seeing everyone pressing her, Rume clenched her fists. Can I return it? As her words fell, Lu Wen emerged from the kitchen holding fruit. Rume's expression shifted. Lu Wen, is this the help you wanted? Are you assisting outsiders in bullying your mother? Mom, I did not force you to do these things. I'm doing this all for you. Lu Wen was somewhat perplexed. How is this for her? Then please explain how this is for me. Rume struggled to articulate her thoughts, hesitating and lost in her own ideas. Enough of this nonsense. Where is the money? Hurry and return it to Lu Wen. Third aunt urged, and under the scrutiny of so many people, Rume felt somewhat embarrassed. I will transfer the money to the bank tomorrow. It is not possible to transfer such a large sum so quickly. Mo Rumei's heart felt as though it were bleeding. Each glance from Lu went like a dagger piercing her. Mom, making a phone call is quick. Transferring money is not slow. Mo Rumei gritted her teeth and transferred the entire sum of 1,300,000 into Lu Wen's account. After that incident, Mo Rumei became considerably more subdued and no longer made any effort to approach Xia Qianqian. Each day, after sending her grandson to school, she would retreat to some corner of the villa. Xia Qianqian's vocabulary expanded significantly from dad and mom to brother and sister. Yet, she still lingered on simple expressions, struggling to form complete sentences. Although her inner thoughts flowed smoothly, articulating them seemed to be obstructed. Lu Wen held her, contemplating that perhaps it was because she was indeed still a child, and everything must be taken step by step. Today is Friday. I wonder if Lu Hai will play out longer. Now, cameras have been installed throughout the upstairs corridors to prevent anyone from harming Xia Qianqian in her absence, especially Mo Rumei. Mommy, you go ahead. Lu Wen went downstairs to bring up new toys. If Lu Hai arrives, she would need to prepare something for him. As Lu Wen descended, she saw Mo Rumei anxiously pulling Lu Hai inside. Lu Wen sensed something was off with Mo Rumei. Had she done something wrong again? She stepped outside to glance around, but did not notice anything unusual. Qianqian, this new toy is quite interesting. It exercises hand-eye coordination. Lu Wen swiftly unwrapped the packaging to reveal a multicolored disc. However, as she flipped it over, Xia Qianqian saw many small fish-shaped pieces. Fishing. I heard your third brother mention that you played together, but you cannot play with real fish. These fish are fine. Thank you, Mommy. Xia Qianqian examined it eagerly, ready to engage, when suddenly hurried footsteps were heard. Madam, there is trouble. Please come downstairs. Someone is causing a scene. Xia Qianqian immediately dropped the fishing set and reached out to Lu Wen Mommy. The latter scooped her into her arms and followed the person downstairs. Before they even reached the living room, they heard a chorus of cries, mixed with a woman's angry shouts. Dear grandson, Grandma will make them pay. Lu Wen turned the corner to see the occupants in the living room. An unfamiliar elderly woman was there with her grandson, whose arms and face bore scratch marks, as if he had just been treated with ointment, with bruises on both sides. At first glance, Lu Wen thought these were birthmarks. You must be that child's mother. Look at what your son has done. The old woman shoved her grandson towards Lu Wen, pointing at his injuries and raising his arm. Look here. My grandson was playing well with your son, and suddenly he came over and attacked him. My grandson's face is ruined. He is so young. What if he is left with scars? Oh, my poor grandson. The elderly woman incessantly blamed them, leaving both Lu Wen and Xia Qianqian bewildered. Was it done by the third brother? But the third brother hasn't gotten out of school yet. Xia Qianqian thought. Her third brother could not possibly play with such a small child. Therefore, it certainly was not him. This person had come with a clear purpose, meaning they must be from the household. It's Lu Hai. Lu Hai was of a similar age and could play with him. Hello. May I ask what the name of the child who hurt yours is? The old woman raised her head in confusion. Then her expression shifted to anger, pointing at Lu Wen and shouting, Stop pretending. It's your child. I saw him enter this villa with his grandmother. Are you trying to evade responsibility? Just wait. I will go tell my son, and you will wait here. Do you know who my son is? Lu Wen frowned, having already deduced that the grandmother who brought the grandson was indeed referring to Lu Hai. The elderly woman frowned, not believing Lu Wen's words at all. Then I will find him. They entered your home. Wait, my nephew is of a similar age to your grandson. Let me call him out, and you can confirm if it is him. Fine, call him out. If you don't compensate today, I will not leave. At worst, I will just sit at your doorstep and make a scene. Let us see who will be embarrassed. This grandmother is too extreme. Xia Qianqian followed Lu Wen to knock on Mo Rumei's door. Mom, come out. We need to talk. Okay. Xia Qianqian echoed, raising her hand to knock on the door as well. Lu Wen, however, clasped her hand in her palm. Qianqian, this door is very sturdy. Your hand cannot just knock. The two waited for a while, but there was no response from within. A silence fell, and the elderly woman could not wait any longer, rushing forward to open the door. The door was locked, so she began banging on it. You have the guts to hit my grandson, but not the guts to admit it? Come out. Lu Wen stood aside, covering Xia Qianqian's ears. This scene shocked both of them. Finally, The sound of the door opening came from behind, causing the elderly woman to halt, huffing as she pulled her grandson in front of her. What are you yelling about? Do you think your grandson is something special? If he hadn't snatched my Xiao Hai's toy, would he have been hit? He deserved it. Mo Ru Mei stood with her hands on her hips inside the door, with Lu Hai standing behind her. Upon seeing the child he had injured, he secretly made a face at that child. Wow, Grandma, he cursed at me. The elderly woman immediately ceased her accusations and comforted her grandson in her arms. You old wretch, compensate me. Otherwise, we shall meet at the police station and see whose grandson ends up behind bars. You speak of stealing toys. I witnessed it all. That toy clearly belongs to my grandson. You, a thief, struck someone and then played the victim. How can you be so shameless? The elderly woman was so enraged, she nearly rushed to confront Mo Ru Mei. In just a few exchanges, Lu Wen grasped the entirety of the situation. Lu Hai had a habit of seizing Xia Qianqian's toys at home, and it was no different when they played outside. She observed coolly for a moment when two somewhat familiar figures entered the room. Madam Xia, good day. I am his mother. Ah, you're Mrs. Zhang. Mrs. Zhang nodded, her expression rather grim. Lu Wen, are you just going to stand there while your mother is being scolded like this? Do you not feel compelled to respond? Just as Lu Wen prepared to escort Mrs. Zhang and her secretary to the living room, an angry retort echoed from behind. All movements halted as the child, upon seeing his mother, immediately abandoned his grandmother and dove into her embrace. Mrs. Zhang, despite her towering heels, had no trouble lifting the child. Mrs. Zhang, please head to the living room and wait for me a moment. I shall be with you shortly. Mrs. Zhang nodded, casting a glance at Mo Ru Mei. I hope you can handle this properly. My son must receive compensation. Otherwise, you surely do not wish for the Xia and Zhang families to appear so disgraceful, do you? Lu Wen nodded. In the business realm, the fewer grudges, the better. Seeing Mrs. Zhang leave, Mo Ru Mei brought Lu Hai closer. This matter should be easily resolved, right? Mo Ru Mei, with a sly glint in her eye, inquired. Her expression shifted. Lu Wen, do you not trust your mother's words? This situation is not insurmountable. A little compensation could settle it, could it not? Then why do you not pay yourself? Why must mommy bear the burden? Have you not taken enough money from her to cover this? Truly, Lu Hai is a hopeless case. Mommy, please do not assist him. Lu Hai will only become more brazen. Inflicting harm now is merely the beginning. Xia Qianqian recalled that Lu Hai had committed even more outrageous acts in the original narrative. As a child, he must have engaged in similar mischief, ultimately resolved by Lu Wen, but that would only foster the malevolent traits within him. Mommy, you absolutely must not intervene. Otherwise, he will only continue to cause more trouble, and I shall never finish cleaning up after him. Xia Qianqian felt an urgent need to intervene. Mommy. Lu Wen gently patted her, then turned to Mo Ru Mei. Mother, you are aware of Lu Hai's previous misdeeds. To be frank, I am unwilling to assist in compensating him. Furthermore, as his current guardian, it is your responsibility to address this matter. Mo Ru Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Wen, are you blaming me for deceiving you in the past? If I apologize, can we move past this? But Lu Hai is still young. These actions are not intentional. As his aunt, it is only reasonable for you to assist him, given your capability. To Lu Wen's astonishment, without Lu Sheng's coercion, Mo Ru Mei still resorted to such moral manipulation. On what grounds? He acted with intent. Lu Hai is a villain. He has snatched my toys countless times and even caused me to fall from my chair. It is evident he is a habitual offender. Lu Hai's transformation into a rogue is undoubtedly due to your indulgence and pampering. Xia Qianqian thought furiously, attempting to adopt a fierce expression to glare at her. Mother, if you insist on my assistance, then all conditions must be according to my demands. First, he must apologize. Mo Ru Mei was naturally reluctant. She did not believe her grandson had erred. Children's quarrels hardly warrant an apology. Lu Wen, how can you, as his aunt, refuse to help with such a minor issue? This is not a trivial matter. I am willing to help, but unconditional assistance is unacceptable. If I compensate Lu Hai, let it be considered a loan to him, with the interest reflecting this year's rates, and he may repay me in portions once he comes of age. Lu Wen observed her expression darkening and continued to add fuel to the fire. Moreover, given the other parties standing in the business world, Since you refuse to compel your dear grandson to apologize, we shall require a larger compensation, should this jeopardize the collaboration between our families. I trust that this will also be recorded against Lu Hai. Mo Ru Mei, infuriated, pointed at Lu Wan, unleashing a torrent of curses. Just you wait. One day, everyone will know how you treat your mother. She dragged Lu Hai towards the exit, heading for the front door. Mother, no matter where you take him, I will find him and demand repayment. If you wish to avoid this, you must handle this matter yourself. I refuse to be involved. She pulled Lu Hai towards the living room. Xiao Hai, come, let's go apologize. Lu Wan followed closely behind, concerned that Mo Ru Mei would publicly malign her character. In the living room, upon seeing the newcomers, Mrs. Zhang rose first. This situation is merely a dispute between two children. We all reside in the same villa area. So let us not make this more embarrassing than necessary. As Mo Ru Mei began to speak, Mrs. Zhang's countenance darkened. What do you mean by that? You refuse to apologize or compensate. Madam Xia, is this the outcome of your lengthy discussions? Lu Wan shook her head. Lu Hai is simply my nephew. My mother is his guardian, and it would be inappropriate for me to intervene. You, how can you be so unreasonable? Am I being unreasonable, or is it you, old woman, who lacks reason? I have already requested the security footage. If you refuse to compensate, I have plenty of ways to make you pay. Mrs. Zhang, resolute and commanding, seized Lu Hai and attempted to lead him out. Xia Qianqian was astonished by this scene. Mrs. Zhang was indeed a formidable woman. Lu Hai wailed between them, while Xia Qianqian silently covered her ears. No, my grandson is still so young. Then let him apologize and cover part of the medical expenses. Mrs. Zhang halted, her eyes icy. Mo Ru Mei, observing Lu Hai's tears, felt an overwhelming sense of pity. Let Lu Hai apologize. You may release him. Mrs. Zhang relinquished her grip, and Lu Hai sobbed as he collapsed into Mo Ru Mei's arms. Mo Ru Mei contemplated expressing her own grievances, but noticed Mrs. Zhang retrieving the video. Do not presume to use age as leverage, should you refuse. We shall proceed directly to the police station. No one wishes to hear your flawed reasoning. Xia Qianqian observed Mo Ru Mei's frozen expression and could not help but chuckle. Ultimately, Mo Ru Mei had no choice but to embrace Lu Hai, offering both an apology and compensation. Her resentment towards Lu Wan deepened, feeling utterly humiliated in this moment. Xiao Hai, if you desire someone else's toy in the future, why not discreetly take it when they are not watching? Why must you do so in front of them? Mo Ru Mei sighed and embraced him once more. When you take it openly, they will certainly be unwilling to part with it. However, if you take it secretly, they might assume it is lost, and then the toy would rightfully belong to you. Lu Hai nodded, somewhat comprehending, a smile emerging on his face. Do not cry anymore. Your grandmother is heartbroken. As for the money, I will certainly have Lu Wan provide it for me. She has so much wealth that she could never exhaust it in her lifetime. What harm is there in giving a little to our Xiao Hai? Mo Ru Mei murmured to herself, her resentment towards Lu Wan deepening. If she had not remained indifferent, how could she have faced such humiliation? From that point onward, Lu Hai behaved much more obediently, to the delight of Xia Qianqian and others. Hearing a noise, she lifted her head and saw Xia Jing holding a large plush toy. He hurriedly set down the toy in his backpack, eager to lift Xia Qianqian into his arms. Lu Wan intercepted him, pushing him into the restroom. Moments later, Xia Jing emerged, his face alight with excitement. He had been away for a week attending an academic conference with his teacher, and he had longed to see Qianqian. Qianqian, did you miss your second brother? He lifted her up, unable to resist weighing her in his arms. Qianqian, you have grown quite a bit. Naturally, children change remarkably in just a few days, especially since he had been away for 8 or 9 days. Xia Jing nodded and retrieved the plush toy beside him. Qianqian, look, I specially selected this for you. Isn't it lovely? Xia Qianqian felt a tad helpless. This toy was undoubtedly the ugliest she had ever seen, with a sausage-shaped mouth paired with a sunflower. It was a sight she could hardly bear. She turned her head slightly to express her aversion, only to see Xia Jing's smile instantly fade. Oh dear, second brother, you truly vex me. Observing Xia Jing's smile returning, Xia Qianqian resignedly thought, what can I do when you are my second brother? I shall indulge you a bit. However, second brother, you must seriously improve your taste. You cannot possibly gift such an ugly toy to your girlfriend in the future, can you? Yet, upon closer inspection, she found the toy somewhat charming in its own peculiar way. Qianqian, it is truly adorable. Xia Jing could not help but plant a couple of kisses on her cheek. This scene warmed Lu Wen's heart immensely. As a mother's greatest hope is to witness her children getting along harmoniously. That evening, the entire Xia family gathered once more. Xia Qianqian sat in a children's dining chair, gazing at the contents of her bowl, and proceeded to eat with abandon, resulting in a comical sight that left everyone both amused and exasperated. In a corner, Ru Mei observed this scene, feeling a sense of discomfort. She glanced at Xia Qianqian, then at Lu Hai, who was being fed beside her. Before she could dwell on it further, Lu Hai could no longer contain himself, sliding off the dining chair and running towards the dining room exit. Seeing them leave, Lu Wen made no effort to stop them. "Dear, this is quite fine. Let us not disturb her. She seems content to stay here." Lu Wen nodded, wiping Xia Qianqian's cheeks clean. "Let us hope so. May there be no further incidents." Xia Qianqian patted her shoulder reassuringly. "It will be fine." Xia Qianqian, feeling anxious, struggled to control her hands, often dropping food from her spoon. "Mommy, stop chatting. I cannot manage." Lu Wen, noticing her futile attempts at drinking air, could not help but laugh. "I apologize. I just realized you cannot drink anything." She took the spoon from her and began to feed her, allowing Xia Qianqian to breathe a sigh of relief, finally free from the battle with the spoon. After satisfying her hunger, Xia Qianqian was picked up by Xia Jing, who carried her upstairs. "Second brother will take you fishing. It has been too long since we played together." "All right, I will surely catch more than you." Previously, Lu Wen would make sure to keep a portion of food warm for later. However, ever since Lu Shang's incident came to light, she had ceased this practice. Ru Mei could not comprehend why. After so many years, she was now pursuing the truth. This frustration lingered until Lu Hai finished school, when she went to pick him up. "Shall we eat out today?" "Yes." "Grandma, look at my new toy." Ru Mei glanced down at the toy she had never seen before. It must belong to one of the other children at the kindergarten. However, now that it was in Lu Hai's possession, it naturally belonged to her grandson. It is very well made." The two made their way to a noodle shop. But Lu Hai was reluctant, squatting on the ground with a frown. "Xiao Hai, what is wrong?" "I do not want noodles. I want hamburgers and fries." Ru Mei squatted down gently and said, "Xiao Hai, those things are not healthy. This noodle dish is very delicious." "I do not want it. I do not want it." Lu Hai threw himself onto the ground, rolling about in protest. Ru Mei's eyelids twitched at the sight, and she rushed to pull him up. "Xiao Hai, the ground is dirty. Do not lie down. Remember, we cannot have hamburgers because of Xia Qianqian." Lu Hai burst into tears. "Then you go ask her to give me some. I want to eat. I want to eat." His cries grew louder, attracting a crowd around them. Ru Mei felt somewhat embarrassed. "Xiao Hai, if you keep this up, Grandma will leave you here." "Then just leave me here." He crossed his arms and turned his head away, refusing to engage with her. "Mom, when did you come out? How long have you been out? Why didn't you come find me? Are you doing well outside?" Ru Mei rushed forward, grabbing Lu Ru and inspecting her from head to toe. Seeing that she had no visible injuries and appeared relatively clean, she finally felt relieved. Ru Mei guided Lu Ru toward the noodle shop, almost forgetting about the still pouting Lu Hai. "Xiao Hai, let us go. Your aunt is here." Lu Ru looked at the noodle shop before her, a wave of irritation washing over her. "Mom, I do not want to eat this." Ru Mei glanced at the noodle shop and then at Lu Ru's miserable expression. She decided against going there and turned to take both of them to a restaurant further away. Lu Hai enjoyed the fried chicken leg he longed for, while Ru Mei looked at Lu Ru's disheartened demeanor with a pang of sympathy. After Lu Ru choked a bit on her food, Ru Mei quickly pushed a bowl of soup toward her. "Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you." Lu Ru nodded but set down her chopsticks, her eyes welling with tears. "Mom, have you been well these past days?" Ru Mei sighed. Ever since that incident, her stay at the Xia residence had been awkward. Yet living there, she did not have to worry about food or clothing. No matter how displeased Lu Wen was, she would not skimp on those necessities. "Mom, I heard Lu Hai got into trouble, and Lu Wen didn't want to help." Lu Ru lowered her head, glancing at Lu Hai, who was devouring his food beside her. "Lu Wen does not regard us at all. We are her family, Yet each of us is struggling. Mom, I could have provided you with a life of luxury, but all of that has been ruined by Lu Wan and her ilk. Don't you feel any resentment? Mo roommate tightened her grip on her chopsticks, staring intently at the food before her. How could she not feel resentment? Initially, she had no worries about her retirement, as she had sufficient funds. Now, however, her finances were dwindling, and whether she could maintain her current expenditures was uncertain. Lu Hai's kindergarten alone cost over $80,000 to $90,000 a year, and Lu Wan was only providing a meager $10,000 a month. She was nearing the point of being unable to afford Lu Hai's education. Mom, I have a splendid idea that could restore your life of luxury. What do you think? Mo roommate's heart skipped a beat, unable to suppress her anticipation. In the Xia residence, Lu Wan reclined on the sofa. Xia Qianqian nestled in her embrace, while Xia Jing held a fishing rod in front of her, enticing her to reach out and grasp it. Xia Qianqian, ever cooperative, lifted her hand and seized the plush toy, liberating it from the line. Qianqian, splendid. Lu Wan observed this scene, realizing that she could not help but worry. Mom, what are you watching? Xia Jing settled beside her, stuffing all the toys into Xia Qianqian's arms. Lu Wan understood Xia Jing's intent. Mo roommate must surely enjoy residing here. After all, it granted her a sense of prestige, allowing her to engage in conversations and share her address, which would undoubtedly elicit surprise and envy from others. I know. It's getting late. You should rest early. With that, she carried Xia Qianqian upstairs. Xia Jing naturally followed, continuing to tease Xia Qianqian. How many days off did your teacher grant you this time? 4 days. I have to attend another academic conference in the neighboring city in 4 days. Chapter 176. A gracious hand does not strike a smiling face upon waking in the morning. The Xia family was absent, save for Xia Jing sitting nearby. Brother, Xia Qianqian called out, and Xia Jing immediately rose. Qianqian, you're awake? Mom and Dad have gone out, Big Brother is at the company, and Xiao Chun has gone to school. It's just you and me here. Mom is actually out on a date with Dad. Xia Qianqian surveyed the quiet home, realizing she had been placed on the living room sofa by Xia Jing. Even Mo roommate was nowhere to be found. In recent days, Mo roommate had been coming and going at odd hours. Sometimes she would be eating while engrossed in her phone, and at other times, she seemed to be on the phone with someone unknown. Let me make you some milk first, and then I'll prepare some complimentary food for you. How about vegetable porridge? Xia Jing deftly dressed her and handed her a bottle of prepared milk. Xia Qianqian eagerly embraced it, her big eyes sparkling, causing Xia Jing's heart to soften. Second brother. As Xia Jing headed to the kitchen, Xia Qianqian, not wishing to remain alone on the sofa, quickly released the bottle and called out, Coming. Second brother will take you to the kitchen. Upon seeing them, Mo roommate's expression stiffened before she approached with a smile. Xia Jing, what are you up to? Preparing complimentary food for Qianqian. Xia Jing nodded in acknowledgement. Let me help you. I happen to have nothing to do today. Xia Qianqian regarded her with curiosity, perplexed by her sudden enthusiasm. Could she be plotting something again? Previously, she had pushed her into the pool and covered her face with a blanket. And now she was being overly attentive, causing Xia Qianqian to be on guard. No need, I can manage by myself. And there are already others in the kitchen to assist. Hearing the voice, the person in the kitchen stepped out. Young Master Xia, everything is ready. Xia Jing nodded and carried Xia Qianqian into the kitchen. Xia Qianqian peered over his shoulder at Mo roommate, who stood expressionless, seemingly lost in thought. While holding her, Xia Jing prepared a bowl of lean meat and vegetable porridge. The tender meat melted in the mouth, perfectly suited for Xia Qianqian at this age. However, having just consumed several hundred milliliters of milk, she could only manage a small amount. Thank you, second brother. It tastes delightful. Xia Jing happily fed her, finishing any leftovers himself. After playing with Xia Qianqian for a while, as noon approached, Xia Jing decided to see what was for lunch. Xia Jing, Qianqian, Grandma has made some snacks for you. Would you like to try? Each round snack was about the size of Xia Qianqian's fist. This is for Qianqian. I specifically followed a tutorial and had the auntie assist me. Qianqian can eat it. It's carrot rice cakes. Mo roommate cautiously approached, wearing a placating smile. Xia Jing glanced down at Xia Qianqian, who scrunched her little face, staring unblinkingly at Mo roommate. What is Mo roommate up to? Is she trying to curry favor with us? Xia Jing shared the same sentiment, noting her somewhat awkward position in the Xia household lately. Perhaps after much contemplation, she devised this plan. Qianqian, would you like to give it a try? Well, let's give it a shot. After all, a gracious hand does not strike a smiling face. And she is still our grandmother. Chapter 177. Waking up tired, Xia Qianqian took a bite, finding it quite palatable and sufficiently soft. She then offered another to Xia Jing. In her hands, the cake appeared disproportionately large, but it was merely a single bite for Xia Jing. Thank you, Qianqian. Thank you. It tastes wonderful. Xia Qianqian nodded in agreement, echoing the praise. Mo Rume seemed pleasantly surprised, covering her mouth and nodding repeatedly. You're welcome. I'm glad you like it. May I prepare something else for you in the afternoon? Xia Jing nodded, finding Mo Rume's demeanor overly subservient. All right, then I'll make something different in the afternoon. But don't eat too many cakes. We still have lunch to consider. Xia Qianqian ate one and chose not to continue, as lunch was prepared by the auntie. The delicate noodles were cut into 1 or 2 centimeter lengths, boiled until soft and melting in the mouth. Xia Qianqian was sated, and Xia Jing naturally took her play, noticing her growing drowsiness and accompanying her for a nap. When she awoke, the villa was notably quiet. Stepping out, she coincidentally encountered Mo Rume ascending the stairs with food. These are rice noodle strips. The outside is slightly crispy, but not hard, and they should taste good. Give them a try. Xia Jing sampled one and found it quite satisfactory, leading Xia Qianqian downstairs to eat together. Mo Rume stood nearby, perpetually smiling, resembling a kind elder in a typical household. How quiet it is. Where are the aunties? Xia Qianqian looked around, recalling having seen the aunties tidying up nearby. Had they finished early? Xia Jing glanced around as well, speculating they might still be resting. With ample free time, the employers had few specific demands, which made the aunties enjoy working at the Xia residence. Indeed, the current staff had been there for over a decade. Xia Qianqian ate another rice noodle strip and yawned. Xia Jing found it amusing, gently patting her mouth. Xia Qianqian shook her head, likely still half asleep. Her soft cheeks made Xia Jing exclaim how adorable she was. Soon, the rice noodle strips were entirely consumed by the two, and Mo Rume took her bowl away without causing any disturbance. Xia Jing, only now sensing a hint of fatigue, shook his head. He had just teased Xia Qianqian, yet here he was, feeling drowsy himself. Suddenly, Xia Jing jolted, realizing how quietly Xia Qianqian had fallen asleep in his embrace. He exhaled in relief, contemplating that perhaps it was time for him to rest as well. He turned to shield her within the sofa's confines and soon succumbed to slumber himself. Xia Jing? Qianqian? Mo Rume called out as she entered the living room. Seeing the two asleep together on the sofa, she nudged them gently, but they did not awaken. Mo Rume retrieved a blanket and covered them both. Subsequently, she took out her phone and swiftly sent a message, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she tucked it away. Mom, I'm here. Lu Ru's voice rang out excitedly as she burst in. I've turned off all the electricity in the villa, so there's no need to worry about surveillance. The car is ready. Let us hurry. She approached the sofa, gazing at the two with their eyes tightly closed, a cold smile forming within her heart. Lu 1, the surprise is all set for you. Chapter 178. Malicious intent revealed. It felt as though the surroundings were swiftly retreating and the ground beneath was shaking. Xia Qianqian slept uneasily, slowly opening her eyes, only to realize she was not in her home. Rather than moving impulsively, she discreetly surveyed her surroundings. Am I in a car? Mo Rume indeed harbored ill intentions. One could only wonder what she had added to the rice noodles. For I felt a profound fatigue upon rising. Ergo, wake up. She noticed that Xia Jing still lay with his eyes firmly shut, and to her surprise, Mo Rume had captured both of them. The windows of the vehicle were shrouded in black plastic film, obscuring the view outside. Through a small tear in the film facing her, she could just make out the blurred shapes of buildings whizzing past. Xia Qianqian shifted slightly. The interior of the car was eerily silent, devoid of even the murmur of conversation. Irie, are you a vaca? She could not recall how much Xia Jing had consumed or how long he would remain in slumber. The vehicle sped along, and the structures outside were but a vague impression. Suddenly, the car came to a halt. She heard someone disembark ahead, and she promptly closed her eyes to feign sleep. Then a shadow fell suddenly behind her, and she discerned a strange male voice conversing. How much to add? Add 200. This was a gas station. Where could they possibly be heading with such a substantial fuel quantity? In line with the pattern of abduction, they were likely bound for a secluded suburb. Should she send a message now? It was Lu Ru's voice. When had Lu Ru emerged? Upon reflection, she realized she had only been inside for 3 months. And indeed, this was the time for her release. To her astonishment, Mo Ru Mei had allied with her. Cautiously, she opened her eyes, striving to commit to memory everything visible through that small gap. Let us wait a bit longer. We've only been traveling for an hour. We can send a message once we reach the mountains. All right, I will heed your words. Xia Qianqian's mind began to race. After an hour's journey, they were now bound for the mountains. There was only one destination that fit this description, the city. At the juncture of 2 cities lay Jingshan Mountain, an area not yet developed as a tourist attraction, with trees still densely packed. Could it truly be that location? As the vehicle resumed its journey, the 2 men in front began to converse eagerly about the substantial sum of money they would soon acquire and its intended uses. Qianqian, are you at home? Fuing, cradling an exquisitely crafted golden rabbit, had envisioned gifting it to Xia Qianqian upon seeing it. This afternoon, when he had some free time, he decided to seek her out. However, the entire Xia family villa was unsettlingly quiet. Xia Qianqian? He proceeded to the kitchen, presuming the housekeeper would be busy at this hour. Yet, the kitchen was also devoid of life. Where is everyone? He knew Xia Qianqian resided upstairs and resolved to ascend. Upon opening the nursery door, he found it empty. A sense of foreboding gripped Fuing. How could there be no one at the Xia residence? Even if Xia Qianqian were absent, the housekeeper would typically be present. Was it possible that even the housekeeper had vanished? Fuing swiftly retrieved his phone, dialing Xia Yu's number as he made his way to the living room. There, he spotted a woman sprawled on the floor, asleep. As he approached for a closer look, he was astonished to find it was Mo Ru Mei. This scene caused his heart to race. Xia Yu, where is Xia Qianqian? Chapter 179. Both sister and brother are missing. Xia Yu sprang to his feet, the chair crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Xiao Xia? Someone peeked in from outside the door, then quickly averted their gaze. Could you repeat that? Mo Ru Mei lay on the living room floor, and there was no sign of Xia Qianqian anywhere in the house. Xia Yu's mind went blank for a moment, the realization hitting him hard. He hung up the phone and immediately accessed the home surveillance, only to discover the feed was completely black. All right, Xiao Xia. He strode toward the elevator while dialing Xia Jing's number. On the other end, a mechanical voice incessantly repeated the message of no answer. In a panic, Xia Yu called Xia Qianqian. Dad, is Qianqian with you? What? How could Qianqian be with us? I am on a date with your mother today. Didn't you leave her in Xia Jing's care? Xia Yu's anxiety surged, urging the driver to hasten. The driver accelerated, reaching the Xia family villa, and they rushed inside. Fu's vehicle was parked out front, but it was empty, indicating they had all gone inside to search for someone. Upon entering, he encountered Fuing emerging from within, his expression dark. No one is here. The housekeepers on the first floor are all asleep. Xia Yu's heart, which had been racing with hope, crashed to the ground. Xia Jing was unreachable. The home surveillance was dark. This was undoubtedly a premeditated abduction. Xia Yu scanned the living room, finding Mo Ru Mei now resting on the sofa. There was no trace of Xia Qianqian or Xia Jing. He promptly dialed the police. I have not received any ransom messages either. Xia Yu muttered as he rifled through his information, wary of interception. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Fuing lifted his gaze toward the courtyard. Let us check the surveillance in the villa area. Perhaps we can ascertain who took them. Yes, I truly panicked. We need the external surveillance. Xia Yu dashed outside, then halted. Xiao Zhang, please awaken the individuals inside. If they cannot be roused, send them all to the hospital. No need to wake them. I tried just now, and they won't wake up. Just send them to the hospital along with my driver. Xia Yu nodded, patting Xiao Zhang on the shoulder, and departed with Fuing. The two hastily located the staff, demanding access to the surveillance footage. What has transpired? My sister and brother are missing. The staff, sensing the urgency, quickly retrieved the relevant footage. The villas in the area were spaced far apart, and to safeguard each homeowner's privacy, cameras were only installed between 2 villas. What time did you arrive? I got here at 3:40 in the afternoon. Check an hour back. At 2:40, the home surveillance was black. Thus, it was likely they had been taken at that time. Let us check half an hour earlier. Xiaoyu adjusted the timeline, and this time, the house's surveillance flickered to life. At 2:10, both of them were still at home. Fuing immediately paused the footage, leaning closer to Xiaoyu. Look, they're seated on the sofa, eating snacks. However, within 3 minutes, the surveillance went dark again. This must be the moment. Chapter 180. The vehicle has been found. Meanwhile, the vehicle began its ascent, the surrounding architecture vanishing entirely. Outside the car window lay a sea of verdant foliage. Xia Qianqian understood they were headed up the mountain. The road twisted and turned, leaving her uncertain of Lu Ru's destination. Now we can send the message. There's an abandoned factory in this mountain where we can leave them. All right, let me think. How much should I demand? No matter how much you ask, I must take half. That was our agreement. Chengge, why are you so anxious? I will certainly pay you as we agreed. You know your status and mine. I would never dare deceive you. Xia Qianqian silently absorbed their conversation, rapidly analyzing the dynamics between the two. This Chengge and Lu Ru likely share a temporary alliance. Perhaps I can exploit Chengge. Ergo, how much rice noodle did you consume? Why are you still not awake? Xia Qianqian presumed Xia Jing had overeaten. She herself had only eaten a few strands, leaving the bulk to him. However, once the car halted, she heard them unfastening the rear doors. Add some drugs. Don't let him wake up too quickly. Chengge held a towel, covering Xia Jing's mouth and nose. Add some for the little one, too. Lu Ru added as she approached and glanced inside. Do you want her dead? Chengge looked astonished, pointing at the unconscious Xia Qianqian. She has been out since she ate that little. If you add more, she could really die. You can add it if you wish. But I only agreed to assist you with the abduction, not to commit murder. Lu Ru fell into a moment of silence, hesitating between the choice of eliminating Xia Qianqian or sparing her for monetary gain. What are you hesitating for? Do you truly wish to kill her? How will you acquire the money then? Cheng Ji's words snapped Lu Ru back to reality. She realized she could obtain the money first and then deal with them before swiftly departing from this place. I will take the child inside. You bring this man in, she instructed. Xia Qianqian, eyes closed, was cradled in Lu Ru's arms, her heart racing in that instant. She feared Lu Ru might sense something amiss. The factory was dilapidated. The iron lock rusted beyond recognition. Chengge dragged the man downstairs and, noticing her standing at the entrance, impatiently kicked the door open. Come in. Just toss them in the corner. Xia Jing was set down, and Lu Ru hesitated at the sight of the filthy floor and the dark mud in the corner. You are quite particular. Bring her here. Xia Qianqian was handed over to Xia Jing's embrace. Why place her so gently? Just toss her aside. Wouldn't that suffice? What if she freezes to death? Wouldn't that reduce my payment? Lu Ru remained silent and was the first to exit the factory, with Chengge following closely behind her. Meanwhile, at the police station, Xia Qianqian and others gathered in the hall, their expressions grave. Currently, we suspect that the vehicle is the most likely means of transporting Qianqian and Xia Jing, but its license plate is counterfeit. Consequently, the police must investigate each intersection in the direction the vehicle departed, complicating the search efforts. Mr. Xia, we have located the vehicle. They rushed over, excitement coursing through them. Where is it? In an alley in the neighboring district. We shall proceed there immediately. Chapter 181. The car is empty. The Xia family followed the police to the alley, which was relatively close to the outskirts of the city. There were no surveillance cameras nearby, and the number of residents was sparse. They spotted the car parked in front of one of the buildings and rushed forward. It's empty. The police shook their heads, their expressions somber as they opened the car door. No substantial evidence was left inside. It was evident this was a cloned vehicle, with no other issues apparent. It seemed that the kidnappers had switched to another vehicle to transport the hostages. Lu Wen's face turned pale as she involuntarily envisioned countless scenarios in her mind, feeling her legs weaken as if she might collapse. Beside her, Xiaoyu quickly reached out to support her. Mom, don't worry. They will be fine. Xia Jing and Qianqian are both very clever. Lu Wen nodded. I know. I'm just worried. Xia Jing had previously been chased by someone wielding a knife, and now he faced this ordeal. Xia Qianqian was merely a few months old, not yet a year. She could only imagine how terrified the infant must be. Just the thought of it made her heart race uncontrollably. Aunt Lu, I believe this incident may be related to Mo Rume. After much contemplation, Fu Qingxi had to turn his gaze towards her. After all, this individual had a criminal record. Furthermore, anyone who posed a threat to Xia Jing had already been eliminated. It was improbable that they would suddenly resort to kidnapping months later. Thus, it was highly likely that the assailant had targeted Xia Qianqian. In this light, after careful consideration, Mo Rume emerged as the primary suspect. But she also fainted, didn't she? However, the rice noodles were given by her, were they not? Everyone paused for a moment, realizing that just because they found Mo Rume lying on the ground, they had assumed she was also a victim. Clearly, the rice noodles had been passed from her hands. If she was not involved, it wouldn't hurt to inquire. Fu Qingxi's reasoning was sound, prompting Xia Yu to follow him to the hospital. Mom, you and Dad stay with the police. Fu Qingxi and I will go take a look. Let's not inform Xiao Chun of this matter for now. I understand. You two go ahead. If she truly is involved, Lu Wen closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and a tear fell. Proceed according to protocol. I will not shield her. I know, Xia Yu said, departing with Fu Qingxi. Lu Wen felt as if her strength had been drained, collapsing into Xia Qinghua's embrace. Dear, do not despair. There will surely be good news. I will not allow them to harm Qianqian and Xia Jing. Xia Qinghua comforted her softly, avoiding mention of Mo Rume's name, fearing it would further distress Lu Wen. I, too, will not let those who harm my children go unpunished. Lu Wen stated resolutely as she slowly rose. Meanwhile, in the mountains of Jingchun, Xia Qianqian, realizing that both individuals had vacated the factory, relentlessly shook Xia Jing. Second brother, please wake up. She understood that Xia Jing had been drugged and would likely take hours to regain consciousness. Supporting Xia Jing's arm, she managed to sit up slightly. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for a window on the left wall. The window was not large, approximately 2 meters above the ground. The factory felt exceptionally empty, possibly a former storage room. What news? We just sent it out. Why the urgency? Why was it sent out so late? Where is your mother? What shall we do? Do you really think we can retrieve her now? Chapter 182. Do not waste time. Mo Rume deliberately left behind confusion to buy them time. Did she not? Furthermore, if Mo Rume had escaped with them, wouldn't that mean her money would need to be divided into 3 parts? Lu Ru had no intention of doing so. She desired more. Cheng Ji's gaze darkened as he glanced at her before averting his eyes. I will go fetch some food. Wait here for a moment. All right. Lu Ru lowered her head, fiddling with her phone, an old device she had someone procure and modified to be set in a remote corner abroad. She doubted the Xia family would arrive immediately upon receiving the text. Xia Qianqian and Xia Jing are in my hands. If you do not wish to see corpses, prepare 100 million in cash and await my contact. Upon receiving the message, Xia Qinghua immediately forwarded it to Xia Yu, who swiftly created a group chat to report on the hospital's progress. Mo Rume has awakened. We're preparing to question her. On my end, I am having someone investigate while contacting the bank to withdraw money and prepare a contingency plan. Understood. Xia Yu pocketed his phone and entered the hospital room alongside Fu Qingxi. Upon seeing them, Mo Rume's gaze flickered for a moment, and she immediately leaped from the bed, eager to grasp Xia Yu. Xia Qianqian is missing. Have you found her? I woke up in the hospital and did not see her. Is she all right? Fu Qingxi scrutinized her face closely. He suspected she was lying and undoubtedly knew something. We haven't mentioned Xia Qianqian's situation. How do you know she is missing? This implies you have seen that person. Mo Rume wanted to slap herself, realizing her mistake and saying too much. I cannot recall. I only know he was a tall man. We have already found Xia Qianqian. You would do well to disclose everything you know, or else. Fu Qingxi deliberately left the last part ambiguous, but Mo Rume couldn't help but ponder. If Lu Ru had already been apprehended, would she immediately testify against her? If she turned herself in early, could she potentially evade the consequences? After all, she was Lu Wen's biological mother and Xia Qianqian's grandmother. Do you wish to see the evidence? It is already at the police station, awaiting interrogation. We will soon acquire specifics. If you confess now, it might be considered voluntary surrender. As Fu Qingxi spoke, he reached for his phone. However, Mo Rume suddenly lunged forward, snatching the phone and throwing it to the ground. Xiaoyu quickly positioned himself in front of Fuing. What are you doing? Xiaoyu, I am your grandmother. If I speak, can you guarantee yes if you speak? I can ensure the Xia family will not pursue your responsibility. Fuing pressed Xiaoyu's hand down, and the latter nodded in agreement. You should do so promptly. Mo Ru Mei's complexion turned pale as she anxiously scanned her surroundings, momentarily hesitating. Mr. Xia, a sudden knock echoed at the door, and a man dressed in uniform entered. At first glance, Mo Ru Mei panicked, leaping up to grasp Xiaoyu, her voice a flurry of disarray. I swear, don't let the police come to arrest me. The dim light cast by the doorway, with half of the man still outside, led Mo Ru Mei to mistakenly believe that the police were approaching to apprehend her. Hurry up and speak. Do not waste time. Chapter 183. Betrayed and counting money. Xiaoyu nodded at the man, instructing the security guard to step aside. Mo Ru Mei, tears streaming down her face, clutched Xiaoyu, repeatedly asserting, I truly know nothing. Really, I know nothing at all. It was all Lu Ru's doing. It has nothing to do with me. What did Lu Ru ask you to do? Mo Ru Mei, observing their grim expressions, took a cautious step back. She instructed me to place the sedative in the rice noodles for Xia Qianqian and Xia Jing to consume. I'm unclear about what transpired afterward. Fuing, maintaining a stern demeanor, moved closer, gripping Mo Ru Mei's collar and pulling her forward slightly. Are you genuinely oblivious, or is this an act? I truly do not know. Mo Ru Mei recoiled, uncertain how such a small child could possess such strength. Unable to break free, she vowed. If I knew and did not speak, let lightning strike me. Outside, a thunderous roar erupted, a flash of white light illuminating the sky. Startling, Mo Ru made a leap from the bed. I genuinely do not know. As darkness descended, ominous winds hinted at an impending storm. How do you contact Lu Ru? Fuing released her grasp, wincing slightly at the pain in his fingertips, yet he paid it no heed. She just got out of prison and did not provide me with any contact information. She usually waits for me at Lu Hai Kindergarten. Mo Ru Mei crossed over the hospital bed, standing on the opposite side, locking eyes with the two men. Take out your phone. She promptly retrieved her phone, and after Fuing searched through it, he found no relevant contact details. It appeared she was exceedingly cautious, relying on offline communication to leave no trace of evidence. He took the phone back, turning to Mo Ru Mei. You have been sold and are still counting money for others. Xiaoyu, has Uncle Xia found anything? Xiaoyu shook his head gravely. He is abroad, but in such a short time, it is impossible to transfer there. It must be a ruse. This complicates matters. The car has been switched, and there are no surveillance cameras. It is all a deception. They are in a very passive position now. Have you reached out to Uncle Xia again? Fuing clenched his fist and struck the wall in frustration. Damn it. Time ticked away as the secretary accompanied the police at the bank to withdraw the money. 100 million in cash would require transportation by vehicle. These kidnappers are indeed demanding an outrageous sum. The sky outside grew increasingly dark, and torrential rain loomed. If they could not locate the individuals quickly, it would likely complicate the rescue efforts. A resounding boom echoed, striking at Xia Qianqian's heart. Casting a glance at the time, it was around 5 o'clock. Huh. Xia Jing has awakened. Xia Qianqian excitedly lunged toward his chest. Brother. Her voice was small, akin to a mosquito, failing to attract the attention of the two men outside at that moment. Xia Jing sat up, holding her, and surveyed the room, vaguely aware of the situation. Second brother. Lu Ru and her accomplices have kidnapped us. Mo Ru Mei put a sedative in the rice noodles we ate. Xia Jing's face darkened. He could hardly believe that Mo Ru Mei and Lu Ru had dared to act so boldly. Qianqian, I am here. Do not be afraid. He held her tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the wooden door ahead. Through the slightly ajar door, he noticed two individuals seated outside, consuming something. Second brother. Lu Ru and another person are here. If their ideology clashes, we might be able to sway the one called Chengge. Chapter 184. He also has children. Xia Jing stood up with Qianqian in his arms. The window was too small, and carrying her might hinder their escape. Oh, you're awake? The door behind them swung open, and Chengge entered, a coarse hemp rope in hand. Xia Jing retreated to the corner, warily watching him. I thought you would sleep for another half hour. Turns out your metabolism is quite rapid. Will you come to me, or shall I come to you? Chenggu toyed with the fruit knife in his hand, observing them with amusement. In truth, the combined age of these two children did not even equal that of Chenggu. Surely, you do not wish for me to harm your sister? Chenggu brandished the fruit knife, its blade reflecting a harsh white light. Xia genuinely did not want this man to hurt Qianqian, so he reluctantly stepped toward him. Lu Ru approached and snatched Xia Qianqian away, lingering her fingers on the child's neck. Wicked woman, let go of me. Come now. They wish to see the state of these two. You should show them. Chenggu took Xia Qianqian into his arms. She glanced around, realizing they were being used as leverage to extract money from the Xia family. Is it just one person? Of course. We must not reveal all of our cards at once. Chenggu dragged a stool from outside and sat down. Once Lu Ru had completed her task, she noticed Chenggu was preoccupied with himself, and her annoyance grew. I will step outside for a moment. Where are you going? Do not wander too far. Lu Ru nodded and closed the door behind her. Chenggu continued to pinch Xia Qianqian's face, the rough calluses on his palm reddening her cheeks. You bastard. I will bite you to death. Xia Qianqian opened her mouth to bite, yet her small teeth posed no threat to him. Damn it, let go of Qianqian. She burst into tears, having failed to inflict any harm on him, only hurting herself in the process. Chenggu pried her mouth open to inspect it, finding nothing amiss. What are you afraid of? Xia Qianqian's cries suddenly ceased. She felt an inkling that Chenggu, too, must have children. Does Chenggu also have children? Would you like some food? Chenggu rummaged through his pocket, producing a pack of broken snow cakes. Do not give her any. Her teeth cannot handle it. It is fine. She could just suck on it. Xia Jing observed him with a perplexed expression as he roughly broke the snow cakes into smaller pieces and placed them in Xia Qianqian's mouth. Though the action was crude, it was evident that he had cared for children before. It seems you must have children as well? Cheng Ji's movements paused, his expression turning cold as he shot Xia Jing a glance without responding. If you have children, why engage in such activities? Xia Jing struggled against the tightly bound ropes, feeling the frustration rise within him. Do not think of breaking free. With your feeble appearance, it would take you 100 or 80 years of practice. Xia Jing felt a surge of anger, but took a deep breath to regain his composure. Second brother, you must ask him more about his children. Perhaps we can use that to our advantage to escape. Xia Qianqian sensed something was off about the child. What about your child? Seeing Xia Qianqian turn away, Chenggu ceased to press further and instead turned to leave. Where are you taking me? Let go of me. Xia Jing struggled, the veins on his forehead bulging, but only succeeded in scraping his wrist. Chapter 185. Swaying accomplices, why the rush? I am merely bringing her a bottle of water. Your actions only serve to torment yourself. Chenggu re-entered, holding the child, noticing that Xia Jing had shifted from the corner, raising an eyebrow. Second brother, do not move. You are already bleeding. Xia Qianqian immediately released her grip on the water bottle, anxiously watching Xia Jing. Do you wish to give your brother a drink? Chenggu stepped forward, unscrewing the cap of the water bottle and offering it to Xia Jing. Open your mouth. Xia Jing did not resist, and after taking a few sips, he felt significantly more refreshed. You get to tell me what happened to your child. Why venture out into danger? Chenggu struck the water bottle against his face, and before he could even react, Xia Qianqian had already clutched his arm. Daddy! Chenggu paused, following the small hand to gaze at Xia Qianqian. In that moment, the glistening depths of her eyes mirrored his own child. Do you wish to listen? If so, do not move. Xia Jing ceased all motion, leaning against the wall, waiting. I have 2 children. One is a few years younger than you and perished in a car accident. Xia Qianqian widened her eyes, astonished at Cheng Ji's revelation. The other is a few months older than you and suffers from congenital heart disease. Therefore, I require money, an abundance of it. Without funds, I cannot provide her with a healthy body or a prosperous life. Do you know the cost of a heart? Chenggu, embracing her, began to recount the expenses incurred thus far. To date, he had already spent over 300,000. A heart alone costs 300,000. And I shall refrain from mentioning other expenses. But are you certain that Lu Ru will give you the money? It is indeed congenital heart disease, given Cheng Ji's knowledge. He must have already confirmed the need for surgery. For milder cases of congenital heart disease, traditional Chinese medicine can enhance the quality of life. However, for more severe cases, alternative treatments are advisable. Second brother, steer him towards a direction where we can assist. Entice him to switch sides. Xia Qianqian looked at Xia Jing with anticipation, hoping he would grasp her intent. You want to give it to me? Then I might as well kill her. Since you're the one who dragged me out from the villa area, you must know who the truly wealthy are, right? Chang'e glanced over. What do you wish to convey? I wish to say that I can provide you with access to the finest medical resources, connect you with a heart source, and cover all subsequent recovery expenses for your child. Chang'e stood up, abruptly lifting Xia Jing. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Of course, my teacher knows Dr. Lang. Given your child as heart condition, you should be aware of who Dr. Lang is. Yes? Chang'e hesitated, released his grip, and nodded slightly. Dr. Lang, a leading expert in the field of congenital heart disease. Should you desire assistance, I can facilitate a connection. Are you certain? Certainly. If you doubt me, you can search for Professor Wenyu Chong. He is my teacher, and you should find posts indicating his close relationship with Dr. Lang. Chang'e immediately pulled out his phone, conducted a search, and indeed found relevant posts. He even saw Xia Jing beside Dr. Wan in a news report. Second brother, keep pushing. So, do you believe me now? And what of it? How can I trust that you can help me find a heart source? I know you want me to let you go, but I am not foolish. What if I release you, and you have me captured? Chapter 186. A gentleman's word is hard to retract. Then you may record my video. I hereby solemnly promise you. Chang'e raised his hand. Wait. Allow me to think. You surely require me to pay a price, don't you? Xia Jing pondered for a moment and nodded. Just a prison sentence. You should be willing, right? After all, compared to fleeing abroad with a child, hiding away, this price is relatively low. He is merely over a year old. Fleeing with you means, what for his future? Will he not need education or a family of his own? You cannot merely focus on the present. If you go abroad without connections, no amount of money will procure a heart source, right? If you flaunt your wealth, you may attract the attention of locals. And then Chang'e inhaled deeply, interrupting Xia Jing. Fine, I agree, but likewise you must fulfill your end of the bargain. Xia Jing nodded, of course. You may record the video now. Chang'e stepped forward, using a fruit knife to cut the rope, then retreated 2 steps, aiming his phone at him. Speak. If you attempt any deceit, beware of your sister's life. Xia Jing promised into the camera that he would connect Chang'e with Dr. Lang, seek a heart source, and provide sufficient funds for the child's healthy upbringing. Chang'e tucked his phone away into his pocket. What about the one outside? Second brother, find her. Do you still have a sedative? Chang'e tossed a towel and a bottle of medicine over. Just soak it, and it will suffice. After Xia Jing completed the task, he stood behind the half-open door, waiting. Chang'e, I'll arrange for them to place the money. Lu Ru had just entered from outside and sensed something was amiss. But before she could utter another word, the drug-soaked towel was already pressed against her face. Terrified, she looked at Chang'e beside her, wanting to scream for help. The next moment, her eyes closed, and she collapsed to the ground. Xia Jing nodded, binding her with rope, and then hoisted her into the vehicle. Hand me Qianqian. It's difficult for you to hold her while driving. Chang'e said nothing further and returned her to Xia Jing. Second brother. Qianqian, do not fear. Second brother is here. Second brother, does your hand hurt? Xia Qianqian gazed at his bloodied wrist, filled with concern. She leaned closer, blowing gently on the injury. The pain has flown away. Thank you, Qianqian. Second brother does not hurt. Chang'e smiled at the scene before him and started the car. At the police station's entrance, Chang'e drove directly inside. The officers immediately rushed out to intervene, and as soon as he stepped out, one drew a weapon aimed at him. Chang'e raised his hands and dropped the fruit knife on the ground. I am here to surrender. He walked to the back, opened the car door, and Xia Jing emerged, cradling the child. Xia Jing approached the officers, while the others remained vigilant towards Chang'e. As he passed by, Chang'e lowered his head. Next, I'm counting on you. A gentleman's word is hard to retract. The police immediately shielded Xia Jing and the child, then rushed forward to subdue Chang'e. There's another one in the car. Is this the person you kidnapped? Impossible. This is my accomplice. Xia Qianqian observed the scene, feeling a complex mixture of emotions. This Chang'e, though appearing fierce, was merely a father taking risks for his child. Naturally, this does not absolve him of his transgressions. The Xia family received the news and hurriedly arrived one after another. Mom. Chapter 187. Voluntary plea for mercy, bewitched by the spirit. Xia Qianqian opened her arms towards Lu Wen and leaped into her embrace, hearing Lu Wen's heart racing. Qianqian, Xia Jing. Lu Wen held Xia Qianqian in one arm and wrapped the other around Xia Jing. The two were quietly held in her embrace, without any movement. After a while, Lu Wen trembled slightly before releasing them. Mom was very worried. Fortunately, you are safe. Upon speaking, she noticed Xia Jing's wrist. What happened to your wrist? Does it hurt? Xia Jing shook his head, stating he had already treated it simply. Afterward, he turned to the others behind her. Xia Qianqian stepped forward, patting his shoulder. It is good that you are fine. Your mother and I were very concerned about you both. By the way, brother, I have something to ask of you. Xia Yu approached and embraced them before nodding for him to speak. I hope you can assist me in contacting the best rehabilitation team in the country regarding congenital heart disease. What do you intend to do? The person willing to help me has a child the same age as Qianqian. I promised him I would help find a professional medical team for his child. And only then did he agree to betray Lu Ru. All right, I will assist you in getting in touch. After Xia Yu spoke, he immediately pulled out his phone and stepped aside to contact someone. Qianqian, Fuing looked at the child in Lu Wen's arms, finally feeling a sense of relief. Brother, Fuing. Noticing his grim expression, Xia Qianqian took the initiative to explain. Thank you. Xia Jing nodded at him, gratitude evident on his face. Xia Qianqian directly reached out her hand, and Fuing took her from Lu Wen's embrace. Brother. Fuing, thank you. But why did you suddenly come to find me? She recalled that Fuing had not mentioned anything about coming earlier. Here's a gift for you. Fuing said, pulling out an item from his pocket. Xia Qianqian looked at the shimmering pendant, her heart filled with joy as she reached out to receive it. Wow. Thank you, I adore this. She held it close, unable to part with it. Fuing gazed at her soft profile, warmth flooding his heart, and he couldn't resist planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Let go of me. A commotion erupted outside the door, drawing everyone's attention. Mo Rume was brought to the police station by the officers, and upon seeing them, she abruptly halted. Fuing let out a cold snort. Surveying her from head to toe, Mo Rume's complexion paled, and she rushed forward, prompting the officers to swiftly restrain her. Lu Wen, it's all my fault. I was momentarily bewitched by your sister's deceitful words. I swear, I never did anything to Qianqian. I just made a mistake in judgment. You can't let them take me away. I am your biological mother, and I am also Qianqian and Xia Jing's grandmother. Mo Rume struggled, and the officers hesitated at her words. Lu Wen exchanged a glance with the officers, nodding slightly, and they released their grip, allowing Mo Rume to approach her. Lu Wen, I truly didn't expect Lu Ru to do such a thing to Qianqian. I only agreed because she said she wanted to take Qianqian out to play. And look, I ended up being deceived by Lu Ru myself. Xia Qianqian stood protectively in front of Lu Wen and the others, irritation evident on his face. You seem rather confused, considering your age. How could you lie so blatantly? If you're going to fabricate excuses, at least come up with something better. Chapter 188, Severing Ties. No retreat. Lu Wen positioned herself behind Fuing and stepped forward to stand beside Xia Qianqian. Let's not say anything further. I will not yield on this matter. She understood that, legally, it might be challenging to judge the collaboration between her biological mother and sister in kidnapping a child. However, she was determined to ensure that Lu Ru and Mo Rume faced consequences. Endless forbearance would only lead to further harm to her family, especially to Qianqian. She was aware of 3 incidents already. If she continued to allow this, who could guarantee that Mo Rume wouldn't resort to even more extreme actions? Lu Wen, you cannot treat me this way. I am your mother. Be careful, or I will sue you. Mo Rume seemed to crack under pressure, recognizing Lu Wen's resolve, and immediately tore off her facade. Lu Wen's face turned ashen. Go ahead and sue. I will not show mercy. Sister, brother-in-law, I was wrong. Lu Ru, having awakened at some point, shouted amidst the commotion. Sister, I didn't kidnap her. I just took her out to play, I swear. Lu Wen clenched her fists, her anger surging. Enough. Everyone be quiet. She looked around, her gaze landing on the stunned Mo Rume, and stepped forward slowly. You claim to be my mother, yet how have you acted all these years? This time, I will not back down. I will not allow you to take advantage of me any longer. With that, Lu Wen strode towards the hall exit. Xia Qianqian quickly followed, leaving the others in the hall, their expressions cold as they observed the two. Mo Rume, with a sudden burst of energy, dashed after her. Lu Wan, I apologize. I want to sue you. Lu Wan shook off her hand, staring at Mo Rume's cowering demeanor, feeling an unfamiliarity. Mommy, I'd rather not have such a mother. Don't be sad. Very well, I will not sue you, but I require you to sign documents severing our relationship. Do you agree? Upon hearing that she wouldn't be sued, Mo Rume nodded eagerly, showing no concern for the implications of what she was signing. Lu Wan looked to Xia Qianqian, who immediately understood and called for the secretary. The document for severing their relationship was swiftly delivered. Lu Wan stood in the police station's hall, inviting the officers to witness. Today, I, Lu Wan, sever ties with you, Mo Rume, due to your repeated harm toward my child. Do you acknowledge this? Mo Rume hesitated, wanting to say something, but upon seeing the expressions around her, she quickly nodded. Holding the document, Lu Wan felt an immense weight lifted from her shoulders. The two figures of the Lu family, once a burden, had now vanished. In a jubilant mood, she embraced Xia Qianqian, planting kisses on her. Qianqian, from now on, Mommy only has you. The others gathered around her, surrounding her as they moved outside. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ru felt as though the sky was falling. Chapter 189, Warm Hospitality. A heated argument. Xia Qianqian donned a pink princess dress, a crown atop her head, as Fuing held her in his arms. Brother. Fuing nodded, accustomed to Xia Qianqian's sweet calls. What would you like to eat? He surveyed the sumptuous dinner laid out before him, along with the mound of food on his plate, feeling somewhat amused. Everyone, you don't need to serve me anymore. Being young, he found it awkward to toast, so he expressed his enthusiasm in this manner. Xia Qianqian silently placed the beef from the communal chopsticks onto his own plate, offering a sheepish smile. Fuing, please eat at your leisure. Don't hesitate to let us know if you want anything. Fuing did not argue. I will. What does Qianqian want? He looked down at Xia Qianqian, who shook her head while holding her bottle. The food on the table was unsuitable for her palate. If you want something, just call for your brother. She nodded, releasing her grip, and the bottle emitted bubbly sounds. Fuing, you can eat. Don't worry about me. Only then did Fuing turn his attention to savoring the food on his plate. After the meal, everyone gathered around the sofa, discussing the events of the day. I feel that Mo Rume is not the type to simply give up after signing a document. Previously, she relied on Mommy's support, spending lavishly each month. Now that she lacks Mommy's funds, if she tries to work on her own, she might have second thoughts. Lu Wan knew Mo Rume's nature well, and understood Xia Qianqian's words were accurate. However, that document could serve as leverage to drive Mo Rume away when necessary. Let her cling on. It was still preferable to leaving her in the Xia family to harm Xia Qianqian and the others. If Mo Rume appears again, Mom, you must call us immediately. Xia Qianqian nodded, agreeing with Xia Yu's statement. Dear, if you and the other ladies cannot handle it, just call security to have them escort her away. Lu Wan nodded in agreement with Xia Qianqian's suggestion. Don't worry, no one will be able to harm Qianqian again. It was all Mommy's fault for repeatedly yielding that gave them the opportunity to hurt you. Mommy apologizes. Xia Qianqian shook her head repeatedly. Mommy, this is not your fault. It is Mo Rume's fault. Don't apologize for her. The others chimed in, urging her not to take the blame, as this matter was not primarily Lu Wan's fault. The Xia family was filled with warmth, while the other side presented a starkly different scene. Lu Ru sat pale-faced in the living room, while Mo Rume, with a cold expression, was feeding Lu Hai. Mom, how much money do you have left? Money, money, money. If it weren't for you, would we be in this predicament? Lu Ru's eyes widened. Mom, what do you mean? Did you not agree at that time as well? Mo Rume slammed down the spoon. How can you say that? If it weren't for me threatening to sever ties, you'd still be rotting in jail. And it's all your fault for coming up with such a terrible idea. Now what? Where will Lu Hai go to school? There's South no better place than that school. What about my monthly expenses? You blame me? Why didn't you stop me back then? Now that it's done, you're just playing the blame game. Lu Ru slammed the table, and Mo Rume stood up, delivering a sharp slap to her face. Shut up. Chapter 190. Accumulated Resentment. A disturbance at the iron gate. The sting of pain radiated from her left cheek as Lu Ru glared at her with reddened eyes. Lu Hai furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Grandma, I do not wish to attend another school. I believe this school is quite excellent. Please think of a way. Mo Rume set down her bowl and assured him, Grandma will find solution. Focus on your studies. I do not wish to eat anymore. You may have it. Lu Hai remarked before leaving the sofa to play with his toys. Lu Ru's gaze followed him, noticing a plethora of new toys in the corner. These items were all sent over in one go by Lu Wen's assistant, although she had not taken this apartment based on their previous expenditures. Once Lu Wen halted the financial support, they would likely struggle to even pay the electricity bill within 3 months. Mom, I am sorry. Liu Rutanium cautiously approached Molybdane Rutanium May. How much money do we have left? You must tell me, so I can plan accordingly and look for suitable work. I cannot let you truly go hungry, can I? Mo Ru May's expression softened somewhat, but she had never grasped the concept of saving money. The funds provided by Lu Wen were spent almost immediately. Presently, a rough estimate amounted to merely several tens of thousands. You should sell the jewelry and bags your sister gifted you at the second-hand market, she suggested. But what about yours, Mom? Let us keep them for emergencies. Lu Ru felt an urge to scold her, but restrained herself, fearing Mo Ru May would cast her out. Days passed, and Xia Qianqian began to speak more and more. Qianqian, come and taste what Mommy has made. Lu Wen called, holding a small bowl filled with yellow squares interspersed with intricate green lines. Xia Qianqian hesitated before grabbing one. Mommy, what are these green lines? Why do they look so strange? Qianqian, this is spinach egg cake. You need to eat spinach to grow strong. Lu Wen lifted her and placed her in the child's dining chair. Xia Qianqian nodded and popped the spinach egg cake in her mouth, pleasantly surprised by the taste. Lu Wen had not prepared much. Each piece was roughly the size of half her palm, totaling 5. Thank you, Mommy. Lu Wen smiled warmly, reaching out to ruffle her hair. You are wonderful, Qianqian. Eat slowly. Tomorrow, Mommy will make you spinach yam rolls. Mommy, I think I've eaten spinach for 7 days. Lu Wen's smile faltered. Had she truly fed Xia Qianqian spinach for so many days? She had no recollection of it. Perhaps she should change the recipe tomorrow to avoid making Qianqian tire of spinach at such a young age. She resolved to keep smiling as she watched her eat. The portions were small, and Xia Qianqian dutifully finished them all, even stuffing the last piece in her mouth when a wail suddenly echoed from outside the door. Startled, Xia Qianqian jumped and began to hiccup. Mom, hiccup. Oh my goodness, who is that? You startled me. They approached the door, where a figure was outside, pointing and scolding the aunt incessantly. Chapter 191. Weeping at the door. Malicious intent, Mo Rume. What is she doing here? It seems she is intent on pestering us, the aunt thought, having been instructed long ago not to let Mo Rume in. Despite her attempts to reason, Mo Ru may refuse to leave. Let Lu Wen come out. How can you, an aunt, represent the family? The aunt, growing impatient, replied firmly, Ms. Mo, I apologize, but this is the family's request. They do not wish to see you right now, so please leave. Mo Ru May persisted, attempting to push through the iron gate to grab hold of the aunt, who quickly stepped back. Ms. Mo, I must insist you refrain from physical actions. Call Lu Wen out. When the aunt showed no sign of compliance, even contemplating leaving, Mo Ru May suddenly sat on the ground, wailing. Oh dear, how pitiful is the heart of a parent. My husband and I worked tirelessly to support our daughter's education, only for her to marry into a wealthy family and abandon her own mother, refusing to acknowledge me. This is unjust. Oh heavens, open your eyes and see. My poor grandson can no longer attend school. Mo Rume's voice was loud, drawing the attention of passing vehicles, which slowed down to observe. Lu Wen, in the living room, sighed at how shameless Mo Rume was, willing to sacrifice her dignity for money. Mommy, call security. The aunt nodded, ignoring Mo Rume. Yet, the wailing grew louder, as if she were trying to bring the sky down with her cries. Lu Wen called security, and soon several individuals in black uniforms appeared to escort Mo Rume away. You cannot chase me out. I am Lu Wen's mother. Do you know who Lu Wen is? She is the wife of Xia Qianqian and the boss of the Xia family. I am her biological mother. Mo Rume stepped back, pointing at the security personnel and shouting, I dare you to lay a hand on me. If you take me away today, I will ensure you regret it tomorrow. The security guards exchanged glances, realizing the owner had not specified that she was his biological mother. We have severed ties as certified, so you're no longer my mother. If you wish to avoid being forcibly removed by security, it would be wise to leave now, Luwen interjected. Mo Rume immediately lunged at Luwen, crying out, Luwen, you cannot treat me this way. It is merely a piece of paper. What does it signify? I was wrong. I apologize. As she attempted to kneel, the attentive security swiftly restrained her. Madam, please leave with us. Since the relationship has been severed, you can no longer be considered a mother. How can it not count? I bore her for 10 months. Her blood flows through my veins. Mo Rume continued to create a scene, but Luwen's expression darkened. You only come for money. What happened to all the money I previously gave you? Over 100,000 each month for so many years, and you saved not a single cent? Not to mention those jewelry and bags. Mo Rume awkwardly scratched her cheek. She spent every penny she received and had saved nothing. Moreover, had she not been deceived by that person, she would not need to beg like this. Luwen, I have said I was wrong. We are family. You do not need to be so ruthless. Chapter 192. Ejected from the door. Encountering a strange person, those who kidnap my daughter cannot be considered family. Luwen retorted loudly, causing the security guards to stare in shock. Mo Rume, feeling humiliated, scurried away in a huff. If she comes back again, do not let her in. Understood, understood. It was our oversight. Luwen said nothing, having previously neglected to inform them that Mo Rume was registered and could enter freely. Henceforth, she should no longer be able to cause trouble in the villa area. However, no one anticipated that she would soon create an even greater disturbance. After Mo Rume's uproar, Luwen lost interest in doing anything else, merely holding Xia Qianqian and watching her play with her toys. Mommy, do not be sad. Look at the little flower I made for you. Xia Qianqian crafted a large red flower from twist ties, its size nearly matching her face. Here, Mommy. Luwen gazed at the oversized flower, momentarily amused and bewildered. She accepted the flower and embraced Xia Qianqian, showering her with kisses. Thank you, Qianqian. Mommy loves it. After walking a short distance, her phone rang again. Mom, do you have the money yet? Money, money, money. Why the rush? Mom, I am currently working 2 jobs daily to repay your debts. I told you that person was unreliable, yet you insisted on following and making those investments. Now look, the house is sold. Am I your mother, or are you mine? When did it become your place to lecture me? Mo Rume's voice quivered, but she could not help but retort loudly. You are merely a back-seat driver. Why didn't you stop me then? Lu ceased her speech, and Mo Rume, in a fit of rage, abruptly terminated the call. As she rounded the corner, unable to contain her anger, she kicked the wall twice, wincing in pain as she hopped about, clutching her leg. Nearby, a man observed this scene and quietly approached. Ms. Mo, greetings, he said. Montakolmai, started. Stepped aside and inquired, who are you? Here's my business card. I have heard that you are the biological mother of Luwen, yet she has chosen to shut you out. Mo Rume glanced at the card, noting the name Jiangze, which contained only a name and a phone number, nothing more. What do you want? She demanded. I understand you are in financial distress and have accumulated significant debts, he replied. Mo Rume eyed him warily, scanning her surroundings, contemplating an escape to a less populated area. Ms. Mo, I possess a solution that can alleviate your debts and even secure alimony from the Xia family. What do you think? Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. What are you proposing? Nothing too complicated, merely a small favor. Mo Rume hesitated, recalling a previous deception. Should she risk being fooled again? I will give you 3 days to consider. If you decide to proceed, you may contact me using the number on the card, and I will guide you on the necessary steps. With that, Jiangze turned and departed, sliding into a car parked nearby. Prior to leaving, he made a gesture as if to indicate a call. What could this Jiangze be asking her to do? In the dead of night, residing in a cramped rental unit, the cacophony of passing vehicles was a constant disturbance. Lu Hai slept restlessly while Mo Rume quietly observed him. She could not allow Lu Hai to continue living in such conditions or attending that dilapidated school. On the day of Mo Rume's unexpected appearance, it seemed merely coincidental. In the following days, Xia Qianqian thrived in a state of joy. She accompanied Xia Qianqian to his workplace, where he diligently tended to his responsibilities while she played with her toys on a blanket in the corner. Suddenly, the office door swung open as the secretary rushed in, her flustered demeanor unsettling Xia Qianqian. "What is the matter?" he asked. Xia Qianqian, intrigued, abandoned her toy to lean over the railing and watch. "Daddy, I want to see too." Xia Qianqian took the tablet from the secretary, revealing an interview video titled, "The Xia Corporation's President's Wife Abandons Her Biological Mother, a Degradation of Morality or a Distortion of Humanity." The video featured Mo Rume. Her eyes reddened as she accused Lu Wen and Xia Qianqian of their misdeeds while showcasing her current squalid living conditions. The comments section was already rife with one-sided accusations. Xia Qianqian's expression darkened as he asked, "When did this begin?" He set down the tablet, finally recognizing the longing in Xia Qianqian's eyes, and embraced her. "I checked the timestamps. It was released at 8 this morning, during peak traffic. Initially, the public relations department overlooked it, and it was only half an hour later that they attempted to suppress it, seemingly facing resistance." Xia Qianqian lay on the desk, the tablet positioned before her, feigning curiosity as she tapped it, causing the content to refresh. If the Xia family treats their own mother this way, how can they genuinely care about us consumers? I must say, I have never encountered such shameless individuals. They have prospered, yet allow their mother to dwell in such a wretched place. It is disheartening. I know where the Xia family resides, in a renowned villa district. Just days ago, I witnessed her pleading with President Xia to let her in. This is undoubtedly a premeditated smear campaign. Everything she claims has nothing to do with us. Mo Rume asserted that they had not provided her with financial assistance and had coerced her into signing a severance agreement. Left with no alternatives, she sought the reporter's aid, hoping to secure alimony for her later years. Mother provided ample funds, which she squandered. That money was more than enough to ensure her comfort for the rest of her life. Xia Qianqian exclaimed in frustration as Mo Rume continued her pitiful accusations. She slammed her palm against the tablet, only to have her hand grasped by Xia Qianqian. "Qianqian, the tablet is too hard. You mustn't strike it. Dad, this matter must be resolved swiftly or will undoubtedly impact the company's stock prices. Investigate who is behind this." Xia Qianqian suspected that the Xia family's recent prosperity had incited jealousy, leading to this trap. "Understood. I will handle it right away." As the secretary departed, Xia Yu entered the office, expressing concern. "Dad, Qianqian has been exposed." The tablet displayed Xia Qianqian's photo. The Xia family had previously kept Xia Qianqian's appearance private to shield her from undue attention. However, while the family was distracted, someone had taken advantage of the situation to undermine her. Was it Mo Rume again? It was uncertain, but I had already arranged for public relations to stabilize public sentiment and assured them a definitive response would be forthcoming. Xia Yu's timely arrangements temporarily assuaged some investors' anxieties, preventing drastic fluctuations in the stock market. The images appear to be candid shots, capturing moments of Mo Rume accompanying Xia Qianqian to the mall, as well as other outings. It was evident that this individual had been tailing them for quite some time. Xia Qianqian pondered for a moment, perusing the tablet's content. It stated that Mo Rume had come to the Xia household to care for Xia Qianqian, but was dismissed for not adhering to their conditions. Additionally, it portrayed Xia Qianqian as a child with a notoriously bad temperament, disinterested in food, prone to hair pulling, and violent behavior. Curiosity surrounding Xia Qianqian's age and appearance led some to exploit this intrigue, revealing her photos. Envious individuals began to attack her based on her looks and various aspects of her life. Xia Qianqian's anger flared, while Mo Rume's involvement with others was inconsequential. Dragging Xia Qianqian into this was intolerable. "Father, we must act swiftly to clarify our position. The severance agreement details the reasons for the termination, and we might leverage that." Xia Qianqian's argument held weight. Rumors spread effortlessly, yet dispelling them required considerable effort. "Father, what if we conduct a live stream to clarify everything? It would be direct and expedient, allowing for close interaction with the audience." Xia Qianqian and Xia Yu exchanged glances, both finding merit in her suggestion. "Father, the Public Relations Department just messaged me, indicating that a live broadcast will be the most effective means of addressing the situation." Xia Yu typed something on his phone, And soon the secretary arrived with the necessary live streaming equipment and documentation. Upon entering, the secretary brought alarming news regarding escalating public scrutiny. Current online discourse had begun to implicate recent projects by the Xia Corporation, with numerous netizens questioning the quality of their products and demanding transparency regarding production processes. Perhaps we can choose a minor, inconsequential step in the factory for the live stream backdrop. Let us proceed as the audience desires. Retrieve the detailed documentation for that segment, and we will conduct the live stream in a less critical area of the factory, showcasing a portion of the production process. Xia Qianqian's request was readily met, and the secretary hurried to make arrangements. Shortly thereafter, good news arrived. Xia Qianqian, accompanied by Xia Yu and several senior executives, descended to the parking garage, only to encounter a throng of reporters waiting at the entrance. Xia Yu swiftly contacted security to block their path, successfully preventing the frenzied journalist from pressing forward. Is it true that President Xia mistreats his mother-in-law? Is this the child Xia Qianqian in your hands? It is said that she has a vile character, and her mother-in-law suffers mistreatment when she misbehaves. Is this accurate? Dear all, the company's official account has released the live stream link, and your queries will soon be addressed. Chapter 195. The Reversal of Public Opinion. A few individuals successfully boarded their vehicles and departed, while journalists hurriedly opened their phones to locate the official account, and indeed, they discovered a live stream link. Upon entering, they found hundreds of thousands of viewers already waiting. Although it was still working hours, nothing could deter the curious onlookers from joining the excitement. The live stream remained dark, with no broadcast yet, only countless viewers eagerly sending messages. In no time, a chaotic exchange of insults ensued. Just as the altercation escalated, the live stream lit up. A factory flashed by, and in the next moment, the camera focused on a delicate and adorable child who was holding a phone and being cradled by a man. Oh, what a lovely baby. Who is this? They say the official account is featuring child. I want this one. Damn it. I can tell at a glance that this is my daughter. Xia Qianqian observed the barrage of comments with amusement, unable to suppress her laughter. The barrage intensified, drowning out the previous insults. As the live stream transitioned, Xia Qianqian was also required to don work attire. Naturally, she was too small, and the outfit wrapped around her, making her look like a little white ball. The live stream was positioned not far from the production line, and Xia Qianqian stood before the camera to greet the viewers. With everything else in place, Xia Yu held Xia Qianqian in front of the camera. Greetings, I am Xia Qianqian, the president of Xia Corporation. This is my eldest son, Xia Yu, and in his arms is my youngest daughter, Xia Qianqian. The reason for our hasty live broadcast today is to clarify the rumors circulating about Xia Corporation online. First and foremost, regarding the accusations made by Ms. Mo Rume against my wife and me. After stating this, he glanced at the camera just as Lu hurried in, her wavy hair cascading forward. She wore a white work uniform, a seemingly ordinary color that she managed to wear exceptionally well. She stepped confidently in front of the camera, and Xia Qianqian immediately grasped her hands. She greeted everyone with charm. For a moment, the barrage paused, only to erupt again. Sister-in-law, I am President Xia. Step aside. Have you gone mad? What are they saying? Why can't I hear clearly? How come every member of the Xia family is so good-looking? However, they paid no heed to the comments. After Lu arrived, Xia Qianqian continued his speech. The reason Ms. Mo Rume severed ties with my wife, Lu, is threefold. Firstly, she once took advantage of everyone's attention to push my daughter into the swimming pool when she was merely 8 months old. Had it not been for someone's timely intervention, my daughter might have suffered a grave fate. Secondly, she deceived us, using other relatives from the Lu family as an excuse to borrow a substantial amount of cash, which was later returned after her relatives confronted her. Thirdly, in collusion with her daughter Lu Ru, she kidnapped my daughter Qianqian and my second son Xia Jing. This is not a baseless accusation. We have complete police reports documenting the incident. Ultimately, this is the reason for our severed relationship. She sought to cut ties in exchange for Lu when not pursuing legal action against her for the kidnapping of Qianqian, thereby evading legal consequences. After Xia Qianqian finished speaking, Xia Qianqian could not help but clap her hands and giggle. Where did all those who were hurling insults go? Why are they silent now? Indeed, what happened to those wishing death upon the Xia family? Chapter 196. You cannot be unfaithful. Xia Qianqian displayed documents and surveillance footage clearly showing Mo Rume pushing Xia Qianqian into the pool. The internet erupted in chaos. Lu Wen also retained the transaction records, which showed a significant amount of money transferred, and the timing of the transactions was exceedingly tight. Under normal circumstances, Mo Rume should not have been in such dire financial straits. The barrage gradually shifted sides, discussing production issues. Xia Qianqian directly showcased a portion of the production process. Holding Xia Qianqian in his arms, he pointed to the items on the production line, saying, "Wonderful. Qianqian likes it." Her vocabulary and short phrases were rapidly expanding. The Xia family understood the reason for Xia Qianqian's accelerated development, yet they did not interfere, allowing her to grow freely. "Grandma's bad. Qianqian doesn't tea like her," she said, blinking her eyes at the camera. The barrage went wild, exclaiming how incredibly adorable Xia Qianqian was. Some, quick on the draw, renamed themselves after her hats, coats, toys, and so forth. This group surged forward, dominating a third of the barrage. "Qianqian, Daddy has organized a lottery. 30 lucky winners will receive 10,000 yuan in cash. You will press the lottery button." Viewers were taken aback. After tuning in for a clarification live stream, they were surprised to find a chance to win money, which only heightened their enthusiasm. Once the lottery link was released, it was inundated. However, the Xia Corporation provided ample time, and after introducing the factory, Xia Yu finally brought forth a mobile phone, holding in front of Xia Qianqian. "Qianqian, press it. The program is already set up." Xia Qianqian took the phone and leaned closer to the live stream camera. "Qianqian is here." The audience erupted in adoration, chanting for Xia Qianqian to choose them. With a smile, Xia Qianqian revealed her sweet dimples and pressed the button on the screen. The program ran for a moment before displaying 30 names. A few gathered to take a look, some bemused. Xia Yu took the phone and began announcing the names. Among the 30 winners, about 10 were named after Xia Qianqian. As the live broadcast ended, a small wave of Xia Qianqian's fans began to emerge online, self-organizing to create a dedicated space for discussing all things related to her. Of course, this was merely a fraction of what the live stream had brought forth. The internet buzzed with news about Xia Corporation, and discussions regarding Mo Rume being abandoned transformed from meaningless accusations into countless rebuttals. Observing the barrage of insults directed at her on her phone, Mo Rume panicked. You promised. I followed your instructions. You would give me money, and I could still get a large sum from Lu Wen." Jiang Zhe felt a surge of agitation, realizing he had underestimated Mo Rume's previous actions within the Xia family. Had he been aware, he would not have used her as a tool to undermine them. Yet, here she was, clamoring for money. "I never expected you to be so malicious. I thought you had some utility." Jiang Zhe stood up, and Mo Rume hurriedly followed. "Mr. Jiang, you cannot be unfaithful." He halted, perplexed. "What do we agree upon? Your words are quite amusing. I cannot comprehend your meaning." Mo Rume was struck dumb, frozen in place, suddenly appearing much older. Chapter 197. Making Faces in Mockery. After the events went public across the internet, Mo Rume was initially too afraid to go out, fearing recognition and being branded a murderer. The daily expenses for the three of them fell entirely on Lu Ru. This burden caused her immense frustration, constantly yearning to escape this household. However, Mo Rume kept a close watch on her, frequently calling to inquire about her whereabouts, terrified that she might run away and disrupt her own life. In her attempts to repay her debts, Mo Rume sought help from her sister and relatives of the Lu family, but was unable to gather sufficient funds. Consequently, Lu Hai had to go to the countryside for school, distancing himself from Xia Qianqian and the others. Meanwhile, life for the Xia family improved significantly. Following the last live stream, Xia Corporation briefly gained immense popularity online, and Xia Qianqian was heralded as the most adorable child. However, Xia Qianqian paid no further attention to these matters. "Brother, how about we go to the Fu family for dinner tonight?" Xia Jing looked at him quizzically. "Is a banquet?" "Indeed, it is a rather whimsical banquet." Fu Qing is oblivious to the underlying significance of this gathering. However, since Fu Shan has entrusted him with the task of distributing invitations, he dutifully complies. Not only is he burdened with academic obligations, but also with the courses that Fu Shun has arranged for him. Fu Shun's regard for him is unexpectedly flattering. It has come to his attention that the Yongding shopping mall project is being undertaken by the Fu family. Indeed, but it seems Fu Shun is the one he favors. Recently, Fu Shun's actions suggest a desire to maintain equilibrium in his dealings. "Hello, brother." Xia Qianqian nestled in his embrace, gazing up at him with her large, unblinking eyes. Fu Qing chuckled softly, producing an invitation and tucking it into Xia Qianqian's hands. "Shall we go out and play this evening?" "All right." Fu Qing resumed his conversation with Xia Jing, while Xia Qianqian pondered the so-called Yongding shopping mall project. She recalled that the original text had mentioned this mall as an ideal venture, destined for great success with substantial annual revenue. However, the initial development of this mall had proven particularly arduous, encountering numerous challenges. Many doubted the viability of this project, nearly leading it to be abandoned entirely. If Fu Qing were to take charge, resolving these issues would undoubtedly earn him Fu Shun's esteem, thus altering the outcome that the original narrative foretold. That evening, Fu Qing brought Xia Qianqian along, with the Xia family following closely behind. "Mr. Fu, it has been a while." Fu Shun greeted warmly, while Xia Chonghua and Xia Yu lingered to engage in conversation with him. Fu Qing stood nearby, while Lu Wen ventured toward another group. "Mr. Xia, it has been a while. The Xia family has been flourishing lately." "You flatter me, Mr. Fu." "It cannot be said so. Mr. Xia is modest." "Gulme, let's have a good conversation tonight." Fu Yuan lingered a step behind, standing beside Fu Qing, his expression less than amiable. "How amusing. I never expected the Xia family to be so close to you." Xia Qianqian shot him a glare, raising her hand to make a silly face. In Chapter 198, taking on the project, Fu Yuan's demeanor darkened, and before he could respond, Fu Qing casually remarked, "She is still a child." The statement left him momentarily speechless, his face flushing with indignation as he glared at Fu Qing and strode ahead. In the reception room, it was inevitable that the project would be discussed. Xia Qianqian, relishing her fruit, noticed Fu Shun's gaze frequently settling on Fu Qing, a sense of urgency arising within her. "Fu Qing, you must speak up. This project is essential." The Yongding shopping mall later became a landmark, generating impressive annual revenue. Although the current assessment is average, it is bound to shine in the future. Fu Qing felt a peculiar sensation after hearing her. Xia Qianqian was indeed assisting him. "Father, I believe it is premature to draw conclusions regarding the Yongding shopping mall project." Fu Shun did not seem angered and inquired, "Then, what do you propose?" "The officials have currently halted development there. If we persist, do you truly believe we will see a glimmer of hope?" Of course, it should not be long before news emerges that the municipal center is looking to relocate. The current municipal center is outdated and cannot meet the growing demands of governance. Thus, the mall's construction there is quite rational. "Indeed, father. Have you not heard the rumors circulating that the municipal center is in search of a new location? Why do you think the government suddenly ceased development there?" Fu Shun pondered this, finding it reasonable. The original intent was to establish a commercial hub, but a change in direction would not be unexpected. "How did you come by this information?" "Is that so?" Fu Shun had been inebriated that day and could not recall whether Mr. Zheng had indeed made such a statement. However, Fu Qing's serious expression suggested he would not deceive himself. Furthermore, business often involves being at the forefront, reaping the initial benefits and advantages. This, too, is a part of the inherent risks. Fu Shun rose, beckoning him forward. "Everyone, I need to discuss a few matters with my child. What are your thoughts on the other issues regarding the Yongding shopping mall?" Fu Qing had already been apprised of these matters and had formulated responses, articulating them eloquently. Fu Shun nodded in approval. "Very well. If I were to entrust this project to you, would you manage it competently?" "I believe I can." Fu Shun regarded him with admiration. "Excellent. You are indeed my son, full of ambition. This project will be entrusted to you. Should any issues arise during the process, I will not offer assistance, but feel free to request personnel if needed." Fu Qing nodded affirmatively. "No problem." After their conversation concluded, Fu Shun departed first, while Fu Qing remained with Xia Qianqian, watching him leave. "Qianqian, your brother will likely be busier from now on. I hope that when you are busy, you won't forget your brother." Xia Qianqian raised her hand to pat his cheek. "Brother kiss." Fu Qing pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, feeling grateful. Had it not been for her encouragement, he might not have pursued this project so vigorously. Subsequently, it would surely fall into Fu Shan's hands, making his position within the Fu family even more precarious. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead for this project, he would not relent. In Chapter 199, Facing Difficulties, Fu Qing became increasingly occupied, resulting in fewer opportunities for Xia Qianqian to see him. What happened? Luwen approached, perplexed. Mother, it is not about company matters. It concerns Fu Qing. What about Fu Qing? She recalled Xia Qianqian mentioning the importance of winning Fu Qing's favor, for he would be a significant figure in the future. The project Fu Qing is overseeing seems to be encountering issues and has been ordered to halt operations for inspection. Xia Qianqian, wide-eyed, turned to Xia Yu and, upon meeting his gaze, immediately raised her hands. Elder brother. Xia Yu scooped her up. What is it? Do you miss your elder brother? Elder brother. I want to see Fu Qing. Why has the project been halted for inspection? What could be the reason for the suspension? Luwen inquired, intrigued. Allegations of cutting corners have been reported, and currently, all fingers point to Fu Qing. Cutting corners? Xia Qianqian recalled that there had indeed been such an incident. Elder brother, please take me to find Fu Qing. The two exchanged glances, and Xia Yu nodded. Xia Yu, you should go check. Fu Qing is close to us. It would be prudent to assist him during such a time. Xia Qianqian nodded fervently. Elder brother, I want to see my brother. Xia Yu playfully tapped her nose. It seems Xia Qianqian also wishes to see Fu Qing. Then let us go together. He led them to the Yongding shopping mall project, and upon arrival, they witnessed a group of uniformed individuals surrounding Fu Qing. He was engaged in conversation, momentarily unaware of their presence. Fu Qing. He is the project leader, surnamed Wang from before. He was dissatisfied with Fu Shan sending a mere child, feeling that he was losing the benefits he could have reaped, and thus deliberately sabotaged the materials. The genuine materials have been sold off at a low price. We must check his phone immediately. There should still be chat records with the buyers. Xia Qianqian anxiously observed Fu Qing, who, from afar, heard the commotion. Qianqian, why have you come? Fu Qing beckoned the two over. We heard there was trouble here, quite serious, and thought we might be able to help. Thank you. Fu Qing smiled at Xia Qianqian, causing her expression to falter. Why does Fu Qing smile so charmingly? We must resolve the current issue. Have you found the true culprit? Fu Qing nodded. I have found him. He silently recited the name of the project leader, Wang Xing. Upon his arrival, he had sensed Wang's underlying hostility. Little did he know that Wang would jeopardize the entire project for his own selfish desires. Bring Wang Xing to me. I have matters to discuss with him. Master Fu is not in the office, and the phone is unreachable. Then I shall go directly to his residence. I recall it is merely a 15-minute journey from here. The individual hastily departed, while Fu Qing ushered a group of people to a makeshift office. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with me for a moment. I will provide you with a definitive response regarding this matter. Young Master Fu, we did not wish to be here. It was due to a direct report to the higher authorities that we had no choice but to come. To our surprise, the random inspection revealed serious deficiencies. Chapter 200. Misappropriation of duties. This situation is a result of my negligence in management. Fu Qing exchanged a few words with the individual, and as seconds ticked by, Xia Qianqian anxiously gazed towards the door. The man named Wang Xing should be the one who compromised quality. Why has he not yet arrived? Did he not say he lived nearby? Fu Qing, indeed the formidable figure, thought to himself that had he arrived a little later, he might have missed seeing him deal with the pests within the company. The smile on Fu Qing's lips remained, for without her assistance, he would likely require several more days. However, those few days had already sufficed for the news of Yongding shopping mall's use of inferior materials to spread. Consequently, once Yongding shopping mall opened its doors, it would leave an impression of unreliability. This poses a significant risk. No amount of financial resources can suppress such an issue indefinitely, and it may erupt at any moment. The only solution is to eradicate this danger entirely. Young Master Fu, the person has arrived. Wang Xing, appearing drowsy, stepped in and upon noticing the crowd staring at him, awkwardly ran his fingers through his hair. What is this about? He glanced around at the uniformed figures, quickly deducing the cause. Undoubtedly, the issue concerning the inferior materials had come to light. Yet, He had executed his actions with extreme discretion, ensuring that few were aware. The quality materials had been dispatched before they even arrived. Surely, there should be no problems. He reassured himself and raised his head, casting a dismissive glance at Fuing. Wang Xing, I require your phone for a moment. I need to access certain files on it. Wang Xing instinctively tightened his grasp on his phone, suddenly recalling that the buyer had confirmed the delivery address with him just yesterday. If he were to release it now, would he not be inviting trouble? Young Master Fu, I apologize. I was in such a rush that I forgot my phone. Deceit. Your pants pockets are not a loose fit. I can clearly see the outline of your phone. Fuing chuckled lightly, gesturing towards his pocket. Wang Xing, are you certain? Wang Xing followed his gaze downward, only to realize that he was wearing a fitted style today, making the phone's shape apparent to anyone. Young Master Fu, this phone is my personal privacy. I do not believe I should hand it over casually. I shall not pry into your privacy. I merely require access to the specific content I seek. What do you mean by that? Wang Xing retreated slightly, his back against the door. If he turned around, he could escape, and after a few more protests, Fuing would be powerless against him. However, before he could turn, he felt a shadow loom behind him. Turning around, he found two towering men in black silently regarding him, suggesting that if he refused to cooperate, they would compel his compliance. Young Master Fu, you are resorting to coercion. I am merely requesting your cooperation in the investigation, Fuing replied, as the two men stepped aside to reveal the arriving police officers. You have no evidence linking me to the unauthorized exchange of materials. Fuing regarded him with amusement. Wang Xing, have you forgotten? I never mentioned requiring your cooperation. Wang Xing trembled, cold sweat pouring down his brow, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Hand over your phone. The two men in black seized his phone and pressed his fingerprint to unlock it. Fuing opened the email, and indeed, the top message was a confirmation of the delivery address. Wang Xing, you are guilty of misappropriation of duties. Do you understand? Chapter 201. Not as capable as your brother, I do not comprehend what you are saying. Fuing's email was opened, detailing the items, processes, and information regarding the transactions. This evidence was sufficient to demonstrate Wang Xing's exploitation of his position to misappropriate company funds. Legal repercussions await you. Wang Xing was taken away by the police, and Fuing then turned to the staff beside him. I apologize for the inconvenience, and we will soon publicize the entire incident, halting the construction, dismantling all substandard materials, and inviting you all back for inspection before resuming work. Understood. We will rectify this promptly. After providing some additional precautions, the individuals departed one by one. Upon spotting Xia Qianqian, Fuing could not contain his happiness. Qianqian, may I have a hug? Xia Qianqian did not refuse and opened her arms to him. Xiaoyu, with a look of grievance, said, Qianqian, do not be deceived by his charming face. Brother, what has happened to you? With her soft little hands pressed against his palm, Xiaoyu's grievances dissipated. Fuing had just undergone a taxing ordeal, yet Xiaoyu allowed him this moment of respite. Xiaoyu, thank you. Why are you thanking me? Then I shall thank Qianqian. With you by my side, I feel more assured. Fuing kissed her forehead. Brother. Xia Qianqian tightened her embrace around his neck. No need for thanks. This is all your own accomplishment. Fuing, you are truly remarkable. Fuing raised an eyebrow, feeling warmth spread through him at her words. Meanwhile, at the Fu residence, someone hurriedly entered and approached Fu Yuan, whispering something in his ear. What did you say? Is that true? So soon? Yes, Master Fu. Leave quickly. The person vanished without a trace. Fu Yuan was puzzled. He had thought the Yongding shopping mall project was doomed. Yet unexpectedly, Fuing had uncovered the true culprit. The rapid succession of events had earned him a reputation for efficiency and impartiality. This cannot continue. Fuing's trajectory may soon threaten to usurp my position within the Fu family. As a mere illegitimate child, how can I be compared to him? The Fu family shall belong solely to me. Fu Yuan, come with me. Fu Yuan halted, following closely behind as they entered the study. Father, what is it? Have you heard of Fuing's actions today? Fu Yuan nodded, surprised that Fuing had not faltered. Fu Yuan, you are significantly older than him, yet you're still outshone by him. Fu Shun set down his teacup, the sound startling Fu Yuan. I ask you, if you encountered a similar situation in this project, what would you do? After much contemplation, Fu Yuan recounted everything Fu Qing had done. Fu Xin snorted. Fu Yuan, you truly cannot compare to your brother. It is astonishing that I have produced such a worthless son. Father, do not call me father. I am well aware that if this project were entrusted to you, it would amount to nothing. Fu Shun's expression darkened, his dissatisfaction with Fu Yuan palpable. From today onwards, focus on your studies and cease your aimless wandering. Do you understand? He hurled the teacup at Fu Yuan, who nodded repeatedly. Chapter 202. Did you repair the garden? In recent days, Fu Qing has been more diligent than ever, often spending several hours at the mall each day. His schedule has nearly overlapped with Fu Yuan's, making it difficult for the latter to find opportunities to act against him. However, the chance soon presented itself. Fu Shan planned to take both Fu Qing and Fu Yuan out together to attend a banquet. Feng Rou did not accompany them due to feeling unwell. At the banquet, amidst the clinking of glasses, Fu Shan engaged in conversation with others and drifted away. Fu Qing did not follow, but instead stepped aside with his drink. Fu Yuan observed for a moment and then followed in his footsteps. The two arrived at the back garden, one after the other. The number of people here is scarce. A glance reveals only the two of them. Fu Yuan, why are you following me? Following you? Fu Yuan stepped forward, lowering his head to regard him. Fu Qing, you truly are amusing. Did you pave this road? Fu Qing showed no sign of fear, lifting his gaze to meet his. Don't think that just because you have recently gained favor in front of our father, you can act arrogantly. I warn you, your arrogance will not last long. With that pathetic project of yours, who can accomplish it? You complete something and make a fuss as if the whole world should know. It is simply beneath you. Before Fu Yuan could finish his words, he felt something fly towards his eye. He sidestepped, looking in the direction from whence it came. Xia Yu, what are you doing here? What? If young Master Fu can be here, why can't we? Did you pave this garden, young Master Fu? Then why don't you hurry and put up a sign that reads exclusive to young Master Fu? Others keep out? How ridiculous. You speak of not being arrogant for too long. Yet I see the arrogance lies with you. Xia Qianqian huffed, preparing to snatch another small ball from Xia Yu's hand to throw. Xia Yu quickly grasped her hand, knowing that while an initial mishap could be deemed accidental, a second would be hard to explain. My apologies, young Master Fu. Qianqian was merely trying to test her throwing game, but misjudged and accidentally hit you. You're not hurt, are you? After all, Qianqian is still a child. It is normal for her to misthrow sometimes. Xia Qianqian could not help but clap her hands, revealing her two little teeth in a joyful smile. Upon witnessing this scene, any trace of negativity that had arisen in Fu Qing's heart dissipated entirely. Fu Yuan found himself momentarily speechless. You must be doing this on purpose. Xia Yu, somewhat perplexed, replied, Young Master Fu, that ball was merely a plastic one. If you feel unwell, please take my business card and come to the Xia family to find me. He handed the card to Fu Yuan, but it was snatched by Xia Qianqian, who carelessly shoved it into Fu Yuan's collar. Your sister must be doing this on purpose. I am doing it on purpose. Who allowed you to threaten Fu Qing in secret? I sincerely apologize. She may be having a bit of a temper tantrum. I will take her away now. Fu Yuan, exasperated, shot a glance at Fu Qing, who was watching the spectacle, and hissed, I am leaving. Fu Qing, just you wait. Xia Qianqian turned and stuck her tongue out at him, inciting Fu Yuan's ire to the point where he felt he could devour her. How can a child be so wicked? Fu Qing couldn't help but chuckle, which only served to infuriate Fu Yuan further. Qianqian, well done. Next time, try to avoid being alone with Fu Yuan, all right? Xia Yu suggested as he watched Fu Qing take her from his grasp, hesitating before speaking. He assumed Fu Yuan would not resort to violence. After all, he still feared the repercussions. Recently, Fu Xin was quite pleased with him, and any visible marks would surely lead to inquiries. Chapter 203. Delivering the puzzle. Is the project progressing smoothly? The two strolled towards a small pavilion. It's going well. However, the profits are not yet visible, as the real news has yet to be released. Don't worry, since you've already caught wind of it. It should be accurate. The three settled in the pavilion, with Xia Qianqian hugging Fu Qing's arm, gazing a bit bored at the lights lining the road. As the two engrossed themselves in work talk, they completely forgot she was beside them. They only paused after a prolonged discussion. Oh dear, Qianqian, I must apologize to you. I forgot you wouldn't understand these topics. and might find them dull. Xia Yu chuckled, but Xia Qianqian deemed his apology insincere. Elder brother, your smile makes me feel you are not truly apologetic. Qianqian, to show my regret, how about I buy you the latest series of that toy? Recently, Xia Qianqian had taken a liking to a puzzle, and the latest series was still in production. Upon hearing this, she begrudgingly found a hint of sincerity in Xia Yu's apology. Elder brother, Xia Qianqian opened her palm and grasped his fingers, signifying forgiveness. Xia Yu sighed in relief, only to find Fuing looking at him with curiosity. What is it? What puzzle? I will send it to you on your phone shortly. I'm not sure if I could snag one. The puzzle was marketed with a scarcity strategy, yet its exquisite craftsmanship drew numerous enthusiasts. A few days later, Xia Qianqian had just awakened from her afternoon nap when she found an unexpected visitor by her bedside. Feng Rou, what brings her here? Annie. Feng Rou's maternal smile was almost uncontrollable as she rushed to embrace her. It seems you still remember me. Fuing told me he has been busy lately and asked me to come check on you. Luwen approached with a fruit platter and tea. Of course I remember. Our Qianqian is unforgettable to many, especially considering your relationship with Fuing. Ah, she and Fuing are quite close. Feng Rou nodded with a smile. Indeed, Fuing often thinks of you. Today, I was asked to bring you a gift. What gift? Xia Qianqian inquired with curiosity, and for a fleeting moment, Feng Rou felt her heart melt from cuteness. It's this puzzle. Fuing said you would like it, and had someone specifically acquire it. It just arrived this morning, and he was eager for me to deliver it this afternoon. Xia Qianqian hugged the oversized puzzle, delighting in touching its pieces. Qianqian, when we receive gifts, what do we say? Thank you. Feng Rou affectionately patted her head, clearly pleased. No need to mention it. Oh my, Qianqian is truly adorable. She seems different from other children, so young yet able to articulate so many words. Luwen stiffened momentarily, then quickly interjected, not at all. She only knows a few simple words. She wouldn't be able to say anything complex. This is also the result of our long teaching. Feng Rou did not press further and shifted to another topic. Speaking of which, Qianqian, you'll be turning 1 soon, right? Yes, Luwen replied, handing her a cup of tea and offering Xia Qianqian a piece of fruit. By the way, when is Fuing's birthday? Chapter 204. Choosing a gift next Wednesday. Fuing does not wish to celebrate grandly, so I'm still uncertain about the arrangements. Feng Rou expressed some sentimentality. Fuing has always had a mind of his own, almost like a little adult. So soon? Xia Qianqian, upon hearing Luwen mention Fuing's birthday, began contemplating a gift for him. However, with time so tight, what could she possibly give? Feng Rou and Luwen shared anecdotes of their children's childhood misadventures. Resonating with one another, Xia Qianqian gazed at the puzzle in her arms. Perhaps she could insist on a trip to the toy store to buy another puzzle or a model for him. She remembered that boys typically enjoyed Gundam models. Then, perhaps I could gift him that. Yet, it seemed he did not have a particular fondness for anything. Upon reflection, it appeared that no one had genuinely given him a gift before. Perhaps by enhancing his fondness, she could ensure Fuing would not disregard the Xia family in the future. Once Feng Rou departed, Xia Qianqian fixated on the puzzle, her eyes unwavering as she regarded Luwen. Qianqian, why are you still holding on to the puzzle? Shall I put it away for you? Xia Qianqian was reluctant to let go. Mommy, I want to go to the toy store. I want to prepare a gift for Fuing. What you all prepare and what I prepare are not the same. Did Qianqian wish to open it and play right away? Mommy, I want to go out. Luwen understood Xia Qianqian's intentions, but could not directly state it. She could only probe with questions. Going out? Are you going out to play with the puzzle? Or do you want to buy a puzzle? Luwen pretended to be somewhat troubled, glancing at the time as if considering. All right, Qianqian, let us go. Xia Qianqian was overjoyed, not expecting Luwen to guess her thoughts so swiftly. Mommy, as expected of you, you understood what I wanted immediately. Mommy is amazing. The two individuals hurriedly made their way to New Jersey Ching, with the driver trailing behind, pushing a cart. As they passed through a section, Li Wn would point inside and inquire, Qianqian, would you like to take a look at this doll? After a quick glance, it appeared that a similar one was already at home. Xia Qianqian noticed a black doll in the corner, its flat eyes exuding a sense of ennui. At first glance, this doll resembled Fuing when he wore an expressionless face. She exclaimed, pointing at the doll and urging Li Wen to approach. Naturally, Li Wen noticed the doll as well and took it from shelf. "Oh, you like this kind of doll, Qianqian? I shall buy you more in the future. This is a birthday gift for Fuing. Don't you think it resembles him?" Li Wen scrutinized the doll, but could not draw any connection to Fuing from any angle. Perhaps this was simply a manifestation of a child's imagination. "So it is for your brother. How wonderful, my dear. Is there anything else you wish to gift him? Let's take a look as we walk." The mall was vast, and Li Wen guided her through it, stopping intermittently to purchase various items until they reached the Gundam section. Here, the clientele appeared noticeably older, and some cast curious glances as they saw her enter with a child in her arms. Xia Qianqian immediately spotted a blue Gundam nearby. Its blue and white color scheme perfectly suited for Fuing. This one. Li Wen glanced over, waved her hand, and declared, "Let us take it." Chapter 205. Encounter with Fuing. The two left New Jersey CH-ing with satisfaction, having explored 3 of the 6 floors. "Qianqian, it's getting late. Shall we head to the family restaurant for a meal?" Li Wen suggested. Seeing Xia Qianqian nod, she instructed the driver to handle his own dinner first. This mall was renowned for its family restaurant, not only for its delicious offerings, but also for its small children's playground. With slides, ball pits, swings, and more, it provided endless fun for children. Additionally, to minimize disturbance to the adults' dining, the small playground was enclosed with specially soundproof glass. Upon entering, Li Wen observed that nearly every table in the restaurant was occupied. "Please follow me." The waiter guided them inside, leading them toward a vacant spot near the playground. He brought over a specialized children's chair and carefully placed Xia Qianqian in it. "Madam, if you require a nap service, you can simply click on the order page." Xia Qianqian looked on with curiosity. She had never dined in a family restaurant before. Hearing about the nap service, it became clear why the restaurant was nearly full. Who would want a break from the burden of watching children? Qianqian, what would you like to eat?" Li Wen placed the menu before her, featuring large, vivid illustrations to make it easier for children to understand the dishes. Xia Qianqian scanned the options and chose a set meal. When the food arrived, the waiter brought a special bib and donned gloves, beginning to feed Xia Qianqian. Wow, they even have feeding service. Xia Qianqian was exceptionally well-behaved, and, as she was quite hungry, the portions were just right for her to finish. "Madam, your child is so well-behaved," the waiter complimented, making Li Wen feel a swell of joy. After they had eaten their fill, Xia Qianqian waved goodbye to the staff, charming them with her cuteness. The driver awaited at the entrance, and Li Wen strolled through the ready-to-wear section with him. What on earth is going on? That voice was all too familiar. And Xia Qianqian lifted her head from the sofa. She was far too small, and the cabinet ahead obstructed her view. The driver stood beside her, prompting her to open her arms towards him. "Uncle." Upon hearing her call, he promptly lifted her up. "What's wrong?" Xia Qianqian remained silent, her little head swiveling around in search of the source of the voice. "Fuing, what is he doing here?" Explanation? What was there to explain? Did he truly believe she loved him that much? She pointed toward the direction of the voice, signaling the driver to proceed that way. Understanding her intent, the driver walked in that direction. As they rounded the obstructive cabinet, they indeed encountered Fuing, who stood before a woman with an unpleasant expression. "Why should I apologize to you? Let me tell you, you are not worthy." Xia Qianqian frowned, suspecting this was Fuing's new girlfriend, who seemed quite different from him. "Let go of me. I've told you, someone like you can be replaced at a snap of my fingers. Do you think you're that special?" Xia Qianqian felt a surge of anger, regretting not having a small ball in her hand today. Chapter 206. No news yet. Fuing seemed to sense her gaze and abruptly turned his head. In the next moment, he shook off the woman's hand. "We're done. I warn you not to follow me again." "Scoundrel." Fuing strode over, and the person holding Xia Qianqian looked somewhat familiar. Noticing the driver's formal attire, he must have been from the Xia family. "Oh, Xia Qianqian, what brings you here?" "Young Master Fu," the driver greeted politely. Xia Qianqian turned her head away, unwilling to look at him. "Still ignoring me?" Fuing chuckled, extending his hand toward the driver. "Give her to me." "No." Xia Qianqian clung to the driver's arm tightly. Fuing was momentarily taken aback, drawing the attention of everyone around. "Fuing, what are you doing? What does it matter to you? Why are you still here?" The woman approached, scrutinizing Xia Qianqian closely, her demeanor darkening. Is this your daughter? Fuing was about to refute, but reconsidered, realizing that acknowledging it might deter her from pursuing him further. So he nodded. Bad guy. Hearing her voice, Li W.N. hurried over. What is wrong? What is the matter? Upon seeing Fuing, she offered a polite smile. Young Master Fu, what a surprise to encounter you here. Madam Xia. The woman quickly grasped her misunderstanding, her face flushing as she departed hastily. Fuing, feeling impatient, realized that with Xia Qianqian in the company of adults, he could not act freely. Madam Xia, are you here for some fun? Indeed, we came to buy toys. Fuing's eyes flickered, as if he had recalled something. Speaking of which, Fuqing's birthday is approaching. Yes, Qianqian is here to get a gift for Fuqing. Before Li W.N. could finish, Xia Qianqian interrupted. I see, what did you buy? Li W.N. smiled apologetically. I am not quite sure what children prefer. Fuing noticed her reluctance to elaborate, considering her status as the wife of Xia Qianqian. He refrained from probing further. In that case, Madam Xia, I shall take my leave. Li W.N. nodded, watching Fuing depart. Qianqian, why did you come over here? The driver explained at the right moment. Miss asked me to carry her over here. She must have heard young Master Fu's voice and found it familiar. Li W.N. suspected there was more to it, believing Xia Qianqian had her own thoughts. If she wished to share, she would surely tell them. Xia Qianqian had moved the items into the enclosure, leaving the Gundam behind. Qianqian, when did you start liking this? He questioned, puzzled, as he recalled she had preferred puzzles just days ago. This is a birthday gift for Fuqing. This afternoon, Feng Rou visited and mentioned Fuqing's birthday, which made me want to give him something, so I chose the Gundam and a doll. With that, he lifted Xia Qianqian into his arms. There hasn't been any news from the Fu family lately. Perhaps they are not hosting a big celebration? Yes, otherwise, why not invite Fuqing to our home for his birthday? Li W.N. proposed, but then reconsidered, feeling that the suggestion might not be appropriate. Thus, she dismissed this notion and decided to wait for Fuqing to express his intentions. Chapter 207 suddenly rear-ended. Time flew by, and before she knew it, it was Tuesday. As of today, no word had come from Fuqing. Xia Qianqian gazed at the gifts within the enclosure, resolute in her desire to deliver them. Since Fuqing had not sought her out, she would take the initiative to contact him. Observing her elder brother, Xiaoyu, lounging on the sofa, she inquired, Brother, where's our elder brother? Elder brother? You mean Fuqing? He should still be at the mall. In order to complete this project, Fuqing has exerted nearly 200% of his energy. Do you miss him? Why don't you ever say you miss me? Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, pulling her into an embrace while playfully pinching her cheeks. Brother, I see you every day. What reason would I have to miss you? Xiaoyu's mood plummeted, regarding Xia Qianqian as a cabbage ready to be uprooted, with Fuqing being the one to do so. Although he could not fathom why such thoughts arose. Wanting to contact him, Xiaoyu had heard that Xia Qianqian had specifically purchased gifts for Fuqing solely to celebrate his birthday. Yet, it seemed that Fuqing had not given his birthday much thought. All right, let me call your brother. Xiaoyu dialed Fuqing's mobile phone, and before long, a familiar voice resonated from the other end. Xiaoyu, what is up, brother? The cacophony in the background suddenly faded, as Fuqing appeared to have moved to a quieter corner. Qianqian, have you missed me? I owe you an apology. I've been exceedingly busy lately, and Haven T had the chance to see you. Xiaoyu interjected into their conversation, fearing Xia Qianqian might struggle to articulate her thoughts. Fuqing, how do you plan to celebrate your birthday tomorrow? Birthday? What birthday? You've been so busy that you've forgotten your own birthday. Fortunately, Qianqian remembered and has prepared a surprise for you. He cast a jealous glance at the neatly wrapped toy in the corner, contemplating how to casually inform Xia Qianqian about it when his birthday arrived. Thank you in advance, Qianqian. Let us have dinner together tomorrow. I'll send you the location shortly. All right, then you. Before Xiaoyu could finish his sentence, Fuqing had already hung up. Xia Qianqian clutched his arm, staring at the call-ending screen, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Fuqing is so busy. I hope this project goes smoothly in the later stages. As it appeared, there shouldn't be any issues. Qianqian, tomorrow we'll dine at Xiangju Yuan, just our Xia family and the Fu family together. Okay, The distance to Xianqianqian was quite far, and with over 2 hours remaining until the agreed time, Luwen took Xia Qianqian from their home. "Buckle up, Qianqian." Luwen secured her in the safety seat. The vehicle moved steadily along the road, and Xia Qianqian felt a flutter of excitement. This was her moment to impress Fuing. She wondered if he would like the gift. Embracing the plush toy, she felt it increasingly resembled Fuing. Xia Qianqian raised the toy, scrutinizing it for a while before hugging it tightly. The journey lasted nearly 40 minutes, and she soon succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a tremendous jolt awakened her. "What is happening? What occurred?" Luwen held her tightly, reassuring her, "Qianqian, don't be afraid. We were rear-ended." Rear-ended? How could that happen? The driver had maintained a steady course for many years while driving for the Xia family. How could a collision occur so abruptly? "The car behind us crashed into us. The driver is currently negotiating." Chapter 208. That car is suspicious. The outside noise failed to penetrate the vehicle as Luwen contacted Xia Qianqian to inform him of the situation. "Mommy, should we get out?" Xia Qianqian's heart raced. Sensing something was amiss. How could there be a rear-end collision at such a critical moment? Recalling her previous conversation with Fuing, she suspected he might be behind this. "Mommy." Xia Qianqian was almost ready to leap from her safety seat, prompting Luwen to lift her out and open the car door. The two stood by the roadside as the driver retrieved the gifts from the trunk. Fortunately, the impact was not severe. "My car is insured. Let me call someone." The driver from the rear attempted to halt the ongoing conversation, dialing for insurance. He stood aside, having contacted the insurance company promptly. The three of them gathered on the roadside, placing warning signs at both ends, while the traffic diverted around the area. However, no one anticipated what would transpire next. A vehicle from the opposite lane suddenly accelerated towards them. Xia Qianqian's keen eyes caught the car swerving at the first moment, sensing something was awry. "Mommy, run." Luwen immediately scooped her up and dashed to the side, grabbing the nearby driver as well. Just as the three shifted out of harm's way, the oncoming car collided directly with a tree by the roadside. The tree cracked loudly, its leaves cascading to the ground. Luwen realized that the rear-end collision had been intentional. Had she remained in that position, it would have surely resulted in tragedy for both of them. Who could have orchestrated this? If Xia Qianqian had not sensed the danger, cold sweat trickled down Luwen's forehead as she gasped for breath. "Mommy, are you all right?" "Don't be scared. Qianqian will protect you." From this point onward, the situation escalated and the police intervened. "Mayam, are you okay?" The driver appeared pale, clutching the toy high above. Just moments before, he had thoughtlessly pursued the vehicle, only realizing Luwen's intentions when he caught sight of the oncoming car. Now, the feeling of having escaped a disaster enveloped him. "Thank you, Ma'am." Luwen waved her hand. "It's fine. Just wait here. A new car is on its way." Xia Qianqian had dispatched another vehicle to arrive. Yes, as long as she leaves, the driver should be fine. After all, that car was clearly aimed at the two of them. "Mommy." Xia Qianqian nestled against her shoulder, gently patting her back as if to comfort Luwen. Her nose tinged with emotion. Despite being so young, Xia Qianqian instinctively chose to reassure her mother in the face of such adversity. It was a peculiar scene, leaving Luwen at a loss for words. "Qianqian, Mommy is fine. What about you? Were you frightened?" That car indeed acted strangely, veering unexpectedly. Luwen witnessed the incident unfold, but had not anticipated the ensuing developments. "Mommy is amazing. Otherwise, if that car had struck us, it would have been the end for both of us." "Qianqian, all the gifts are intact. We can still present them to Fuing. However, it's rush hour now, and there may be some traffic, but we still have over an hour, so we should make it in time. Don't worry. Mommy will definitely ensure you could deliver the gift personally." After such an ordeal, the remainder of the journey proceeded smoothly without further incident. As they drew closer, Xia Qianqian's tension eased. Unbeknownst to them, on the other side, Fuing, upon realizing his plan had failed, slammed his fist onto the chair beneath him in frustration. "Useless. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Don't think that just because Dad has agreed to host friends here, it means he values you. The Fu family belongs to me." Fuing ignored him, walking past without a glance.